Chapter 55. However, after pushing him in front of the toilet, she made no further moves. Are you implying my imagination is too poor, or are you hoping I'll soil these clothes? Xia Chuanzu asked expressionlessly, wondering what this idiot meant by dragging him to the toilet. Did she expect him to just stare at the toilet and let his imagination run wild? He couldn't bring himself to do that, okay? Fujiwara Qianhua blushed and said nothing, taking a deep breath before slowly reaching for Xia Chuanzu's pants. What are you doing? So this girl finally couldn't resist making a move. And when he was at his most desperate. Have a little decency, Fujiwara Qianhua. Helping you take off your pants. Fujiwara Qianhua retorted, her neck flushed red, as if that would give her more courage. President, don't make a fuss. Let me take them off obediently. If you soil your pajamas, I'll never be friends with you again. Xia Chuanzu finally realized he had misunderstood, but then he thought, wasn't this also terrible? Having a girl help him, was he some kind of infant baby? But he really didn't have a better solution. His arms were too long to reach down there, and his desire was already overwhelming. Goo. Don't panic, Qianhua, don't panic. Just think of it as helping a little baby, anyway, it's not like you haven't seen it before, right? Comforting herself in this way, Fujiwara Qianhua started. And then. It wasn't a baby's size at all. It's dirty, sob, I can't use this hand anymore, sob. It was like a dream. He began to doubt whether what had just happened was real, whether he had truly experienced it. He had intimate contact with a girl, though it was forced. He was touched in that place, though it was forced. And the girl was Fujiwara Qianhua. Maybe he should pinch his face to wake himself up from the dream. It hurts. However, after trying several times, what he saw when he opened his eyes was still Fujiwara Qianhua's tightly closed door. She was tidying up the makeshift bed in the room, saying she would let him stay inside tonight to prevent Fujiwara Manya from sneaking into his room again. This was really a minor matter, just spending the night in the same room. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced it before. And he was confident he wouldn't do anything beastly. However, what had just happened had caused quite a shock to his brain, so much so that he hadn't been able to recover for a long time. With a creak, the door opened, and Fujiwara Qianhua poked her head out, beckoning to him. President, come in, the sheets are ready. Okay. Unlike his heavy heart, Fujiwara Qianhua didn't seem to be troubled by what had just happened at all. He couldn't detect even a trace of shame on her face. As expected of the representative of optimists, she could easily gloss over even this kind of thing, making him seem overly concerned. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. With a snap, the girl, who had propped herself up on the headboard, pressed the switch of the overhead light, and the room was immediately plunged into darkness. As if falling into an abyss, the pure darkness instantly deprived him of his sight. But it inexplicably made him feel more at ease. Compared to her strange sister, the quiet Fujiwara Qianhua was indeed more reassuring. Perhaps this was the so-called static beauty. It was rare to see her so dignified, and even his unspeakable little thoughts faded a lot. Sleepiness gradually welled up in his heart. I can't sleep. I can't sleep at all. Throwing off the blanket, Fujiwara Qianhua got up and turned on the bedside lamp, then leaned over the edge of the bed and looked down at Xia Chuanzu, calling to him. President, don't sleep, come and chat with me. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel Fujiwara Qianhua's penetrating gaze of expectation. Helpless, Xia Chuanzu slowly opened his eyes and replied softly. There's student council work tomorrow morning. He wanted to struggle a bit, but it was clear she wouldn't listen. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Fujiwara Qianhua rested her chin on her hands, just watching him like that. President, tell me more of your stories, I still want to hear them. There's nothing more to say, Xia Chuanzu looked up at the ceiling, somewhat absent-minded. He had already poured out most of his love life, like complaining to a friend. But after the most interesting part was over, it was a bit difficult to ask him to go back and recount it. Could it be that he should also tell her about how he pursued Huey? But he had never confessed, and maybe even the person involved didn't know, so he didn't need to go out of his way to tell her best friend. Besides, it's supposed to be a private talk between friends, but I'm always the one revealing my feelings, it's a bit unfair, right? Let me hear yours too. His original intention was to dispel her curiosity and tell her to go to sleep, but he didn't expect Fujiwara Qianhua to actually agree. Okay, but I can only reveal a little bit to the president, okay? Fujiwara Qianhua nodded slightly, and then began to tell Xia Chuanzu about the various things she had encountered. Most of it was about how she met Hui and how she got along with her, with a small amount of her own affairs interspersed. So I like Hui the most. I like her more than anyone else in the world. Yeah, I can definitely see that. What about the president? How do you see Hui-chan? It was an unexpected development, but it was a reasonable continuation of the topic. How do I see Sigong? Xia Chuanzu murmured. I think she's very cute or something. He had always thought so, and recently, after seeing her beautiful smile, he felt even more so. Not that kind of you. I mean, Fujiwara Qianhua knocked on the bed, looking a little frustrated. Like, love or something. Because, Hui-chan is very cute, right? As a girl, she's very popular. Not only boys, but many girls like her too. What you're talking about is more like admiration, Xia Chuanzu replied. In fact, he himself had received countless love letters expressing that kind of feeling, and there were both boys and girls. Could it be that all of those were love? However, love itself is an ethereal emotion that is difficult to define accurately. He couldn't even figure out his own, so how could he presume to define other people's feelings? Maybe there were genuine feelings included in those. Ugh. President, don't change the subject. In short, there are only two options, like or dislike. Come on, choose. Who are you imitating again? Xia Chuanzu complained, but still firmly replied. Of course I like her. Perhaps he couldn't express it more clearly, but in terms of whether he was willing to continue to associate with her, the answer was naturally yes. Her cold exterior and warm interior, the soft heart beneath her shell, her determination to act bravely for love. Although she was indeed clumsy in some ways, that was also what made her cute. Not to mention her all-around talent, and other such pluses. As a very excellent, even outstanding, girl, Sigong Hui was naturally likable. Not only that, but Qianhua, Shishang, Baiyin, I like you all very much, and I want to continue to get along with everyone. The quirky Qianhua, the brave Shishang, the hard-working Baiyin, and everyone was a friend worth associating with. He naturally cherished them very much, and sometimes he even thought that if things could just stay the same forever, these happy times could continue forever. But there was no banquet that didn't end, and one day they would part ways. All he could do was to seize the precious time now. This kind of statement is too cunning. Fujiwara Qianhua protested in a low voice. Not only did he use a very vague statement, but he even mentioned her, the idiot president was really too cunning. I'm not chatting anymore. I don't want to talk to you, for the next few hours, please don't talk to me, President. Okay, just don't talk, and then, good night. Good night. President, you're walking too fast. Slow down. A familiar, energetic voice rang out behind him, and Xia Chuanzu knew that he probably couldn't avoid it. Not only had he spent the night at Fujiwara's house last night, but he had also enjoyed a delicious breakfast at her house this morning. Although he had tried his best to finish breakfast quickly and leave first. He was still caught up by Fujiwara Qianhua, who was rushing along while holding a piece of bread in her mouth. Idiot President, why are you running so fast? Why didn't you wait for me? You're too slow, Xia Chuanzu's reply was a little guilty. In fact, he was afraid of being seen going to school with Fujiwara Qianhua. After all, they didn't live on the same side, and if someone with ulterior motives found out, there would inevitably be another misunderstanding. This school uniform, President, don't tell me you didn't change your clothes. Fujiwara Qianhua leaned closer, gently sniffing the scent on his body, and then showed a disgusted expression. Ugh, it smells. She was lying. In fact, she didn't think it smelled very much. After all, only one day had passed, so there wasn't any strong stale smell. Rather, all that came from the other person's body was the familiar scent of shampoo, which made her feel very at ease. But because he was the president, and as punishment for not waiting for her to go out just now, she wanted to tease him a little. President is too unhygienic, right? Actually going out wearing the clothes he wore yesterday. With her hands behind her back and her body leaning forward slightly, she observed his expression. Fujiwara Qianhua giggled a few times and poked Xia Chuanzu's arm. Although it was a teasing remark, her voice was very low, only enough for Xia Chuanzu to hear. What can I do? There are no clothes for me to change into. He hadn't originally planned to stay overnight last night, but then he stayed overnight and all sorts of things happened, and he forgot to wash his clothes. If he had cleaned his clothes, he could have tried to dry them with a hairdryer or something, but when he woke up, it was too late. It was okay to be found wearing yesterday's clothes, but if he was found to not be wearing that would be really unbearable. Don't get so close if it doesn't smell good. Xia Chuanzu didn't dare to make too much noise, so he could only whisper to her. As a result, it seemed even more intimate to passers-by. Mommy, look over there, a stupid couple showing affection early in the morning. A little boy on the side of the road tugged at the hem of the pants of the woman next to him, pointing at Xia Chuanzu and the two of them and shouting. It really is. Hey, no, shout Xian, don't speak so loudly, it will cause trouble for others. Then she hit the boy hard on the head, making a dong sound. Now, not only Xia Chuanzu, but even Fujiwara Qianhua felt a little overwhelmed, and a blush flew up on her face. Cue quickly, let's go. So the two of them quickened their pace to school. Fortunately, they got up very early, and they didn't meet any acquaintances along the way, so they didn't have to explain why they came to school together. Arriving at the student council room, Xia Chuanzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. There happened to be a spare winter school uniform here, so he immediately prepared to change into it. Fujiwara Qianhua had already been sent away to stand guard at the school gate, and it just so happened that no one else was around, so it was perfect for him to change his clothes. That's how it should have been. Yijing Yuzi was very conflicted. For her, losing the election seemed to be a curse that had been with her from elementary school to the present. No one would not feel disappointed by losing an election, especially someone like her who had experienced failure many times. Even though this election was not as bad as in the past, it would still make her care. But what she cared more about was that she had been invited to join the student council. An unprecedented experience. It was as if saying, I affirm your ability, so use it for me. That president must have had ulterior motives, but generally speaking, he was a good person. Maybe. As Senior Si Gong said, he valued her ability very much and wanted to train the immature her to become the next student council president or something. How could such a thing happen, hee. But being invited was really exciting. Being able to work with the seniors in the student council, listen to their experiences, and follow their teachings, whether being refuted or praised, was all good. In short. Since the president had extended an invitation to her, she had to go to the student council room to visit, right? As a candidate member. So, with such uneasy feelings, Yijing Yuzi slowly pushed open the door of the student council room and saw a man who was putting on his outer pants. His bottom half was naked. An unprecedented shock. Chapter 56. Her eyes were glazed over, her brain nearly crashing, but she still subconsciously closed the door. Thinking that things shouldn't be like this. She should have seen the seniors diligently working, setting an example for her. Why did she see a half-naked man, and with his butt facing her? Is it a hallucination? Yes, it must be a hallucination. Because she was too excited last night and didn't sleep well, so she just had a hallucination. How could this be? She needs to buck up and strive to become a qualified student council member. Like being half-naked and facing something, how could such an absurd thing happen? With that president's character, he should be sitting responsibly at the head seat, sipping tea and revising documents, right? Thinking like this, Aino Miko slowly pushed open the door again, then peeked inside. Ah, that's right. Indeed, as she thought, the respectable student council president was now sitting upright at the head seat, diligently handling official business, not at all as unbearable as she had imagined. Morning, president, holding the clipboard with both hands, Aino Miko's pretty face was red, looking very embarrassed. Just now, she had done something very sorry towards him, imagining him as someone who was self-stimulating in the sacred student council room. In short, she was very sorry. She misunderstood the president, she was really sorry. Summer River Melody did not reply, seeming to be immersed in busy official duties. Only after Aino Miko raised her voice and called out several times did he look up, appearing as if waking from a dream. "Oh, it's Aino, good morning." "Yes. Good morning, President." "President, is there anything I need to do?" Aino Miko asked softly. It had been at least 10 minutes since she entered the student council room, but other than exchanging a few words with the president when she first came in, she hadn't heard him say anything else. Plus, not knowing what to do, she could only sit on the sofa and blank out. Aino Miko felt a little restless. "Anything is fine. As long as I can help." Summer River Melody looked up at her, just about to say something but was interrupted again. Perverted, strange things are definitely not okay. Anything else is fine." Summer River Melody was silent, and after a long time, he slowly uttered a few words. "Then hand me those documents on the coffee table." He originally thought he had fooled her with Aino Miko's expression, but she suddenly said such a thing. So she really did notice? But he was really just changing clothes, not doing anything strange, just not wearing underwear. It seemed that the other party was not fooled at all, but was just pretending that nothing had happened to avoid being too embarrassed. She's a good kid, Aino Miko. I remember you also have a part-time job as a disciplinary committee member, right? Don't you have to be on duty today?" Since the other party was so sensible, he didn't need to pretend anymore. He treated it as an accident, and then acted naturally, interacting as they should. "Senior Fujiwara asked me to come over, saying that new members should report. She said she would do my work for me." After handing him the documents, Aino Miko stood very obediently beside him, planning to watch him work up close. Is it okay to leave it to her?" He was already too lazy to complain. It's Fujiwara Chika's fault again. He just didn't expect the other party to trust Fujiwara so much. Could it be that she didn't know her true nature at all? Of course, because that's Senior Fujiwara, the person who won the gold medal in the Pythia Piano National Competition. That was when she was in 4th grade. Not only that, Senior Fujiwara also knows 5 languages. She's a linguistic genius. But her national language scores are like that. And she's also a talented person with very ordinary grades in Shuchian. Isn't that a disadvantage? In short, Senior Fujiwara is very amazing, a very powerful person, and someone I respect very much. Summer River Melody had to nod woodenly, gaining a new understanding of the other party's purity. As expected, she was just a poor child completely deceived by Fujiwara Chika's appearance. "Although there are many things I want to say, but I'll give you a reminder no matter who it is, don't expect too much from them based solely on subjective assumptions. Perhaps she is not as you think." He said it relatively implicitly, after all. He also had the experience of being confused and disappointed after witnessing the shattering of his dreams, so he wanted to remind the other party who admired Fujiwara Chika so much. If she knew that the Senior Fujiwara she admired was that kind of person in the future, she might become autistic. "Don't expect," Aino Miko frowned, looking at him with a very puzzled look. "What does the president mean? Could it be, are you telling me not to misunderstand Senior Shinomiya?" Summer River Melody was really confused. Wasn't he talking about Fujiwara Chika? Why did it suddenly jump to Shinomiya Kagaya? "But Senior Shinomiya did propose that kind of deal to me, I saw it with my own eyes." "No. How did the president know? Could it be, is the president instructing her?" The Aino Miko, who had been looking at him very respectfully, suddenly put on a look of being in the face of a great enemy. She took a few steps back, looking at him with a look of anger. "Sure enough. I knew it. As the vice president, Senior Shinomiya suddenly proposed that kind of deal to me, the president definitely couldn't not know. It makes sense if you instructed her. That's why you said these things to me. The president wants to clear his name, right? I'm sorry, but I will never collude with you." As expected, it was right not to agree to join the student council before. This student council uses dirty means. No, wait a minute, I didn't understand a word of what you said." Summer River Melody had a headache. In his eyes, this first-year junior was inexplicably excited, pointing fingers at him, and even starting to criticize their student council. He really couldn't understand. He was clearly just talking about Fujiwara Chika's affairs, so how did it suddenly turn in this direction? "Calm down, let's talk from the beginning, at least, let me understand what's going on." Looking at Summer River Melody's confused look, Aino Miko was still a little suspicious that he was pretending, but thinking that it wouldn't hurt to ask a few questions, she nodded and agreed. Okay, ask away. Well, first, what is that so-called deal about? That happened last week. Senior Shinomiya invited me to talk, and then proposed that she wanted me to give up the student council election. The reward was that after you guys go to the 3rd grade, she would help me become the student council president. I see. Summer River Melody nodded slightly. It turned out that not only the clubs, but even the candidates wanted to be bribed. Should he say that she was worthy of being Shinomiya Kagaya? A style that completely lived up to the Shinomiya family's reputation. You said just now, sure enough, you instructed her, do you think I am the mastermind behind the scenes? Yes. Okay, I understand, Summer River Melody nodded slightly, having an idea in his heart. Next is the last question, Aino, have you ever lied? Does this have anything to do with what we're talking about? Of course, you just need to answer yes or no. Yes. Very good, Summer River Melody nodded. He had indeed grasped the initiative in the conversation. I won't ask about the specific situation, I just want to know one thing, your lies, are they for yourself or for others? Now that the trap had been entered, it didn't matter how the other party answered later. If it was the former, he could criticize the other party's bad character to quibble and get rid of what Kagaya had done. If it was the latter, it would be easier to solve. He could even be more direct, completely take the responsibility on himself and then dispel her vigilance with a sincere apology. Aino Miko was silent for a while before slowly saying, it's for others. Aino Miko was not a completely good child, at least she had lied. In her opinion, a completely correct person should be someone who obeys the rules, is moral, sincere, and serious, therefore, lying is not allowed, that is not the correct behavior. Even if, her lies were to reassure her parents who were busy with work since she was a child, she had seen and encountered various bad things, being labeled, being treated with abusive words, and even being threatened, etc. But she never revealed her weak side to her parents, never let them worry, and never gave up on becoming a correct person, because she was proud of her parents. It's for others, Aino Miko's attitude became firm. It's precisely because it's for others that I don't feel ashamed, I'm sorry your plan failed. No, you misunderstood, Summer River Melody shook his head, not taking the other party's naked malice to heart at all. I'm not talking about that shallow thing. In your opinion, is lying a good thing? Even the white lies that are for others? Of course, it depends on the situation, although they are all deceptions in essence, they differ because of the heart. In other words, do you approve of that feeling of paying for others? Even if it is with bad methods? What exactly do you want to express? You seem to be very hostile to me, but we are debating now, aren't we? Please think calmly. Aino Miko took a deep breath before slowly replying to him. Of course, the heart that pays for others is worth affirming, but you can't use crooked ways. It's just that it looks like that to you. Summer River Melody's voice was a little low, and the other party's resilience was somewhat beyond his imagination. It seemed that his and Kagaya's status were not high enough in the other party's heart. If it were Fujiwara Chika, who had enough goodwill, she would have been abducted long ago. Therefore, he had to change his method. Take your covenants for example, do you think that shaving heads is a correct mandatory requirement? Of course it's right. Because it is conducive to. So I said, it's just what you think, Summer River Melody shook his head and continued to refute her. What about other students? What about their parents? What about the school teachers? Have you done a questionnaire survey? If so, how many people agree? Is it more than half? If in yesterday's election, some people just thought it was interesting and voted for you, and you were lucky enough to be elected president, would you continue to issue policies according to your own ideas or determine intentions through various surveys? You just think that shaving heads help students develop discipline and can improve the school's atmosphere, but have you ever thought about another possibility? Students resist this kind of discipline and even threaten it with suspension from school and other means, leading to a worse school atmosphere. Since ancient times, any policy or rule will breed a group of rebels, and he naturally understood this. Now he was exaggerating it a little. But some people also said they would support me. How many people? I'm afraid not many, right? Since elections are mainly based on votes, this aspect should also be consistent, but you don't seem to have done a survey, right? In other words, all of this is just what you think. Ai no Miko was a person who didn't know how to be flexible. He had seen it before from Ishigami's mouth and the school rules she advocated, but now he had a deeper understanding. However, it was nice to say that she didn't know how to be flexible, but to put it bluntly, she could be described as stubborn and unwilling to understand each other. She may have never stood in the perspective of others to think about problems. So both her thoughts and words and deeds were filled with a strong personal will, and judging things solely on the basis of subjective assumptions could not be called a correct person. Even Yukino Shida Yukino, who also pursued correctness, would not do such a thing. I actually admire you very much, Ai no Miko. After severe reprimands, there was a benevolent smile. He didn't want to be like this originally, but the other party's rough jade was a bit difficult to chew. I've seen many people like you, but they are all guys who flaunt their own noble character and do dirty things behind their backs, but you are different. I believe you will lead by example and practice the covenants you have put forward. But it's not enough just to do that. If you want to practice only what you think is right, that's far from enough. You must go deep into the public, investigate, and understand everyone's intentions before determining the best plan. That's what you should do as a student council president. Ai no Miko looked a little shaken. Then he should show the other party his fish intestine sword. Your father is a judge. Right? I wonder if he has revealed to you some regrettable cases clearly out of good intentions and kindness, but being punished for using inappropriate means, but even in law. Such people can still get a chance to reduce their punishment. No matter which world it is not black and white, and there is also a delicate gray line. For example, our Neon's Yakuza organization, you clearly know that those are definitely not correct existences, but they have been recognized because there is a demand and a meaning for their existence. Of course, you can stand on the moral high ground and accuse them. Accuse those things you deem incorrect, but you must learn to accept them, even learn to coexist with them. When that time comes, whether you want to integrate or remain a lotus flower untainted by mud, that will be your choice. This world is neither correct nor gentle, so excessively pursuing the correctness of everything will only plunge you into pain. Unless you have the power to change the world, you can only ride a small boat, letting the waves crash over you. I'm not trying to excuse anyone. But I hope you can understand that the so-called means are simply a necessary condition for achieving the goal. If the intention behind them is acceptable, then slightly overstepping the rules isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Summer River Melody never felt that he was a good person, and he knew very well that he would only care about the people he wanted to care about, and everything else had nothing to do with him. Acts of kindness should be judged by the heart, not by the deed. For it's hard to find genuine kindness in deeds. I believe that during my tenure, I have never done anything to betray the school or the trust of the students. And I have managed this school well, diligently fulfilling my duties as student council president. And Kaguya Shinomiya certainly trusts my leadership ability, and therefore, she did not hesitate to use that method to ensure my election path. Her original intention is naturally good for me, but the method may make you feel a little inappropriate. Here, I sincerely apologize to you on her behalf. Seeing that the time was right, Xia Chuanzu bowed deeply to the other party in order to seek forgiveness. Originally, he could have avoided doing these things, and even told the other party that he was completely unaware of it and removed the responsibility, but he couldn't do that. First, Huey did those things for him, so he had to make corresponding efforts, at least not to let the student sister in front of him feel dissatisfied with her and create estrangement, or even spread that kind of thing in private. Perhaps with the background of the Shinomiya family, no one would say anything in person. But inevitably some people would discuss these things in private, which would cause some damage to Kaguya Shinomiya's reputation, so it would be best to avoid this situation. Of course, you may not be able to trust, or even forgive us, but it doesn't matter. This invitation to join the student council is also a test for us. If you can't trust us, then use your correct qualities to supervise this student council, right? If there is any illegal behavior, you can directly feel it. Can't you? Ai no Miko was silent for a long time before slowly uttering a word. Okay. Chapter 57. Let's get this straight, I'm not joining because I believed your words. I just think there needs to be someone to oversee you student council members. If you dare to do anything bad, I absolutely won't condone it. Of course, feel free to use your talents, Aino Miko. Join the student council, Aino Miko, fully utilize your talents. As an overseer, you yourself can judge whether our student council is qualified, whether it is correct. Kagawa Minato did say such things to Aino Miko, but his intention was to help her better integrate into the student council. And slowly get along with everyone and eliminate the barriers, but he didn't expect that she seemed to have misunderstood something, and made a move completely beyond his expectations. For an entire day, aside from the necessary class time, she would appear beside him almost whenever she had free time, and whenever something happened, she would pick up a pen and paper and write non-stop on the side, quite like a serious secretary. But if it was just like this, it would still be a good thing, which meant that the student council finally had a serious secretary, but she never dropped her original job. Even when recording the content of the conversation, she didn't forget to observe him with a scrutinizing gaze, and even wanted to inquire about some of his personal circumstances. This is already going too far, right? Rather than fulfilling her role as an overseer. It was more like she was indirectly tracking and recording his personal life, otherwise why didn't she follow Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika but kept following him? Could it be that she thought he was easy to talk to and wouldn't lose his temper at his juniors? He really will make a fuss, just you watch. Is the president feeling unwell? You look very tired, would you like to rest for a while? Kagawa Minato silently turned his head to look at her, but what he got was a slightly concerned little look. Then let's take a break first, go to the student council room. He was very sure that Aino Miko was completely unaware, and didn't seem to realize how much trouble her behavior had brought him, and even just now he heard passers-by whispering something. Shocking, Kagaya-sama isn't following the president. Instead, it's a petite girl. I know, her name seems to be Aino Miko. It seems that she received help from the president during the election. Could it be, because she was saved, she fell in love with the president? As a lower classman, this kind of situation may indeed occur. After all, the president is so handsome, and saved her in a crisis. If it were me, I would be willing to give birth to the president's child right away. But isn't this considered cheating? Woo-woo, Kagaya-sama is so pitiful, she seems to be kept in the dark. Could it be a tragic love triangle? Wah, I can't stand it. Why, I was the first to meet the president, and work with him. Shut up, my Kagaya-sama would never say such weak words. She would definitely fight back. That's right. My Kagaminato party is confident, and will never admit defeat. A mere first year is not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as my Kagaya-sama. In my opinion, as long as Kagaya-sama beckons her finger, the president will be like an obedient dog. Eagerly rushing over. Just like this, because Shinomiya Kagaya was usually by his side, or he was alone. Now that the position beside him was occupied by Aino Miko, it had already attracted the high attention of many second-year students, and some people even asked him without any scruples if he had broken up with Kagaya or something. But he hadn't even started dating yet. It can only be said that the students in Japan still have too few classes, and even have the leisure and time to pay attention to. And even create all kinds of scandals for him in front of the person involved. Are they really not afraid of him getting angry? He had created a rather serious and upright image to the outside world. Could it be that his face is naturally not fierce? The various outrageous theories he heard along the way were really making him unable to hold back, but fortunately he managed to get to the student council room. He had to talk to Aino Miko properly. But what he didn't expect was that there was someone in the student council room. Good afternoon, President. Shinomiya Kagaya sat upright on the sofa, acting like a noble young lady. Shinomiya. Don't you have club activities today? Yes, because the club leader said, it's rare to give everyone a holiday, so today's club activities were cancelled. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled, telling a lie without flinching. In fact, she was particularly concerned about certain things, and even to the point where she couldn't carry out club activities at all. So she asked for leave early, just to be able to rush to the student council room and be alone with the president, but she didn't expect that the president would have a little tail following him. You and that president are really a good match. Even to the point where you should get married right away. Surely she won't interfere with her plan, right? What kind of tea would the president like to drink? Seeing Kagawa Minato take his seat, Shinomiya Kagaya stood up and walked to the cabinet to take out the tea set. Anything is fine, I'm not that picky. Kagawa Minato shook his head and began to review the funding reports submitted by various clubs. I understand, Shinomiya Kagaya nodded, then looked at Aino Miko again. What about Aino-san? I'm fine, Senior Shinomiya, just pretend I don't exist. Aino Miko, who was called, shrank her neck, and looked a little restrained sitting on the sofa. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't say anything more, but felt even more that this cute junior was really sensible, and actually took the initiative to say that she didn't exist. Wasn't that telling her? Senior, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere with you. What a godsend. So, with a very pleasant mood, Shinomiya Kagaya brewed a cup of pu'er and sent it to Kagawa Minato's desk. The president seems to prefer a more bitter taste. Well, that's generally right. Kagawa Minato nodded while looking at the documents. It could be said that it was his daily routine to chat while working, and sometimes he didn't even need to use his brain to think about anything because he was used to it. In other words, compared to sweet entanglement, a refreshing touch makes the president feel more at ease. That's right. In other words, the president is actually the kind of person who prefers to wear boxer briefs. That's not necessarily, Kagawa Minato subconsciously wanted to answer, but suddenly stopped, feeling a trace of something wrong. Boxer briefs, underwear. What the hell are you talking about? Is this something that can be discussed in public? You're acting strange, Shinomiya Kagaya. Think carefully, make a calm decision. Think about why Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly asked him, President, do you prefer to wear boxer briefs? Normally, you definitely wouldn't discuss these things with the opposite sex, right? Even if the relationship between the two is slightly closer, and can be considered good friends, it's still not okay, right? After all, men and women are different. Wait a minute. Could it be that Kagaya noticed that he wasn't wearing any? Want to use this to test him? But how could this be? He clearly concealed it very well, right? Today, he hasn't been discovered by anyone all day, and even the boys haven't been able to notice it. How could only Kagaya know? Could it be, Fujiwara Chika? But judging from Fujiwara's performance this morning, that guy doesn't seem to have discovered this. But if it wasn't Fujiwara, then the only possibility is that Aino Miko told Kagaya. But she is indeed a very upright person, and shouldn't go around talking about that kind of thing, right? At most, it might be a slip of the tongue. Thinking like this, Kagawa Minato secretly glanced at Aino Miko sitting on the sofa, and found that she was indeed listening to their conversation, and also showed a very shaken look, feeling even more so. How should I say this kind of thing should still depend on individual factors, right? For example, some people like briefs. Some people like boxer briefs, and some people like to not wear any, of course. It may also be caused by some special circumstances, it's not necessarily a personal preference. God knows what he's talking about. Because his heart was filled with the very shameful feeling of being discovered by others that he wasn't wearing underwear. His entire head began to be unable to think normally, and he didn't think about other possibilities at all, and was single-mindedly trying to muddle through this matter, and even put on himself the persona of possibly being someone who likes not wearing any. What explanation, what excuse, this is simply exposing a strange fetish. It does vary from person to person. Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned for a moment, then began to feel unwilling. Too bad. Originally, according to her plan, after laying the groundwork with a few selective small questions in front, plus the president entering his usual state of handling official business, she should be able to steadily get some words out of his mouth, but she didn't expect that she would be muddled past by the president again just as she was about to get the answer. Really, why are you so smart? It's more likable to be a little stupid at the right time. Shinomiya Kagaya secretly got angry in her heart, but as things stand, it's impossible for her to give up. Since the president is unwilling to answer directly, she has no choice but to use that trick. Then what about the president? Is he a boxer briefs person? This is the forced calm mode that she just learned recently. As long as she takes this action, she can make her mood calm down, and then no matter what happens, she will become calm. The disadvantage is that the emotional feedback obtained during the period will be returned to her twice as much when she exits this mode. But she couldn't care about that anymore, she had to do this at this moment. Not for anything, just to know the president's preference, is he a boxer briefs person or a briefs person. And the reason why she is so persistent about this is because just this morning, she heard Ishigami you make such a statement, people who wear boxer briefs are all promiscuous men. So she urgently wanted to understand clearly, whether the president is that kind of sex-crazed demon. Ugh, Kagawa Minato groaned, as if struck by a heavy blow. He really didn't expect it. Shinomiya Kagaya, this originally germ-free young lady, could actually say such words to the opposite sex in person. No, wait. Maybe it's precisely because she is a germ-free young lady, so she feels that there's no problem in asking this kind of question. Just like chatting with a friend. So he glanced at Aino Miko again, and found that the other party was not hiding it at all, and had already turned around, kneeling on the sofa with both hands grabbing the back of the sofa, only revealing a little bit of her eyes to peek at them. My preference would be boxer briefs, Kagawa Minato answered with a stiff head. As things stand, he can only pretend to be indifferent and treat everything as a very ordinary conversation between friends. Fortunately, the question asked by the other party was not something particularly embarrassing like, why don't you wear any, and there was still room for maneuver. Prefers boxer briefs, Shinomiya Kagaya murmured and repeated. Known wearing boxer briefs promiscuous, likes boxer briefs likes promiscuity, president likes boxer briefs president likes promiscuity. President, you promiscuous man. I misjudged you. I clearly believed in you so much, it's too much. Kagawa Minato sat blankly on the spot, not knowing what happened. Promiscuous? Who? Him. Why? He just answered that he prefers boxer briefs. Is there anything wrong with that? Square, and the space is very large, and it can completely wrap himself. The most important thing is that it is not easy to get caught in or misplaced. He just didn't explain these things. What exactly are you thinking about, Shinomiya Kagaya? However, the main culprit who evaluated him like this has already run away. He can no longer explain. The only thing he can do is to accept it calmly. No. There are more than just the two of them in this student council room. So he looked at Aino Miko again, and found that she was absent-minded and had already started talking nonsense. President is a promiscuous man, Senior Shinomiya has been cheated on, am I going to be silenced? Or will I be caught and threatened to take pictures, doing this and that? Aino-san, Kagawa Minato stood up and wanted to explain to the other party. Don't come over. Aino Miko immediately jumped off the sofa, with a terrified expression. I didn't hear anything. What do I know? Please don't catch me. And I don't have much meat, I'm not tall, and I'm not good looking, so I can't do this and that kind of pose at all. And I'm still a person who can't keep secrets. Even if you threaten me not to tell, I might accidentally say it one day. In short, don't attack me. Please be sure to let me go. Everything related that she had ever seen flashed through her mind. Aino Miko became even more afraid, her absent-minded pupils rolled back and forth in her eyes, her body couldn't stop trembling, her legs wanted to move, right? She can still run. So, with the thought that running away would be good, she abandoned her work, gave up her heart of resistance, and chose to escape. Not caring at all about the explanation of, you misunderstood, from behind. It was raining again. As if under some kind of curse, his mood always seemed to sour on rainy days. But it wasn't really the rain itself, it just so happened that the sky opened up with rain that matched his low spirits. And thinking about it, it seemed like the rainy season was fast approaching. Maybe this was a sign, foreshadowing a change in his mood or something. Just kidding, he wasn't that melodramatic. Good evening, Kanade. Just as he was about to open his umbrella and step into the rain, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Chapter 58. Sheena. The person who came was indeed Miss Angel. She still had that infinitely adorable and charming appearance, but with an added touch of holiness and an unapproachable aura. This was the demeanor she would show to outsiders. But once she entered his personal space, she would immediately become somewhat childish. Your actions are so slow, I've been waiting for so long. Waiting for me? Is there something urgent? Xia Chuanzu was a little puzzled. This was the only explanation he could think of. If it were a small matter like buying something on the way back, she could have just sent him a message. Any other major issues could wait until they got home. No, it's just that I accidentally forgot to bring an umbrella again. Sheena Jinzhou turned slightly to the side and replied after noticing that Xia Chuanzu was holding a long umbrella. Looking at Miss Angel's awkward appearance, Xia Chuanzu understood. So he suggested. Together? Yeah. So he opened the umbrella and sheltered her under it. Aren't you afraid of being seen with me under the same umbrella? Xia Chuanzu chuckled. If he had to say which girl he understood the most right now, it would be the angel in front of him. Just like now, he saw through her little trick at a glance. She probably thought she was hiding it well. It's just mutual help. Miss Angel's delicate body trembled slightly, and a blush rose on her pretty face. She could indeed accept others' comments in her heart, but being told to her face by Zhou still made her feel shy. Anyway, it's okay. Even if someone really sees it, at most they'll just spread another scandal about Zhou, right? Originally, she just wanted to retaliate a little, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. How many girls was this idiot going to attract? There was already the godly couple like Shimiya classmate, and recently another fan-like girl had emerged, and they were both especially beautiful, which was simply infuriating. You even know about this, Xia Chuanzu felt a little embarrassed. Otherwise, why would he want to talk to Aino Miko? He felt that her actions had brought about very bad influences, especially regarding his reputation. How should he say it? He felt like he was going further and further down the road of being recognized as a scumbag. That girl is a new member of the student council, named Aino Miko, a first-year student, who participated in the election before. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart, as if he was explaining to a suspicious wife who suspected her husband of cheating that he didn't cheat. Looking at Miss Angel's pouting and sulking appearance, and thinking about the scene of her busy with various housework at home, he felt even more so. Although she wasn't actually his wife, the image she had created due to Shina's personality completely fit the description of a new wife. Xia Chuanzu was suddenly a little curious as to what kind of person would run out to do something unfaithful while having such a cute and virtuous wife. However, she seems to have some misunderstanding about our student council, so she's recently conducting surveillance activities as a monitor to ensure the student council's fairness and justice. Today's surveillance target happens to be me. After thinking about it, he still didn't tell Shina Jinzhou the specific reason. Although he believed in Shina, this involved the issue of Kagaya's image, so it was better not to say it. Isn't that very bad? I heard that child also seems to be in charge of discipline. Wouldn't it be terrible if Zhou was caught? In your eyes, do I look like the kind of person who would do something worth being caught for? Xia Chuanzu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Humph, who knows, Miss Angel snorted softly. Other aspects were hard to say, but there was definitely something going on in terms of relationships. A heartbreaker like Zhou would one day be caught and severely punished. I'm so hurt. It turns out that's how Shina sees me. I'm sad and need a cute girl to comfort me before I can recover. After saying that, he winked at the angel next to him, afraid that she wouldn't see it. It's shameful to act cute, especially someone like Zhou, not cute at all. Shina Jinzhou was flustered, and her caramel-colored eyes glared over with both shyness and anger, trying to hide her inner weakness. That's so silly. Zhou's appearance is like a child who secretly took her mother's expensive lipstick and scribbled on the white wall. And then asked her mother with a flattering expression, "Did I draw well?" It won't work. Don't think you can fool me by acting cute. But you just said not at all. But speaking of which, is it really okay to describe him with the word cute? Although he was originally performing maliciously. Miss Angel suddenly froze. Her heart was suddenly pierced, and she only felt that her face was like a thorn flower that had exploded, frighteningly itchy. She just wanted to turn into an ostrich and quickly find a place to bury her head in. You didn't hear anything. Don't say it anymore. Words alone were not enough to express her determination, so she used both hands, wanting to cover Xia Chuanzu's eyes to prevent him from seeing, and also wanting to block his smiling mouth to prevent him from speaking. But her two small hands were not enough, so she simply gave up such an idea and instead pushed against his chest, waving her fists gently, and scolding in a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Idiot Zhou, idiot." Yes, I'm an idiot," he responded softly, holding the umbrella with one hand to prevent it from blowing away, and protecting Shina with the other to prevent her from slipping. After all, it was raining, so it was better to be careful. If you want to doze off, do it when you get home. I'll lend you my shoulder. Miss Angel didn't speak, not knowing what she was thinking. People around are looking over here. As if in response to Xia Chuanzu's words, a childish boy's voice suddenly came over, "Mommy, look, stupid couple." This time, Miss Angel really couldn't stand it anymore, and the slender hand holding his clothes began to tremble slightly, and finally even abandoned him in place and ran away. It's still raining. But Miss Angel still walked her own way without looking back. Although this rain is a blessing to nature, if you consider the daily life of human beings, you will feel that there are many inconveniences. For example, if it rains, not only is it difficult to dry clothes, but it also becomes impossible to go out happily. And then the most important thing is that the hair will become wet and full of moisture, and it takes a lot of time to comb it. Sheena sighed after finishing speaking, looking like she was thinking from the bottom of her heart. But that's just because you suddenly ran into the rain without an umbrella, right? Xia Chuanzu sighed, and then continued to use a towel to wipe the wet hair of Sheena, who was sitting on the sofa. That's not it. In fact, as long as it's a rainy day, the hair will inevitably get wet, sticking to the body and feeling sticky and uncomfortable. And not only will people feel uncomfortable, but food will also easily get damp, grow mold, and so on, but there's no way, because if you live in Neon, you can only endure such troublesome things. Indeed, Xia Chuanzu nodded in agreement. Every time during the plum rain season, it was also when he was in the worst mood. The fact that his love life was not going well had been affecting him. And the terrible experience brought by rainy days would make his mood even worse, thus leading to him hating rainy days. But the recent encounters in the rain have instead made him look forward to it, thinking that he might meet someone or accomplish something in the next second. In short, rainy days are never the key is still the people. But if you think about it carefully, rainy days also have their advantages, don't they? Xia Chuanzu's voice became soft, and his wiping movements also slowed down. Once it rains, the surroundings will become very quiet, and the usual noisy sounds will disappear, only echoing with the sound of fine raindrops. Some people say that only when it's late at night will people involuntarily think about various things, such as the future, the past, etc. But in fact, Xia Chuanzu believes that no matter when, as long as the time is right and no one is disturbing, it's an excellent opportunity to think. Light rain, heavy rain, intermittent rain, no matter which one, the regular sound of rain will act as a qualified supporting role, allowing you to focus on feeling your own existence. The raindrops outside the window were still dripping down. So Zoe is a romantic, which is surprising, Miss Angel said with a slightly surprised tone. Romantic, I guess you could say that, Xia Chuanzu didn't refute. Compared to the pragmatic Miss Angel, he did seem more sentimental. She gently stroked the hair that Zoe had just touched, her fair and delicate fingers twirled gently, then hurriedly pretended to comb her hair and slowly tidied her temples. Her pink lips pursed gently, her lips slightly raised, and her heart filled with warmth. She remembered the rainy day when she met Zoe, which should be considered a romantic encounter, but the clumsy Zoe did such stupid things, which made her dislike him for a while. See, since Zoe likes rainy days so much, then let Zoe do my hair when I can't tie it up, let Zoe fix my messed up makeup, let Zoe wash my dirty clothes when I go out, and let Zoe go shopping with me. Isn't that the same as usual? Xia Chuanzu chuckled. Except for letting him fix her makeup, which he couldn't do, he hadn't done the other things. Oh right, there was also washing dirty clothes. Don't look at Miss Angel's stubborn appearance now, but she would probably grab the responsibility of doing housework and nag him, saying something like, anyway, Zoe won't do it seriously, so don't get in the way, just let me do it. And like tying her hair, he was willing to do it, but there weren't many opportunities. As for going shopping together, wasn't that their normal state? I don't care. Anyway, just leave it to Zoe, who told you to like rainy days so much. She definitely couldn't be indifferent to the fact that the person she liked something she didn't like, but she couldn't force Zoe to hate it either. So she thought of adding some small troubles to him, maybe he would become like her. Thinking like this, Miss Angel shook her head childishly, like a puppy that had been rained on, and strands of water stains fell on his body and clothes along the trajectory. Is she marking him? Xia Chuanzu thought, but was still charmed by Sheena's cute actions. But then he thought that the water stains meant that she hadn't been completely wiped dry, so he couldn't help but worry. Of course it's no problem for me to do those things, but Sheena, you should also do something for yourself, right? For example, take a bath or something. If you continue to sit here like this, you might catch a cold. Gently holding Sheena's small hand, feeling the temperature from her body, but only receiving a cold touch. Although girls' hands are mostly cold like this, it was still a little bad that it was still like this in the indoor summer. Looking at Miss Angel's hesitant appearance, Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. Miss Sheena, you don't want to suddenly catch a cold and get sick and then be secretly done strange things to buy a useless guy like me, right? Eh. Strange things, For example, getting up in the middle of the night to secretly wash my own clothes, secretly eating the milk pudding you put in the refrigerator for tomorrow, replacing your favorite rabbit slippers with other animals. Xia Chuanzu counted his fingers one by one, and found that there were too many things he wanted to say, even with both hands and feet, he couldn't finish. Where did you come from, you little kid? Sheena Zhenzhou turned her head and gave him an angry look. This behavior was too childish, right? She thought it was something more adult. If you want to deal with children, you have to use children's methods, right? Think about it, you obviously got rained on but refused to take a bath, isn't that a childish behavior? This time, Miss Angel had nothing to say, and just looked at him with a shy and angry expression. She's not a child, okay? Humph, I'm going to take a bath, don't peek. Of course, Xia Chuanzu nodded indifferently, but felt a little strange looking at the direction Sheena left. Why, didn't she go back to her own house but went to his bathroom? No mistake, right? Miss Angel is taking a bath in his bathroom. The thought of this reality couldn't help but make Xia Chuanzu feel subtle. Washing clothes, washing the floor, washing dishes, etc. were of course all okay, but taking a bath felt completely different. After all, this was in the home of the opposite sex. Although Sheena had always maintained a strange friendship with him, she had never done this kind of behavior before. This impulsive action was like inviting him to do something bad. No. He must be thinking too much, right? Sheena definitely didn't have any strange ideas, she just felt there was nothing wrong with showering at a good friend's house. But if he were too self-conscious, he would be trampling on Sheena's trust. That's right. That's the way to think. It's just help between friends. Just like him, didn't he stay overnight at Fujiwara Chika's house yesterday and use her bathroom? Thinking this, Snowball Kanade nodded heavily, completely convincing himself. Kanade, can you hear me? Accompanied by the clear sound of water, Sheena's lovely voice came from the bathroom. Yes, what's wrong? Snowball Kanade walked to the bathroom door. He could hear more clearly here, but the drawback was that he would inadvertently catch a glimpse of the graceful figure reflected on the glass door, which would lead to fanciful thoughts. Snowball Kanade's heart trembled, and he almost had the urge to push open the bathroom door, so he had to turn his head away and look elsewhere. Unfortunately, his gaze landed directly on the basket where the angel-like girl had placed her discarded clothes, school uniform, school skirt, and other things. Snowball Kanade couldn't help but squat down and cover his face, feeling ashamed of the strange fantasies in his mind. This was too agonizing, wasn't it? Even though there was only a wall between them, and it couldn't compare to the stimulation he felt last night when Fujiwara scrubbed his back in the bathroom, he couldn't stop the fantasies in his mind. This couldn't help but remind him of a friend's words, the so-called Yobo Pipa Bien's Min, holding a pipa, half hiding the face, meaning that a half-hidden view is the most beautiful. Only when there is room for disclosure can there be room for imagination. While a full reveal can bring a direct impact, such things are never straightforward. Only by holding a lofty respect, gradually lifting the veil of mystery, can the final fruit be tasted as the sweetest. What are you even fantasizing about, you lecherous pervert? Snowball Kanade slammed the floor hard, and only the pain that came back from the impact allowed him to regain some rationality. Kanade, are you outside? In fact, the angel-like girl was 100 cute. Seriously, are you even listening to me? The angel-like girl seemed a little impatient. Snowball Kanade could even hear her stirring the water in the bathtub, gently swirling around. You wouldn't be doing something bad outside, would you, Kanade? The heat in the bathtub made Sheena's pretty face red. Of course not. This time, Snowball Kanade finally came back to his senses, no longer holding his breath and thinking wildly. How could I possibly do such a thing? Like imagining Sheena taking a bath by looking at her shadow on the glass window, wondering if her discarded clothes still retained warmth. He wasn't thinking about anything like that. Not even a millimeter of such imagination. But I haven't said anything yet. Sheena Mahiru's pretty face became even redder. She couldn't help but shrink her head down, leaving only a pair of beautiful caramel-colored eyes exposed on the water's surface, gently swirling around. Idiot Kanade, pervert Kanade, big pig. As expected, boys are all lecherous perverts. They're thinking about those things all day long. Even Kanade is no exception. Chapter 59. But then she remembered what the girls in her class had told her, that it's normal for boys, because they are high school boys, they will always have some needs or something. But clothes are definitely not okay, right? This kind of thing is too strange. At least it should be to her personally. No, that's not right either. Doing those things should at least wait until after they're dating. But then what about Kanade? She heard that if boys hold it in too much, they'll break. Ugh. The angel girl, who suddenly fell into a dilemma, began to hum softly, and the continuous small bubbles further highlighted the inner turmoil. Really, Sheena, I'm really not doing anything weird, I swear. After not hearing any more sounds from the bathroom, Snowball Kanade couldn't help but feel a little anxious, thinking that the angel girl was angry. Goo woo woo, a strange sound came from the bathroom. Huh? What? Fortunately, things weren't as complicated as he thought, and soon he heard the angel girl's gentle voice again. Clothes, I want clothes, I've already finished showering. But those are all ready. Snowball Kanade finally knew what Sheena was calling him over for. It turned out she wanted him to help pass her clothes in, but after his eyes glanced at the clothes in the basket, he felt it was inappropriate. Can clothes that have been worn be worn again? With Sheena's personality, that shouldn't be possible, right? It's not to wear those, okay? Sheena's voice sounded a little annoyed, which was normal. After all, in her opinion, those clothes were already dirty and she would definitely not wear them again. There's a spare one in my bag, bring it to me, and also, Kanade, prepare a shirt for me, use yours. Oh, okay, Snowball Kanade nodded, thinking that Sheena was indeed prepared, so he didn't have to go to her house to get it. But thinking back, he felt it was strange. Wasn't this kind of preparation a bit unnecessary? Normally, you wouldn't prepare one in your bag, right? It can only be said that girls are indeed different. He had also heard that some girls seem to have all kinds of things in their bags, like nail clippers, cosmetics, makeup remover, and so on. Just no school supplies. But Sheena doesn't seem like that kind of person. After rummaging through the angel girl's bag, he indeed found a spare one, which looked brand new, and the design was also very cute, very much in line with Sheena's personality. Speaking of which, he's actually holding a girl's. No, he can't think about it anymore, otherwise Sheena will really get angry. And the most important thing is, if she finds him still standing there when she comes out, it'll really be bad. Someone once did a statistic like this: what clothes do girls wear that are most attractive? So netizens discussed, saying cheongsams, kimonos, etc. But unexpectedly, the most options were this: wearing a boyfriend's clothes. For girls, there are many possibilities for wanting to wear a boyfriend's clothes, like feeling that the clothes are loose and comfortable, but for boys, there is only one reason to highlight: a sense of possessiveness. After all, if you wear your boyfriend's clothes, you will have a feeling that the other person belongs to you, and in contrast to the body shape, it is easy to see the woman as a petite and cute existence, thus adding a sense of pity. However, that being said, the attack speed will not be reduced at all, but may even increase a lot. It feels a bit big, Sheena Mahiru muttered while pulling on the cuffs of the shirt, with her legs crossed on the sofa. The always serious angel girl occasionally has such rude actions, but in reality, she is still very cute. Because it's my clothes, Snowball Kanade replied, holding a hair dryer in his hand, carefully grooming the angel girl's hair. This should be my smallest one, but it still seems a bit big for Sheena. After all, his height is close to 180 centimeters, but Sheena's height is less than 160 centimeters, and her body type is also petite, so it's no problem to say that she's completely wrapped in him. Is it uncomfortable? Otherwise, go back and change. At first sight, he was certainly moved, thinking that the angel girl is wearing his shirt now. This level of intimacy is a bit too high, but after calming down a bit, he can accept it. The only thing that feels good, not good, is that it's easy to see Sheena's unguarded appearance from a high angle. The exposed white and fragrant shoulders are still secondary, the key is that there seems to be no protection in front. No, this is fine, Sheena Mahiru shook her head slightly. Ever since she came out of the bathroom, the blush on her pretty face has not subsided. She thought that she was indeed a bit too bold. She shouldn't have listened to what Xiaoling and the others said. She should have taken things slowly and waited for Kanade to take the initiative. But what about now? Although she is also waiting for Kanade to take the initiative, the meaning has changed, as if she is saying to him, hurry up and attack me. Will she be considered a bad girl? The angel girl is a little conflicted. However, this feeling of being completely wrapped in Kanade's clothes is indeed very comfortable, and it also makes her feel very at ease. Goo woo woo, an inappropriate strange sound suddenly rang out, and the angel girl felt even more ashamed. Isn't she too weird? She's not even hungry at all, but her stomach starts protesting after it's time. If this goes on, Kanade will definitely think she's a glutton. I should go cook. Sheena tried her best to use an indifferent tone, but Snowball Kanade chuckled. This scene is really never tiring to watch. Bad heart, the angel girl said angrily after seeing Snowball Kanade's happy look, and then picked up a pillow and hit him. Sorry, it doesn't hurt naturally, but in order to appease the angel girl, he must symbolically beg for mercy for a while. To show my apology, let me prepare dinner tonight. It's true that it was a temporary idea, but the essence is not for an apology, but because he feels that the angel girl's cute and charming appearance is really not suitable for cooking. How should I say it? Probably because she hasn't put on a skirt or pants. Sheena may not have noticed, but from his perspective, the angel girl's appearance is really unbearable to look at. It's okay to sit on the sofa, after all, she's covered by his shirt, but when she walks on the ground, that looming absolute territory is completely attracting attention. It makes him have an urge to commit a crime. Then I'll leave it to Kanade. Sheena Mahiru didn't refuse. After all, cooking is not the key, the activities after dinner are when she should launch an attack. Okay, there aren't many ingredients at home, then let's make curry rice. After looking at the remaining ingredients, Snowball Kanade made such a decision, but still didn't forget to ask the angel girl for her opinion. Sheena. I'm okay. Sheena Mahiru, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded. She has never been a picky eater, especially the dishes made by Kanade. She will definitely eat them clean with all her heart. Okay, then I'll get to work. After deciding, he started to process the ingredients. Although the production steps of curry rice are not very complicated, the time it takes is not very short. After all, he belongs to the beef faction. And he has to cook the raw meat, but he doesn't have to worry about the sauce. There are ready-made curry cubes in the refrigerator, just burn it a little. While Snowball Kanade was processing the ingredients, Sheena Mahiru, who was sitting on the sofa, was not idle either. Although she turned on the TV and pretended to watch the program, her thoughts were all on him, who was cooking. She held the remote control and kept switching channels, as if looking for an interesting program, but her eyes had to glance at Snowball Kanade from time to time, but she didn't dare to stay too long. For fear of being discovered, but after seeing Kanade's very serious chef appearance, she became bolder, and finally simply stared at him, thinking that Kanade is really handsome. It would be nice if she could keep looking at him so wantonly. The food is ready, Snowball Kanade shouted, and at the same time raised his head to look at the angel girl, but found that the other party was already looking over, not watching the TV at all. I didn't expect you to like watching this kind of program. Snowball Kanade showed a subtle expression as he carried 2 plates of dishes to the table. The expression seemed to be saying, I didn't know you were this kind of person. So the confused Sheena Mahiru turned her head to look at the TV, and found that it was broadcasting a sumo match. 2 sumo wrestlers wearing loincloths and with big bellies were wrestling. The angel girl exclaimed, and then turned her head to face him with a blood-colored pretty face, and explained frantically. No, Kanade, don't misunderstand me. Of course, no misunderstanding, Snowball Kanade responded, but he didn't think much of it in his heart. After all, in Neon, sumo is indeed a popular sport nationwide. The social status and financial income of professional sumo wrestlers are at a high level, not to mention the cultural charm that has been passed down for a long time. He was just a little surprised that the angel girl would also be interested in this kind of sport. She is obviously a petite and cute type. Does it suit your taste? Snowball Kanade was a little concerned. His cooking skills were naturally not bad. Even Fujiwara and Kagaya could praise him a few words, but he really wanted to hear Sheena say it in person. It's okay, Sheena Mahiru replied like this. Although she really wanted to touch Kanade's head and praise him for doing a great job, she didn't want him to have the idea of, then I'll cook in the future. Wouldn't that be disgusted that she's useless? That kind of thing is not allowed. Kanade, don't be too proud. It's just SOSO level, I'll do it in the future. Occasionally enjoying the other party's intentions will certainly make her feel happy, but the kitchen battlefield must not be let out, this is her dignity as a girl. Snowball Kanade didn't care, just looking at the angel girl's happy appearance of eating little by little was already very satisfying. The rain outside seems to be stopping soon. Looking out through the window, he could no longer see the continuous raindrops, and even the sparse ticking sound became barely audible. Do you want to go for a walk outside later? After dinner, Snowball Kanade suggested. There's no special idea, just simply enjoying this hard-won daily life, enjoying the easy time that he can still spend with Sheena. A walk, Sheena Mahiru looked a little hesitant, in fact, this was not the same as the plan she had envisioned. If possible, she hoped that Kanade could do more private activities. For example, hugging her in his arms and playing games together. A little shy. It's okay, let's just stay at home. The angel girl suddenly became worried, this is one of the few times that Kanade has actively invited her, won't he be angry? But if she misses today's opportunity, she doesn't know when she can muster up the courage again. Okay, then forget it, Snowball Kanade thought for a while, and felt that Sheena might not want to change her clothes again, after all, she had already taken a shower, and if it were him, he would definitely not want to go out again. After chatting casually for a few words, the pleasant dinner time ended. Snowball Kanade ate relatively quickly. After cleaning up his own bowls and chopsticks, he also thought about washing the bowls. But he was righteously rejected by Miss Sheena, and even drove him to play games, telling him not to get in the way. So Snowball Kanade did as she wished and sat on the cushion in front of the TV. Before long, the angel girl who had finished washing the dishes also came over. At first, she just knelt beside him and watched him play, but later she seemed to become interested, so she sat on his lap and even asked him to teach her how to play games. This side is the direction key, and this side is the function key, for example, this is drifting, and then this is releasing props. The angel is indeed an all-rounder, she learns things very quickly, and soon learned how to play racing games smoothly. Snowball Kanade helped her choose the assisted driving mode, so that her experience would not be too bad when she first started. Heave-ho! The angel girl also seemed to be immersed in it. Not only did she start secretly competing with other participants, but even her body began to sway from side to side, as if she could personally experience the character's experience. Snowball Kanade didn't stop her, after all, this can also be considered a part of the game experience. Even he sometimes couldn't help but do that, as if he could improve his combat power. 1. Watching the character she controlled win the first place in the competition, Sheena Mahiru couldn't help but show a happy smile. She turned her head to look at Snowball Kanade, and wanted to share this joy with him. Great. Snowball Kanade certainly wouldn't be stingy with his praise. Although the angel girl was only competing with a group of computers. It was also very impressive for a beginner to win the first place, and the angel girl's smile was so cute and dazzling that he couldn't help but obey. Not only were his eyes full of the other party's figure, but even the breath that came was all a refreshing fragrance, chest, legs, arms, her body was very close to him, and he couldn't help but want to seek more. Play. The angel-like girl revealed a slightly puzzled look, seemingly asking. Why suddenly pat my head? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. And no, continuing is also okay, Sheena Mahiru shook her head slightly, then turned back to continue watching the TV screen, but her mind was completely off the game. Kanade's palm is very warm, and his embrace is also very reassuring. I wish time could freeze here forever. Her face began to feel numb, itchy, feeling like ants were crawling on it, but she didn't dare to make any movements, afraid of being discovered. Lost, looking at the last place score displayed on the screen, Sheena Mahiru didn't feel lost at all, but was just afraid that Kanade would see something, so she handed the controller back to him and said softly. I don't want to play anymore, Kanade should play. Okay, Snowball Kanade reached out to take it, but immediately discovered the inconvenience. Sheena was still sitting in his arms. Although he could bypass the angel-like girl and play the game directly, he would inevitably make a hugging motion, but actually, it's not a problem, right? After all, Sheena didn't seem to want to get up at all. Chapter 60. Xia Chuanzu still couldn't fully concentrate on the game. The angel lady spectating was one aspect, but the most crucial thing was her intimate actions. Which made him too concerned. Not only would he occasionally lower his head to see what she was doing, but the fragrance emanating from her and the soft touch from her body would also tug at every nerve in his body, inevitably causing some reactions. Well, how about Sheena gets up for a bit? Xia Chuanzu asked softly, hoping she hadn't noticed. Sheena. After waiting for a long time without a response from the angel lady, Xia Chuanzu turned slightly to observe her, finding her little head drooping slightly and her breathing even, indicating that she seemed to be asleep. I really can't do anything with you, he originally wanted to say that, but the words turned into good night when they reached his lips, and then Xia Chuanzu adjusted his movements slightly and picked up the angel lady. Sheena was indeed very light, her weight probably just over 100, but she had all the necessary feminine features, not as prominent as his senior, but enough to completely killing Lily and Hui. Xia Chuanzu stared ahead, trying to keep his eyes straight and not paying attention to the shirt that had quietly slipped below her shoulders, wondering why the road back to the bedroom was so long. But in reality, he felt that it wouldn't matter if it was longer, he would be happy to keep this position. The next day, when Xia Chuanzu woke up leisurely from his dream, the angel lady had already changed into a school uniform and was cooking breakfast in the kitchen. You're awake, seeing him sit up from the sofa, Sheena Zhenzhou greeted him and urged. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, breakfast is ready. Okay, Xia Chuanzu was still a little dazed, but nodded lightly after hearing her words. After washing up, he sat at the table with her to eat and started chatting. Did you sleep well last night? Although Sheena had laid down on his bed in a seemingly asleep posture, he still asked out of curiosity, which could probably be seen as a polite term that a host must make after a friend stays over. So, not bad, the angel lady seemed a little embarrassed, and seemed to care about sleeping in a male's home, even on a male's bed. But in fact, the resentment was greater than the shame. After all, she had made such an unguarded move, but Zhou, this idiot, really didn't do anything, even just put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt and left, without even a good-night kiss. Too timid. She couldn't help but think. Is that so? Xia Chuanzu nodded awkwardly. Seeing the angel lady's shy appearance, he also reacted. It turned out that Sheena had really spent the night at his house like this, even wearing his clothes and sleeping in his bed, which rounded up to sleeping together. Thinking of this, Xia Chuanzu quickly shook his head, fearing that he would think of anything strange again. After all, it was morning, the time of day, his energy was really strong, and he couldn't think about anything else. So the two people with their own thoughts fell into a long period of awkwardness and stopped talking. I'm full. After drinking the hot milk in his cup, Xia Chuanzu put his hands together and thanked. Thank you for the treat. Although it seemed very strange to do such a thing in his own home and at his own table, he didn't feel anything wrong because he was used to being taken care of by the angel lady. Then Zhou, hurry up and go to school, I'll clean up and go later. Aren't we going to school together? Xia Chuanzu suggested, saying that he wouldn't pursue this matter normally, but now that they had spent the night together and had breakfast together, there was no need to separate, right? Or is Sheena still concerned about other people's eyes? Let's forget it. Sheena Zhenzhou did waver a bit, but shook her head and refused. It was certainly a good thing to show ownership, but the premise was that she really owned that beautiful thing. If it was just a half-baked level, it wouldn't be able to explain anything, and it might attract the attention of others. This was also taught to her by classmate Jiading, saying that she must pay attention to relevant matters. Okay, then I'll go first. Xia Chuanzu nodded, picked up his schoolbag and prepared to leave, but was stopped by the angel lady. Zhou, wait a moment. Then she trotted over, patted the dust off his collar, straightened the ribbon, and buttoned the buttons. Really, you should pay more attention to your personal image, you are the student council president. She would scold him while doing it, but the gentle complaints would never make him feel hurt. Be careful on the road. Okay. No words all the way. Although he didn't see anyone on the road, he ran into Yijing Yazi, who had already started guarding the school gate, and greeted her. Good morning, classmate Yijing. He didn't expect to receive any enthusiastic response, but Yijing Yazi's actions still made him a little concerned. Gee, good morning, President. Her body visibly trembled, and she even had the urge to retreat, but she suppressed it, which made Xia Chuanzu feel a little better. It seems she still misunderstands him, which is normal. After all, he is a promiscuous man. No girl can calm down when facing such a boy, right? I don't know what kind of nonsense Hui, that idiot, saw or heard, and suddenly said such things after inquiring about his underwear preferences, which made him misunderstood. To be honest, it's also quite difficult for Huey, who has been friends with Tingyuan Xianhua for so many years, from elementary school to now, and has probably been tricked by her many times. Regarding what happened yesterday, it was a misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person. I hope you don't misunderstand. Perhaps it would be more credible if Huey and the student's sister in front of him explained, but his own testimony is also very important. And no, I don't care at all. It's false to say that she doesn't care. After all, the president in front of her has always had all kinds of scandals. In the past, she would have thought that it might be a rumor, but after the testimony of Senior Si Gong yesterday, she suddenly felt that there was no smoke without fire. There must be a related reason. And the most important thing is, the president seems to have turned his attention to her. The evidence is that many students have cast strange glances at her. Some people even came up to her and told her to be prepared to be hurt. What are you kidding me? She will never fall under the despicable means of a scumbag. If you want to take her down, a mere scumbag president will never be able to do it. That's good. Xia Chuanzu nodded slightly, and didn't care about Yijing Yazi's reaction. Some words do make people feel a lot easier after they are spoken, regardless of the result. Speaking of which, classmate Yijing is really serious. Whether it's the student council's affairs or the disciplinary committee's affairs, you are doing it very seriously and responsibly. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to invite her to join the student council. No. Don't think you can fool me by praising me. I will still supervise you. I will never let go of any violations. Such as promiscuity, stepping on multiple boats. Such impure heterosexual relationships must be banned. There must be no tolerance. Especially as the student council president, if you know the law and break the law, you should be punished more severely. Of course, you are always welcome. Xia Chuanzu thought for a while, and felt that this kind of relationship was also okay, and it was good to be a little wary of him, so he didn't have to worry about causing any strange misunderstandings. Then I won't bother you, I'll go first. More and more students were around, and it was too eye-catching to stand here and chat with her, and it would also disturb her work, so Xia Chuanzu said goodbye and left. And Yijing Yazi didn't think there was anything wrong, but when she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she felt that the president was indeed trying to do bad things, and he had eliminated most of her vigilance in just a few words. She still had to continue to be vigilant against him. First went to the class to put the bag, did some work as a duty student, and then prepared the homework to be handed in. And then went all the way to the student council room. Many people greeted him on the road, but they looked weak, presumably because they couldn't stand the stuffy weather. Although it rained last night, it didn't help the temperature today at all. Not to mention that it made everyone more unbearable to the heat brought by summer. I could have endured the high temperature if I hadn't felt the coolness, which is basically the case. Good morning, President. The student council room was not empty, and Vice President Si Gong was already on duty. Good morning, Si Gong. Xia Chuanzu nodded in response, and then sat on the sofa. Although such and such things happened yesterday, Huey seemed to be unaffected. If it weren't for the feedback from Yijing Yazi telling him that it was true, he would have thought that yesterday's riot was just an illusion. Sorry, President, I said strange things to you before. Huh? Xia Chuanzu raised his head to look at Huey, seeming a little puzzled as to what she was talking about, but immediately reacted. Oh, are you talking about what happened yesterday? It turned out that Huey also cared, but it was not very obvious on the surface. It doesn't matter, after all, I knew from the beginning that it might be a misunderstanding. After all, asking him what kind of underwear he likes to wear as soon as he came up was really explosive. And it was difficult not to think about whether something had happened. Thinking about Huey's personality, I'm afraid Ting Yuan said something strange to her again. Don't worry about it, it didn't have any impact on me anyway. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, then moved his arms and rubbed his shoulders. The side effects of spending a night on the sofa were still quite obvious. Although he didn't get a stiff neck, he couldn't avoid back pain, but this was probably also related to his long sitting, and then it happened to break out today. Even so, I still feel a little guilty. Si Gong Huey's expression seemed a little guilty, and then she showed a kind smile. If you don't mind, let me massage the president. Because the president looks very tired. Since that day, Huey has smiled at him more and more times. In the past, he could only see her with a cold face, but recently she doesn't seem to keep a straight face all the time, and occasionally shows this kind of good-looking smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, so Xia Chuanzu turned his back and relaxed his mind. What is the president doing? Aren't you going to massage? It should be better to face away for shoulders, right? Actually I wanted to do a hand massage first. Si Gong Hui hesitated, although massaging the shoulders was also good, but it was better to have hand-to-hand contact. Not only could she see the president's face, but also create an ambiguous atmosphere. Of course, it would be even better if she could do everything, starting with the hands, then slowly to the back, waist, gu-woo. Hand. But my hands aren't tired. The president doesn't know, but hand massage is actually a very professional therapy, and massaging the corresponding acupoints can also have effects on all parts of the body. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Chuanzu of course believed in Si Gong Hui, and handed his hand over. So, Si Gong Hui, who had never massaged anyone before and only knew theoretical skills, stretched out her small hands and took it. Slowly, gently, as if treating fragile treasures, gently stroking his palm, trying to find the right acupoints, and then pressed down hard. Ugh! Xia Chuanzu groaned. At that moment, he felt like he had suffered a soul-sucking blow, and his mind trembled, almost scaring him to jump up. What's wrong, President? Si Gong Hui looked at him, looking a little puzzled. And nothing, Xia Chuanzu waved his hand, pretending to be strong and said. It's just a little itchy, it's okay, you continue. Although he hadn't experienced that kind of very serious massage, he had also heard that it would make people feel very painful, but he didn't expect it to be so painful, almost pressing his soul out. Okay, then I'll continue, so Si Gong Hui nodded, just preparing to continue. The door of the student council room was suddenly opened. Yahalo! Good morning, everyone. Turning her head to look, she found a pink octopus head standing at the door, looking curiously at the two of them. President, and Hui, what are you two doing? So Xia Chuanzu raised his hand and showed it to the other party. As you can see, Si Gong is giving me a massage. Oh. I'm familiar with this, let me help too. So, completely ignoring the reactions of the two, she sat down excitedly on the other side of the sofa, putting Xia Chuanzu's head on her lap. Clang clang clang. Ready. The president is really lucky, two cute girls are giving you a massage at the same time. Unlike the excited Fujiwara Chika, Shinomiya Kagaya's expression was quite unpleasant. That brat Fujiwara actually provided the president with a lap pillow. She hasn't even done anything that intimate yet. That damned earth cancer, stealing the president's first time, absolutely unforgivable. But just massaging him is boring, it's all the president enjoying himself. Fujiwara Chika's eyes darted around, then she suggested to Shinomiya Kagaya. Let's have a competition, Kagaya-chan. Let's see who can make the president feel more comfortable. The winner gets to eat the president's lunch today. Kagaya suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit and firmly replied. Alright, bring it on. Snowball Kanade. So, what about his opinion? Could they consider his own wishes? As if sensing his thoughts, Fujiwara Chika suddenly smacked him on the head and scolded, President, don't be ungrateful, this is a perk, just obediently enjoy it. Chapter 61. If the feedback from Kagaya isn't too painful, and if you idiot, don't do anything weird to him later, then he'll definitely be willing to enjoy it. Until now, he hasn't been able to forget that experience in the infirmary that day, that humiliating memory of being pinned down. Ai no Miko is a very serious person. Once she starts working, she will definitely see it through to the end, whether it's the duties of a disciplinary committee member or the responsibilities of a student council member, she will complete and fulfill them meticulously. There's still some time, so let's report to the student council room before patrolling. After checking the time, Ai no Miko murmured to herself as she put down her phone. Although President Shikawa had explained to her that yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding, she couldn't judge the specific situation. If possible, she still hoped to get an answer from Senior Shinomiya in person. But thinking about it carefully, that's the student council that's so loved by the students, how could that group of people do such promiscuous things? It must be a misunderstanding, right? It must be. So, with a heart full of respect, she opened the door to the student council room. Senior Shinomiya and Senior Fujiwara were doing something on the sofa, but the others were nowhere to be seen. So Aino Miko raised her hand, wanting to say hello to them, but she heard a strange sound. Sure, it's because I make President more comfortable, right? No, don't use so much force. Kagaya-chan underestimates people. I'm definitely the one. I'm gonna die. President Shikawa's unique voice came from the sofa area. Although she couldn't see him because the back of the sofa was blocking him, she was sure he was there, as she could tell from the words of the two seniors. She could tell they were doing something terrible. It's an orgy, right? Right? So it's like this. What misunderstanding, President is indeed an orgy man. She actually wanted to believe him for a moment. That's too much. Aino Miko was completely stunned, and the documents she was holding fell to the ground, but she didn't care, because Senior Fujiwara had already walked towards her. Miko-chan. Come and join us, it's very interesting. Aino Miko looked at her, feeling her faith collapsing in an instant. Senior Fujiwara, are you doing this kind of thing? I thought you were a more serious person. Serious? That's right. I have to get serious. I definitely can't lose to Kagaya-chan today. Aino Miko was stunned. Doing this kind of thing in the sacred student council room, and this isn't the first time. It's a habitual offense. Aino-san, would you like to join us too? Seeing Aino Miko standing at the door, Shinomiya Kagaya also looked up at her. And no, I have no experience, I'll only get in your way. You don't have any experience. So she couldn't help but show a smile of approval on her face, and coaxed her, it's okay, it's better to have no experience, I can teach you. No one dislikes being a teacher, in all aspects. She never thought that she would one day become a role model for this junior. Thinking like this, Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to stand up and guide her. And no. Don't let me see that kind of thing. Then she fled in panic. Is there anything strange on my body? Don't run away. Shinomiya Kagaya shouted softly, then joined in again. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by a crisp class bell, Natsukawa Kanade ushered in lunch break. However, for him, the happy time that could have been used to enjoy delicious food today may become unhappy. His lunch box is going to be taken by Fujiwara as a prize. That's right, in this morning's private match, Fujiwara Chika defeated Shinomiya Kagaya with the advantage of not painful enough massage and took away his lunchbox, that nutritious lunchbox carefully prepared by Angel-san. It's certainly not good to take other people's feelings as prizes without permission, but he didn't do it on purpose. It was completely forced, and by the time he remembered this, he had already enjoyed their service. Then refusing would be like watching a video that someone had worked hard to make and then, in the request for support section, sending a next time for sure. Barajian act of freeloading. Although it's really great, doing it offline is easy to get beaten up. Opening his phone, he wanted to apologize to Sheena. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. He thought that maybe he could lie to Fujiwara and say that he forgot to make lunch today. But he clearly makes his own every day, and Sheena helps him occasionally. It just so happened that today. It's really hard to decide. Want to have lunch together? He received such a message. Looking closely, he found that it was sent by Angel-san. He could even see that Sheena-san, who was sitting in the front row, was secretly winking at him. Clearly still chatting and joking with her friends, but she can secretly make these small movements. Angel-san has become more approachable. But not today. Although he's happy that Sheena took the initiative to invite him, today is really not possible. It's not that he rejects introducing Sheena to Kagaya and the others. It's okay to have a meal together. He's just afraid that when Angel-san finds out that the lunchbox he made will be eaten by another woman he doesn't know, he'll probably be scolded severely, right? That's just thinking about the good aspects. He doesn't know what will actually happen, but his intuition tells him not to do that, it will definitely be bad. Sorry, I have some things to deal with at the student council today, let's do it next time. After repeatedly considering the wording, he finally edited and sent such a message, adding, I'll invite Sheena, at the end. Looking at the other party again, he found that Sheena was a little disappointed, but she still nodded lightly towards him, and even looked a little happy. Girls' emotions are really complex and changeable, Natsukawa Kanade sighed. Bringing the lunchbox to the student council room, he only saw Kagaya and Fujiwara. Ishigami and Shirogane seem to be getting along well recently. And they also act together during lunch break. He doesn't know what they're busy with. When Natsukawa Kanade went up to ask, he would be by the two, which inevitably made him feel excluded. They're actually hiding it from him and forming a small group, and they're not even taking him with them. He treats them as good friends. He's noted this hatred. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, Natsukawa Kanade nodded and responded to the two. Hurry, President, come and sit over here, I can't wait. Fujiwara Chika looked very expectant, but this time she's destined to be disappointed. Although I don't want to dampen your enthusiasm, I still have to emphasize it, taking out the lunchbox and opening the lid to show the two. Actually, today's lunchbox wasn't made by me, it was given by a friend. But what is certain is that her cooking is much better than mine, so I don't think it will disappoint you. Her X2, he got such a response. Is there any problem? Natsukawa Kanade said weakly. Even he, having one or two friends who send lunchboxes isn't surprising, right? President is really, Fujiwara Chika first looked at Shinomiya Kagaya, and then said to him. Completely clueless. So what are you referring to? Natsukawa Kanade was a little confused. Feeling that Fujiwara Chika had suddenly transformed into a riddle person. Although he really doesn't understand girls' hearts very well, it's the first time he's been pointed out like this to his face. Sorry, I forgot to tell you in the morning. Thinking about it, he felt that the problem should still be in this aspect, so Natsukawa Kanade explained. Today is really unlucky. If you want to taste my cooking, let's wait until next time. I'll definitely let you have a feast. Is the president's friend a girl? Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly asked him. Yes, Natsukawa Kanade affirmed, but couldn't understand if this was important. I didn't expect the president to be quite popular. A girl actually sent a love lunch box. Fujiwara Chika, who was on the side, also leaned over, constantly poking his arm with her hand, teasing. Could it be that she likes the president? Natsukawa Kanade murmured, and the scene of being rejected flashed through his mind. It's not like, it should be said, closer to a feeling of not being able to rest easy. After all, Sheena is an angel. She wanted to take care of his daily life because she couldn't stand his good-for-nothing life. In the final analysis, it was that rainy night that bonded her with him, otherwise she probably wouldn't have any relationship with him. Speaking of which, I've known her for about 1 year, right? In the past, my life was actually a bit unable to take care of myself. It was thanks to her help that I gradually had this relatively healthy lifestyle. Although in essence it was still his own desire to change, the purpose was also to become a person who could be worthy of Angel Sama. But now he won't have such thoughts anymore, and sometimes he even feels that it doesn't matter if he doesn't make any changes, his friends will accept him. For me, she's a very good friend, similar to a confidant sister. Remembering the scene of occasionally being lazy and wanting to act spoiled, Sheena would smile and accept his lazy appearance. Although she's small, she has a broad mind, so the title of Angel Sister is also very appropriate, isn't it? Then does the president have? No, never mind. Shinomiya Kagaya was a little conflicted. This was the first time she had heard that the president had such a good female friend. On the one hand, she wanted to know exactly whether Natsukawa Kanade had feelings for that female friend, but she was afraid that her words would cause the president's feelings. After all, the president doesn't seem to have shown any strong emotions to that person yet. It's like the plot of a tragic love triangle. Clearly, the second female lead is about to confess her love to the male lead successfully, but she has to ask him an unnecessary question. Will you regret dating me? And then push the male lead to the female lead. You're the one who will regret it. The so-called love is war. To win, of course, you have to use any means. There's no need to be afraid of rivals in love. No matter what, as long as she wins in the end. Shinomiya Kagaya will never admit that she's playing the role of the bitter second female lead in this relationship. Even if she is, she will bribe the director and buy off the editor to change her into the female lead who wins in the end. It doesn't matter if the production is bad, it doesn't matter if the reputation is bad, only the winner takes all. The loser only deserves to eat dust. President, can you let me taste it? That lunch box. Although from the president's description, she didn't see that the other party had any intention of liking the president. But this kind of thing is hard to say. After all, she even sent a love lunchbox, who would believe that she doesn't have any feelings? And she's actually playing the role of a confidant sister. She also wants the president to act spoiled in her arms and then take the opportunity to touch his head. It's so infuriating. Oh, me too. Fujiwara Chika, who was on the side, also echoed. Of course. Shikawa Kanade nodded slightly. It's certainly no problem to taste it. It's not like he's sending away the lunch box made by someone else. And honestly, he's looking forward to introducing all of his friends one day, letting all of his friends get together and get to know each other. If possible, he even hopes that they can play games together and deepen their feelings for each other. But so far, it seems that only Shina and Kato have met. Speaking of which, how did those two become familiar? It seems that Shina also went out to play with Kato last weekend. He didn't even realize that they had developed into that kind of friendship. President? Sorry, I spaced out. Coming back to his senses, Shikawa Kanade handed out the lunchbox, but Fujiwara Chika didn't seem to be satisfied with this at all, and directly opened her big mouth and begged for food. President, feed me, put it in quickly. For some reason, Shikawa Kanade felt that the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped several degrees, and his whole body had goosebumps. Why don't you do it yourself? You're too lazy, right? This is punishment for the president, for the lunchbox he brought being made by another girl. So I said, I'll make another one for you next time, Shikawa Kanade sighed. Although he was a little happy that his cooking was liked so much, couldn't the method be a little gentler? But despite the complaints, he still picked up half a piece of hamburger steak and stuffed it into Fujiwara's gaping mouth. He saw her open her mouth wide and bite down, making people wonder if she wanted to bite off the chopsticks as well. Goo, the taste, it's surprisingly delicious. So I said, her cooking is better than mine. After all, strictly speaking, Angel-san can be considered his teacher. He can't do Gekikujo yet. Don't get so cocky, President, you didn't even make it yourself, Fujiwara Chika said with her hands on her hips, then she nudged her lips towards him. And Kagaya-chan, don't forget to feed her a piece too, you big oaf of a president. Why am I getting scolded again? Summer River Melody complained, but he still picked up half a piece of cuttlefish sausage and gestured towards Shinomiya Kagaya. Once you do it once, doing it twice is nothing. Now that he had already done it, there really was no need to feel embarrassed. At most, he was just curious if Kagaya could really tolerate this kind of seemingly intimate action. Chapter 62. Of course, she was more than happy to oblige. Although Fujiwara, the milk cow, was hindering her right beside him, she would forgive her shameful act of wagging her tail and begging the chairman for food, considering she had done a good deed. Unlike Fujiwara Chika, who had an unrefined image of devouring everything in sight, Kagaya Shinomiya appeared very reserved, merely tucking the hair beside her ear behind it, then leaning forward slightly, her lips parting as she gently bit down. After chewing a couple of times and swallowing, she licked her lips and said softly, "Not bad, thank you for the treat, Chairman." Yeah, Xia Chuanzu replied, letting out a breath. He had been staring at Kagaya Shinomiya the entire time, initially just wanting to see her reaction, but then he realized he was staring intently at a girl eating, which, behaviorally speaking, was perverted and awful. Chairman is such a pervert, staring at Kagaya-chan the whole time, Fujiwara Chika unexpectedly blurted out, even poking his reddening face. You, don't talk nonsense. I just wanted to hear Si Gong's evaluation, no, nothing else. Is that so? Crap, he was misunderstood after all. Speaking of which, the forest school trip is coming up this year, I'm really looking forward to it, Fujiwara Chika said, swinging her legs while sitting on the armrest of the sofa, trying to start a conversation. The so-called forest school refers to an outdoor activity that takes place close to nature, where knowledge is learned from nature schools. It can essentially be seen as a collective overnight activity, usually lasting several days, where students experience the joy of respecting labor and creation by cooking their own meals, enhancing their sense of responsibility, and fostering good interpersonal relationships. It's usually scheduled during summer vacation, but the arrangements vary from school to school. Shu Ziyuan places it in the first semester of each academic year, aiming to help students adapt to their classes and the school, and to deepen connections between groups. It won't be any different from last year, will it? Kagaya Shinomiya said while making tea. It's just studying in a different place, at most there will be a bonfire party or something. Although the activity is quite interesting, because it's based on classes as a group, it doesn't really bring her much anticipation, since the chairman and she aren't in the same class. Kagaya-chan doesn't like this kind of activity. I quite like it, but it's a pity I can't play with Kagaya-chan seriously. I wish we could act without being grouped by class. The speaker may not have meant much, but Kagaya Shinomiya strongly agreed. If they could act freely, she could invite the chairman to team up. Do this and that together, and finally, at the romantic bonfire party, be invited by the chairman to dance and then confess to her. No, she absolutely couldn't miss this excellent opportunity. Speaking of which, the students have also responded. Grouping by class is indeed a bit inhumane, hindering their interactions with friends from other classes. They hope the school can be more flexible in this regard. Kagaya Shinomiya said with a smile, looking at Xia Chuanzu. What does the chairman think? Should we change it to a grade-based unit or something? Saying it's free action would be too chaotic, and there's a possibility that the chairman might notice her thoughts. But saying it's grade-based is fine. Anyway, the third-year students aren't participating. And the first and second-year students won't be going to the same places. There are only a little over 100 people in each grade, so it's completely manageable. The most important thing is that way she can be with the chairman openly. After all, she's the vice president, isn't it her duty to help the chairman manage order? The so-called vice president should always be with the president. No one can stop her. If it's grade-based, there will be more activities that can be carried out, won't there? Like the test of courage that students have been clamoring for. Test of courage, Xia Chuanzu thought for a moment, feeling that it did make sense, and he had just taken office, so he should consider how to add fuel to his performance. If it's grade-based, there are indeed a bit too many people, and it's not easy to manage. How about this? Let the class committee members of each class be responsible for managing individuals, and then report the situation to us every day, and the student council will handle it centrally. In order not to affect the safety of the students. The first few days will still operate in the usual class mode, and the last few days will hold a test of courage and a bonfire party. And a reward and punishment system should also be established, selecting the class with the best order and the class with the worst order. The rewards can be given appropriately, but the punishment must be in place. Once the passing line is not reached, it must be severely punished. The student council of Shu Ziyuan has a lot of power. Although activities like forest school trips are already established rules. It's not impossible for the student council to get involved. As long as the proposed arrangements are relatively reasonable and not the kind that suddenly cancels everything, the school won't say much. After the few people discussed the details, the matter was settled. Great. That way I can always be with Kagaya-chan. Ugh, Kagaya Shinomiya looked like she couldn't stand it. Her goal was to be close to the chairman. Not you, you big-breasted milk cow. Damn it, if she wasn't concerned about her image, she would have slapped this idiot's chest long ago. It would be even better if she could slap it smaller on the spot. She is irreconcilable with the giant breast aliens. Don't be too happy, although it's nice to find friends to be together, the amount of work for our student council will increase, and we won't be able to enjoy the activity naturally. Although he didn't want to dampen the girl's emotions, seeing Fujiwara Chika so happy always made him want to ridicule her subconsciously. Of course, as long as you can successfully complete your duties, you can do whatever you want at that time. Anything, chairman, you wouldn't want to be lewd, would you? Fujiwara Chika suddenly looked at him with a very disgusted expression, as if he really would do that. Soa appeared on his head, thinking that he really shouldn't be too kind to this idiot. Just as he was about to retort, "Give me a break," the door of the student council room was opened. Aino Miko appeared at the door once again. Chairman wants to be lewd. Being stared at by a first-year junior with a look of contempt, Xia Chuanzu was almost numb. It's not what you think. In short, I don't want to be lewd at all. Mostly out of a self-deprecating attitude, Xia Chuanzu's words became a little more unrestrained. But precisely because he was facing three girls, he had to clarify himself, not allowing the strange persona that Fujiwara had put on him to be imprisoned. So he explained to Aino Miko, and then exerted the majesty of being the chairman and a senior, asking her to do the overall planning and manage the first-year students. Just treat it as adapting to the identity of student council president in advance. With Aino-san's ability, you will definitely be able to complete the task perfectly, right? After cheering up his junior a little, she looked different. But is it really okay to leave it to me? I just joined, I should be inferior to Ishigami. No, forget I said that. Cough cough. In short, I'll leave the first year side to you, I'll have Ishigami cooperate with your work, feel free to dispatch him is fine, Xia Chuanzu replied. He once again remembered the two idiot boys forming a small group without him, so he decided to take revenge on the spot. But honestly, Ishigami didn't seem as reliable as Ai no Miko, and the key is that these two are the only first-year students in their student council, so he couldn't ask someone else, right? It just so happens that Miko-chan is here today, so let's play a game. Fujiwara Chika suggested, even suddenly pulling out a box of board games from somewhere. I refuse, X2, Kagaya Shinomiya and Xia Chuanzu said in unison. They still hadn't forgotten the terrible experience brought about by the last game. Oh, don't say that, just treat it as a welcome party for little Miko, playing games together can also enhance feelings, right? Fujiwara Chika tried to bewitch people. You just suddenly want to play, right? Xia Chuanzu ruthlessly exposed her, so Fujiwara Chika hugged the person involved in her arms and began to act coquettishly towards the lower-grade junior. How could I? Miko-chan must want to play too, right? You haven't really integrated into us yet. Ai no Miko. How could she integrate into this chaotic student council? Although after rational thinking, she could understand that the chairman and the others were definitely not the kind of people who could do that kind of terrible thing in the sacred student council room. But the scene at that time didn't allow her to think too much, especially the posture was so. In short. As long as it's not doing that kind of thing, playing games or something is still acceptable. Ai no Miko thought in her heart. Even she herself could hardly detect that she, who originally scoffed at this kind of improper development, would actually accept it for the reason of, as long as it's not doing things, and even vaguely look forward to it. See, since it's a welcome party, then there's no way around it. This coy reaction was too easy to understand, completely able to see through this junior's thoughts, so Xia Chuanzu and Kagaya Shinomiya exchanged glances, exchanging their eyes. Since that's the case, can Secretary Fujiwara please introduce the rules of the game first? Although satisfying the junior's expectations was good, it also depended on the situation. If this idiot octopus head took out that kind of dog's hit game last time, he would definitely refuse righteously, believing that Kagaya would also maintain the same opinion as him. The rules of the game are very simple. Wait a moment, Fujiwara Chika said, opening the box of board games, and then taking out a card from it, handing it to him with her back turned. For example, the chairman is now holding a card, and then showing it to everyone, then the chairman can't make the actions described in the text above. Oh, if you do, it's a failure. I see, it's really simple. Yeah, you're bombed, Fujiwara Chika pointed to the card. Xia Chuanzu then turned the card over and found the words, "Say simple," written on it. Great! He completely understood the rules of the game. Then let's start the game. Fujiwara Chika cheered, and then blindly selected a few cards, covering them on the table. The winner can ask the chairman to do something. Hey, why are you using me as a bet again? This isn't fair. If I win, then we'll each promise the chairman a condition. Okay, that's very fair, Xia Chuanzu nodded. Things should be like this. He also has the right to ask for a reward, otherwise there's no motivation at all. Since that's the case, then I'll participate too, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind. Ishigami. Xia Chuanzu turned around and saw that Ishigami had appeared behind him at some point, but Shirogane didn't follow along. Why even you? No, Chairman, don't misunderstand, I'm just interested in the game itself. After all, I've played it with friends many times. With friends? Friends? Unbelievable. I know. You mean imaginary friends, right? I've seen those introductions, saying that every lonely person. It's not that kind of thing, you idiot senior. It's real people. Don't say it, Ishigami, I can understand you. Xia Chuanzu patted him on the shoulder. After all, he had that experience before. Why even the chairman Ishigami you looked very hurt, but he was still trying his best to struggle. Even me, I can meet one or two like-minded people online. Sure enough, it turns out they're netizens, Xia Chuanzu nodded, and the others also looked enlightened. Chairman, what does netizen mean? Only Kagaya Shinomiya, who never touched electronic devices much, asked a question. It's the kind of on the internet, they don't know each other's background, but they can chat about all kinds of messy things, sharing what they think in their daily lives with a smile, through electronic devices. Xia Chuanzu popularized to the germ-free young lady. Isn't that very empty? Randomly finding an unknown person on the internet, and talking to them, there's also a risk of exposure, right? I feel like it's better to find a wailing wall. You can't say that, Xia Chuanzu tried to explain. After all, netizens or something are very interesting, the source of daily happiness or something. There are many things to explain, but he didn't know where to start. And Ishigami Yu was already about to wither into crumbs, still muttering a few words in his mouth, empty. Wailing wall. Cough cough. In short, let's play the game first, don't worry about other things, feeling that if he didn't pull away the topic, Ishigami might really be shot down and unable to rise again. Damn it, if that's the case, then I must win against you all and show you the results of my training. This kind of thing can't really be called training, can it, Ishigami-kun? Snowball Kanade really wanted to retort, but after seeing his miserable state, she decided against it. So, the number of people participating in the game was decided, and then came the card display. Snowball Kanade spoke in English. Shinomiya Kagaya expressed her affection. Ai no Miko remained silent for 20 seconds. Fujiwara Chika talked about time. And Ishigami Yu breathed. Chapter 63. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Then the content of his card must be very difficult, or could it be too simple? No, it might also be something that only takes effect under certain specific conditions, such as needing to be completed at the beginning. Ishigami, are you sure you don't want to consider changing your card? President, Ishigami Yu looked touched, seemingly very appreciative of Xia Chuanku's concern, but he still said. But I refuse. I won't change the card. If you ask why, it must be because the card on my head says something like, change the card, right? You can't fool me. Xia Chuanku sighed. Fujiwara Chika, who was beside him, immediately chimed in, you're out. So Ishigami was stunned, and then he flipped over the card in disbelief, only to see two large characters written on it, breathe. After all, she's a junior. This garbage game. This garbage game produced by this garbage club. Garbage among garbage. Accompanied by such resentful parting words, Ishigami Yu went from being a player to a referee, and then stared at Fujiwara Chika with a very resentful look, as if that would bring her torment. And since he was eliminated, the atmosphere became, with no one speaking first, for fear of drawing a bizarre card like his and being instantly eliminated. So Xia Chuanku had no choice but to sigh and try to start a conversation again. Playing this kind of game still requires dialogue, otherwise it won't progress. You agree, Aino-san? Yes. Aino Miko nodded subconsciously, but immediately realized that she was still playing the game. Maybe this black-hearted president was setting a trap for her, so she immediately became quiet and ignored him. Xia Chuanku shrugged, not caring. After all, if he really wanted to eliminate this junior, he could just continue to be silent for a while. He just felt that it was really bad to give this junior no sense of experience when she first arrived, so he extended a helping hand. But he definitely wouldn't help her after that. After all, this was still in the game. Oh, President has a way. Fujiwara Chika exclaimed softly, and then began to enjoy the game as well. But I don't hate this kind of behavior, on the contrary, it has a sense of warmth and love. LV up. Xia Chuanku's eyes narrowed, and he began to think. Fujiwara Chika wouldn't say such a thing randomly, she must have been thinking. But considering similar factors, since Shinomiya Kagaya's card was, say I like you, then his card shouldn't be. Say I like you, but it could also be. Say I hate you, or say I don't like you. Then, what does Fujiwara-senpai hate? Aino Miko, who was beside her, asked weakly, holding the card in both hands. Xia Chuanku looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect this junior, who looked like to take the initiative one day, but he had to say that it really helped him a lot, so he could follow the topic to see if he could eliminate Kagaya. That's right, I'm also a little concerned. Since it wasn't. Agree. As required by someone's attack, then he naturally had no problem saying that. After all, if he was afraid of this and that, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the joy of the game at all. The key was to pay attention to what others said. That kind of thing. Fujiwara Chika was silent, looking like she was really immersed in it. Actually, I'm often told that I can't read the air, although everyone also says it's an advantage. Then she showed a crying face and began to complain to everyone. But when it comes to love topics, everyone doesn't include me in the discussion. Saying that I will definitely step on all the landmines along the way. A very judgment, everyone thought in their hearts. But, the thought that I might be causing trouble for everyone without knowing it makes me sad. Lowering her head, Fujiwara Chika looked extremely lost. So, a slender hand climbed onto her head and gently stroked it. That's not the case, everyone doesn't think you're causing trouble. Not only that, your consistent characteristics have also helped many people. Really? Shinomiya-san doesn't hate me? Yeah, I actually like you very much, Shinomiya Kagaya responded. She still couldn't express her feelings so directly to the person she liked, but friendship was okay. In any case, Fujiwara Chika was indeed her only friend from childhood to adulthood. If possible, she certainly hoped to continue to be friends with her. Nice. Task get. So Shinomiya Kagaya's heart tightened, a little unable to believe the judgment in her heart, but she still opened the card with a trembling hand, only to see the words, "Say I like you," written on it. I will absolutely not forgive you, you despicable milk cow. What friends, what lifetime, she won't be friends with the cancer of the earth. Woo-woo. Immersed in the grief of losing the reward of make the president agree to something, Shinomiya Kagaya even forgot that there were actually two other players who had also participated in the assist. Like Aino Miko, Xia Chuanku also felt a little embarrassed, but this was a game after all. He just hoped that Kagaya could cheer up and not take winning or losing to heart. Speaking of which, is it almost time? Xia Chuanku looked at Fujiwara Chika and winked at her. What time? The latter was stunned, then immediately nodded knowingly and said with a smile. That's right. It should be about time. That's right, I think so too. Xia Chuanku also smiled and pointed to the card in Fujiwara Chika's hand. Look at it yourself. He didn't expect Fujiwara to withdraw so easily, but this was also thanks to her drawing a card that was also related to Aino Miko, which could cause a chain reaction. Fujiwara Chika was embarrassed, and then became sulky when she opened it. President is a big villain. Miko-chan, do your best. Never lose to President, that bad guy. Yes, Aino Miko nodded obediently. She still respected Fujiwara-senpai a little, but she didn't expect that even someone as powerful as Fujiwara-senpai would be eliminated. Sure enough. This president had a way, and was good at using rhetoric to seduce others. But it doesn't matter. She just needs to remain silent and ignore him, and not respond to his words. But that's not enough. If she wants to win, she must guide him to speak English, so Aino Miko had a flash of inspiration and said. Let's fight it out, President. Said in English. Xia Chuanku, This child, is she a little too? Not to mention him, even the spectators on the sidelines couldn't stand it anymore. Ishigami had already started to snicker, Kagaya was expressionless. But her trembling body still revealed the restlessness in her heart, and Fujiwara Chika was even more amazing, directly squatting in a place where Aino Miko couldn't see her, covering her face with her hands and starting to tremble slightly. Aino Miko. Xia Chuanku raised his voice slightly and took out the majesty of the student council president. Yes. As a proper child, Aino Miko really straightened her legs and looked at him nervously, like a new recruit waiting for the officer to issue orders. However, Xia Chuanku didn't speak again, but just looked at her quietly with a serious look, without saying a word. Everyone also quieted down, and the atmosphere became strange. Aino Miko wanted to say something, but seeing everyone's serious appearance, she didn't dare to ask. As a junior, and without close people around, encountering such a heavy atmosphere, she didn't know what to do at all. Even the social phobia attribute that had been somewhat overcome surged into her heart again, and her delicate body trembled terribly. Didn't you say you wanted to fight it out, why don't you speak? Said in English. Aino Miko suddenly cheered up, and then shouted. I won. What's wrong with everyone? It's probably just that they didn't expect you to win, Xia Chuanku casually, and then opened the card in his hand, and the words. Speak English were indeed written on it. I actually lost. Oh well, winning or losing is common in military affairs. Xia Chuanku showed a very regretful expression, and then quietly winked at Fujiwara Chika, telling her to hurry up and defuse the situation. So the latter took the opportunity to take action, hugging Aino Miko in her arms, rubbing her cheeks and attracting her attention. Congratulations, Miko-chan, you won the first time you played. The reward is that you can make a wish to the president once. Anything is possible. Don't say it as if I'm some kind of omnipotent wishing machine, okay? Xia Chuanku, and then added. But it's still possible within my power. Eh? No, I haven't thought about it yet, can I say it next time? Anything is possible, sentence that she always cared about most, but just asked Xia Chuanku for his opinion. Of course, congratulations at any time. The junior finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then hugged Fujiwara Chika back, happily saying, "That's great, I won, Fujiwara-senbei. That's great, the president's fulfillment." Ishigami, shut up. Looking at the warm appearance of the few people playing together, Xia Chuanku couldn't help but show a knowing smile. This was of course what he wanted to see. A pleasant way of getting along between friends. As a reward, it was completely enough. Is that okay? President. Since it's a welcome party, what's wrong with it? Xia Chuanku didn't turn his head, but leaned down slightly and whispered in Kagaya's ear. The most important thing is that nervous appearance, which is very similar to the scene during the election that day. It's hard to let go of your heart, right? Shinomiya Kagaya took a small step back, looking a little restrained. The hot breath sprayed on her ear, making her earlobe blush, thinking that the president was really bad-hearted, always inadvertently doing such things that made people care. Whether it's to her or to that junior. You're really cunning, President. Xia Chuanku looked at her. It's nothing. Shinomiya Kagaya turned her head, stood quietly beside her, and replied softly. Visiting a senpai's house when she's sick. After holding a welcome party for the junior and improving the activity arrangements for the forest school, today's campus time ended. I was originally thinking about whether or not to ask Shina to go out and eat something to celebrate the upcoming weekend, but I was taken away by Kata-san first. Kasumigakaka-senpai is sick. I heard such news from Megumi. Yes, I heard it's quite serious. It seems that she's reached the point where she can't get out of bed. Kata took a sip of milk tea and nodded gently. For senpai, as long as she has a problem, she will stay in bed, right? Xia Chuanku. In fact, Kasumigakaka Shiwa is such a person. She is not good at sports. And she will never move her body if she can avoid it. She seems to be a who loves to dress up and pursue novelty, but in reality, she is a literature-oriented who hates trouble and doesn't like to go out. Now that I think about it, it's not surprising that the relationship between her and Eri, which seems tense on the surface but is actually very deep, can be established, because they are both, although their hobbies are different, they actually have a lot in common. In other words, as friends, we should visit her, right? Xia Chuanku continued to ask as he stirred the coffee in his cup. But how did Kata know about this? I feel like you and senpai are not in the same grade after all. Actually, I wanted to say, not close enough, but considering various factors, I changed my wording. The guidance counselor contacted me, probably because we were in the same club before. Katu explained softly, her slender hands playing with the hair around her ears, gently swirling. Senpai seems to have moved recently, although she also asked her homeroom teacher for leave. The other party seems to want the students to send the handouts over, but if they don't know the address, there's no way to do it. After all, senpai doesn't seem to have many friends in the class, and there's no one who can help her. Xia Chuanku was silent. She didn't show any expression, and she was stating objective facts with her usual calm appearance, but he always felt that Kata seemed to be a little unhappy, and it seemed like she had been like this since she contacted him just now. Could it be that Kata has always regarded senpai as a good friend? So she was a little worried when she heard the news that Kasumigakaka-senpai was sick. Then, let's go visit her, Kanade Snowball inquired, tentatively considering himself a friend of his senior, even though she always tried to find ways to tease him. But that was just Kasumigakaka's way of expressing her awkwardness in socializing. By the way, should we invite Eri along? Chapter 64. I don't think so, Kata shook her head and replied softly. Eri is busy with her manuscript lately, so let's not bother her. As for me, I have to go back to my hometown with my parents later, so I probably won't make it. She scooped up a small piece of dessert and put it in her mouth, the sour and astringent taste filling her taste buds. Not delicious. So she thought maybe she should try a different flavor next time. So I can only trouble you, Snowball-kun, good luck. She even made a small fist to cheer him on symbolically, but she didn't know in which direction he needed to work hard. Then I'll leave it to Snowball-kun, I'll go back first. Saying so, Miss Kata took out a stack of papers from her bag and pushed them over along with the dessert. Don't waste it. If you're in such a hurry, don't eat dessert so leisurely. But there was no way, Miss Katu had already said so, so he had to accept this task along with the dessert. Taking a light taste, he felt it was a bit sweet, but not bad. After coming out of the dessert shop, he followed the address sent by Katu and soon arrived at Kasumigakaka Yutaha's Hidea Yuta single apartment building. Although he really wanted to ask Katu where she knew about the senior's address, since even the senior's homeroom teacher didn't know. He was worried that Katu would refute him with a light and breezy answer because they're friends. It's not strange to know her address, right? He felt that Katu could really say something like that, which would make it seem like he, as a friend, didn't care about Kasumigakaka-senpai's recent situation at all. Even if that's the case, it's really hurtful to be told that to your face. But he had to admit that he hadn't contacted the senior much recently. For his own part, he hadn't had time because of various reasons. He wasn't too sure about Kasumigakaka-senpai's side. He could never figure out her ever-changing thoughts. He was thinking about all sorts of things, but his feet didn't stop moving. Following the door number and finding the senior's new home, Snowball Kanade rang the doorbell. Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? The house was quiet, with no response at all. So he rang the doorbell again and waited for a while, but still no one answered. Snowball Kanade had no choice but to take out his phone and send a message to Kasumigakaka. Senpai, are you home? I'm at your door now, is it convenient to open the door? Their last conversation was last Friday, exactly 1 week ago. He waited patiently for a while, but Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't send a message, not even a read notification. Could she have gone out? But if that were the case, she should be able to receive message notifications, unless she went to a place that required silence. Such as a bookstore. But considering that the senior is in a sick state, she shouldn't be stupid enough to go to the bookstore to read while she's sick, right? After all, she's the type of light otaku who would never go out if she could avoid it. I should have sent a message first, and come over after receiving a reply. I wonder if Senpai is asleep, Snowball Kanade sighed, feeling that he might waste a lot of time here. Almost unconsciously, Snowball Kanade put his hand on the doorknob and gently twisted it. I'm really stupid, it wouldn't be open like that. Before he could finish complaining, the door was actually opened. Whoa, really? Snowball Kanade was very surprised. He didn't expect his unintentional action to actually open the door. But that didn't make sense at all. With the senior's black-bellied personality, how could she possibly put her personal safety on someone else's character? Not to mention strangers, she doesn't even have 100 trust in her friends. The only explanation was that the senior was confused and forgot to lock the door. So Snowball Kanade took out his phone again, sent a message to Kasumigakaka, told her about this, and reminded her that he was at the entrance and not to mistake him for someone strange. The inescapable law. It was indeed impolite to break into someone's home without the owner's permission. Snowball Kanade could have put down the handout and sent another message to explain and then go back, but after all, they were friends. So the visit to check on her was naturally indispensable. He glanced slightly at the furnishings in the entrance, basically no different from his apartment, looking like they came from the same designer. These were not the main point. The key was that Snowball Kanade found a pair of men's leather shoes, placed casually on the carpet. The degree of wear was almost non-existent, they should be newly bought. Judging from the shoe shape, the owner was probably around 180 centimeters tall, but this was clearly Kasumigakaka Yutaha's home. So he looked around again and found the high heels she wore when he met Kasumigakaka in Saitama last time. He had personally taken off her shoes to treat the injury on her foot, so he had a deep impression. Since it was determined that it was the senior's home, then the existence of these men's leather shoes was very suspicious. If it was a father or someone who came to visit, they should have come to open the door when they heard the doorbell, but he waited for a long time and no one answered. And with the shoes placed in such a way. It was basically the idea of staying for a while and then leaving, so they didn't put the shoes in the shoe cabinet, which contradicted the previous statement about visiting. So, a terrible idea entered Snowball Kanade's mind: could she have been robbed? Although it seemed strange to take off shoes before robbing, he couldn't think of any other ideas, and he increasingly felt that this guess was becoming possible. The reason why the door was open was not because the senior was confused, but because it was pried open. The criminal may have been coveting the senior's beauty, so he followed her all the way and finally found an opportunity to break in. Snowball Kanade couldn't help but feel anxious. The time he asked for leave was this morning, which meant that the criminal had probably been imprisoning the senior since last night until now. Is it a fugitive? Or a stalker? The best result would naturally be that the senior was only imprisoned, but what he feared was that what the criminal wanted was far more than that. Should he call the police? Snowball Kanade thought. But if he called the police, there would be a lot of noise, and the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous the senior would be. At this time, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, the criminal probably didn't know he had entered the house. Maybe he was hiding in a room, or threatening the senior to keep her from making a sound. Thinking of this, Snowball Kanade took off his shoes, tiptoed into the living room. He looked around slightly and didn't find anything unusual, so he picked up the long-handled umbrella next to him, held it tightly in his hand, and touched towards the several closed rooms. There were some slight noises coming from a certain room. Snowball Kanade's heart tightened, and he became more careful, slowly sticking to the wall and listening to the movements inside. Of course, he hadn't seen the criminal, and he didn't know how strong the other party was. If he rashly broke in, the other party might use the senior as a hostage to threaten him, then all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, if possible, he still hoped that the other party could take the initiative to come out from inside, so that he could take the opportunity to attack the other party. But reality didn't seem to allow him to do so. Don't. Help. Someone save me. Such a voice came from inside the room. So Snowball Kanade's eyes narrowed, thinking that it was not that simple, so he pushed the door open and broke in. His leg muscles tightened, and he was just about to exert force to subdue the criminal at full speed, but he found that there was only Kasumigakaka in the entire room, and there was no such creature as a criminal. And the hostage miss he was thinking about, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, was sitting safely on her bed, holding a towel in her hand, carefully wiping her body. Her pajamas were scattered randomly on the bed, her upper body almost completely bare. Kasumigakaka, holding a wet towel, was raising one of her slender arms high, slowly wiping her waist. Next to the bedside table was a pot of water, and her bed also had a laptop lying flat on it, which was playing a movie. The sound he had just heard came from there. Tell me, Junior-kun, why did you suddenly break into someone else's house? Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who was already dressed, sat on the bed with her legs crossed, humming softly, looking at Snowball Kanade kneeling on the ground with some contempt. So thirsty, have you finally decided to unleash your beastly nature and attack a cute beautiful girl? Although her body was still very weak, after suffering such a shock, Kasumigakaka Yutaha's spirits had improved a lot, and she could even start pointing fingers at Snowball Kanade. In fact, she was a little excited at the moment. If she didn't disguise it with harsh words, the shame in her heart would undoubtedly swallow all her rationality. No, I didn't mean that. Snowball Kanade lowered his head slightly, trying to explain. It's all a misunderstanding, I didn't want to do that kind of thing. At this moment, he deeply understood that he was really a normal boy. So he couldn't resist the principle of gravitational pull, his mind was full of the white scenes just now, and even the words that should have been easily said became a little stuttering. Because I saw men's leather shoes at the entrance, and I was afraid that you were in danger, so I broke in. Although his language function was somewhat obstructed, he still smoothly explained the whole process to Kasumigakaka Yutaha, and her face looked a little better. So, I have to thank Junior-kun. Theoretically. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's eyes narrowed. Of course not. Snowball Kanade quickly waved his hand, changing his statement. I was too worried, I accidentally trespassed into a private house, I hope Senior is generous and can forgive my reckless behavior. The expected crime scene did not appear. Not only that, but he even feasted his eyes. So it would be false to say that he had any complaints about the punishment given by the senior. Rather, not taking advantage of this has already proved that Kasumigakaka Yutaha has completely forgiven him. Humph, Kasumigakaka Yutaha hummed softly, but her mood improved a lot. Not only could she see Junior Kun showing weakness again, but she could also hear him say the fact that he was worried about her, not to mention her mood, even her body had improved a lot. But she still couldn't let him go so easily. He actually did such a lucky pervert thing, and she didn't even have the slightest preparation. Humph, if you want me to forgive you, Junior Kun must first promise me one thing. Snowball Kanade felt a little uneasy. I love this kind of Junior Kun the most. Sorry, did I hurt you? Lee, little lighter. Huff. About a few minutes later, Snowball Kanade took a long breath and took his hand away from Kasumigakaka Yutaha's delicate skin. Senpai is too weak, right? It hurts here for a while, and it hurts there for a while, I don't even know how to start. It's clearly Junior Kun who used too much force, right? Kasumigakaka Yutaha glared at him while putting on a shirt, her eyes full of autumn waves, exceptionally charming. But I can understand Junior Kun's thoughts, after all, it's the first time doing this kind of thing, you will definitely be so horny that you can't help but want to stick your ex completely on it, right? Please don't deliberately replace the word hand like that, okay? People who don't know will think I did something to you. Oh. It's just an insignificant hand, no one will care, right? Could it be Junior Kun is thinking too much? Thinking of other things? Her heart was pounding non-stop, not only was her face burning terribly, but even her body was gradually getting hot, but it was different from the weakness of a fever, it was a feeling that would make her more happy. Anyway, you boys are like this, always horny anytime, anywhere, Kasumigakaka Yutaha put on another teasing expression, but only she knew how uneasy she was inside. Her original intention was to tease Junior Kun, to see him troubled, but she didn't expect him to actually agree to rub her back for her. Still in her own home, on her bed, helping her, who wasn't wearing a shirt. This feeling of being alone with a man and a woman without anyone disturbing it wouldn't be strange if something really happened in the next second, right? Snowball Kanade was a little silent, feeling poked. In fact, humans are indeed a kind of, and the only kind of creature that can get horny anytime, anywhere 365 days a year, but it's too much to single out the male lead, right? He doesn't believe that girls don't have any feelings at all. It's Senpai who is thinking too much, right? I'm just habitually complaining. He thought that after not seeing each other for a long time, his way of getting along with Kasumigakaka Senpai could move in a normal direction, but the result was even worse. At least in the past, Kasumigakaka would at most use some bad language to stir up his emotions, but he didn't expect that now she would even use the weapons of her body. Is she really not afraid that he will not be able to help but do something bad? Chapter 65. There's no need to trust him so much. Junior, you don't need to hide it so much. You can show how happy you are a little more. It's okay, I won't think less of you because of it. Don't put emphasis on meaningless words. Tomokane Snowball retorted, then rebutted her. Also, I'm not happy at all, just standing there, listening to your back and forth voice instructions, I'm already burned out. He wasn't lying. After discovering that there was no so-called criminal, all that was left in his heart was worry for his senior's condition. That was also the reason why he was so obedient to her just now, because how could he possibly have any ulterior motives towards a sick person? But now it seems that she has recovered very well and shows no signs of being sick at all. In this state, she should be the one thinking about whether she will be attacked. Is your body feeling better now? After washing the towel and starting to pick up the clothes scattered on the ground, Tomokane Snowball asked Kasumigakaka. What about your mom and dad? Did you tell them? No, I don't want them to worry, Kasumigakaka shook her head. Then you could have told me, being alone, Tomokane Snowball was about to reprimand her, but remembered the pair of leather shoes at the entrance, so he paused, finding it difficult to speak. Why, you can also tell your boyfriend, and have him take care of you. Don't go too far. Lowly Jr. How could I possibly go out with the kind of guy who is always horny, pig-like, has an underdeveloped brain but likes to dream unrealistic dreams? And fantasizes that he can win a beautiful girl's favor just by confessing. Kasumigakaka Yutaha was very angry. Her junior was really lacking in perception. If she liked someone, how could she let any male creature other than that person touch even a tiny bit of her? Not to mention this kind of very intimate behavior, did she look like that kind of frivolous girl? There's no need to go that far, Tomokane Snowball weakly replied. If the object of her statement wasn't so clear, he would have thought that Kasumigakaka was taking the opportunity to criticize him. After all, he was also one of those whose confessions had been rejected. Then the men's shoes at the entrance. Shoes. Kasumigakaka Yutaha frowned, and after a long while, she realized what he was talking about. Junior, don't tell me you don't even know this basic common sense. Ah. The so-called men's shoes are of course placed at the entrance to show others. And I also have some men's shirts and underwear drying on the balcony. This can effectively prevent certain perverts. Making them think that there is a male owner in this house, Kasumigakaka Yutaha explained to him in a methodical manner. This, Tomokane Snowball was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect there to be such a thing, and he really didn't know anything about it. So that's why the junior mistakenly thought I had a boyfriend. Kasumigakaka Yutaha put on a teasing expression, propped her hands on the bedboard, slowly crawled to Tomokane Snowball's ear, pushed his chest with her finger, and teased him. First you were worried that I was in danger, and then you were worried that I had a boyfriend. Junior, do you care about me that much? Finally feeling the genuine care from her junior, a small flower bloomed in her heart. And warm, tender feelings filled her entire chest. Her mood also became more cheerful, and even the small resentment left over from his rough treatment last time disappeared. Her junior still cared about her after all, how could he just leave her alone? Just like now, although he didn't say it, he was still preparing to clean her room and do all sorts of things for her. I love. Okay, stop being silly, I was just curious. Tomokane Snowball, with a straight face and expressionless, pushed Kasumigakaka's forehead away with his hand. I was just curious about what kind of person could win the favor of the noble Kasumigakaka-senpai. It's not what you think, so please don't overthink it. I will never let you go. Tomokane Snowball lied. When Kasumigakaka Yutaha was pressing him closer and closer, when she was questioning him, when she was speaking her heart. You care about me, right? Isn't that obvious? How could he not care? You are the person he liked. Perhaps it was more admiration and longing, but it was undeniable that he had indeed pursued Kasumigakaka Yutaha madly. Therefore, it was impossible not to care about her situation, even if his confession was rejected, even if she really got a boyfriend. Of course, that was allowed. The pursuit of happiness was everyone's right, but please don't tell him. He didn't like hearing that kind of news, hearing that the person he once liked had fallen in love with someone else after rejecting his confession. He wouldn't like hearing that kind of news no matter what. The room is so messy, don't tell me you haven't cleaned it since you moved here. It was clearly her own fault, but she was showing this angry expression. How arrogant, senpai. However, it wasn't what he thought. Kasumigakaka Yutaha never got angry over such trivial matters. On the contrary, she was more willing to regard Tomokane Snowball's painless scolding as a small, warm moment between lovers. The reason why she looked so sulky was because her impromptu attack had been interrupted just now. The atmosphere was so perfect, her posture was so charming, and she was even prepared to not be able to get out of bed today, but she was kicked out of bed in the next moment, just because he said he was going to wash the sheets for her. That kind of thing was fine, however it was. Rather, shouldn't a healthy high school boy who comes to his beautiful and cute senpai's house only think about doing housework for her? There's a big problem. Junior-kun, could it be that you're no good? Kasumigakaka Yutaha was a little worried, but modern medicine was also very advanced. Junior-kun was so young, he could definitely be cured. What nonsense are you talking about? Tomokane Snowball said without looking up as he continued to mop the floor. His senpai was like this, occasionally blurting out a dirty joke or two. Don't let her quiet, literary girl look on the outside fool you. She was actually very black-bellied. Although he didn't hear it much now, her inner drama was as abundant as ever. To say that he was indeed very familiar with her, but sometimes he couldn't keep up with her bizarre brain circuits. Senpai should also pay attention to her image, don't always be so nonchalant, even if you're good friends, you should pay attention to the distance between you. Not having any friends was probably one of Senpai's weaknesses. Because she wasn't good at interpersonal relationships, she always had very extreme ways of dealing with others. Either treating him and Eri like she was trying to tease and ridicule them with all her heart, or treating them like irrelevant passers-by, not giving them even a trace of a response. This wasn't a good thing, so Tomokane Snowball educated her in such a rebellious manner, while also reminding her to lift her feet up so that he could clean the ground under her feet. Humph, you don't need to be so talkative, Junior Kun, Kasumigakaka Yutaha snorted lightly, then simply took off her slippers, raised her legs and stepped on the edge of the sofa, and hugged her knees. Anyway, I'm the kind of black-bellied, troublesome, and heavy person, so Junior Kun might as well not care about me and let me fend for myself. Where did you get this childish elementary school student act? And right now, the high school senpai character who throws tantrums isn't popular anymore. Tomokane Snowball retorted, but still took out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it over, as if he was coaxing her. Come, try your luck, it's a random flavor fruit candy. Meaningless stuff, Kasumigakaka Yutaha looked very disgusted, but still tore open the candy wrapper and put it in her mouth. Ugh! What kind of candy is this? It's actually bitter. Kasumigakaka Yutaha stuck out her tongue, feeling like she had been tricked, so she looked at Tomokane Snowball with an angry expression. Junior Kun, are you deliberately teasing me? Of course not, I already said it's a random flavor, Tomokane Snowball shook his head inside. It's just that senpai is unlucky, but it's also a pity, I actually quite like that flavor, I didn't expect it to be taken away by senpai. Is that so? Kasumigakaka Yutaha looked disbelieving, then her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and an interesting idea suddenly arose in her heart. In that case, why don't you let Junior Kun enjoy this candy? Take it from my mouth. Thinking that when Junior Kun reached out, she would tease him, you're so impatient, you actually want to kiss me indirectly, right? But she heard him say. No way, it's dirty, Tomokane Snowball waved his hand in disgust. It was fine if a few sips were taken from a drink or something, but candy was too much. You should know that the oral cavity ranks very high in the ranking of the dirtiest areas in the human body. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's pretty face immediately turned as cold as frost that lowly Junior Kun actually dared to think she was dirty. It was infuriating. Even the small resentment from having her spellcasting interrupted just now surged back into her heart, and she thought that she must not let him off easily. That's good, you don't like the things she's eaten because they're dirty? Today, she's going to make you eat it no matter what. So Kasumigakaka Yutaha jumped up from the sofa, grabbed Tomokane Snowball's arms with both hands, and pressed him down on the sofa, her cheeks constantly approaching, looking like she was going to kiss him forcefully. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, what are you doing? Are you delirious? Quickly take your hands away, Junior Kun, I just want to see if you really like to eat this kind of candy, could it be that you've been lying to me all along? A strange flush appeared on Senpai's face, and her eyes became strange, looking like she wasn't a normal person. Get a grip, Tomokane Snowball said in a muffled voice. Senpai's face was getting closer and closer, and if this continued, things would really go wrong. It's okay, Junior Kun, just let me observe your reaction to see if you're telling the truth. Ugh. Just as Tomokane Snowball was thinking about whether he should take coercive action, the phone on the side suddenly rang. In an instant, Kasumigakaka Yutaha seemed to have come back to her senses, no longer forcing herself closer to him. Instead, she looked at the phone and clicked her tongue, saying, TSK, what a pity. What a pity. Tomokane Snowball took the opportunity to break free from her restraints, then picked up the phone and answered it, saying with lingering fear. You've helped me a lot, Katu. Is that so? I'm glad I could help. Annoying senpai. Is senpai feeling better? Katu's tone was as calm as ever. Yeah, it seems like there's nothing seriously wrong. Tomokane Snowball glanced at Kasumigakaka, thinking that it was more than just nothing seriously wrong, she was even full of energy, the kind that could hold him down. Do you want to talk to senpai on the phone? Tomokane Snowball asked. Katu was indeed a good kid. Even though she was going back to her hometown, she didn't forget to worry about her friend's health. Although it was strange that she was calling his phone, it was probably because she couldn't get through to senpai's phone. Okay. Receiving such an answer, Tomokane Snowball handed the phone to Kasumigakaka, while he continued to clean, then went to the kitchen to see if he could cook something. It was best for a newly recovered patient to eat something light, but with senpai's personality, she probably wouldn't cook, so he could only hold on to the fluke and open the refrigerator to see if there were any ingredients left. The refrigerator was as empty as a wallet at the end of the month, without even a single vegetable leaf, making Tomokane Snowball wonder about the meaning of its existence. Could it be just for decoration? Fortunately, there was rice, a whole bag, the kind that had never been opened, but that wasn't enough, so he called out to Kasumigakaka, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and went out to buy some ingredients. By the time Tomokane's Snowball came back after buying the ingredients, Senpai's call had already ended, but she was clutching his phone and wouldn't let go, as if she was holding some treasure. What about your own phone? Go play with your own. It's out of battery. Kasumigakaka Yutaha said with righteous confidence. Then go charge it. Junior-kun, help me, I'm so tired now that I can't even move a finger. After saying that, Kasumigakaka Yutaha lay down on the sofa, looking like she had burned out. Don't go too far, senpai, perhaps because the experience of being trained in the past was hard to erase, although he was still scolding her on the mouth, his body honestly moved. Senpai is going to go to college, right? But in this state, what are you going to do when you go to college? Then find a university that's closer to Junior-kun's house, or just live in Junior-kun's house. In your eyes, do you not even have the slightest thought of learning to manage your own life? I do, look, aren't I living well? Kasumigakaka Yutaha retorted, looking quite proud. Besides, I don't need to learn that. If I just move into Junior's house, you can see a cute girl every day, wouldn't that make you happy? It's a win-win. If that cute girl can take care of all the housework, I might consider waiving her rent, Snowball Kanade replied expressionlessly. This girl is thinking too highly of herself. She actually wants to live in his house and freeload. He's not Miss Angel, there's no way someone would be willing to do housework for a good-for-nothing every day. Speaking of which, the neighbor's wife next door gave me some plum wine, I couldn't refuse, so I accepted it, Snowball Kanade said to Kasumigakaka Yutaha while preparing the ingredients in his hands. How antisocial are you, senpai? You haven't even greeted the neighbors since moving in, they already think of me as the new owner of this place. Isn't that perfect? Junior might as well move in too. Absolutely not. Snowball Kanade refused decisively. On one side is a virtuous angel who takes care of him, allows him to be spoiled. And spoils him in return. On the other side is a black-bellied devil who only thinks about teasing him and exploiting his labor. There's no need to think twice about which to choose, right? Senpai, go use your own phone, don't mess around with mine, Snowball Kanade reminded her. Although there's nothing scandalous or private inside, he still feels uneasy when someone else is holding his phone. Okay, I'll be done soon. Kasumigakaka Yutaha responded, speeding up her actions. Of course, she knew the principle of moderation, so she didn't do anything that would make him angry. She just modified her contact name online and added a few selfies to his photo gallery. Her cheeks flushed red, and she wondered what kind of expression Junior would make when he found out. It would be best if there were other vixens trying to steal him at that time, so she could show off properly. Chapter 66. Junior, you're really impatient, so eager to take it away. Rising from the sofa, Kasumigakaka Yutaha supported herself with both hands, a teasing expression on her face, her movements becoming more alluring. Could there be something scandalous inside? Like the kind of stuff boys love to see. She originally intended to put the phone between her breasts and let her Junior take it himself, but unexpectedly. She couldn't bring herself to do it, and even the thought of it made her face flush with shame, afraid of being seen as someone desperate. You're disappointed, senpai, there's nothing like that at all, Snowball Kanade retorted, calmly taking the phone from his senpai, only glancing at the faint whiteness under her shirt before averting his gaze. He keeps the really precious stuff on his computer, hidden in the deepest part of the folders, disguised in various ways, never to be discovered. Oh. Could it be that Junior is a magazine type? Then it seems I need to check your house. Don't use that as an excuse to go exploring in a member of the opposite sex's house. Snowball Kanade retorted. Of course, there are no little yellow books. What age is this? That's not popular anymore. It's all digital now. He's just afraid of being discovered that an angel is living at his house. Rumors would definitely spread, and it might hurt Sheena. Instead of pondering these things, you should spend some time eating this. Snowball Kanade placed a plate of sliced fruit on the coffee table, annoyed. A patient who has just recovered still needs plenty of rest, but this idiot senpai doesn't seem to realize that, wearing so little clothing and even wanting to turn on the air conditioner to cool off. If you get sick again, I'm really not going to take care of you. Don't move. The chapter errors have been corrected. Please click the upper right corner and refresh the chapter content. There's still porridge in the pot, if you're hungry later, you can scoop some out, heat it up, and eat it. I put the remaining fruit in the refrigerator, remember to let it cool for a while before washing it. And that bottle of plum wine, I've put it away for you, you absolutely can't sneak a drink while your body is still recovering. Remember to take in the clothes drying on the balcony, don't always wait until you want to wear them to remember to get them. And Snowball Kanade rambled on. He was really worried about his senpai who was sick. She wasn't good at taking care of herself in the first place, and now she was acting like such a fool after getting sick. Just now, she even coaxed him, an underage person, to drink alcohol. That's a crime. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend, and senpai has 2 more days to rest. She should be able to recover her energy. But honestly, Snowball Kanade suspected that she didn't care about having a weekend at all. Even on school days, she would probably take a few more days off under the guise of being sick. Maybe she didn't even want to go to school at all. It can only be said that fate is really unfair. Even someone like senpai can be at the top of the class, making those who study hard every day but still struggle to improve feel so inadequate. I know, Junior is so naggy, like an old woman using a spoon to gently tap the edge of her bowl, Kasumigakaka Yutaha said casually. If you're so worried, Junior, why don't you just move in? You can sleep anywhere, even in my room. Because she had been busy writing and hadn't seen her junior for a long time, she originally thought that she could spend a wonderful night after reuniting today. But it turned out that they still had to separate. How annoying, I just want to live with Junior. But my parents definitely won't allow it, how troublesome. Senpai, stop talking nonsense, you should do your own things yourself, you're not a child anymore. After taking his bag and looking around to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, Snowball Kanade said goodbye to her. Then I'll go back. Sorry for the intrusion, come lock the door. Okay, Kasumigakaka Yutaha replied lazily, then slowly walked over. Seeing that she was actually moving, Snowball Kanade felt relieved, but just as he was about to open the door and leave, she called out to him. Junior, wait a moment. What is it? Turning around, he was startled by his senpai's sudden closeness before he could finish speaking. You do. Don't talk and don't move. Different from the time on the sofa before, there was no strange flush on his senpai's face this time, but rather a very serious expression. His cheeks were pinched by her hands, and he wanted to pry them open, but in the end, he gently covered them with his hands, feeling the coolness. A sound. Although his eyes were closed tightly, he still felt the slightly cool, moist touch on his forehead. This is a reward. Opening his eyes, Kasumigakaka Yutaha's charming smile occupied his entire field of vision. A simple prank didn't seem to be enough, and she also licked her lips, looking like she wanted more. Snowball Kanade was a little flustered. It wasn't appropriate to stare, and closing his eyes would give people a sense of expectation. Why do such a thing? Say, senpai, you should pay attention to keeping a distance, even if we're good friends. Doing this is a bit too much. It's just a reward for Junior's hard work, or is one not enough? Her heart was still pounding non-stop, but seeing Junior looking so cute, she couldn't help but want to tease him again. Then where do you want to be kissed next? The hands that were originally holding his cheeks had moved to other places at some point. Slender jade fingers slowly climbed from the back of his hand to his neck, then came to his chest for a short stay, and finally climbed to the peak, stopping at his lips. Junior. I am going back first. Snowball Kanade ran away. Faced with Kasumigakaka Yutaha's blatant teasing, he finally couldn't bear the shame in his heart and ran away. Such intimate interaction was not something a normal boy could withstand. Especially for him who was experiencing this for the first time. The soft touch of the girl's lips lingered in his mind. It was clearly only imprinted on his forehead, but it seemed to be engraved in his heart. But if it was just a simple prank, it wouldn't have made him so embarrassed, but he clearly saw a serious expression on his senpai's face, as if she was seriously saying to him. No, senpai, she just enjoys this ambiguous atmosphere, just like just now, she showed that, watching a good show, expression again, he would never see it wrong. That was something he had misunderstood before, misunderstanding that senpai also liked him, and then sending her a confession signal. But today is different from the past, he certainly wouldn't be fooled by her again, but he clearly thought so in his heart, but another thought inevitably rose in his mind, wanted to continue. Once such a thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. I want to continue to be done something, but we're clearly just friends. Can such a thought really be considered correct? The strong expression of liking from the past is still vivid in my mind, but now when I recall it, I feel very empty, like a paper garment without candy inside. After opening it with joy, I encountered pure disappointment. He had already put those things behind him, determined to look forward from now on, but now he recalled them again, so a strong sense of guilt wrapped in self-blame attacked him, and he inevitably felt a sense of disgust towards himself. I clearly said that I would treat Senpai as a good friend, but I actually had disrespectful thoughts towards her. Of course, Senpai is also wrong, she shouldn't do such intimate things to him as a friend. But she is like that, always not grasping the distance of interacting with friends. He didn't remind her clearly enough, and he didn't do enough, so Senpai mistakenly thought that he could accept this level of contact. In the end, it was his coy performance that made her misunderstand. Should he try to be cruel to Senpai like before? Snowball Kanade didn't know what to do. He remembered that weekend, the encounter with Senpai in Saitama. No matter what reason he used to convince himself, although he did make cruel moves, he couldn't affect Senpai at all. Instead, he softened his heart and gave up in the end, choosing to compromise. Kasumigakaka Yutaha. He really might not be able to do anything about this woman. Forest School, departure. When he came out of Senpai's house, night had quietly fallen. Snowball Kanade didn't stay long and went home. After eating, he and Miss Sheena snuggled on the sofa and watched TV for a while before going back to their rooms to sleep. There were quite a few invitations for the weekend, but because he was busy organizing the forest school activities, he didn't accept them. As a result, the great weekend time was all wasted on work without realizing it. So the time came to Monday. On the bus to the forest school. After informing the students in the class of all the precautions, Snowball Kanade found an empty seat and sat down. It just so happened that Miss Sheena, who he was familiar with, was sitting next to him. "Kanade looks tired, are you okay?" Looking at Snowball Kanade's tired look, Sheena Mahiru was a little worried. Although she was very happy to be Kanade's neighbor, because it was still a public place, she couldn't do anything too intimate. Even the conversation was in a low voice, not wanting anyone to hear. "It's okay, just a little sleep-deprived," rubbing the bridge of his nose, Snowball Kanade explained softly. In order to achieve the goal set by the student council last Tomito hold a brand new forest school activity had been very tired these days. He needed to contact all parties and report the situation to the school. He even had to complete the financial statements himself. He probably slept less than 10 hours in total on the 2 days of the weekend. It can only be said that it's great that the angel is his neighbor, otherwise he would have hesitated about how to open his mouth. "I'll catch up on some sleep, remember to wake me up if we arrive at the destination or if there's an emergency." After instructing Sheena, Snowball Kanade relaxed and leaned back in his chair to rest. Although the surrounding sounds were noisy and numerous, they couldn't hinder him from falling asleep. Instead, they became a lullaby to stabilize his mind, allowing him to enter a sweet dream more peacefully. So he fell into a sweet dream in less than a while. Sheena Mahiru wanted to talk to him to make up for Kanade's lack of energy, but she didn't want to disturb his rest after thinking about it. She slightly adjusted her sitting posture, put his head on her shoulder, and then took out a small blanket and covered the two of them. After completing a series of actions, she also observed the surroundings with a guilty conscience. When she found that no one had noticed this side, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she gently covered the back of Kanade's hand with her little hand hidden under the blanket, and a cute and charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I don't know how long it had passed. When Snowball Kanade woke up, only he and the angel were left in the entire bus. The other students and the class teacher were gone, and even the car had stopped. "This is have we arrived at our destination?" Snowball Kanade asked uncertainly. Perhaps there was a situation where the bus broke down, so all the students went down to push the car, but because it was too bizarre, Snowball Kanade wouldn't think too much about it. "Yes, everyone seems to have started cooking rice and making curry," Sheena Mahiru nodded lightly, while opening the curtain and looking out the window. The activity process of the forest school is not complicated. It basically allows students to work on their own, complete the production of 3 meals a day by themselves, and learn knowledge and grow from it. Individual local schools have differences, but the overall difference is not significant. She was also going to go, and she wondered if she should wake Kanade up, but she was stopped by a kind-hearted classmate who passed by, saying that she should let Kanade rest more, and others also echoed, so she didn't move. She was also thinking that it was true. It would be bad if she disturbed Kanade's rest. She was very close to him. It's already started. Snowball Kanade was stunned, quite like an old guy from the last century who woke up and heard the world tell him the news that the times have changed, and the Qing dynasty has fallen, so shock was natural. Why didn't anyone call me? Because everyone saw that Kanade was sleeping soundly, so they didn't wake you up, Shina Mahiru explained, but she didn't tell Snowball Kanade that she was teased by her friends saying, "We will support you. Although Vice President Shinomiya is also great, our angel is not bad either. Good luck, Shina. After all, she is also shy. You're doing unnecessary things." Snowball Kanade tried to put on a stern face, but he immediately revealed his true form in front of the angel. But, it's also thoughtful. The students of Shuchin Academy are indeed some cute guys, and this has been fully experienced. Then let's go help too, we can't just be lazy and wait here. After stretching, Snowball Kanade felt much lighter, and most of his original fatigue had disappeared. Chapter 67. Yeah. Getting off the bus, the air felt incredibly fresh. The aroma of green grass from the woods completely captivated his senses, only to be immediately overwhelmed by waves of curry scent. It's curry every year, can't they come up with something new? Kanzaki sighed, recalling that they had curry rice last year as well. Of course, it wasn't that he hated it, but he felt that after a year, there should be some changes. He didn't expect everyone to decide on curry again this year. It's convenient, after all, and it's a key lesson in the school's cooking class, Shina Mahiru said with a smile. Kanzaki was always like this, fixating on strange things like a child. Besides, it's not just others. Kanzaki himself loves making curry rice, doesn't he? I know that, it's not so much that he wants to eat it, but that curry rice is the easiest to make. Well, that's a little different. The important thing is novelty. Then, how about I try making something different? I haven't tried such a big pot before, but it shouldn't be too different. Miss Shina seemed genuinely tempted, so now it was Kanzaki's turn to dissuade her. Maybe not, that would attract too much attention. Kanzaki pondered for a moment and shook his head. Since it's already decided, let's go help gather firewood. Some groups might not have enough. There was no question about the angel like Miss Shina's cooking skills. Even he, who was taught by her, had his cooking recognized by the Fujiwara and Shinomiya young ladies. Convincing the other students in the class wouldn't be difficult, but he felt strangely awkward about it. It was as if he didn't want Shina to show off her strengths too much and attract attention, hoping she would only cook for him. Clearly don't want to be cannon fodder. Chatting and working with Shina made the time pass quickly, and the work felt much easier. Have you done this kind of thing before, Kanzaki? You seem very skilled. Shina Mahiru sat on a tree stump, resting her chin on her hands, watching him intently as he skillfully picked up the wood, placed it and split it in half with precision. Yeah, I did it in middle school too, Kanzaki replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was during a forest school trip. Back then, no one assigned me any tasks, so I came over to chop wood myself. I couldn't do it, so I found a nearby administrator who taught me for a few days. You learned it completely in just a few days? Shina Mahiru exclaimed, her surprise no less than when she suddenly heard that he had learned to cook. His learning ability was too strong, wasn't it? Or is it actually very simple? Kanzaki didn't reply, but turned to look at her and invited. Do you want to try it, Shina? Me? Of course, I'll teach you. Hearing Kanzaki say that, Shina Mahiru didn't hesitate. She brushed the dust off her skirt and walked to where he had been standing. After handing the axe to Shina, he taught her the grip and techniques. Keep your eyes on the center of the wood, aim the axe, raise both hands above your head, and then swing down with force. The steps themselves weren't complicated, they were simple, but in reality, it wasn't that easy. For example, you often missed the mark, didn't use enough force, causing the axe to get stuck in the wood, or used too much force, splitting it but sending pieces flying everywhere. Also, if your posture was wrong, you could easily injure your back. Don't be so nervous, relax your muscles a little, and then use force when you swing. Don't raise your hands so high, and don't close your eyes, it will affect your accuracy. From the perspective of someone who had been there, the angel like Miss Shina was endearingly clumsy. She was supposed to be chopping wood, but she closed her eyes as if afraid to see life pass away. Kenzaki had no choice but to lean in, stand behind her, wrap her in his arms, and teach her the correct posture hand in hand. Like this, smoothly raise your hands, and then. With a whoosh, both hands swung down with force, and the sturdy wood was split in half. Although it sent pieces flying further than expected, it was a good start. Like that, isn't it simple? Okay, try it yourself now. No, I still don't quite get it, teach me again. Shina's face was flushed, seemingly excited by trying something new. Kenzaki didn't know what to say. Originally, he wanted Shina to realize that this wasn't easy, and even hoped to get some praise from her, but it seemed to have had a strange effect. However, he could never refuse the angel-like Miss Shina's request. Although their current posture was a bit intimate, as long as no one saw them, it wouldn't be a problem. Kenzaki? Just as he thought that, a third voice sounded from the side. The voice even sounded familiar. So Kenzaki froze. When he turned around, he saw another very cute blonde girl, Eriri Spencer Sawamura. What are you doing? Given Eriri's personality, she should have run away after encountering such an intimate scene between a man and a woman, but instead of running away, she came closer. Although she looked aggrieved. Roughly, teaching her how to chop wood. Kenzaki replied intermittently. It was supposed to be a serious matter, but being caught made him feel inexplicably ashamed, especially since it was Eriri, making him feel even more guilty. Good afternoon, Eriri. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, everyone is about to make dinner. It was terribly awkward. Fortunately, the other party, Miss Shina, was still in a rational state. Please don't misunderstand, we're not doing anything strange, I'm just having Mr. Kenzaki teach me how to chop wood. Her proper manners and generous expression, if not for the flush on her face that was hard to conceal, would have been very convincing. But it was enough for Eriri. Oh. So that's how it is, I thought you were, never mind. Kenzaki. This doujin artist definitely misunderstood, right? But we really were doing something serious. But explaining it again would make him seem particularly guilty, as if he was trying to hide something, so he had to find a way to change the subject. Speaking of which, why did you come here, Eriri? Did you get lost? Of course not. I was just sent to get some firewood. How nice, to be able to have such intimate contact with Kenzaki. She wanted that too, to have Kenzaki teach her like that. Actually, I'm not very good at chopping wood either, Kenzaki, could Mr. Kenzaki also help me a little? She originally wanted to say, teach me like that too, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. It would make her seem like an unsatisfied woman. And she glanced unobtrusively at Shina Mahiru to the side, and Eriri immediately felt very frustrated. The girl next to her looked really cute, and with such an obedient and gentle appearance, she was clearly the type that boys liked the most. Her title was still the kind of angel that everyone loved, that sounded much better than her so-called ace of the art club. Damn it, she couldn't compare at all. What was going on? In the world of doujin, this kind of character was actually the most. The key was that she was also blonde, the attributes overlapped. She felt like her presence was going to be reduced to less than even Megumi's, and maybe she had already been forgotten by others. Eriri fell into her little emotions. Of course, no problem, Kenzaki nodded, but in his heart, he wondered if Eriri was being bullied in class. To actually have a girl fetch firewood. Even if she didn't know anything about cooking, she could cheer from the side, right? But for something like fetching firewood, if there wasn't any stock in the warehouse, they would have to do it themselves. And with Eriri's uselessness, she would be lucky if she didn't hurt herself, let alone chop wood. We happen to have a bit too much, so I'll give you half. After thinking about it, Kenzaki decided to give her some. But it's too much for you to carry alone, I'll help you carry some later. He would also visit their class to see if Eriri was really being bullied and isolated. If that was the case, he would definitely not sit idly by. However, Eriri didn't appreciate his kindness at all, because what she wanted wasn't this kind of help. But hand in hand, gentle movements, and a gentle tone. Oh, okay, thank you. But she couldn't say it in front of outsiders, sob. Absolutely don't want to be called auntie or anything. On the way back with the firewood with Shina, she brought up the matter just now as expected. Is that Sawamura classmate, very close to Kenzaki? Shina Mahiru pursed her lips, trying to appear indifferent, but she couldn't do it after all. The way that girl looked at Kenzaki was definitely not how ordinary classmates should look at him. She was absolutely sure of that. Should be pretty good. After thinking carefully, Kenzaki replied, although nominally it was for helping with drafts, they could go to each other's houses after all. We used to be in the same club and made games together. Eruri's drawing skills are great, and she's a well-known name in the industry, and she's also the ace of our school's art club. Although it was in the world of doujin. Shina Mahiru became a little sulky. That was what she cared about the most. She didn't seem to be very close, but she could call the other person by their first name, and even she didn't have that treatment. Or was that girl actually closer to Kenzaki than she was? But she had already slept at Kenzaki's house without any reservations. What had that girl done? What's wrong? Seeing that the angel-like Miss Shina was in a bad mood, Kenzaki asked softly. Was she minding being disturbed? He didn't expect that Shina would actually be interested in chopping wood. Normally, this should be a unique pleasure for boys. Similarly, there were also tree branches on the ground that looked very much like swords. If the shape was more perfect, they would definitely cherish them as treasures, saying that they were enshrined as holy swords was not an exaggeration. After all, boys were such creatures that they could be happy for half a day just by finding a perfect skipping stone. It's nothing, I just feel like, I'm getting a little carried away. Why are you suddenly saying that? Kenzaki couldn't keep up with her conversation rhythm. Because, think about it, I've always been calling you, Kenzaki, but you don't seem willing to call me Mahiru. The angel-like Miss Shina's face was flushed, feeling that her little thoughts had been exposed. And because she envied Kenzaki calling another girl's name, she brought this up, as if she had given up in terms of how close they were. Although she initially only had the attitude of, it's okay to just be friends, when she approached him again, she couldn't help but want more after always being together like this. She wanted to be closer to him than anyone else. Kenzaki felt like he had grasped something, but he couldn't say exactly what it was, but he couldn't refuse such a childish angel like Miss Shina. Just calling names, Mahiru. It was clearly just a tentative tone, but it sounded like heavenly music to the angel. Ugh. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her hand shook, almost dropping the firewood. Her heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and it was as if a deer was running wild, and even the sunlight shining on her face became hotter. Too cunning, this sudden attack. Chapter 68. If it's not appropriate, I'll change it back. Seeing Shina's awkward expression, Snowball Kanade didn't know what to say. As expected, calling her by her first name directly was a bit too intimate. No, it's not that, it's just, I'm just not used to it yet. Shina Mahiru shook her head frantically, completely not wanting him to change the way he addressed her back. This can be called a phased breakthrough, and she has to work harder. Then I'll call you. Originally, he wanted to address her in the same way, but he realized that he had always been calling her by her first name, and not just since they reunited, but even earlier. What's wrong? Then I'll call you Kanade, Kanade-chin then. After thinking for a while, the angel decided to add a title that was unique to her. Although she was so shy that she was about to explode, she felt that she had to endure it because she thought this also marked a breakthrough in their relationship. However, while she didn't dare to look at Snowball Kanade, the latter also looked like he couldn't face anyone. The weather is very hot today. Using the excuse of wiping sweat, Snowball Kanade covered part of his face with his hand, and didn't dare to look at Shina again, for fear that she would discover some strange expression. Kanade-chin, this kind of address is too weird. If it were a Jairu character, it would be understandable, but coming from the gentle and kind angel, it would make people feel extremely embarrassed. Is that so? Miss Shina, who was in the same state, replied casually, completely absent-minded. However, precisely because they were both preoccupied, they didn't notice each other's subtle state at all, until the time alone faded away under the curious gazes of their classmates. The president is back, go and tell him. Are you stupid? How could I say it in this situation? Just say, you have something to ask him, you don't understand the specifics, right? I'll go then. The students in the class gathered in twos and threes, and a small group was discussing particularly closely. One of the boys even walked towards Snowball Kanade. President, Vice President Shinomiya came to look for you just now, but didn't say what it was about. The person who spoke was named Tanuma Tsubasa, and his relationship with Snowball Kanade was okay, barely someone he could talk to. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Tanuma-kun, Snowball Kanade nodded and said to Shina Mahiru. It might be student council business, I'll go take a look first. Okay, the angel nodded obediently, looking very understanding. So Snowball Kanade walked in the direction he came from. It just so happened that Kagaya and Eri were in the same class, so he could take the opportunity to send firewood back for Eri and personally ask Kagaya what was going on. When he returned to the place where he had been chopping wood, Eri, who was sitting on the log and swinging her legs boredly, had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Snowball Kanade, she quickly stood up, patted the dust off her skirt, and moved closer. Kanade, why are you here? I thought I was going to be forgotten. In reality, not much time had passed. Although Snowball Kanade had been chatting with Shina along the way, he never stopped walking. The reason why she felt it was long was because of Eri's own psychological effect. The thought of Kanade having spent time alone with a super cute blonde girl, and their relationship being so close, made her very concerned. The key was that they were going back together, in the same class, who knows what they might do. Just thinking about it made her unable to sit still, and her mind began to unconsciously imagine the doujinshi she had drawn, and then she even substituted herself into the role of the tragic victim. She was even angrier. Especially since their attributes overlapped. No, she absolutely couldn't continue like this. If she didn't take the initiative, Kanade's children would be calling her aunt. Do you want to team up together during the test of courage? Eri's heart felt a little uneasy. This was the first time she had tried to actively invite Snowball Kanade, and not for work-related reasons, but simply because she wanted to go and have fun with him. She didn't know if Kanade knew, but she had heard that every year at this time, after the forest school, many sweet couples were born. Especially with the double legendary buffs of the test of courage and the bonfire party, if she could complete it with Kanade, she would definitely win. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't let go of this opportunity, it was time to take the initiative. Test of courage, Snowball Kanade thought for a while before replying softly. It should be no problem, but because of student council work, I might have to wait until the last group. Because he didn't see Eri's signature tsundere remarks, Snowball Kanade was a little surprised. But it also confirmed her feelings even more. She had even thrown away her exclusive tsundere attribute, it was obvious that Eri really wanted to go and try it out. He just didn't know why she would choose to ask him, but when he thought that she really didn't have any close friends, he felt that she was too pitiful, and he completely lost the heart to refuse. Great, no, I mean, it's a deal. Eri's sharp little canine teeth shone brightly in the bright sunlight, and she revealed a dazzling smile. Yeah, it's a deal, Snowball Kanade nodded, and the corners of his mouth also raised slightly. As expected, Eri was more suitable for this kind of expression. It wasn't suitable for her to always have a aggrieved, angry little face, although the twin-tail whirlwind / under anger was also very cute, giving people a feeling of wanting to bully her. While walking and chatting, they soon arrived at Eri's classroom. Many people greeted him, and after seeing him come back with Eri, they all cast curious glances. Good morning, President, thank you for being a flower protector and sending our Eri back. A girl who looked quite cute came over, and her words seemed to be full of teasing. So Snowball Kanade looked at Eri and found that her face was full of shyness, but he didn't see any embarrassment or discomfort. He understood. It's nothing, because Eri and I are also good friends, it's only right. He hadn't seen her for a long time, so he naturally didn't know about Eri's recent social interactions, but because of the special nature of her work. It was hard to imagine that she could find another friend who got along well with her, or even tolerated her, like Kadu. However, it was already difficult to find close friends. In the student days in Japan, it was enough to have a few acquaintances who could talk to each other, and being able to not be alone would make it less easy to be bullied. Moreover, with the quality of Shuchian students, this kind of thing was indeed unlikely to happen, he was just overthinking it. Eri. So bold. So Eri was a little confused, not knowing what was going on. What's bold? She didn't understand the other party's evaluation. Was she saying that she had taken the initiative to ask Kanade to participate in the test of courage? But she hadn't told anyone, and it was impossible for her to have been eavesdropped on. No, it's nothing, the girl waved her hand awkwardly, but thought to herself that there was a good show to watch. After all, the president's address to Lady Kagaya was still just Shinomiya. Oh, Eruri nodded obediently, not suspecting anything. After all, she wasn't very familiar with the other party, at most they had just greeted each other. Snowball Kanade, on the other hand, didn't have any extra thoughts. Even though the angel had asked him to call her by her first name just before. After all, he had always been oblivious. By the way, where's Shinomiya? He looked around and didn't find Kagaya anywhere, so he asked this kind-looking girl. Ah, Kagaya-dai, classmate, is currently supervising everyone in the kitchen. Snowball Kanade didn't know if it was his imagination, but when the other party talked about Kagaya, the mischievous smile on her face disappeared in an instant, and even felt like she had become respectful. Was she a fan of Kagaya? But even if she was, it had nothing to do with him, she wasn't his. Okay, thank you, Snowball Kanade nodded, greeted Eruri on the side again, and walked straight in the direction the other party was pointing. After Snowball Kanade left, the girl approached Eruri again and showed her a kind expression. Eruri-san, thank you for your hard work, let's send the firewood over together. Ah, okay, Eruri nodded, but felt a little flustered in her heart. Although the other party was talking to her with a smile, she always felt a trace of coolness coming through, and even felt that the other party was looking at her like she was looking at a cicada with not many months to live. So what exactly did she do? On the other side, Snowball Kanade, who quickly found Shinomiya Kagaya in the kitchen, saw that she was concentrating on watching everyone cook, so he didn't disturb her and started observing from the side. I see, you have to do this first and then that. Shinomiya Kagaya watched very seriously, nodding from time to time, as if she was watching the creation process of some art, completely unaware of him beside her. Snowball Kanade also watched almost the same process, but he didn't see anything, and even felt that everyone's techniques were not skilled enough, not like they often cooked. So Kagaya was learning how to make dishes by observing others. This was the only explanation he could think of based on her previous muttering to herself. Actually, making dishes is not that difficult, I suggest Shinomiya-san can try it yourself, Snowball Kanade said softly. It wasn't a loud noise, but it still startled Shinomiya Kagaya. She was shocked in her heart, and was still wondering who dared to get so close to her, but when she turned her head, she found Snowball Kanade's face close at hand. Even though she hadn't seen him for 2 days, the president was still so handsome and compelling. Good morning, President. After a brief moment of panic, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately became elegant and dignified again. The hot breath beat on her face with regular breathing, giving her a slightly tipsy feeling, and the familiar shampoo scent from the president made her feel even more at ease. President, things are a bit sudden, but can I ask you to accompany me for a while? Is this Shinomiya's first time? Why yes, so I'm not very skilled. Actually, this is also my first time like this. Don't be so nervous, just relax a little more. Oh okay. Although I don't really understand it, you definitely have to put your heart and soul into doing this kind of thing, you can't do it without enjoying it. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded as if she understood, but for a young lady who didn't know much about the world, it was too difficult to do it herself right away. It hurts. Snowball Kanade was startled, and then quickly looked at Shinomiya Kagaya. What's wrong? Be bleeding. Although she didn't want to show this weak side to Snowball Kanade, the sudden pain still made her tears glisten. Why does it hurt so much? Snowball Kanade didn't know what to say. After all, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, how could it not hurt if it was bleeding to that extent? Let me see. The situation was a bit urgent, so Snowball Kanade didn't care about the difference between men and women, and directly pulled Shinomiya Kagaya's hand to check the situation. It's okay, the wound is not deep. Chapter 69. Luckily, he had helped Kagaya relax a bit earlier, otherwise, her finger might have been ruined with that much force. Although the cut isn't deep, it still needs to be treated, come with me. But the spot I just borrowed. Kagaya Shinomiya seemed a bit unwilling, so Snowball had to become firm. This isn't the time to worry about that, you're definitely more important. Seeing how much she valued the opportunity to learn, he had to gently reassure her. There's no need to rush, I can teach you another time. He thought Kagaya had some important matter to discuss, but it turned out she just wanted to take advantage of the forest school trip to have him teach her cooking. He didn't have any official business at the moment, so he agreed. However, He didn't expect such an inauspicious start. The official cooking hadn't even begun, and she had already failed at the vegetable cutting stage. But after all, she was a proper young lady who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, so it's normal that she couldn't do this. There was no need to criticize her, rather, he should have been more aware of this. Next time, he might as well teach her hands-on to avoid any more accidents. Does it still hurt? So Snowball turned his head and asked softly. He had experienced this himself, so he knew how it felt, making it easy to empathize with Kagaya. His tone couldn't help but become gentle. Not that much anymore, Kagaya Shinomiya nodded slightly, her voice soft and weak, a blush rising on her face. He's holding my hand. Although it wasn't the intimate interaction she had planned, this wasn't bad either. Even the bleeding finger didn't seem to hurt as much. No, that's not right. Didn't they say that if your finger bleeds, you just need to put it in your mouth for a moment? Why isn't the president helping her? Could it be that he finds her disgusting? Ugh. Kagaya Shinomiya recalled the scene when she discussed the president's plan with AI Hayasaka. Clearly, in the manga that Hayasaka had shown her for reference, the male protagonist would put the female lead's finger in his mouth and lick it when he saw her cut herself while cutting vegetables. Why didn't that happen to her? False advertising. Bad review. As expected, manga is unreliable. It's better to rely on herself. This should be it, so Snowball stopped and looked at the small wooden house in front of him, saying to Kagaya Shinomiya behind him. This should be the temporary infirmary, let's go in. Okay. Pushing open the door, the room was empty. There weren't even many of the bottles and jars that should have contained medicine. Only a few small bottles were placed on the old wooden cabinet against the wall. After searching briefly, he quickly found antibacterial and anti-inflammatory ointment on it. After confirming the date and finding that it hadn't expired, he told Kagaya to sit on the wooden bed. Sit here, I'll apply the medicine for you. For him, such a shallow wound would only require a band-aid, but since Kagaya was injured, it was best to treat it carefully. He took her hand and observed it for a while, finding that the injured area was no longer bleeding. He felt relieved and began to apply the medicine to her in a businesslike manner. How does it feel? So Snowball asked. What is it? Kagaya Shinomiya was a little confused. Is he talking about the warmth of his palm? It feels very comfortable. The president's hands are also big and warm. The entire process, from wanting to learn cooking to experiencing initial failure, so Snowball pondered. Is that what you mean? Kagaya Shinomiya was a little disappointed, thinking that the president was starting to be mischievous. She had been looking forward to it a little, but he just wanted to ask about this. What's wrong? So Snowball asked in confusion. No, I mean, it's somewhat profound. Kagaya Shinomiya replied. Although the plan failed due to an accident, this result wasn't bad. It even made the president worry about her condition and even take her hand. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a complete victory, right? As expected, the goddess of fortune favors her. Profound, it does fit somewhat, so Snowball nodded, but he wanted to ask about other aspects. He had seen too many people who became interested in something due to a sudden accident, but only dabbled in it, never going deep, and even giving up at the first sign of setbacks. Although he didn't think Kagaya was that kind of person, it wouldn't be good if she developed a psychological shadow about cooking from this. Actually, I've had similar experiences. When I first learned to cook, I cut my fingers several times while cutting vegetables, and the dishes I made were not even edible, you could even say they were inedible. Because he had a good role model, and he was focused on creating surprises for the angel, he studied very seriously and eventually managed to barely reach her level. So, what about Kagaya? No matter what her reason for suddenly wanting to learn cooking was, he still hoped she could persevere until she fulfilled her dream, at least not leaving regrets like he did back then. So, please don't hate cooking because of this, although the process may be difficult, I believe that with your abilities, Kagaya, you can definitely overcome it quickly. What silly things are you saying, President? Of course, I won't do that. So, she slowly reached out and gently stroked his loose hair, rubbing it, her eyes full of smiles, saying charming words. After all, I am Kagaya Shinomiya, who never gives up. His hand involuntarily touched the spot that Kagaya had just touched, still retaining a trace of warmth. Instinct told him that the barrier that had existed between him and Kagaya seemed to be disappearing little by little, but his experience with Shina reminded him that this was just normal interaction between friends. Even someone like Kagaya Shinomiya would yearn to have friends, it's just that she couldn't grasp the distance in friendships. Does your finger still hurt? It doesn't hurt at all anymore, thank you for your concern, President. Kagaya smiled sweetly at him, and he was at a complete loss for words again. They fell into a long silence. It's getting late, it's time to go back for lunch, maybe everyone is waiting, so Snowball glanced out the window, seemingly admiring the dazzling warm sun announcing noon. Can we stay a little longer? Kagaya suddenly said softly, grabbing his hand, wanting him to sit next to her again. I want to spend a little more time alone with the president, is that not okay? So Snowball was a little stunned. Kagaya being so spoiled. Normally, she was the undisputed princess of the second-year students. Her spoiled appearance at this moment would only make her cuteness even more pronounced. Holding a boy's hand, whispering private sweet nothings in his ear, this didn't fit Kagaya's image, but when she did it, it didn't feel out of place at all. All that remained was a strong throbbing in his heart. Thump, thump. His heart was beating fast. Even though they were in a dimly lit wooden house, he felt that the whole world had become much brighter. Just for a little while. Yeah. Just a little while is fine. The president smells so good, did you use perfume? No, so Snowball shook his head, trying to quietly pull his hand away, but he couldn't. Kagaya was holding it tightly. But it really smells good, she sniffed her nose lightly, then leaned her whole body closer. She also turned her head, staring at him with her bright, beautiful eyes without a moment's break. Even though you didn't spray perfume, it smells so good, why is that? President. What's wrong? Can I get a little closer to smell it again? But your whole body is already touching me. How much closer do you want to get? So Snowball thought that something seemed a little off. Kagaya's state didn't feel like her usual self. To be precise, it was like she had changed into a different person. From a cold and proud queen to a naive and adorable girl in love, that was roughly the feeling. Are you okay? Realizing this, so Snowball's heart was no longer so distracted. He remembered that Kagaya seemed to have something like multiple personality disorder. However, he had never seen such a scene until now, but it seemed like he had encountered it today. Is there anything I can help you with? So Snowball asked. Just from the screen, both personalities of Kagaya were of course quite cute, which was one of her endearing qualities, but if it appeared in reality, because he knew about this situation, he couldn't help but worry. Would her other personality have any impact on Kagaya's main personality? Would it last for a period of time, or would it require some trigger to change back? Would the main personality retain memories of what the other personality did? Although recently his relationship with Kagaya seemed to be gradually becoming closer, it certainly hadn't reached the point where they could do such things without any reservations. For her now, everything was so natural, but if her main personality knew about it, wouldn't she become depressed? Do you want to lie down for a while and rest? So Snowball suggested. Perhaps sleeping was a good idea. As long as she lay down, closed her eyes, and woke up, she should be able to return to normal. I don't want to rest yet, please stay with me a little longer, President. Then let's compromise, you lie on the bed, and I'll chat with you, so Snowball coaxed. Kagaya at the moment seemed too easy to coax, even giving him the feeling that he was luring an innocent little girl. Fortunately, they were both the same age, and even if they were both underage, it wouldn't attract guys who would shout, "Open the door." Outside the door. Then the president should join too. Kagaya first tilted her head and looked at him, then nodded happily. I don't need to, so Snowball wanted to refuse, but Kagaya suddenly reached out and pulled him. So, his body involuntarily tilted forward, making a no, it should be a like pose on Kagaya. The surroundings were quiet, even the rustling of the wind blowing through the trees was clearly audible, as if it was ringing in his heart. But the sound of his heartbeat was so strong, gradually completely drowning out all the sounds, until it spread out, then deprived him of all his senses, and only Kagaya's delicate appearance remained in his eyes, still blinking gently at him. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, looking at Kagaya's ignorant eyes below him, so Snowball suddenly woke up. He supported himself and climbed off the bed, wanting to escape. But Kagaya wouldn't let him. Although she was still lying obediently on the bed, her eyes kept staring at him, and her slender little hand had already grabbed his palm at some point, and he couldn't break free anymore. Chapter 70. Where are you going, President? Don't go anywhere, stay with me. Okay. After a long silence, Xia Chuanzu finally responded. Hand. You want to hold hands. It couldn't be said to be a scene like coquetry, it clearly was, but compared to Shina's use of a weak tone and a pitiful and cute appearance, Kagaya's delicate air would seem more overbearing. Not in a way of, can you please agree to me, but more like a feeling of, I'm very cute, you have to help me. Coupled with her delicate and lovely appearance, it's impossible to hate her at all. I've seen another side of you again. What are you talking about, President? It's nothing, he shook his head, and then chatted with her about something else. After coaxing her for a while, he finally saw Kagaya yawn, showing a hint of sleepiness. Go to sleep for a while if you're sleepy. I don't want to sleep, otherwise I won't be able to see the President. You can see me in your dreams too, as long as you want. The President in my dream, just thinking about it made her feel that it must be a wonderful scene, so Kagaya nodded happily. But, the President has to sing a lullaby for me. But I'm not very good at it. Then I won't sleep. Helpless, Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to open his mouth and gently hummed a familiar nursery rhyme from memory. Kagaya gently closed her eyes, and with the soothing sound of her beloved, she gradually fell into the beautiful dream she had woven. Have a good dream, Kagaya. Open your eyes, get out of bed. Supporting her lumbar spine with her hand, feeling the traces left by last night's exercise, a sweet smile appeared on Kagaya Shinomiya's face. It has been as long as 7 years with the President. It is said that the so-called 7-year itch will affect the relationship between lovers and test their future, but in their passionate life, there is no sign of it at all, only deep affection. Even every night, there is so much affection that it overflows. Today's dinner should continue to be leeks and oysters, with a little something else. Sitting on the bed, Kagaya muttered to herself, even though she had just gotten up, she was already thinking about the scene before the next bedtime. Sure enough, what Hayasaka said was true, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Since the day she made a dish that won the President's heart, their relationship began to heat up rapidly. After that, they not only confirmed their relationship as lovers, but even stepped into the palace of marriage just after graduating from high school. Not only that, but the President also won the recognition of the Shinomiya family with his outstanding personal ability and became her rightful husband and lover. What a beautiful future. Perfect as if she was dreaming. No, don't think wildly anymore, it's time to get up, I can't be a lazy person, otherwise I will be disliked by the President. Shaking her head, Kagaya Shinomiya dispelled the strange thoughts in her mind and began to dress and wash up. Since the two got married, they moved into this house together. In order to fully enjoy their life as a couple, she even refused any maids and butlers, learning everything from scratch, striving to become a qualified housewife. Every day, she does housework and waits happily for her beloved to come home from get off work. Although it is just a monotonous life, she enjoys it and is not tired at all. But I still feel a little bored, without the President. Even the funny entertainment programs being played on TV were left behind by her, her mind full of thoughts about what the President is doing now. Well, should I call and ask? Maybe the President is thinking of me now. But on second thought, it's working time now, maybe the President is giving an important report on the podium, it would be bad if she disturbed him, and she doesn't want to be a useless woman who would hinder her husband's work. Then I'll call AI. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I saw her, I wonder how she's been lately. She has always been a decisive person, doing what she thinks, so she picked up the couple's phone, which is the same model as her husband's, opened the address book, and sent a video invitation to Single AI. However, it was rejected in seconds. Damn it! Didn't she just show off their sweet Valentine's Day with the President a little bit before? Is it necessary to reject her call in seconds? Is there still her as a sister in her eyes? It's too much. However, before she could slander her in her heart for long, she received a phone invitation from the other party. Kagaya's eyebrows lit up, but on the surface, she still had to show an indifferent, even disgusted tone. What's wrong, do you regret it? Then don't hang up just now. As her personal maid, because she had no use for her, Hayasaka left the Shinomiya family after graduating from high school. But the feelings were still there. Over the years, the two have always treated each other as sisters, and she would tell Hayasaka anything she couldn't tell the president. The relationship is of course very good. Although she knew that she had been single all the time and had a lot of resentment about it, she shouldn't bring up these things, but because she was so happy, she would always accidentally show off to her from time to time, and then be reprimanded and scolded. But she dares to do it again next time. After all, that is her happiness. If she doesn't show it to others, how can it be called true happiness? Listen to me, the president did that kind of thing to me again last night. I said no, but he kept pushing up, not knowing how to cherish girls at all. And the other day too, it was Valentine's Day, also a memorable day, but the president didn't have any intention at all, he just stayed with me in bed all day, it was so ungentlemanly. The last wedding anniversary was also the same, he actually brought back a lot of perfume. I clearly said not to buy that kind of thing, he was afraid that I wouldn't like it, so he bought every kind of scent. Are you listening? She was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, Hayasaka should have started to frantically complain about her by now, but she hasn't said a word until now, just listening to her. Yes, the president is indeed an animal. Huh? What's that sound? It sounds so strange. No, nothing Ju, just because of running and panting. Oh, so you're exercising, no wonder you didn't answer my video call. She thought about it and felt that it was true. Although she doesn't show it usually, Hayasaka is actually a very etiquette-conscious person, and of course she doesn't want others to see her sweaty appearance. But she is her good sister, and she won't really dislike her. It's okay to run, you have to answer next time, she instructed, thinking that it would be great if she could take a picture of Hayasaka's embarrassing state, use it for collection or something, and take it out at a critical moment. What's wrong again? Tripodon, accidentally poked by a tree branch by a sticka, a little scared. Oh, sorry, it's all because of talking to me. She was a little guilty, she didn't expect that she would hurt her good sister. Are you okay, do you need me to come and see you? With the idea of caring for her sisters, she made a suggestion. Absolutely not thinking about what to ride on her face in person, she is harmless to humans and animals. No need coming. What do you mean? Don't come. Hello. The voice on the other end of the phone began to be unclear, the tone was also intermittent, but it seemed to be high-pitched. When she wanted to find out something, she found that the phone was hung up. Really inexplicable, patting the pillow in her hand, Kagaya suddenly felt a sense of unhappiness. Unfortunately, the idea of riding on her face was ruined, so she had to be a well-behaved housewife, taking care of everything in the house before the president and master came home. She is really the happiest person in the world. With a soft groan, Kagaya Shinomiya slowly opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar wooden ceiling. Awake? Xia Chuanzu had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw her wake up, he went up to her as soon as possible. How do you feel? Are you a little more awake? Kagaya's sleeping posture is considered honest after lying down, she hardly moves anymore, but she doesn't know what sweet dreams she had, and she has a smile on her face even when she sleeps. From time to time, she would chuckle, making people wonder if she really fell asleep. Not only that, but occasionally her mouth would mutter some unclear words, which made people very curious. Do you want some water? President Kagaya Shinomiya was still a little dazed. Looking at Xia Chuanzu, who was close at hand, she subconsciously recalled the scene in her dream and opened her arms to him. Hug. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that this silly personality hadn't disappeared even after sleeping for a while. Could it be that she didn't sleep enough? But it's already 2 p.m., what about tonight if she continues to sleep? Transform into Batman and fight crime at night? Seeing that Xia Chuanzu didn't move, but instead looked embarrassed, Kagaya Shinomiya wanted to pout and act coquettishly, but suddenly realized that she was no longer in a dream, so she instantly woke up. So sorry, President. Even though it was a hot summer, a trace of sweat suddenly appeared on her forehead. Actually she almost exposed herself. If the president knew that she had such a dream, she would definitely be regarded as a lustful nymphomaniac, right? The most important thing is her feelings. It was completely exposed. Terribly sorry. It's really hard for you to keep watching over me, President. That doesn't matter, Xia Chuanzu shook his head and continued. How's your body? Do you feel better? It was impossible to confirm Kagaya's personality state from her appearance, but it would seem particularly abrupt to point it out clearly. If she asked him a few questions, he wouldn't be able to answer, so he had to ask indirectly. Thank you for your concern, President. My fingers don't hurt at all anymore, so it's no problem to start learning to cook now. Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head and sat up from the bed. With her dignified demeanor, she seemed to have returned to her usual state. That's good. Xia Chuanzu nodded, then hesitated and said. Speaking of which, do you remember what we talked about before you rested? Before, Kagaya Shinomiya pondered, and replied to him after a while. Are you referring to the matter of me cutting my finger? I remember the president helped me apply the medicine and then asked me to lie down and rest. What's wrong? Chapter 71. The blank, innocent expression certainly didn't seem fake, and Xia Chuanzu understood that she really didn't have those memories. This was actually a good thing, at least Huey didn't have to endure the overwhelming sense of shame afterward. It's nothing, don't worry about it, Xia Chuanzu waved his hand, indicating. You've been sleeping for so long, you must be hungry, let's go get something to eat first. Of course, I'll cook, and I can also teach you on the spot. During Huey's rest, the director of academic affairs came to check on her, probably having heard it from other students, but he was dealt with, and he also took the afternoon off. With their grades and positions as student council members, the teacher naturally approved without saying anything, so he simply borrowed the kitchen as well, which could come in handy now. After explaining the situation to Si Gong Huey, she seemed indifferent on the surface, but her heart began to get excited. This was a legitimate opportunity to be alone, and one that would never be disturbed. After all, it was a man and a woman alone together, so it would be normal for something delightful to happen during that time, right? Speaking of which, what was the development in the dream like? The opportunity to become lovers with the president. In any case, she must not miss this hard-won opportunity. Okay, I'll listen to the president. What's wrong? Si Gong Huey tilted her head, looking at him with a slightly curious expression. No, it's nothing, let's go, Xia Chuanzu shook his head. Having seen Huey's soft girl appearance, he became a little wary of her well-behaved appearance, although it was indeed very cute and heart-stirring. Her behavior of approaching without any worry still inevitably made him have some fantasies. Returning to the previous kitchen again, Xia Chuanzu quickly processed the ingredients. While processing, he did not forget to teach on the spot, guiding Huey. Like this, the hand should be placed horizontally, press the ingredients. Look at the spacing, and then the blade falls vertically. You can also drop it against your fingers, so you won't cut your hand. You can also keep some distance. You can even tilt it slightly to the right, which is more convenient. If you're a beginner, don't do it too fast at first. You don't need to pursue speed, just complete it step by step, and then the ingredient processing part is completed, and then it's the cooking part. There's actually nothing to say about this. Each dish has various different methods, you just need to follow the steps on the recipe step by step. But remember that the steps cannot be messed up, and don't change the recipe randomly, don't add things like hydrochloric acid, and don't add things like cakes and pastries. At the thought of what had happened before, Xia Chuanzu's heart felt a palpitation. Although Huey didn't look like the kind of person who would mess around, but he still had to give her a good warning, and he couldn't let that kind of thing happen again. Okay, Huey wanted to refute, she wasn't that stupid, how could she do such a stupid thing? But seeing the president's solemn look, she felt a sense of care from it, so she nodded obediently, looking like she had listened carefully. Smart girls, in front of the boys they like, must satisfy his desire to be a teacher. This is what she learned from Hayasaka. Is that it? Seeing him put down the spatula, Si Gong Huey asked softly. Almost, just stir-fry it a little more, want to try it? Xia Chuanzu encouraged. Huey was learning quite seriously, staring at this side intently, although her hand was still injured, but that was her left hand, which didn't affect it at all. Seeing Huey nod, Xia Chuanzu handed over the shovel and then taught her how to operate it. Like this, the shovel slides down the surface of the pot, and then the wrist gently flips. In order to make it easier for Huey to understand, he basically did it together by holding her hand directly. If it had been earlier, he might have taken her thoughts into consideration, but recently his relationship with Huey had indeed become closer, and they had held hands before, so he didn't care so much. However, what he didn't expect was that Si Gong Huey herself would be shaken by this natural behavior, even though she had similar expectations in her heart. Really holding hands? Rounding up, they're going to develop into a lover relationship. Could it be that the dream is going to come true? Yay! After giving some guidance, Xia Chuanzu let Huey try it herself, and it just so happened that there were some processed ingredients left over, so it was just right for her to try her hand. This time he didn't teach her hand in hand, just verbal guidance, and then reminded her at the appropriate places. It has to be said that Huey is indeed a genius girl, although there was an accident in the ingredient processing part at the beginning. But the subsequent cooking part was learned very quickly, and she did it in a decent manner, and she didn't look like she had just come into contact with cooking today. After tasting her work, Xia Chuanzu showed an admiring look. Not bad, a complete product, completely qualified as a first attempt, and even exceeded my expectations. Although the appearance is not very good, but in terms of taste, it is qualified, much better than his first attempt back then. But he didn't feel any frustration. After all, Huey also had his guidance, and he was completely exploring on his own back then. Cooking itself is not difficult. Since you have succeeded once, it will not be a problem in the future. Just remember this feeling and practice more. After exhorting Huey a little more, he was about to enter the happy time of eating. Compared to the deluxe version of the finished product he completed, Huey's looked a bit low profile. And the feeling of putting them together for comparison was like a shoddy counterfeit artwork suddenly being brought to compare with a genuine work of art, which made her feel very embarrassed. If you don't mind, please use this one. A trace of nervousness appeared on Huey's face. Although she got a good evaluation from the president, she also knew in her heart that this was probably just the president comforting her. Especially after seeing the dish made by the president, she felt even more embarrassed. Even if she hadn't tasted it, she was sure it couldn't compare to the president. But even so, she still had to bite the bullet. After all, this was her purpose. She had to overcome this sense of shame. Okay, leave it to me, Xia Chuanzu nodded, not refusing. He himself doesn't have high requirements for what he eats, as long as it's not some kind of dark cuisine or a taste that is extremely biased and strange, he can accept it. Then please take care of my share. After getting the answer, Si Gong Huey breathed a sigh of relief, and then solemnly said, yes, I will eat it with reverence. You don't have to go to that extent, just eat it normally. Xia Chuanzu was a little embarrassed. Since he exposed his cooking skills in front of Huey before, it seems that she has also become like Fujiwara, and began to extremely admire his skills, which makes him feel a little embarrassed. In his own opinion, his cooking skills are nothing great, and his master, the angel Mrs. cooking skills are far superior to him, and he enjoys such delicacies every day, but Huey and the others don't know. Perhaps, he should find an opportunity to introduce Sheena to Huey and the others. He felt that they should be able to chat. Since they are both girls, it should be more convenient to talk about things. By the way, President, do you have any arrangements for the test of courage after tomorrow? While enjoying the dish made by Xia Chuanzu for her, Si Gong Huey tried to look like she didn't care so much. If you don't mind. Xia Chuanzu's expression was a little subtle. He didn't expect that besides Ying Lily, there would be a second person to invite him to go together, and it was still Si Gong Huey. So why not choose Fujiwara? He felt that her relationship with Huey should be closer. To be honest, I really can't deal with ghosts and monsters. In order to enhance persuasiveness, Si Gong Huey also put on a soft and weak pitiful look. However, this is a lie. In fact, she is not afraid of these things. As a firm believer in science, she only believes in absolute strength and power, and is not afraid of these things that only exist in fantasy. Why not find Fujiwara? Qianhua is definitely not good, because that person will definitely mess things up. Maybe there won't be any sense of atmosphere at all. Huey immediately shook her head at him. Xia Chuanzu. It's hard not to agree with this. After all, judging from Fujiwara's personality, she seems like the kind of person who would go to a haunted house to play but would also talk to the staff and disturb their work. Actually, I guess it's not okay. Huey's expression looked a little lonely, which reminded Xia Chuanzu that she is actually a person with few friends, and is even far inferior to Ying Lily and senior sister in this regard. Huey even only has Fujiwara Qianhua as a friend, and she is not very reliable. It can be said that she must have made a lot of mental preparations to make such an invitation to him today. In this case, he can't refuse at all, right? Actually, I'm quite interested. I didn't expect to be invited by you. Of course, no problem. But considering the safety check, we can also fully experience it at that time. The disadvantage is that it is work-related and may not be fun enough. Because it is held at night and placed in the woods, considering the safety of the students, their student council must test and check in advance, which can also be said to be a preview version, but I don't know if Huey will agree. No problem, I'll listen to the president's arrangements, Si Gong Huey happily agreed. She herself is not going there to experience the project, being alone with the president is the key. It would be even better if something really happened during that time. Such as her getting lost in the forest, and then the president came to rescue her in despair. Comforting her who was frightened, holding her in his arms, saying comforting love words in her ear, ugh. Just thinking about it makes it awesome. After a matter of concern was settled, Si Gong Huey became cheerful. And was full of expectations for the subsequent test of courage, thinking that time should pass quickly. It would be best if she and the president had already started their solitary journey as soon as she opened her eyes. And Xia Chuanzu was a little distressed, although he agreed because he was afraid of disappointing Huey, but thinking about it carefully, he had also promised Ying Lily before, now it's good, he has to manage his time. Although there is also the idea of a group of 3, it seems that the school's arrangements are all in groups of 2, not to mention that Ying Lily and Huey don't know each other, and forcibly putting them together will only be embarrassing. The most important thing is, there is nothing wrong with him playing twice, but thinking about it carefully, there is a feeling of a scumbag stepping on 2 boats. Is it an illusion? After separating from Huey, returning to his class's base camp, the afternoon's courses were almost over, and students in the class were coming out of the temporary study room one after another, including the angel Miss Zhou, Xia Chuanzu, good afternoon. Despite being very concerned about what Xia Chuanzu went to do, Sheena still couldn't be as intimate with him in front of many classmates as she was at home. Yeah, good afternoon, Xia Chuanzu nodded, responding to her. Seeing her hesitant look, he immediately understood what she was thinking, so he took the initiative to explain. That's how it is, so I asked for leave in the afternoon. After simply explaining Huey asking him to teach her how to cook and her injury, he found that Sheena's expression became even more concerning. Not only did her eyebrows furrow slightly, but her cheeks were also bulging, pouting her lips slightly, looking like she was having a small tantrum. Sheena. Xia Chuanzu said cautiously, not knowing what he had offended her. What's wrong? You look a little angry. No, Xia Chuanzu, I'm not angry with you at all. Sheena turned her face over, looking at him with a smile, squinting her eyes. This is just being angry. Xia Chuanzu was a little embarrassed. Even if he doesn't understand girls' minds, how could he not see it like this? It's okay, I'm really not angry. Anyway, I already knew that Xia Chuanzu is a helpful person, and he will help anyone who needs help, Sheena Manatsu said expressionlessly. But how could she not be angry? She was angry not with Zhou, but with herself. She clearly said that it was okay to just be friends, but when she heard the news that another girl was so close to Zhou, she couldn't help but be jealous, that Si Gong vice president definitely likes Zhou, right? Otherwise, how could such a cold and arrogant young lady ask a pure opposite sex to teach her cooking? Thinking about it carefully, maybe the reason why Zhou goes back to the student council is also because of her. It's really okay, Zhou, don't worry, I'm really not angry, only her expression will unconsciously become lonely. That's how it is. Kanade is different from her. Even if he leaves her, Kanade won't become lonely. He has many friends, unlike her, who only has Kanade. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, I'll go back first. Snowball Kanade didn't say anything more, but his eyes became firm. He reached out and grabbed her. Quick, let go. The classmates will misunderstand. Chapter 72. But this is in public. Doing such intimate things will definitely cause misunderstandings. I can't cause any more trouble for Kanade. Let go. No, Snowball Kanade shook his head, firm and decisive. I absolutely won't let go. He really didn't know what was happening, nor did he know what to do, which was why he had to stay with Sheena. At least, he had to ask her what was suddenly wrong. He couldn't let her leave with such a gloomy mood. Why are you suddenly so unhappy? There must be a reason, is it because I did something? In his view, if it wasn't related to him, Sheena would definitely be willing to share it with him. So, the reason for her unhappiness could only be because of him. But what exactly was it? It couldn't be just because she heard him talking to other girls, right? Well, wait until we get back, let go of me, people will see us. Looking around, she noticed that people were already paying attention to them, which made Shina Mahiru even more flustered. That's not the reason, is it? Rather, what if they do see us? He really considered Shina a good friend, but she always seemed ashamed to reveal their relationship. I understand you don't want people to know we live next door, but is it really not okay to just have normal conversations at school? This level of interaction won't cause misunderstandings at all. They've already misunderstood. Shina Mahiru thought. Their intimate interaction couldn't be called a normal conversation at all. Usually, she was always careful, thinking it was best not to reveal anything, but Kanade, that idiot, didn't seem to notice at all, so everything was completely exposed. I'll tell you later, just let go of me. No, tell me what's wrong first. Snowball Kanade's stubbornness also flared up. He had already gone this far, so he couldn't give up halfway. Perhaps doing this would really make Shina unhappy, but he would apologize for what happened later. Right now, he needed to focus on the present. So, Shina Mahiru took a deep breath, glared at him fiercely, and seeing that he was still unmoved, pretending not to see her, she turned her head away, disgruntled. You're so gentle to other girls, but you're so forceful with me. Go hang out with your friends. Why are you bothering with me? Anyway, it was Kanade who asked her to say it, so even if he really got angry after she said it, she wouldn't care. It's just that. Just? Shina looked at him. No, I mean it's just because they also take care of me. Snowball Kanade quickly corrected himself. Shina really showed an angry expression now, but it was precisely because of this that he breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, the reason I was able to become the president was also because of the support from Shinomiya and the others, but whether it's them or Shina, they are all my good friends. There's no higher or lower, I can guarantee that. He roughly understood. My best friend's best friend isn't me. Shina must have fallen into such a low mood, right? Because she was also someone who didn't have many friends. Before he met her, she seemed to have been living a mechanical and lonely life. Even after they became close, he hadn't seen her have any other friends. Although saying it like this might sound a bit narcissistic, but Shina must be afraid that her friend would be taken away, right? Just like a child, when they have a beloved toy, they want to show it off to other friends, but if they are asked to hand it over to play with, they will definitely be unwilling, and even worry that the toy will be snatched away. Don't worry, I will be Shina's good friend forever, and I will never leave without permission. Who wants you to be friends forever, you idiot? The angel girl thought to herself. As Snowball Kanade expected, after he said, I will never leave you, to the angel girl, her expression visibly improved. Although her attitude towards him was still not amiable, and even had a hint of dislike, it was precisely because she could express it directly that people could breathe a sigh of relief. Verbal rejection is never the problem, cold indifference is the most hurtful sharp knife. What are you still doing following me? Aren't you the student council president? Hurry up and do your own things. The surrounding onlookers had already left, and the angel girl's heart was filled with the courage to throw a tantrum. She put her hands on Snowball Kanade's back, wanting to push him away with force, but she was too weak, and couldn't move him even after trying for a long time. Ugh! Why are you so strong? I can't push you at all. Idiot! Since brute force didn't work, she had to glare at him with a warning look, but unexpectedly, he was completely unmoved, and even brought his face closer. He was very close, his breath tickled her face, and her heart too. His eyelashes blinked, which was very beautiful. Although he was a boy, his well-defined lips were also very sexy. What are you doing? Shina Mahiru pushed him away, nervously. Her heart was beating very fast, and she even started to let her imagination run wild. Could it be that Kanade was going to do that? Even though she knew in her heart that these were all wild thoughts, and the atmosphere in reality shouldn't be like this, she couldn't help but think so. It's all because he's too good-looking. Why did he have to be so good-looking? He must have used this face to bewitch countless girls outside. Thinking like this, her heart finally filled with dissatisfaction towards him again, and her hands became stronger, able to resist him. I don't remember Kanade being such a frivolous person. Could it be that his serious appearance in the past was all a lie? In any case, she didn't want him to guess her inner thoughts, so she had to use these words to force him back, to hide herself. You misunderstood, it's just that there seems to be something dirty on your face. Snowball Kanade shook his head. Such an action did seem a bit intimate, and it wasn't suitable to do it outside. And it's moving, I suspect it might be some kind of small bug. After all, the place they were studying at was in the forest, so they might have encountered one. Shina Mahiru was startled. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but after he said it, she felt her face really become a little itchy, but she didn't dare to scratch it with her hands, and could only look at him with a pitiful expression, grabbing his sleeve for help. He helped me. The trembling voice seemed to carry a sob, making Snowball Kanade feel a little guilty and self-reproachful. Yes. I'll get it off for you right away. So, he carefully leaned forward, and his right hand gently stroked her face. So soft. His first feeling was that it was very soft, glutinous, and had amazing elasticity when pressed lightly, making people want to hold it forever. Kanade. Ah. Yes. I feel it. I'll catch it right away. His fingertips gently glided over, causing a ripple that made her cheeks slightly hot, and time seemed to pass very slowly. Kanade's hand was still acting up on her face. Were there really so many bugs to catch? She didn't understand, it wasn't honey syrup, how could it attract so many bugs? Isn't it done yet? Soon. He had already said that, so what could she do? She could only trust him. After a long time, she finally felt the mischievous hand escape, and a sense of loss suddenly arose in her heart. She must be going crazy. She actually felt that this experience was quite good. Thank you. Why, you're welcome. I am leaving first. The throbbing in her heart was about to be covered up, so Shina had to cover her face with her arm, not wanting him to see it. At this moment, she was so grateful that there were only the two of them here, that their relationship wasn't exposed and they weren't disturbed, but she couldn't bear Kanade's intimate actions after all. This was something that had never happened before. She left, Snowball Kanade murmured, still feeling the warmness. He lingered with reluctance in his palm. Was he doing too much? He thought so, but after savoring it, he didn't think it was a bad thing. After that day, he didn't see Shina again. Even if they happened to meet, she would quickly run away, and he couldn't talk to her at all. The evening self-study time came quietly like this. Pushing open the dormitory door arranged by the school, Snowball Kanade stretched out his hand, wanting to greet the people inside. Hello everyone, I'm Snowball Kanade. He originally thought that he might be able to meet some new friends, but he didn't expect that all the people in his dormitory were acquaintances. Oh, Snowball is also in this room, what a coincidence, a greeting from his student council colleague, Shirogane Miyuki. Good evening, President, a response from his classmate, Tanuma Tsubasa. And, the thoughts of his close friend, Hikigaya Hachiman, who uttered the violent statement, I want to die. No matter what, you don't have to say such things when you see me, right? Snowball Kanade teased Hikigaya Hachiman, who was muttering to himself. If they were unfamiliar people, he would feel a little uncomfortable getting along with them, and he would always have to deliberately maintain the dignity of being the student council president. But since they were all familiar friends, it was no problem, and he could relax more. You know that's not what I meant, right? Hikigaya glared at him and put down the paperback book in his hand. If Snowball Kanade was there, he wouldn't be able to pretend to be aloof and unapproachable. This guy would definitely come over on his own and break his carefully prepared, perfect shield. So you guys know each other, Shirogane Miyuki nodded, relieved. Since Snowball Kanade knew them, he would leave it to him. He wasn't suitable for this kind of work anyway. Yeah, we were in the same club before, Snowball Kanade nodded and explained. Hachiman is a very good person, I think you guys can become friends too. Hey, don't make decisions about my life without my permission. Hikigaya Hachiman complained. But even so, he still began to carefully look at the other two. Just from their appearance, they don't seem like bad people normies. Well, since Snowball Kanade has said so, it means that these two are really the kind of people he can get along with anyway, whatever. Even if something happens, he'll blame it on this guy. Who told him to start the topic without permission? Hikigaya Hachiman, nice to meet you. Shirogane Miyuki, nice to meet you. Tanuma Tsubasa, I'm glad to meet you, Hikigaya-kun. Snowball Kanade, I'm glad. Who asked you? Snowball Kanade. Chapter 73. After introducing themselves, they quickly became familiar with each other. Thanks to Natsuki Kanade acting as a buffer, the atmosphere was quite harmonious, and even Hachiman Hikigaya was able to integrate well. Speaking of guys' gatherings, discussing girls and romance is essential, right? Tsubasa Tanuma suggested. It seems like that's the case, Miyuki Shirogane pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Hey, don't suddenly get swept up in that. More like this topic is jumping too fast, right? Isn't it nice? Natsuki Kanade also chimed in, winking at Hachiman Hikigaya and holding down his restless heart. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, it's not bath time yet, right? You bastard, Hachiman Hikigaya's face stiffened, with a hint of gnashing teeth. Natsuki Kanade shrugged, ignoring his resentful gaze. Then let's start with me, since I brought up the topic. Tsubasa Tanuma raised his hand, taking the lead. Actually, it's something that happened recently, there's a girl I'm really interested in. Ooh, tell us about it. What's going on? Although their expressions varied slightly, they were all clearly interested, listening intently to what he had to say. She's a classmate, so we often run into each other, and I even received chocolate from her before. Tsubasa Tanuma scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Talking about his love story in front of three guys was indeed a bit shameful. I guess I, as a boy, should be the one to confess first, right? Wait. That's not right. He was originally just planning to listen and then come up with some story to fool them with, but he didn't expect to hear such a shocking statement. People will find it disgusting. Stop it. You guys think something's wrong too, right? Hachiman Hikigaya looked at the other two, hoping they would say something as well. Indeed, it's a bit too fast, Miyuki Shirogane nodded, then asked. So, what kind of chocolate was it? The chocolate ball kind, 3 pieces. Oh. Without a doubt, this is definitely. X2, Natsuki Kanade and Hachiman Hikigaya exchanged glances, both seeing an emotion called sympathy in each other's eyes. Without a doubt, it's true love chocolate. Listen up. Women are those kind of creatures who aren't honest. You have to think that they always take the opposite action, which means that something that looks like obligatory chocolate at first glance is actually true love. Exactly. The two stood up together, feeling like they had found a kindred spirit. Hachiman Hikigaya was completely numb. He quickly looked at Natsuki Kanade, signaling him with his eyes, this is your friend, you deal with it. The latter nodded knowingly, then cleared his throat and raised an objection. But, there are definitely cases where it's just obligatory chocolate, right? Because the person involved was too happy, Natsuki Kanade didn't want to pour too much cold water on him directly, so he tried to guide him as much as possible. In this case, it still depends on the person, right? For example, if it's a tsundere, a girl with that kind of reluctant personality, this situation might occur. But if the other person has a generous personality, it might really just be obligatory chocolate, you know? This was probably based on his own experiences. Natsuki Kanade's analysis was well-founded, and at least he could be confident. Hachiman Hikigaya nodded frequently, thinking to himself that he lived up to the name. Is that so? Miyuki Shirogane pondered. That makes so much sense, as expected of President Natsuki. Despite feeling a bit defeated, Tsubasa Tanuma still earnestly asked Natsuki Kanade for advice. Actually, something did happen before. She asked me, do you have a girlfriend? When I answered no, she immediately shared this with the girls next to her. Natsuki Kanade fell into thought. I think this might be bullying, Hachiman Hikigaya said weakly, seemingly wanting to say something, but he was quickly interrupted by Miyuki Shirogane. There's absolutely no mistake this time, it's a period of popularity. Hachiman Hikigaya. Because girls are people too. Exactly the same kind of creature as you. In your case, you should judge it like this. After getting the answer no, the other person will think, that means I have a chance. The other girls might also think, great. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet, because the person who's right for him is me, he's still single, I'm so happy. Like that. So it's totally a period of popularity. It might even develop into a situation where you have to choose one of them, and at worst, friendships might crack and eventually develop into bullying. So that's how it is. Then what should I do? Just protect her, you're the only one who can protect her. I see. Wait for me. Hachiman Hikigaya finally couldn't help but interrupt these two. You'll be laughed at. You'll be laughed at mercilessly, and then you'll live in that shadow for 3 years of high school, so definitely don't do anything that will cause misunderstandings. Why would I be laughed at? Yeah, why would you be laughed at? Could it be that my analysis is wrong? The atmosphere became a little stiff. Just as Hachiman Hikigaya was considering whether to share his similar experiences from the past, Natsuki Kanade, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. I thought about it for a bit, and I feel like, it's not entirely hopeless. Could it be that President also thinks the analysis is wrong? Hachiman Hikigaya sighed in relief, but after seeing that he was the only one standing, he shrank his neck and sat down silently, no longer speaking. Girls' actions generally have traces to follow, and they're also closely related to their personalities. For example, people like the literature club senior, they usually sit there quietly. As if everything is irrelevant to them, and they don't get angry. But when they start shaking their legs or kicking their feet, you have to understand that there are some problems with their mood. This situation can be extended to many levels. For example, a girl who already has a good relationship with you, this is the premise, suddenly says to you one day, "Do you think someone like me is suitable for being in a relationship?" It's probably because she received a confession from someone else before, and she herself has some feelings for you but can't decide, or she originally liked you and therefore wants you to realize this. But looking at your actual situation, I don't think the girl you're talking about necessarily likes you. Perhaps, someone else likes you. In my opinion. The reason she turned around and reported this to the other girls in front of you may be because there's someone in that group of girls who really cares about whether you have a girlfriend. She might be the core person who initiated this event, which means that she has feelings, or at least good feelings for you. Of course, the foundation for all of this is that you're not being teased. Doesn't that kind of thing happen often? Because you lost in truth or dare, you're forced to confess to or tease some loner in the class. But based on what you said, she shouldn't be that kind of person, and she doesn't have any aversion to you, and she's even willing to give you obligatory chocolate, so at least we can eliminate some of those probabilities. Natsuki Kanade frowned, then continued, therefore, I think the probability that there is someone among those girls who cares about you is 100. No, wait a minute. This situation, looks like you're being teased, right? Like a dare or because they're bored, they suddenly suggested in the girls' group, let's pretend to confess to that loner in the class and see what kind of funny reaction he has, something like that. Thinking of this, Hachiman Hikigaya suddenly remembered that the target wasn't him, but the boy named Tsubasa Tanuma in front of him. Even if they're popular or living a fulfilling life, you can't rule out this possibility. In short, you still need to observe more, right? Right. This. But didn't you say before that you usually interact with those girls, right? Natsuki Kanade took over the topic, confirming with Tsubasa Tanuma, who nodded affirmatively. Besides, if it's really as you said, if it's a prank or teasing, then apart from expressing emotions like disgust or exclusion, all that's left is caring or having good feelings, right? If it's the former, the relationship would definitely be very stiff, and you wouldn't be able to say hello. That's not necessarily true. Because humans are diverse creatures. Some people are born gentle, and no matter how small or humble you are, they're willing to say hello to you, smile at you, and even call you. Gentle people are gentle to everyone, and even if they hate or reject you in their hearts, they won't show it. In short, I still think you should observe first, at least don't fall into embarrassing misunderstandings. If it were him, he wouldn't need to consider so much. It would definitely be teasing or mischief, but since it was directed at someone else, someone he didn't understand, he naturally couldn't easily come to a conclusion. Natsuki Kanade was silent. He thought of his own experiences, of Shina, of his seniors. He thought he had entered their hearts at that time, but in reality, that was just their usual attitude. It wasn't special treatment because of his specialness, but rather, anyone in that position would receive that kind of special treatment. Anyone would do, as long as they were in that position. Maybe you're right, Natsuki Kanade sighed, then said to Tsubasa Tanuma. Sorry, Tanuma-san, I almost led you astray. No, it's okay, actually, I think President's analysis also makes a lot of sense, Tsubasa Tanuma shook his head. This person involved didn't seem to be affected at all. On the contrary, the two military advisors who were giving advice weren't in a very good mood. So what I need to do next is just let things take their course, right? Hachiman Hikigaya nodded silently, and Natsuki Kanade also agreed, yeah, let's not act rashly for now, or you can be like them, find an opportunity to probe indirectly and test their attitudes. He was still a little unwilling to give up, and even prayed for the other person in his heart, as if that would prove something. Okay, I understand, Tsubasa Tanuma nodded, then stood up and bowed deeply to the three people present. Thank you very much for your advice, I've gained a lot. The others waved their hands, indicating that it was nothing. Then next it's. I'll go next, actually, I've been a little troubled recently, Miyuki Shirogane took over the topic proactively. He was originally embarrassed to talk about such private matters, but seeing that Tsubasa Tanuma had taken the lead, it would seem pretentious if he didn't say anything. That person is in a different class from me. So it's usually difficult to say hello, but we've gone out privately quite a few times, the key is that she doesn't seem to see me as a member of the opposite sex. I always feel like she sees me as a pretty easy to talk to friend. May I ask, that person you're talking about? Are you asking for her name? It's okay to say it, Ryuzu Momo, the daughter of the Ryuzu group leader. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, just, a little surprised, Natsuki Kanade shook his head, then said. Continue. Recently, our interactions have become a little closer. When we had lunch together before, I shared my bento with her, and then she asked me to make an extra bento for her every day, and she even said she would pay me. This is a bit. It's definitely not easy to handle, right? Although sharing a bento should be considered quite private, her attitude doesn't show at all that she sees me as a member of the opposite sex. It's indeed a bit. Can I say a few words? Hachiman Hikigaya raised his hand. So the atmosphere is really an important thing. He was clearly someone who wouldn't participate in this kind of activity, but he had inexplicably integrated into it in this situation. Of course, on the contrary, please give me some guidance, Miyuki Shirogane nodded solemnly. Chapter 74. Not necessarily right, Hachiman muttered, but when analyzing, he had a completely different serious expression. I don't really know the girl you mentioned, but from the angle of your introduction. I suggest you be straightforward and tell her directly, because you really like her, right? That's right, Miyuki Shirogane nodded, but was still a little hesitant. But the advice you gave Tanuma was to observe first, right? Of course it's different. Simply put, because the objects are different. The methods used are also different for your lady, because her background is that of a Yakuza family's daughter. Don't say you didn't care about this. The fact that you specifically mentioned it when you introduced her shows that you actually care a little bit. That's right, but what I care about is whether her family can accept an outsider like me. It's all the same. The point is that growing up in that kind of environment, she must be inevitably gossiped about by the surrounding peers, right? Like, did you know, she's the daughter of a Yakuza family, wow. Is she a violent person? It's better to stay away from her, Therefore, she probably doesn't have any friends, right? I haven't really seen her interacting with anyone, Miyuki Shirogane recalled, then nodded. That's right, the only person she can talk to is you. To her, whether you are the opposite sex is irrelevant, therefore, it's not that she doesn't like you, but that she can't distinguish the boundaries between friendship and love. But this is just my guess, maybe she really doesn't like you, I'm not denying you. I'm just saying a possibility. Miyuki Shirogane frowned, then continued. So what I need to do is express my feelings and make her aware of this. That's right. But if the confession fails? It's better than being stuck like this, right? Hachiman reminded him. Not to mention, judging from her situation, even if she can't accept your confession for a while, she probably won't break up with you just like that. Maybe it can develop into a love story worth writing down. A friend who rejected my confession, but later in life discovered that she had fallen in love with me, something like that. Hachiman curled his lips. In fact, the titles of recent light novels are getting longer and longer. They can completely serve as a synopsis of the content. The key plot aspects also have a tendency to develop into science fiction. What about a friend who owes 500 yen using his younger sister to pay off the debt, or a story about being taken care of by a beautiful older sister after his family ran away with a debt of 50 million yen? Damn it, he is very envious of that. He is clearly the kind of person who can be a house husband, so why doesn't this kind of good thing fall on his head? Protest. In short, if the confession is successful, everyone will be happy. If it fails, it's not a problem. If you work harder and show some ambition, maybe she will like that. Confess directly. Try to believe in Hikigaya. He is a reliable person, and I also think what he said makes sense. Sometimes you really need an action to break the deadlock, Kanade Snowball chimed in. Of course, the final decision is still up to you, we are just providing a suggestion. He was originally an action-oriented person, and Hachiman Hikigaya's views coincided with his own ideas. In addition, it was the first time he saw Hachiman express himself at length in front of someone who wasn't too familiar. Now, he definitely has to support him. Hey, what kind of look is that? Be careful, I curse you. I really will. Yes. Miko is really, super sexy and cute. JPG. Then it's my turn. Looking at the slightly conflicted Hachiman Hikigaya, Kanade Snowball took the initiative. He knew Hikigaya relatively well and felt that he might not be comfortable in this kind of situation, so he gave him some more time to prepare mentally. Actually, I. Do, two sounds, a knock on the door rang, and then the door was pushed open. A young male teacher poked his head out and said to the group. The hot spring pool will be closed in half an hour, and so will the bathhouse. Hurry up if you haven't taken a bath yet. After speaking, he went straight to the next room. The group looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The school is quite considerate to have a teacher come to remind us. No, you're overthinking it. Rather, the relevant regulations were already mentioned at this morning's gathering. The reason they came is because such an incident happened last year. A boy missed the bath time because he didn't listen carefully to the school's arrangements, so he secretly climbed into the bathhouse to take a bath, and was caught by the hotel staff as a thief. Wow, Hikigaya-kun is so amazing, he even knows this. No, it's nothing, I just happened to hear the teachers talking about it. Hachiman Hikigaya shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. But honestly, how could this kind of thing happen again? That kind of idiot is 1 in a million. Then he turned his gaze to Kanade Snowball, roughly meaning to tell him to continue. It seemed like he was really adapting to this kind of popular activity. That's right, Kanade Snowball smiled awkwardly. Where were we just now? He wasn't really that forgetful, he just pretended to raise his head, glanced at the clock on the wall, and then pretended to be surprised and said, it's already this time, we've really been chatting for a long time. Sorry, I have a time appointment with someone, so I can only discuss it together next time. Is that so? Then next time, there will be plenty of time. Everyone showed regretful expressions, except for Hikigaya, who stared at him suspiciously for a while before curling his lips, but didn't say anything. Go early and come back early, don't miss the curfew. Cough cough, don't worry, I'm still aware of this. Kanade Snowball waved his hand, pretending to be calm. He felt that Hikigaya should have seen through him, but he couldn't be sure. In this case, he should just pretend that it was really like that. In short, I will come back as soon as possible, and try not to disturb your rest, goodbye. After coming out of the room, he should have hurried to the bathhouse, but because he had been with Kagaya all afternoon and missed the notification time, he didn't know where it was, so he had to go to the front desk to ask. Walk along the corridor over there, keep to the right, and you'll see it right away. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, you're too polite, I wish you a pleasant journey. Yes, thank you. After thanking the front desk lady, he walked in the direction she pointed and saw the bathhouse. There was also a sign outside the door that said, "Reserved, no entry for idlers." It seemed that the reason was because Shuchian Academy had booked the hotel. What was strange was that there was only one bathhouse here, without any distinction between men and women, but the directions given by the front desk lady were indeed here, so the women's bathhouse was on the other side. This was done quite well, at least it could effectively prevent incidents such as entering the wrong bathhouse, but in any case, they should put up a banner to indicate it. But after all, it was their hotel, and he couldn't control that much, so he just let it be. After taking off his clothes in the changing room, he walked into the bathhouse and looked around. It was a standard configuration. There were many washing areas, and the bath was very large. The pool was steaming with heat, feeling like a man-made hot spring. Sitting on a small stool next to him, after washing a little, he heard footsteps coming from nearby. He didn't expect that even at this time, there would be someone who hadn't taken a bath like him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and finally the owner of the voice seemed to have sat down in the position near him. The corner of his eye could even see the other person reaching out and squeezing hair conditioner. What beautiful, slender hands, Kanade Snowball thought, but as a boy, it seemed that he lacked exercise. He felt that it would break if he squeezed it. But after all, it was someone else's business, and he had no right to say anything. At most, he would kindly remind him that he couldn't squeeze out the hair conditioner. That might be gone, if you don't mind, please use. Thank you. It's hard to describe what kind of scene this is. Simply put, it is teenage boys and girls, frankly meet in a bathhouse. Even though they haven't established even the slightest bit of intimate relationship. I think I need an explanation, Mr. Pervert who broke into the women's bathhouse because he was horny and wanted to do something bad. The girl gritted her teeth and spat out word by word, her face pale, her hands protecting her chest, turned sideways, and cast a murderous look at Kanade Snowball. Calm down first. Yukino Shida, this is a misunderstanding. If that's your declaration of crime. Of course not. How could I do that kind of thing? Someone gave me directions. No, think about it carefully, there's no gender marked outside the bathhouse. The girl, namely Yukino Shida, calmed down a bit. She frowned and said, turn around. Ah. How long do you want to peep? Oh, Kanade Snowball quickly turned around and stopped looking at her. Then there was a rustling sound, and then something was suddenly thrown over and covered his head. Put it on. Yukino's familiar cold voice came from behind, but this time it was slightly different, with a biting coldness like a cold winter. Understanding that she was a little angry, Kanade Snowball didn't say anything and obediently put on the bathrobe that was thrown over, and then put on a "I'm very well behaved" look and lowered his head in her direction. It was lucky that he met Yukino Shida. If he had met a girl who wasn't so familiar, he would probably have been kicked out as a pervert. This wasn't the end of it. The key was the result afterwards. Social death would probably be a light punishment. Did you see it? Ah. Kanade Snowball was stunned, then suddenly reacted and quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't see anything at all. Rather, because of the fog, I could only see a vague outline. I didn't even notice that the person next to me was a girl. But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it, because Yukino Shida's expression not only didn't improve, but became even more ugly. In a daze, he seemed to see a faint wisp of black air emerging from her body, and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if scanning his arrogant ground chicken. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Why are you here? Could it be that the teacher called you? Teacher? Kanade Snowball was stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed related to the teacher. If he didn't remind him, he would have missed the time. It's not wrong to say that. It really is, Yukino Shida murmured, her face not as bad as it looked at first. No matter what you're thinking, it has nothing to do with you, leave here quickly. But I haven't. Yukino Shida didn't speak, just stared at him silently, which made Kanade Snowball retreat. Okay, I'll leave now. A wise man knows when to retreat, Kanade Snowball thought. This is not called cowardice, this is called tactical retreat. However, just as he got up to leave, another burst of footsteps sounded outside the bathhouse door. Yukino Shida frowned, and just as she was about to tell Kanade Snowball that she would delay for a while, she found that he moved even faster and had already run behind the rockery and hid. Forget it, that's fine too. Shaking her head, she wondered what she was worried about. Even if it was really exposed, it had nothing to do with her. There was no need to worry about this guy. Chapter 75. But even saying that, I still braced myself and stayed, even though there was a member of the opposite sex in the bath. Oh, you're already here, Yukino Shida. You better explain this to me, Hiratsuka-sensei. Huh? Why do something so unnecessary? I can handle my own affairs. After all, someone had taken advantage of her, and that bastard had even said something deserving of divine punishment. She couldn't possibly not care. The worst part was that the culprit was this teacher in front of her. Even if she really wanted to help, why would she arrange it in a place like this? How scatterbrained could she be? I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't expect you to be this outrageous. Huh? No, I was just a little late, is that really something to say? That's not what I'm talking about. Yukino Shida pursed her lips, feeling that the other party was pretending to be stupid, but that guy was staying behind the back door of the rockery, and she couldn't say in front of him that she was troubled by his affairs. Wouldn't that make it seem like she cared about that guy? Forget it, what did you call me here to say? It's about that matter, you should have guessed it already. More than guessed, in short, you don't need to bother so much, my sister, you can ignore her request, I know what I'm doing, and I can take care of myself. Well, it's not entirely because of Haruno, after all, you're also my student, as a teacher, it's necessary to care a little. Hiratsuka Shizuka waved her hand and scratched the itch on her chest. The surface of the water rippled, as if the bath was shaking, attracting the attention of the people next to her, who couldn't help but gently stroke it. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Hey, don't look at me like that, I don't lack any of the ethics that I should have as a teacher. If that were the case, you wouldn't have stuffed that guy into my service club in the first place. Cough cough, he's also a problem child. And Hikigaya, that guy is also, no, isn't he doing pretty well? After all, strictly speaking, the other party's troubles were ultimately brought about by her. Don't change the subject, Yukino Shida frowned, feeling that if they continued talking like this, they might touch on things that couldn't be said now. You should have something important to say to me, right? The implication was that if there was nothing special, they should disperse. Hiratsuka Shizuka naturally understood her meaning, and her tone couldn't help but become a little emotional. How can I say that I'm also your teacher? You don't need to be so disgusted. I'll say it, don't really leave. I can't say anything about your personal affairs, but Haruno asked me to persuade you to go home. Hiratsuka Shizuka spread her hands, feeling a little helpless. I don't know why she came to me, no matter how you look at it, these are all your private affairs, family affairs. Yukino Shida was silent for a while before slowly nodding her head. I understand, thank you. I'm just a messenger, you don't need to worry about anything, just do what you think is right. After all, you're my student now. After saying that, Hiratsuka Shizuka stood up and stretched her waist. This bath is not bad, it feels as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, and even my waist has relaxed a little. Like that person, Yukino Shida was also a smart person, but the personalities of the two were so different that it would be difficult to associate them together if they didn't look similar and have the same surname. As their common teacher, she knew this pair of sisters very well, but caring was caring, and that was all she could do. Interfering more would be a bit out of line. In short. What are you doing suddenly standing up? Sit down quickly. Because I'm done soaking and ready to leave. Cough cough, well, I don't think you need to be so anxious, after all, your family's genes are not bad. She didn't want to show off anything, but she didn't expect Yukino Shida to care so much. Indeed, this level of development was a bit bad. She remembered that Haruno was already quite sizable at that time. What are you talking about? Yukino Shida frowned, not reacting for a while, but quickly realized, and her face became not so good looking again. One by one, is that thing so important? Isn't it good to live well without it? Please leave here. Yes, Hiratsuka Shizuka waved her hand, as she expected. Yukino Shida still cared. Then I'll go first, remember not to soak for too long, don't miss curfew because of it. After Hiratsuka Shizuka left, the bath returned to silence again. After a long while, Yukino Shida said leisurely, she should be far away by now, come out. However, all that responded to her was silence. So her mood couldn't help but become a little anxious. What was that guy doing? Did he want her to invite him out in person? However, when she really moved behind the rockery, she found that Xia Chuanzu was not here at all, and not even a trace of him staying had been left behind. Damn it, what did he think she stayed for? That guy. So her resentment deepened. It might be difficult to fall asleep again tonight. On the other side, Xia Chuanzu was standing outside the bathroom, holding the wall beside him and panting slightly. It wasn't that he was tired, after all, it was just a short distance. Even if he walked for a few more hours, it wouldn't be a problem. The key was the psychological pressure was too great. Even when sneaking out all the way, he deliberately held his breath for a long time, for fear of being heard by someone, and then being accused of being a pervert who broke into the women's bath. Not only did he have to pay attention to the surrounding movements at all times, but he also had to reduce the sound of putting on clothes and walking. In addition to various factors, the psychological pressure was almost maximized. It can be said that it was completely no less than playing a tense and exciting finals, the kind where losing would mean saying goodbye to life. Huh? Isn't this our student council president? Why are you standing here? This is the teacher's bath. Could it be that you are waiting for someone? Or are you going to peep? That joke is not funny. Hiratsuka-sensei, Xia Chuanzu pretended to be calm, but in reality he was a little guilty. After all, he had just come out from inside, and he might have already been discovered by the person concerned. Is that so? I think it's quite interesting. Don't stay up too late, remember to go back before curfew. Fortunately, this broad-minded young female teacher didn't ask him too much, but just reminded him and left. Yes, Xia Chuanzu nodded silently. Now he finally understood why he would meet Yukino Shida and the others here. It was all the front desk's fault. What kind of hostel is this? It's simply harmful. After slightly calming down, he embarked on the return journey. The road back was quite peaceful, and he didn't meet anyone along the way. When he sneaked into the dormitory, he found that the other 3 roommates were already asleep, so he avoided the possibility of being questioned, and he didn't think of a reason to fool them. So, the next day arrived in peace and quiet. Because of his biological clock, Xia Chuanzu, who had regular work and rest habits, was the first to wake up. The others were still in a deep sleep. He kept his movements light and got up to wash up. After taking care of himself, he came back to wake everyone up. Wake up, everyone, it's time to get up. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss the morning self-study. With his volume, cosplaying an alarm clock was more than enough, so everyone woke up leisurely. The first thing they did when they opened their eyes was to give him a friendly greeting. Hey, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. What are you doing so early, rushing to become a company slave? What kind of misunderstanding do you have about the word, company slave, Hachiman-san? Xia Chuanzu rolled his eyes, and then pretended to lift his quilt, which the latter quickly stopped. Aren't you afraid that I'm a nudist? What does it matter, we're all guys anyway. Give me some respect for other people's feelings, you bastard. Although Hikigaya resisted very fiercely, he still fell under Xia Chuanzu's power and got up obediently. Thanks to the intense interaction between the two, the other 2 also woke up a lot. They put on their clothes and went to wash up together. During this period, they greeted and teased each other, and felt that their relationship had improved a lot, especially Hikigaya Hachiman, who was even able to take the initiative to join the others in action without being forced. Strolling to the cafeteria, they found that the counter had already opened for business. This was something that had to be praised, but the dishes on it were pitifully few, and they always felt a little inappropriate. What do you want to eat? How about a grilled meat set meal? The experience of eating together with so many people was still very precious, especially when they were all boys. He felt that he had unlocked a very rare achievement in his life. No, it's too greasy, early in the morning, can you clear? My treat. Count me in. Didn't you say it was greasy? Xia Chuanzu teased. But Hikigaya Hachiman was unmoved, and explained eloquently, science proves that the morning determines the day. Only if you eat enough and eat well in the morning, will you be full of energy throughout the day. Are you sure you need energy? Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you said you would treat, I recorded it, don't try to go back on your word. Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and say he would do it. The 2 people on the side looked at their familiar interaction and couldn't help but reveal slightly curious eyes. I feel like your relationship is really good. Yeah, I think so too. It's your illusion. Hikigaya quickly shook his head to deny. It's just that this guy shamelessly came over, and I can't refuse him. Obviously he's a Ryaju, and he was constantly being greeted by people on the way here, but he insists on coming over to me, an introvert. In short, a good relationship is absolutely non-existent. Hey, so that's what I am in Hachiman's heart. I guess I shouldn't bother you anymore in the future. No, it's not to that extent. Hikigaya opened his mouth, looking a little guilty, but just as he was about to apologize to the other party, he found that Xia Chuanzu suddenly changed his face again. You see, it's very interesting, right? He first pointed at Hikigaya, and then shook his finger. What era is it? Tsundere is already outdated, especially boys. Why are you looking at me like that? He felt that the eyes of several people were a little strange. Even if he teased Hikigaya, he shouldn't be looking at him with this subtle expression, right? It was like looking at a scene where someone unintentionally said something that caused a girl who cared about him to hear it and become super depressed. With a doubtful attitude, he glanced behind him and found a blonde twin-tail girl holding a plate. Zo. It was the blonde girl with Tsundra attributes, standing there blankly, looking at him with a wronged expression. I early right woo-woo, she couldn't say a complete sentence, so she ran away holding the plate, vaguely revealing a sense of crying loser. Wait no, he wanted to chase after her to explain, but found that she had already run away, so he could only sigh in place. You guys, why didn't you remind me? Actually we don't know what's going on, we just saw that this girl seemed to want to say hello, but suddenly she was stunned, Tatsuya Tanuma explained. The other two also nodded, indicating that they didn't know anything. But Xia Chuanzu certainly understood what was going on. After all, the other party was that airy Spencer Sawamura, the guy who would show a dignified young lady demeanor outside, but was actually an otaku whose tsundere nature was hard to change. Chapter 76. But her pride was actually very high, making it difficult for her to accept demeaning evaluations from others, especially from him as a friend. Therefore, she became withdrawn when she heard him say, "Tsundere is outdated." But he was clearly teasing Hachiman. He never intended to say such a thing to Erori. Although I don't know what happened, I believe you can handle it, right? Hachiman walked up, patted him on the shoulder, and even showed a somewhat gloating expression. There's give and take, this is the price of being popular, humph. Natsukawa Snowball rolled his eyes at him, thinking that he hadn't tormented him enough, and next time he had to intensify his efforts so that he could properly feel the care of his friends. However, the top priority was to explain things to Erori. He didn't say he hated her, let alone want to break up with her. So he said goodbye to the others and chased after the direction Erori ran, but he couldn't find her anywhere, so he had to call her best female friend Kata-san. It didn't ring for long before it was answered, and Megumi was as reliable as ever. It's urgent, please tell me, Katu. Erori should be by the small lake on the west side right now, you can still make it if you hurry. Natsukawa Snowball was stunned, wondering how Kata knew. He hadn't said anything yet. I passed by the cafeteria earlier and saw Erori running with red eyes, she didn't respond when I called her, did something happen? It's a long story, anyway, thank you, I'll explain it to you later. He originally thought that Erori might have run to Katu, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, so he hung up the phone and ran towards the small lake she mentioned. The area here was not large to begin with, and he arrived at the small lake Katu mentioned in a few steps. At a glance, he saw a blonde girl squatting by the lake, blankly, not knowing if she was contemplating life or doing something else. Fortunately, he found her, Natsukawa Snowball thought, so he sorted out his thoughts a little and slowly approached. He hates me, he doesn't hate me, he hates me. Erori. His voice couldn't be considered very soft, but it wasn't to the point where it would scare people, but Erori was still startled, and the small flower in her hand was broken on the ground, accompanied by scattered petals. Not only that, because she got up too quickly, she staggered and showed signs of falling towards the lake. Careful. Because he had been watching her carefully, Natsukawa Snowball was able to react, so he quickly grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. She was quite well behaved at the beginning, but after a while, Erori began to struggle, her little feet kicking like a poor rabbit caught by a hunter, trying to avoid becoming their dinner tonight. Don't move, Natsukawa Snowball said softly. Erori stopped moving as expected, but raised her head and looked at him weakly with a pitiful expression, her eyes sparkling as if filled with crystal tears. He really didn't expect that a small, unintentional remark could cause so much harm to a non-involved person, was that reasonable? Let me go, Erori sniffled and said softly. The posture of the two was indeed a bit awkward, luckily it was still early, and there was no one around at all, otherwise tomorrow's school headline would break the news that he. The reason why the student council president gets up so early is to date his girlfriend. The authenticity is debatable, but at least his reputation is reduced by one. Then promise me you won't do anything stupid first, Natsukawa Snowball said with a straight face. Of course, he knew that Erori wasn't doing anything suicidal, and even a glance at the flower petal corpses everywhere could tell that she was probably breaking the petals that people had worked so hard to grow while counting. Whether he hates her or not. Although it was very silly, it seemed quite appropriate for Erori, with a kind of silly and cute beauty. Huh. How could I do that kind of? You really thought about it? Natsukawa Snowball really laughed this time, causing Erori to glare at him repeatedly. Stop talking. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. Because she thought of what happened in the cafeteria before, Tsundere is outdated. The deafening voice seemed to resound in her ears, and even more in her heart, so her mood couldn't help but become more depressed, and she didn't want to look at people with her face anymore. Anyway, I'm a troublesome person, don't bother with me, let me be alone. That won't do, Natsukawa Snowball refused. After all, the purpose of chasing after her was to worry about her condition, and now it seemed that he did the right thing. I'll make a long story short, that sentence was just teasing my friend, because the other party is a boy, but he pretends to be Tsundere, which I found particularly funny, so I said that. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Rather than explaining it in a roundabout way, it would be easier to just express his thoughts directly. In fact, when he finished explaining, Erori breathed a sigh of relief, but her small face still had a trace of small entanglement. So you don't hate me? Why would I? I have no reason to hate Erori, right? No matter how you look at it, Erori is impossible to hate, and even her Tsundere personality can be called one of her cute points. In short, she is very cute, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he wants to cherish and love her. But I often act Tsundere towards you, say those kinds of things. It's not that she didn't realize it, and she often regretted it the second after she finished speaking. But every time she was determined to change this awkward personality, she found that she couldn't do it at all, she just said it subconsciously. With her like this, let alone defeat Kasumigakaka that woman, she would only make Snowball more and more unbearable. It's okay, Natsukawa Snowball shook his head, but he didn't expect Erori to bring it up herself. He thought she was always ashamed to mention this point. Because I know Erori doesn't do it on purpose, just, because of shyness or embarrassment, so you use those words to cover it up, right? Erori's face turned red, and she suddenly felt that her little thoughts had been seen through. Thinking further, she felt that she hadn't concealed anything at all, so Snowball stuck to her from the beginning, not afraid of her getting angry at all. Because he knew she wasn't really angry. Then what about the others? For example, she later fell in love with, Why you, don't say any more. Shame filled her whole body, she really couldn't stay for a moment, and quickly reached out to cover Natsukawa Snowball's mouth, not letting him continue. Forget it. Forget it all for me. No. Don't recall. Don't let me recall. She clearly wanted him to realize it, but when she really found that he might have realized this point, she couldn't bear it, because she was not ready to be dissected. But how could Natsukawa Snowball know what she was thinking? He only felt the cold little hands slapping randomly on his face. And even after finding that she couldn't succeed, she changed to using the pigtail offensive that she hadn't used for a long time, slapping around as if she was using a handy weapon that she had practiced for many years. So he couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly reached out to stop her. Calm down, calm down. He thought he had already calmed her down, but who would have thought that Erori's reaction would be so great? But after all, didn't she bring up this matter first? It's hard to hold back. After pulling each other for a while, Erori's range of movements finally became smaller, and it seemed that she had no strength. After all, as a qualified otaku girl, she was very persevering to be able to struggle to this extent. Don't recall. Despite panting, Erori still grabbed his clothes stubbornly, saying weakly. No, really, my head is completely empty, Natsukawa Snowball responded, and then tried to show her a wise look. What, so silly? Erori rolled her eyes at him, but seeing his joking appearance, her mood did improve a lot. Seeing this, Natsukawa Snowball breathed a sigh of relief. This was not only for the other party, but also for himself. He couldn't go back with an embarrassed face and tell everyone that this was scratched by an ignorant little kitten, right? Although she is a bit Tsundere, often says things against her heart, and even does some strange behaviors like running backwards because of confusion, she is actually a very simple and kind girl. So she is very easy to fool, easy to coax. As long as you praise her a few words, you can see her mood improve visibly. This is the case at the moment. Her unique cute canine teeth sparkle under the bright sun like precious diamonds, and her two pigtails sway leisurely, showing her good mood. Erori, have you had breakfast? Do you want to go together? He didn't forget the business. He was originally going to eat with his friends, and it happened that there was a misunderstanding. Although it was coaxed now, but leaving her behind and going back seemed very perfunctory, so he simply invited her to go together, and Hachiman and the others would not say anything. What's more important is that this is still during the forest school period, and dating by this small river in the early morning is indeed quite romantic, but it would not be romantic if others saw it, but rather troublesome. Yeah, okay, the girl nodded lightly. Mostly because of the trouble just now, as an otaku pair, her originally limited stamina bar was instantly bottomed out because she didn't eat, but the benefit was that Eri looked even more petite and lovable. Even Natsukawa Snowball, who knew her otaku nature very well, had to admit that the quiet Eri was really a super cute beautiful girl. Of course, the tsundere style also has a special flavor, he likes both. Then let's go back. Hachiman and the others should have been waiting for a long time. After getting the answer, Natsukawa Snowball let go of Eri's hand, which made the girl feel a little lost. But she was not discouraged. After all, in her opinion, Snowball chased out to explain to her, which means he cares about her thoughts, rounding up, that is, he has her in his heart, the dream is just around the corner. No words along the way. As an elite school, Shuchian Academy students are mostly very disciplined. Although it was still early, many students had already gotten up early, and many people greeted them on the way back to the cafeteria. It's just that some of them looked at them in a very subtle way. Anyway, I hope they don't get misunderstood. Arriving at the cafeteria, after searching for a while, he found Hachiman and the others, and Natsukawa Snowball took Eri over. You're so slow. Hearing the movement behind him, Hachiman Hikigaya turned around, thinking of complaining to Natsukawa Snowball, but stopped when he found the cute blonde girl following him. Huh? You just coaxed her and brought her to show affection. This is still in the cafeteria, you are really not afraid of seeing people. Hikigaya couldn't help but start to worry. After all, he seemed to vaguely see Yukino Shida Yukino just now, not to mention those rumored girlfriends that he had never seen before that only existed in legends. Well, it's none of his business anyway, why is he worrying? Sorry for the wait. Natsukawa Snowball naturally didn't know what Hikigaya was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. Isn't it normal for friends to eat together? This is Sawamura Spencer Eri, a member and friend of the club I used to be in. Then he introduced his friends to Eri. Anyway, that's it, can we share a table? Of course, welcome, Sawamura-san. Taking over the conversation in a timely manner was Tanuma Tsubasa. As the most normal high school boy in this trio, he was still able to handle this kind of scene with ease. As expected of the president, you have so many friends, and they are all famous beautiful girls in the school. Famous, there's no such thing. Eri's face flushed slightly, and then she quietly glanced at Natsukawa Snowball, and was slightly disappointed when she saw that the other party didn't react. Very happy to meet you all, please take care of me. Eri in public is still very dignified and beautiful, and there is no problem with dealing with people, and she is more than capable of dealing with this kind of occasion. As for Natsukawa Snowball on the side, he was lost in his thoughts. To be honest, he really forgot. It turns out that Eri still has the setting of school-recognized beautiful girl. But the most important thing is, so everyone's impression of him is like this? Student council president with a wide circle of friends and good luck with the opposite sex. Although in a sense it can't be considered wrong. Case closed. No wonder the gazes of many people I encountered earlier were so strange, they probably misunderstood something. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, as getting caught up in these things now would seem overly sentimental. After inviting Eri to take a seat and exchanging a few pleasantries with the others, he noticed Hachiman Hikigaya standing up. Chapter 77. I'll go grab some food. After saying that, the other person got up and left. Ah, me too. Tadashi and Shirogane also chimed in and followed. I'm going to order. Lily, what do you want to eat? Milk and a sandwich, perhaps. As a former seasoned bring-your-own-meal person who once loved black stockings, Xia Chuan Minato was experienced in this area and knew not to give an unlimited choice, otherwise it would be annoying if the other party threw out the word, whatever. Milk. Casting a subtle glance at her chest, Yinglai's tone suddenly became a bit resentful. That kind of thing. That kind of thing. Xia Chuan Minato was a bit confused, thinking she hated milk. No, it's nothing, Lily quickly said, and seeing that no one was paying attention, she whispered. Minato, what are you going to order? I was going to order a grilled meat set meal, Xia Chuan Minato honestly replied. Although eating such greasy food early in the morning wasn't ideal, he wanted to satisfy his appetite since he was in the mood. Lily was silent for a moment before slowly saying. A sandwich will do. As a girl, it wasn't really appropriate to eat such things in public, especially not in front of Minato. She would definitely be considered a strange girl, right? In that case, she could only give up the idea of eating the same thing as Minato. As for why she didn't mention milk, let's just say it was a girl's little stubbornness. Even if she didn't drink milk, she would still grow. Absolutely. Okay, I'll go order first, wait here for me for a bit. Okay. The process of ordering was naturally uneventful. Select, take a ticket, and hand it to the staff. What's worth mentioning is that he ran into an unexpected person on the way back. Good morning. What a coincidence, to run into you here. A familiar, clear, and cold voice rang in his ears. Turning around, he indeed found the petite and lovely second Miss Yukino Shida. Today's Miss Snow Woman was as elegant and aloof as usual, making it hard to associate her with the shy girl in the bath yesterday, perhaps because the direct impact wasn't strong enough. Or was it her personality? He would occasionally unconsciously recall her appearance when he came out of Kasumigakaka-senpai's room that day. Why aren't you answering? Yukino Shida frowned slightly, a bit dissatisfied. For her, taking the initiative to greet him in such a clumsy way was already making her very uncomfortable, not to mention being ignored by him. Especially after what happened yesterday, it gave her a strange feeling of being used and discarded. Maybe it's because I haven't woken up yet, I'm a little slow to react, Xia Chuan Minato said, covering it up with a laugh. The truth naturally couldn't be said, especially in front of the second miss, who was still in a serious state. Once he revealed a clue, his status might be on par with a paramecium. Good morning, Yukino Shida, are you here for breakfast too? Yukino Shida didn't answer him but looked at him with a cute gaze. Even though she didn't say anything, Xia Chuan Minato felt like he was losing face, especially since she had initiated the topic. Does she even know what politeness is, my second miss? If there's nothing else. Can't I look for you if there's nothing else? Yukino Shida immediately retorted. No, well, you can. Xia Chuan Minato was a bit incoherent, not knowing what to say. Compared to his bewilderment, Yukino Shida felt much better. She naturally knew that her current behavior was quite unreasonable, but she got angry when she thought about how this guy took advantage of her so much yesterday but acted like nothing happened. As for Xia Chuan Minato, he didn't know what she was thinking, and thought that his slight hesitation had made her angry. Facing the girl he had once made a promise to. He naturally couldn't say anything unkind, so he just stood there like an idiot, waiting for her to decide. Do you have time? I think we need to talk. She was still a bit worried about what happened last night, but what she cared about wasn't being seen well, although she did care a bit, but not that much. What she mainly cared about was the reason why Hiratsuka-sensei called this guy here. She probably told him about her situation. Although she understood that Hiratsuka-sensei meant well, why did she have to tell this guy? The two of them clearly had no relationship at all. Can I say no? Xia Chuan Minato was about to reply when he saw her give him a very cold look. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I mean it's impossible for me to refuse, Xia Chuan Minato said sternly. He had always been a reasonable person, and he would carefully evaluate and consider the requests of girls he had once failed to pursue, and would never refuse outright, even before what happened yesterday. Yes, that's right, that's his quality, and it's also the responsibility of the student council president. Where's your seat? Over there. Xia Chuan Minato subconsciously pointed over, and then froze. Could this be not finishing the conversation on the spot but preparing to talk slowly? He felt a bit bad when he had this thought. Sure enough, the second miss directly strode towards the direction he pointed, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, what are you standing there for? Since things had come to this, he definitely couldn't refuse, so he had to explain to Yaeda and the others later, saying that he had brought another cute girl for them to meet. Thinking this, Xia Chuan Minato followed. After all, he had only pointed in a general direction, and after a few steps, Xia Chuan Minato became the guide. When he returned to his seat, he only found Ing Lily sitting obediently in place waiting for him, and she kept looking in one direction, like some strange waiting for her husband's stone. What are you looking at? Xia Chuan Minato asked curiously. The question startled the blonde, causing her to stand up subconsciously. Why did Minato appear from this side? Didn't you go over there? The blonde was really startled. After all, she looked like a little dog waiting for its owner to come home, and the appearance was too unsightly, she definitely couldn't show that to anyone. Because that's where you get the ticket, and this is where you pick up the food, Xia Chuan Minato replied. The cafeteria here was quite big, after all. It had to accommodate the students of the entire grade, and the location of their chosen seats was in a corner area. The place where he went to get the ticket was separated by a wall, so it was normal for Ing Lily not to see his movements. The only strange thing was that this idiot blonde didn't even know the structure of the cafeteria. Didn't she listen to the staff's introduction at all on the bus? But thinking that it was Ing Lily, it felt quite normal. Hey, if you're always so muddle-headed, you're going to suffer a big loss one day, Xia Chuan Minato reminded her. Guh, isn't there still Minato? Ing Lily muttered softly, and then her cheeks turned red. Saying such a thing all of a sudden was too bold, right? That's what she thought, but seeing that her crush on the opposite side didn't react at all. She thought that he probably didn't hear it, so she immediately deflated again, her heart becoming both disappointed and grateful. Ah, the heart of a girl in the spring season is so fickle. Xia Chuan Minato wanted to say something, but suddenly a pleasant, clear voice sounded behind him. Is it someone you know? Only then did he remember that there was still a second miss behind him, so he introduced her to Ing Lily. Yukino Shida, a member of the service club. She's a member and president of the club I used to be in. This is Sawamura Spencer Erori, also a member of the club I used to be in, and also the ace player of the art club. This introduction should be fine, right? Xia Chuan Minato thought. However, what he didn't expect was that the two girls in front of him felt a warning bell in their hearts. Especially Ing Lily, the only word she thought of was, is a love rival. It's not that she's narcissistic, in fact, Ing Lily is really quite self-aware. As a fairly well-known beautiful girl in the academy, she has also heard of and knows some girls who also have similar honors. For example, that black silk fat woman who always opposes her is one of them. Always attracting people's attention with two swaying lumps, and also likes to say some ambiguous and provocative words. She's a complete slut. But compared to that guy, Ing Lily is more worried about those love rivals lurking in the dark. After all, although that fat woman has coveted Minato for a long time and looks very threatening, she is actually just a stupid loser. Her progress isn't even as fast as hers. You know, her relationship with Minato has been getting better and better recently, and she has even been hugged into bed by him. That's basically sleeping together. As for that fat woman, her figure is completely invisible. Maybe she has been severely rejected by Minato, and is now hiding in some dark corner, secretly feeling sorry for herself. Humph, that's the end for a slut, she asked for it. But now, she thought her opponent was only that cute blonde girl she saw before, but now a super cute and beautiful black long straight hair girl suddenly appeared. Minato is attracting too many girls, right? Guh. A trace of annoyance flashed through Yinglai's heart, but thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was normal. After all, it's such an excellent Minato, wouldn't it be saying that her vision is bad if she was the only one in the world who liked him? It's okay, Ing Lily. It's just a love rival, isn't this kind of thing always there? You hello. Yes, that's right, just greet her calmly. Hello. Guh. Her voice is also so nice. Can't compare. Ing Lily fell into depression again. Seeing her suddenly inexplicably depressed, Xia Chuan Minato subconsciously moved closer, a little worried. What's wrong? However, Ing Lily couldn't respond to him, she could only weakly pull on the corner of his clothes, shaking her head gently with a very aggrieved look, as if signaling that she was okay. You don't look okay, Xia Chuan Minato thought. But this idiot Ing Lily has always been like this, she will always hide any worries in her heart and refuse to say them. Seeing her like this, Xia Chuan Minato thought she was hungry and embarrassed to say it. He naturally wouldn't believe it if it was someone else, but after all. The other party was that otaku Erori, who was weak, and also seemed to have secretly cried for a while before. It would be a win for her if her stomach didn't rumble and embarrass her in front of others. Discovering that the two of them were interacting so intimately, Yukino Shida, who was on the side, frowned. She wasn't stupid, she knew from the conversation that this wasn't a chance encounter, the two of them were together from the beginning. After discovering this, she prepared to say hello and leave first, and find Xia Chuan Minato to talk about things separately at a suitable time, but then she saw this scene. Am I invisible? Yukino Shida was a little angry. Chapter 78. Even if she's not qualified to comment on your relationship, isn't it too much to flaunt your affection in front of her? Have you two finished talking? Summer River Symphony came back to his senses, only then remembering that there was still Yukino Shida behind him. Have a seat first. After Summer River Symphony took his seat first, Erori sat down right next to him. Yukino silently watched their movements. Finally sitting across from them. Without saying anything, she began to eat her breakfast slowly and methodically. Erori, on the other hand, took the sandwich Summer River Symphony handed her and began to eat it in small bites. Only Summer River Symphony looked back and forth between the two for a long time, feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat strange, unable to pick up his chopsticks. Speaking of, just as he was about to say something to start a conversation, Erori suddenly spoke up. Symphony. In a place Yukino couldn't see, Erori gently tugged at his sleeve, lowered her head, and whispered to him, I'm a little thirsty. But didn't you say you didn't need milk? Summer River Symphony retorted. Erori. She did say that, but the meaning was completely different. But there was no way, not wanting to leave the two of them alone, she had no choice but to give up. But after eating a few more bites, she couldn't take it anymore. Ugh, choked. Already absent-mindedly worried, now encountering something even more uncomfortable, the little blonde was so anxious she was about to cry. Quick, drink this. Erori took it and drank several mouthfuls before she felt relieved. After putting it down, she blinked hard. Although she felt better physically, an inappropriate thought popped into her head. Isn't this going to be an indirect kiss? Not that it was happening now, after all, Summer River Symphony hadn't even tasted it himself yet. She could only say that she drank the first soup. Otherwise, with this little blonde's potential, she would have blushed and heated up to become a steam princess in minutes, and others would see through her little thoughts. Are you feeling better? Summer River Symphony asked worriedly, seeing her pretty face flushed. He thought it was a sequela of choking. And no, I'm fine, Erori gently shook her head, then raised her eyes to look at Yukino Shida, who was sitting across from her. The other side was still slow and methodical, very elegant. Although she seemed to have glanced over just now, she withdrew her gaze after she was out of danger, appearing very dignified. She didn't seem to care about her interaction with Symphony at all. So, she wasn't discovered. Erori thought. She didn't know whether to say the other party was too slow or what, actually not even noticing her little thoughts and actions as a rival in love. If it were that fat woman, she would definitely start mocking her at this moment, saying something like, that's nice, using the excuse of choking to have an indirect kiss with someone. A certain blonde loser is finally getting the hang of it. Even if she didn't mock her, at least she wouldn't be like she was now, completely indifferent. Could it be that she misunderstood? Actually, there was nothing special between the other party and Symphony, and today was just a chance encounter between ordinary classmates and they just happened to be together. Erori had to admit that this was possible. Although her first instinct told her that things weren't that simple. It was too difficult for the simple little blonde to think about the intricacies of this. After all, her love experience only stopped at the experience of fighting with the fat woman. And to put it bluntly, she was completely crushed in this regard. If Symphony hadn't been standing on her side all the time, she would have been defeated every time. So what else could she do? She couldn't possibly use her experience in drawing humiliation books to fight the enemy, right? This wasn't some strange underworld. It's half a step old and dead. The strong. JPG. Erori was naturally distressed. After all, today was different from the past. She could certainly take her time and actively approach Symphony at her own pace. But the cost of doing so was that she might not know which day, Symphony would suddenly stand in front of her with a cute girl and introduce her. Erori, this is my girlfriend. In order to prevent her from being jealous and misunderstanding, let's not contact each other in the future. She absolutely didn't want this kind of thing. She really couldn't accept this kind of situation at all. Goo. Under the depressed mood, even the shameful matter of possibly having an indirect kiss with her sweetheart was thrown to the back of her mind. She inadvertently began to imagine the terrible future of possibly being abandoned by Symphony. So, burying her head, she took small bites of the sandwich in her hand, one hand inadvertently wrapped around the sleeve of the person next to her, clutching it tightly and refusing to let go, as if doing so could provide her with some security. Summer River Symphony felt the abnormality, turned his head to look over, and after discovering Aery's little action, blinked lightly, thinking that Aery was really thin-skinned, and this little embarrassment made her unbearable. So he reached out and gently patted the back of her delicate hand, signaling her to rest assured it's okay. Yukino Shida-san isn't the kind of person who likes to gossip. Feeling the itchy sensation coming from her hand, Aery also raised her eyes and glanced over. And the next moment she discovered that the male protagonist in her fantasy was looking at her with a comforting kind of look, and also winked at her secretly. What does that mean? Aery thought. Doing such intimate things in front of others is too shameless. What if they were discovered? If Summer River Symphony could hear her inner voice, it would probably be like this, but clearly she felt it was something she shouldn't do, but after it really happened, all that was left was a sense of shyness and excitement. Aery even felt that she had transformed into the blonde character in her own book, and then Symphony was the person she was training in front of the victim. Go. Be more assertive, me. Don't start blushing and your heart rate accelerating just because of a mere fantasy. Although it shouldn't be my place to remind you, but, as the student council president, you should pay attention to your image in public interactions, right? Yukino said. Her face wore a businesslike expression, even making people think that she was just reminding her out of kindness. Summer River Symphony thought that his little actions under the table had been discovered by Yukino Shida-san, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Why, you're right." Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he didn't expect it to be held back. This has nothing to do with Yukino Shida-san, right? Even if I'm indeed not as good as Yukino Shida-san, I wouldn't be so bad as to embarrass him when I'm with Symphony. Reason told her that the other party shouldn't be blaming her, but that choking tone made her immediately think of Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Even if their personalities and figures were different, and even the way they spoke wasn't completely the same, she immediately understood the core of if this guy is definitely a love rival. In that case, she didn't need to be so polite to the other party. After all, no matter how cute the other party was, no matter how good her voice was, the two of them couldn't become good friends, unless the other party was willing to be her model like Hui. In the past, she had paid too much attention to superficial relationships, which was why Symphony had distanced himself from her. Now she had realized who was truly important to her. A high-quality best friend was far better than a group of superficial acquaintances. Not to mention that he was her favorite sweetheart. She would never let go this time. Since Yukino Shida-san herself knows that it's not your place to comment. Then who Symphony wants to associate with is none of your business, right? This is his own freedom, and neither you nor I are qualified to interfere. Aery frowned, her tone unkind. In fact, she wasn't good at arguing with people, but after spending so much time with Kasumiga Kaka, she had learned a little from her, but due to her own reasons, she couldn't say anything too dirty. Indeed, Yukino Shida-san is very cute and has a very nice voice, but that doesn't mean all boys will revolve around you, at least Symphony will definitely not be so superficial, right? She turned to look at Summer River Symphony, casting a very confident look at him. However, the latter looked vague. Probably. Of course, Summer River Symphony felt guilty. After all, there was a time when he was really completely revolving around Yukino. Now that's great, he couldn't lie in front of the person involved. Looking at his appearance, Yukino's lips curled up slightly, and her originally inexplicably irritable mood improved a lot. As for Aery, she was already stunned. Of course, she wasn't a fool, and she wouldn't be so foolish as not to understand this situation. Symphony was clearly feeling guilty. The most ridiculous thing was that she had just talked so much, confidently said, Symphony is definitely not that kind of person, but was slapped in the face the next second. That girl must be laughing at her madly in her heart right now. Aery was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, Yukino didn't mock her, but slowly explained, "You misunderstood, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that as the student council president, you represent the face of the academy to a certain extent. And you should set an example for the students. Being so intimate in public is somewhat inappropriate. Even if our school doesn't have any love-related prohibitions. You should still pay attention to your personal image." Hearing this, Summer River Symphony was about to say something, but Aery exclaimed. "LL lovers. And no, it doesn't look that way, right?" So Yukino turned to look at Summer River Symphony, with a strange look, as if to say, has this child always been like this? Summer River Symphony shook his head blankly, indicating that he didn't know either. Logically speaking, Aoi in his impression wasn't like this. Shouldn't she say something like we're not a couple? We just happened to meet at this time. What's with this shy look? So where did her big tsundere blonde go? Aoi, are you okay? Summer River Symphony asked with some concern. It seemed that Aoi was indeed a little strange today. It was okay before, at least he could explain it for Aoi, just assumed that she was afraid of being hated by her friends, but what about now? He had already told her that he wouldn't hate her for this appearance, because he knew that she was just shy or embarrassed. But now she still showed should I say a restrained feeling? Summer River Symphony himself didn't know how to determine Aoi's state, but subconsciously he felt that it was a bit unlike her. Finally, after thinking about it, he only got one answer: Aoi might have a problem with her body, or she was in a very abnormal physical condition. He wasn't just guessing randomly without any basis, but inferred with evidence. Although he had indeed lived here for so many years and had a sense of reality, he still couldn't forget that this was the world in the anime, so inevitably there might be such a situation. Girls who get drunk suddenly change their personality, or they suddenly become soft when they catch a cold and get sick, etc. Not to mention anything else, at least Kaguya was like this, not to mention that she usually had several postures. It seemed that she would also turn from a cold and aloof young lady into a soft and cute little girl when she had a cold. He had really seen it before, it was indeed very cute. As for Aoi, he didn't know what was going on yet, but the necessary concern was naturally indispensable. Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? Or did you not sleep well yesterday? He himself was like this, because he was more particular about the bed. It was really difficult to fall asleep in unfamiliar places, but he was used to sleeping very little time every day, so he looked the same as usual. Could it be that you have a cold and fever? As he said, he reached out to Aoi's forehead. After feeling it carefully, he found that it was indeed a bit hot, but it was still considered a normal body temperature for the time being. How do you feel yourself? Do you feel dizzy or anything? I have to say that although being tsundere is also one of Aoi's cute points, sometimes this kind of personality is indeed easy to cause trouble. Like Kasumida Kaka-senpai, if she really felt uncomfortable, she would definitely not hide it and refuse to say it. But Aoi was different. Even if this little blonde really noticed that she was unwell, she would probably choose to carry it alone until her body couldn't hold on anymore and then expose it, very stubborn. And no, it's nothing, a blush appeared on Aoi's pretty face. It's just a little hot today. This is a lie. In fact, she was about to faint, but it wasn't because she felt dizzy from a cold or fever, but so close. Ah. Symphony is so close. His face is so close too. Speaking of which, our hands are still holding each other. What are you going to do? See, could it be that you want to kiss me? But there are still people watching. Chapter 79. Naturally, Natsuki didn't know what the little blonde girl in front of him was thinking, but based on past experience, he felt that she might really be putting on a brave face, and he couldn't sit still any longer. No, let's go to the infirmary. Your constitution isn't very good to begin with, and it would be troublesome if you really get sick and it drags on, Natsuki said seriously. Come to think of it, it seemed like the girls he knew weren't in very good physical shape. Aoi didn't need to be mentioned, a typical otaku. And the senior was even more helpless. Only Kaguya was an anomaly. Not only was her physique good, but it was far beyond the average person's level, and even her wrist strength could crush some boys. She could be called a heroine among women. I'm really okay, Natsuki, you're making a fuss, Aoi said coquettishly. On the surface, she looked like she disliked him making a fuss, but in her heart, she was overjoyed Natsuki was concerned about her. He really still had her in his heart. Although it wasn't good to say so, it was a good thing that Natsuki's pursuit had failed this time, so she could re-enter his field of vision, otherwise there would really be no chance at all. No, we must have a checkup, this kind of thing can't be taken lightly, Natsuki said seriously. The reason why he was so firm was actually because something similar had happened before. When he was pursuing Aoi, she stayed up all night to work on her drafts and eventually collapsed, and even had a fever for several days. After Natsuki found out, he went to see her every day after school. And at some cost, he obtained a copy of class notes from her classmates, and diligently copied it every day to bring to her, so that she could successfully pass the midterm exam without failing. And from that time on, he and Eruri agreed that he would help her catch up with the progress of her drafts in the future, so that she wouldn't work so hard. Although Eruri later rejected his confession, he would still not regret what he had promised. As long as she needed his help, he would never refuse. Although it feels unlikely, but you wouldn't, Natsuki hesitated, glanced at Yukino, who was sitting opposite him, and then lowered his head, continuing to whisper. You wouldn't still be drawing that here, would you? That? Eruri was a little confused for a while, and after a moment she finally understood what Natsuki was talking about. So in an instant, her face was covered with red clouds, and her tone became angrily. Why you idiot? What are you saying? I wouldn't do that kind of thing. While saying that, she began to use her unique special move twin tail slash, waving her slender twin tails and slapping them on Natsuki's body, trying to cover up the shyness on her face with such a personal attack. However, facing such an attack, Natsuki was not angry but happy, and even nodded repeatedly. That's right, this was the Eruri in his impression, a lively and slender little blonde girl. The previous melancholic look was too strange, it felt like she had changed into a different person. Now Natsuki could also confirm that there was really nothing wrong with Eruri's body, at most something had happened that made her a little worried. Just as he was about to say something, Yukino, who had been watching the two people with an expressionless face, finally couldn't sit still. Can you end this lovey-dovey farce? Because of your shameful behavior, this place has completely become the focus. Yukino, the correct and absolute justice representative noun. As the president of the service club, Yukino believes that she has a fair position that she will never lose to others. Therefore, when she saw someone openly being lovey-dovey in a public place in front of her, she sternly came forward to resist. As a student of Shuchian Academy, don't you feel ashamed for making such an unseemly move in the cafeteria? Or is the student council president ready to abandon this troublesome identity and choose to reveal her unique hobby to the world that should be ashamed to mention? If even a grasshopper could have consciousness, I'm afraid it would choose to commit suicide out of shame after seeing this ridiculous scene before it. Cold words came from the side, directly floating into Natsuki's ears, but also seemed to resound in his heart, just like a thorny ice lotus blooming in his body, irritating him all over. The memories of those days when he was dominated in the past now re-emerged in his heart, making Natsuki feel ashamed. There was only one thought left in his head. Yukino was angry. She looked like this when he made her angry in the past, her face was terribly gloomy. And her whole body exuded a terrible aura. The whole person was like she had just returned from practicing in an ice cellar, and every word and sentence was filled with a cold and biting breath. She was worthy of being the Ice Queen. So he quickly appeased the little blonde girl next to him who was just about to say something to resist this Ice Queen, signaling that you couldn't beat her, quickly admit defeat first. As a result, the little blonde girl didn't believe in evil at all, thinking that she had fought with that poisonous-tongued fat woman for so long, what harsh words hadn't she heard? She wasn't afraid at all. So. Sorry. The teary-eyed little blonde girl sat on the seat with her head lowered aggrievedly, looking like she was choking, apologizing word by word. It's not that she was too weak, although there was a certain relationship in it, the main reason was that Yukino didn't play cards according to common sense at all, not mentioning her personally. But starting from Eruri's behavior just now, pointing out that her actions would bring unnecessary trouble to Natsuki, so the little blonde girl immediately surrendered, and then Yukino pointed fingers at the little blonde girl from the moral high ground. It wouldn't have been anything, mainly because this little blonde girl was a person who was quite moral, and she already felt sorry for Natsuki in her heart, so she was completely kidnapped and couldn't resist at all. Sorry, I really didn't think about bringing trouble to Natsuki, I just think that as good friends, you can each other. Go, Eruri silently lowered her head, feeling more and more guilty. You don't have to say it to this point, I actually didn't think there was anything. Natsuki opened his mouth to try to relieve Eruri, but he didn't expect to become the target of attack. As the student council president, wouldn't you feel that it affects your image if others saw such a humiliating scene? Or do you think that the position of student council president doesn't matter now, and its importance is not worth the public with female classmates? Or, anyway, there are enough scandals on you, so it's not bad to have one more. It could be seen that the second young lady was really very angry, and even her originally calm chest had a slight undulation. However, Natsuki didn't dare to look more, fearing that she would sense something, so he could only maintain a obedient posture of, "I was wrong," and listen carefully to the teachings. But honestly, he didn't think it was that serious in his heart. Originally, there was no one else besides the three of them here, let alone they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did they? And what about the student council president? Can't a person have a little private life? He wasn't doing anything to, at most he was just saying that he was having closer contact with female friends in private. But the key point was that both sides were single, right? Even if it was true, it was a matter of mutual consent. No one else could say anything. He originally wanted to refute loudly, but the Yukino on the opposite side looked like she was going to eat people, so he took a step back, thinking about letting her a little more. As the saying goes, a prime minister's belly can hold a boat. He was generous and didn't care about her. And looking at Natsuki's obedient look of admitting his mistake, coupled with the output just now, the anger of being in front of her face had also dissipated for the most part. Although she herself would never admit this, only refuting that she was promoting justice, she did feel more comfortable. That was, after saying a lot of things in her heart, she inexplicably felt a little hot on her cheeks. Maybe it was because she was too excited. Since you want to be a good student council president, you must always pay attention to your image. If you are discovered by that group of pure people, you will inevitably use this kind of thing to criticize you. The second young lady rubbed her temples, hoping to relax herself with this. It could only be said that fortunately, the seats they chose were remote enough, and it was still early from class time, and there was really no one around, otherwise this place would have become the focus of the entire cafeteria. Natsuki nodded repeatedly, still putting on a look of admitting his mistake, but in his heart, he was. I didn't expect Yukino to be paying attention to his affairs, and even know about this. Could it be that Hachiman told her? But what he was more curious about was why Yukino would care so much about his image, and even get so angry because of this. According to reason, since his confession failed, the two of them had almost lost contact, not to mention, they hadn't even seen each other once until she appeared in the student council room that day. At first, he really thought that Yukino didn't want to see him again. After all, he did enter the service club with impure motives, but the other party only regarded him as an ordinary friend. But he didn't expect that she was also paying attention to his affairs. It seemed that she didn't want to lose him as a friend. As for why she cared about his identity as the student council president, maybe it was because the reason he used to was, "I'm going to run for student council president, and I won't have time to participate in other club activities in the future." After all, he had already decided to approach Kagaya at that time, and he hadn't participated in club activities for a long time, so he thought about simply, but he didn't expect that this sudden departure seemed to stimulate Yukino. Natsuki thought, feeling that he had found the correct answer. But what's the use of figuring it out? At most, it will allow him to understand Yukino's current mood. And let him understand why she, who has always been calm and steady, would make such a big fire with a cold face in front of a stranger she met for the first time. Because that was actually aimed at him, it was just a coincidence that this little blonde girl ran into and also became the output target. But what could he do? Could he expect that if he apologized now, the two of them could return to the close relationship they had before? Naturally, it was impossible. He had approached Yukino with impure motives before, but the other party only treated him as an ordinary friend. And now, let alone he has realized that his former like was not a true like. Even if that was a hopeless love for Yukino, it has basically dissipated with time. No, it should be said. The originally vacant place has long been filled with other emotions. I appreciate your kindness, and I also know what to do, but these things have nothing to do with Erori. There is no need to involve her, Natsuki said in a deep voice, hiding Erori behind him, looking like he was going to protect her. Perhaps he was a little nosy, but looking at the little blonde girl's pitiful look of being, he couldn't remain indifferent. Indeed, Yukino was right. Similar things like being impeached have happened before, but this doesn't mean that he has to live fearfully, and even the interaction with friends has to carefully pay attention to the reactions of the people around him. Otherwise, his student council president would be too aggrieved, right? And the most crucial point is Yukino's information is actually outdated. For the current him, with the support of Kagaya and Chika, who are already the most popular girls in Pure. Coupled with the prestige he has painstakingly cultivated in the past few months and the support of the school, his current position can be said to be unshakable. The evidence is that the so-called scandals that should have been negative information on him have now become proof of his good. And looking at Natsuki's appearance of protecting his, Yukino suddenly became calm. In her heart, there was a feeling that she couldn't explain, like a stone that was originally suspended in the air suddenly fell to the ground, and the hazy mist suddenly dissipated, revealing what she had been for a long time. So this is your attitude? Because of her. Maybe she was really misunderstanding at first, but now it seems that she hasn't misunderstood much. Natsuki frowned, suddenly unable to understand her words. What does his attitude mean? Does it mean that he is maintaining Erori? But that's the truth, their affairs should definitely not involve other people. If there is anything, they should find another time to talk separately. Your emotions don't seem right, I think we should find another time to talk alone. No need, I am very calm now, and I have already finished what I should say, Yukino replied. The facts have already been laid out in front of her eyes, what else can she say? Could it be that she has to be like a pitiful stray cat, to crave the other party's slightest? She couldn't do it. What was missed, not to mention the untimely, even if she could really understand her feelings at the beginning, the state of mind at that time and now would not be the same. Therefore, all I need to do is let go, treat the memories of those days as a beautiful recollection to be forever cherished in my heart. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. After tidying up her belongings slightly, Yukino Shida stood up, preparing to depart. Right, about what Hiratsuka-sensei told you, just pretend it never happened, I can handle it, you don't need to worry about it. Snowball Natsukawa didn't try to stop her, but he was very concerned about what Yukino Shida had said before leaving. What Hiratsuka-sensei told him, what was it? If his memory served him correctly, the last time he met Hiratsuka-sensei was outside the onsen bath that night. Because the receptionist had mistaken his identity, mistaking him for a teacher and giving him the wrong directions, he ended up in the teacher's only bath. After he had carefully put on his clothes and cautiously snuck out, he ran into her, and she teased him for a long while. So, Yukino's intention is to tell him not to take it to heart, and that Hiratsuka-sensei won't reveal this incident. Is she referring to this matter? Snowball Natsukawa thought carefully, feeling that she might be referring to this, but he didn't think he had been exposed unless Yukino had accidentally let it slip, letting Hiratsuka-sensei know. But is that possible? Would Yukino's personality allow her to make such a mistake? Chapter 80. Besides, his intuition told him that things weren't as simple as he thought. There must be something he hadn't figured out. Perhaps he really should find a chance to have a good talk with her. While Summer River Melody was having a crazy brainstorming session, the little blonde, who had been offline the whole time, finally regained her ability to speak. But the moment she opened her mouth, she was full of grievances, almost making him unable to hold back. Melody, did I do something wrong? Huh? No, why are you suddenly saying that again? But that girl just said it right, I've been causing you trouble all this time. Erori's tone became self-blaming. She recalled some things that had happened in the past. Whether it was getting separated from everyone because of a quarrel with that fat woman, or the delay in completing the illustration due to a fever, Melody was the one who saved the day. She probably slowly fell in love with Melody at that time, falling in love with the prince who could always save her. But the role she played was definitely not a princess, at best just a clumsy maid serving by the princess's side, or rather, she could have been his princess, but she refused. Now she shamelessly wants to return to his side. Erori stretched out her hand, wanting to grab his sleeve as usual. But this time, she couldn't reach it no matter what. So the regret in her heart kept magnifying, and the unwillingness in her heart was about to overflow. She wanted to tell him how much she liked him, so much that she was willing to change her awkward personality, so much that just holding his hand could make her happy all day, so much that she wanted to shout, "I like you," to him. But she was also afraid of hearing him say those words, afraid of his rejection, and even more afraid of him smiling and perfunctorily brushing it off, and then never appearing in front of her again. If that were the case, she probably wouldn't even be able to fulfill her small wish of staying by his side. Melody. She opened her mouth. I'm here. What's wrong? Summer River Melody asked curiously. Erori just silently looked at him, unable to say anything for a long time. Erori. I'm hungry. Huh? Summer River Melody thought he had misheard. But didn't you just? Not enough, not enough, how could a sandwich be enough to fill me up, idiot, Erori said coquettishly. You should be more proactive at this time, idiot, even if I don't say it, you should understand what I mean seriously. With your dullness, you'd already be on the beeline in a gal game. I'm not a worm in your stomach, how could I know what you're thinking? Summer River Melody retorted. Besides, this is reality, right? There aren't so many branch options in reality. If there really were, then he would want to quickly go back to the past before every confession, to stop himself from being stupid, so that the relationship with them wouldn't become so awkward as it is now. It's just a metaphor, idiot. Erori poked his waist, seemingly urging. Don't change the subject, hurry up and buy another bread. Am I the one who has to go? Why else would I tell you? Erori looked righteous. I'm too hungry to walk. Summer River Melody was even more shocked now. So you, my tsundere little blonde, can also act spoiled. But the reason she gave felt inexplicably familiar, like a trick often used by a certain scum senior who likes to boss people around. You guys are really good rivals who know each other well. Summer River Melody frantically complained in his heart. But his body still moved obediently, and he even remembered to take away the trash on the table before leaving. Erori didn't say anything, just silently watched Summer River Melody's movements until she confirmed that his back disappeared around a corner. Only then did the smile on her face gradually disappear, and she muttered. You always agree to such things so quickly. On the other side, Summer River Melody, who had been assigned a task, found the almost forgotten trio on his way back after successfully buying the target item. So, can you explain what's going on? My dear friends. Summer River Melody clasped his hands together, resting them on the table. And looked at the three people in front of him with a smile, the companions who had come to the cafeteria with him, but for some reason, they had found another private seat and were enjoying their meal. He had been thinking about how to explain the addition of a snow girl classmate, but he didn't expect that they had already formed their own small group. The kind that excluded him. That's too much. Summer River Melody wanted to loudly reprimand them, how could they do such a thing? He thought they would feel a little guilty, but that wasn't the case at all. No, it should be said that the leader was so. Yes, it's too much so, do you want to drink it? Hachiman Hikigaya, who looked like the culprit, perfunctorily echoed a few words and handed him a can of coffee. Summer River Melody glared at him, thinking that this little thing could buy him off. Sweet? He asked tentatively. Sweet, Hachiman Hikigaya nodded. You're not even willing to use the bitter one. Summer River Melody immediately refused. This guy clearly knew that he preferred slightly bitter ones, but he still tried to buy him off with this heresy, clearly preparing it for himself, right? If you don't want to drink it, please give it back to me. Hachiman Hikigaya stretched out his hand. I can save some money. That won't do. Summer River Melody definitely refused. After all, it was rare to be able to trick the other party once, even if it was sweet, he would accept it without hesitation. At worst, he would rinse his mouth a few more times after going back. But one thing is one thing, you have to tell me the reason, right? After taking a sip of Hachiman Hikigaya's tribute, Summer River Melody frowned and said unhappily. Don't tell me some childish nonsense like you can't find your way back, even kindergarten children wouldn't believe that. Tisk. Hey. Did you just click your tongue? Don't tell me you're really going to say that. No, it's all your illusion. Hachiman Hikigaya immediately shook his head and put on a very serious face. Actually, I just contracted the terminal illness of, I can't eat if I don't eat here, because of the urgency of the situation, I didn't notify you. The serious look almost made Summer River Melody believe him like hell. Do you want to hear yourself? Are you awake? Or are you really not awake? Seeing that he couldn't get an answer from this guy, he turned his attention to the other two, hoping to get an answer from them. Fortunately, his face was still relatively big. Despite Hachiman Hikigaya's best efforts to stop him, he still couldn't prevent him from learning the truth. Because he saw me eating and chatting happily with two girls, Hachiman suggested that you find another place to eat so that I can flirt and love with them. After Summer River Melody recounted expressionlessly, he looked at Hachiman Hikigaya, who was pretending to drink water next to him, as if he had nothing to do with it, with a headache. So, do you have anything to explain for this slanderous behavior? Yes, Hachiman Hikigaya nodded affirmatively. There's something wrong. Where? It's not flirting and love, but cultivating feelings. Isn't that the same thing? Summer River Melody was a little frantic. It's okay if other people don't know the inside story, but why are you guys messing around too?
So he looked at Miyuki Shirogane and Tsubasa Tanuma, seemingly inquiringly, and asked, "And you two just agreed?" Actually, I think Hachiman is quite right. Yeah, President, we can't disturb you, can we? Although I still want to observe the President's superb skills up close. Summer River Melody. What are superb skills? Say it more clearly. Don't make it sound like he's doing something weird. Don't listen to his nonsense, we just happened to meet, so we just chatted a few words, it's not the kind of situation you think. Boys in adolescence are like this. They actually care about this kind of thing very much. Usually, it may be nothing. But once the little friends around them have any disturbance, the gossip level is like sharks smelling blood and coming over following the smell. It's really impossible to cover it up. Yes, President, don't worry, I understand, I won't say it, and I won't tell the Vice President, please rest assured. Me too, I will definitely keep the secret for you. So what do you understand? And what does this have to do with Kaguya? If you don't keep the secret, what do you want to tell her? It's just a small matter. Honestly, Summer River Melody is not afraid. After all. In his opinion, Kaguya Shinomiya is a very sensible person and will definitely not rashly believe this kind of strange rumors, even if one of the people spreading the rumors is a colleague she works with. But then again, it would be best if this kind of strange rumor didn't appear, right? Otherwise, it will more or less affect other people's impression and opinion of him. If it really causes misunderstanding because of this, it would be too bad, right? I'll just believe you, Summer River Melody hesitated. But things are really not what you think. But even though he emphasized it so much, the two people opposite him didn't seem to want to believe it. They just made a knowing expression and gave him an okay sign. No matter how the process is, at least his goal has been achieved, right? And because there is still a little blonde who is crying to be fed, Summer River Melody did not stay for long, and took the bread and milk back to hand in the task. As for the Hikigaya trio, naturally they did not follow, unwilling to go back and be the center of attention. All the way without words. After finding Erori and handing her the food in his hand, watching her eating in small bites, Summer River Melody suddenly felt like he was raising some cute little pet. After that, the two chatted casually for a while and returned to their respective class teams to participate in today's courses. Although it is an extracurricular activity, in fact, during the forest school, it is not completely without learning, but most of the courses to be attended are educational content such as sociology and parenting. And as we all know, learning itself is a very boring thing, no matter which field it is. Especially for modern people, it is nothing more than memorizing the things discovered and summarized by the predecessors in the mind to become their own knowledge, which cannot be called an interesting thing. But there are always some people who can find fun in this boring thing, or break through and innovate, and the students of Shu Ziyuan, who are representatives of excellent academies. Not this kind of person at all. After all, they are already people with good family backgrounds. The reason why they have achievements in learning is either to show their excellence or because they have extremely high talents, and they don't need extra help at all. But what did Summer River Melody see? Not the rules shown out of quality, but a very active classroom atmosphere, with the words "I am voluntary" written on everyone's faces. Chapter 81. But don't get me wrong, it's not that they've lost their minds, it's just that almost all the students are single-mindedly looking forward to tonight's big event, the Test of Courage. The so-called Test of Courage is one of Neon's long-standing customs, referring to testing a person's courage in a game-like manner. The venues are generally chosen in places with a terrifying atmosphere, such as cemeteries, shrines, and ruins. With the change of the times, the current Test of Courage is generally chosen by schools or some sports clubs, groups, etc. During joint training camps in safe but terrifying cemeteries or narrow mountain roads. The time is usually in the pitch-black night, because people are born with a sense of fear of the dark and the terror of unknown potential things. In order to make the game more interesting, a part of the participants usually try their best to scare people. Such as preparing scary props in advance on a preset route, or simply going into battle themselves, dressing up as ghosts and rushing out to scare people, and so on. In view of Shuchian Academy's fine traditions, this activity has also been inherited. Whenever there is a forest school, it will be carried out once during this period. This is not only to dispel the students' fatigue caused by studying, but also to a certain extent to satisfy their exuberant energy that has nowhere to vent. This is certainly a good thing,
but in fact, in the past. It has had negative effects and made it difficult to achieve the original educational purpose, that is, the vast majority of students neglected basic learning because they were too much looking forward to the test of courage, and some students even launched a collective strike because they were dissatisfied with the school's procrastination in planning arrangements. As a matter of course, the initiator of that strike was naturally persuaded to withdraw from school. But this incident also made the school realize the importance of the students' own ideas, so later it gradually transferred the power of related activities to the student council, using the students' own hands to complete the activities. In order to prevent similar strike events from happening again, a regulation was also formulated: anyone who fails to meet the academic standards during the forest school period will not be allowed to participate in any extracurricular activities, and will have to stay behind separately to continue participating in tutoring when the forest school ends. Later, some extra rules were gradually added on the basis of this regulation. Those who perform well in each course learning process during the forest school period can have their test scores appropriately increased. Those who achieve excellent results in the final test will have the right to independently choose the role they play and can additionally designate one person as a partner. There are many such regulations, basically all in order to allow students to relax and have fun while not forgetting to maintain their learning progress and enthusiasm. So said the successive student councils who proposed these regulations. Thus, there was the previous scene. Returning to his class, Xia Chuanzu, watching the students as if they were vying for priority in choosing a spouse, felt for the first time that being too enthusiastic was not a good thing. At least this scene is quite scary. After all, those who know will naturally know that you are rushing to answer the teacher's questions, but those who don't know may very well regard this as a brainwashing scene of some cult. The only thing that Xia Chuanzu found funny was that, despite everyone's enthusiasm, in fact, only a few people would be able to obtain the right to choose independently in the end. And as I said before, the students in this youthful period have countless yellow waste materials in their minds, and although it is so difficult to compete for places, it is still difficult to stop their enthusiasm. After all, who would refuse to have a little forest trip with their beloved one? Even if there is no beloved object, find a familiar close person, hold hands, walk around, maybe it will be done. Anyway, there have been many caught in the act in the past. Fortunately, everyone is quite quality. There have not been many particularly excessive things, at most holding hands, kissing, etc. which are still within the acceptable range. And the most important thing is that if there is no favorite object at all, it is not a problem. Because if you have no idea, you can choose to pretend to be a ghost. Isn't it a pleasure to scare people and dismantle couples who look affectionate on the surface? At least Xia Chuanzu himself was very excited, and after pretending to be a ghost, no one would recognize him, and it would also allow him to vent well. The only thing that Xia Chuanzu was worried about was the first-year side. Although there was Ishigami as the disciplinary member to hold the line, Ai no Miko, I feel like she wouldn't be able to stand this scene and then make a mess, maybe? But he couldn't do anything, he could only pray that nothing would go wrong there. In a blink of an eye, the boring class time ended, but almost none of the students in the class wanted to leave the class, but instead found their friends and started discussing the itinerary arrangements for later. Mahiru-chan, who are you going to find as a partner for the evening event? The trio that appeared in the pool incident before found Shina Mahiru. In fact, after a period of getting along, Shina Mahiru had already become friends with them, and she confided in them about such things. Me. The angel Sama had just finished packing when she was surrounded. How would I know who the partner is? I can't choose. Liar, Mahiru, you have such good grades, you'll definitely be fine, and the partner is decided by the student council in the end, right? Well, even so, I don't know who to be with, after hearing the words. Student council, the angel Sama's face turned red all of a sudden. How could she not know what these people were thinking? It's just that she's still unwilling to admit defeat. Really? One of the leading girls said in a playful tone. In that case, can Mahiru give me the chance? Actually, there is someone I have always wanted to invite. Who is it? The angel Sama asked curiously. She had never heard the other party mention it, and was a little surprised for a moment. Of course it's our student council president. Not only is he handsome, but his sports ability and learning are also first class, and the most important thing is that he is respected. Wouldn't it be very face-saving to be a boyfriend? No. Angel Sen blurted out subconsciously, but realized the next second that she had been tricked. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, the president is very busy, so let's not go and disturb him." Although she tried to explain, her tone became weaker and weaker. The others looked at each other and laughed. "We haven't said anything yet," Mahiro-chin is so impatient. Okay, stop teasing her. If you tease her any longer, she's going to run away with a red face. But seriously, this is a very rare opportunity, Mahiro, you must seize it. You must know that there are many girls coveting a handsome boy like the president. If it weren't for you, I would have chased him myself. After saying that, several people echoed each other, and even started discussing on the spot what advantages the other party had. Listening and listening, Shina Mahiro also became a little involved. If it weren't for being too thin-skinned, she would also like to join them and enumerate the advantages that the other party had missed, but had shown in front of her. So, Mahiro-chin, you have to act quickly. If you dawdle any longer, your handsome sweetheart may be snatched away. After saying that, she pointed in a direction. So the angel Sama's eyes followed and turned over, and then the next moment she saw someone surrounded by the crowd. I know everyone wants to participate with their friends, but the rules are the rules, and I can't arrange it for everyone privately. I can only plan according to the student number. The smile on Xia Chuanzu's face remained unchanged, but he felt a little helpless in his heart. Although the final list confirmation is completed by the student council, the personnel arrangement has already been determined. In fact, their student council can't do too much. They are responsible for helping to allocate the students who use the right to choose independently, and ensuring that each student has a partner and is not left behind. So who leaked this news? Even if they can really change the list, you can't just talk about it everywhere. In short, things are quite troublesome now. In order to maintain his image, he can't just leave, but these students are too enthusiastic to let him leave. And what he didn't know was that there were also several pairs of eyes on the periphery of the crowd, paying attention to him. One of those gazes was mixed with intense emotions, so dazzling that it was difficult to look directly at. Naturally, it was the angel Sama. Handsome, that's an exaggeration, Shina Mahiro retorted. She tried hard to show that she didn't care that much, but her heart had already quietly rippled. They're right, Zo is such an excellent person, he will attract everyone's attention. Humph, you only denied being handsome. That's right, you said you didn't care, but your eyes are almost sunken in now. The girls watched the situation on Xia Chuanzu's side while teasing Shina Mahiro, while still not forgetting their original intention. Speaking of which, there are so many people over there, maybe some of them will be like me, preparing to invite the president to participate together. That's great, say what you want to say, don't have to worry about anything. As she spoke, she began to play with the angel Sama's little hand. I don't know if the president will agree, maybe he has already decided who to be with, right? Mahiro-chan. How would I know? The angel Sama's eyes were a little evasive. She naturally knew who her friends were referring to, but what they didn't know was that, besides her, there were really many other excellent girls who liked him. For example, the blonde girl she saw that day, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, and the aggressive vice president, who was also very beautiful. If they invited Zo, would he agree? Or? Shina Mahiro shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking wildly. Although she really wanted to invite Zo, what if he had already made an appointment with someone else? Then if she went over, she would only embarrass him, and she naturally didn't want to do that. Okay, stop looking, let's go eat, take a good rest in the afternoon, and participate in the event in the evening. Saying that, Shina Mahiro used all her strength to push the others out of the classroom. For her, if she continued to watch, she might change her mind and rush up regardless. And Xia Chuanzu, who was in the center of the crowd, naturally didn't know what was happening on the other side of the classroom. He was still busy dealing with the enthusiastic students, and he still couldn't find a breakthrough for a long time. Just as he was thinking about whether to simply not care about anything and just walk away, a familiar melodious voice rang out. Excuse me, is President Xia Chuan here? It was a familiar voice that he was used to hearing, but at this moment it was like a heavenly sound. It's his vice president. Kagaya-san is here to save the day. I'm here. Xia Chuanzu said loudly, then separated the crowd and said. I'm sorry, it may be that some student council affairs need me to deal with, excuse me, everyone. As expected of his vice president, she is really his best deputy. At this moment, Xia Chuanzu only had this one thought in his mind.
But on the surface, he still had a businesslike appearance, and would never reveal strange expressions in front of everyone. And after hearing Xia Chuanzu say this, although the others were unwilling, they could only let him leave after all, if they continued to make trouble. It might not be a problem of not getting the right to choose, but they might be given a hard time, and then be arranged to team up with a boy they didn't know at all, to have a test of courage in the dark. Sorry to keep you waiting, it's about the student council, right? Although he was released, the act still had to be finished, so Xia Chuanzu pretended to have made an appointment with Shinomiya Kagaya long ago. As for the latter, she blinked lightly. She was still a little confused as to why the president said that, but suddenly she saw the crowd of people behind him who had not dispersed. And then thought of the purpose of her coming, and immediately understood what had happened, so she cooperated very well and said, "No, I haven't been waiting long." Shinomiya Kagaya brushed her hair behind her ear, raised her head slightly, looked at the other party, and had a gentle smile on her face. Although the two had not greeted each other in advance, they actually cooperated very tacitly, so seamlessly that no one noticed the truth of the matter. This is the bond between her and the president. This is the proof that they are a match made in heaven. Maybe the president is even thinking the same thing as her now. Shinomiya Kagaya thought, this is a two-way rush. Hooray! Speaking of which, Kagaya, what's the matter you're looking for me for? After taking Shinomiya Kagaya out of the teaching building, Xia Chuanzu asked the doubts in his heart. Actually, it's nothing. Shinomiya Kagaya originally wanted to exchange a few pleasantries first, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The president called her by her name and said he didn't like her. This is clearly a hint. Why did the president suddenly call me by my name? Could it be, the silly eldest lady had a faint smile on her face, thinking that Xiao Ai was really talking nonsense. Someone who hasn't been in a relationship is just theorizing on paper. Is that not okay? Xia Chuanzu didn't think too much about it, just felt that since they'd spent so much time together, it should be okay to call her by her name, right? After all, when he was with Shinjo before, she mentioned that good friends should call each other by their names. He thought it made a lot of sense, and he considered his relationship with Si Gonghuai to be pretty good, so he shouldn't be rejected. Sorry, if you don't like it. That's not true. Of course I like it. I'm just talking about calling each other by name, President, don't misunderstand anything. The more she explained, the more it sounded like she was covering something up. The usually elegant and intelligent her now seemed a little clumsy, just like a fool in love. Of course I know, I didn't misunderstand, don't worry, Xia Chuanzu nodded. Although this kind of tsundere sentence seemed familiar, it wasn't from Yingolai's mouth, and Huey didn't seem to have any tsundere attributes, so he naturally wouldn't think too much about it. However, the silly president was already a little frustrated. Why be so obedient to her at this time? You should misunderstand something. A sense of gain and loss suddenly arose in her heart. She clearly didn't want the president to notice her true intentions, but she couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he found out. Would he confess to her regardless? But being able to call each other by name is already great. This is clearly Huey-chan's big victory. Conquering the president is just around the corner. So what's the matter for finding me? Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. Chatting was fine, of course, but he was pretty busy next, and didn't have that much free time to do other things. It's about the upcoming Test of Courage event. Si Gonghuai sorted out her emotions and put on an elegant ladylike appearance again. Actually, it's the school's intention, Si Gonghuai paused and then said. They hope that we can carefully check every process of the event, eliminate all safety hazards, and ensure the safety of the students. And I think it's really necessary. As the representative of the excellent school, Ziyuan, our every move is widely watched by the outside world. The students here will also become excellent social talents in the future. These are valuable resources, and it's not an exaggeration to be careful. And the most important thing is, if something really happens during the event, our student council will not be able to escape the blame. As the most excellent deputy of the most excellent student council president in history, Si Gonghuai cannot tolerate any stains on the person she assists. Moreover, if you want to do it, you must do it best. This is the Si Gong family motto. Although there are already patrols by members of the disciplinary department, it's never too careful to do this kind of thing. So my proposal is to participate in the entire process of the event as an experiencer.
Even if something really happens at that time, we can quickly react and solve it. Of course, the president doesn't have to worry about the workload. I will accompany the president to participate in the whole process, just leave the trivial matters to me. However, in her heart, she was thinking. What are you kidding me? How could she focus her attention on unimportant work at this rare opportunity? Just leave those inexplicable things to others. She just wants to spend a wonderful night with the president. Chapter 82. So you mean we should participate in the test of courage as experienced participants and check the equipment along the way? Xia Chuanzu thought for a while, feeling that what the other party said made sense. After all, this was also something he was responsible for during his tenure, so it's better to be careful, and perhaps he could really discover some oversights from a different perspective. I have no problem with it, but Kagaya, what about you? Do you not have anyone you want to invite? If it were before, his only choice would have been the girl he was currently pursuing. But now he had already let go of it. Even if they didn't become lovers, maintaining a good friendship with them would satisfy him, so he didn't know who to invite at this time. It just so happened that Kagaya brought it up, so he naturally agreed. President, don't joke around, I'm not interested in those vulgar people, the silly president said a little angrily, thinking. Aren't I inviting you? Xia Chuanzu. So, what about your good friend Fujiwara Chika? This activity doesn't necessarily require inviting the opposite sex. Xia Chuanzu felt that Si Gonghuai should also be infected by the atmosphere, and actually forgot about this, but if that's the case, why is she still so focused on work? He didn't understand. He could only say that girls' thoughts were still too difficult to understand. If you don't mind, Xia Chuanzu replied. In order to go along with the dark atmosphere of the game, the official start time of the test of courage was after 7 p.m. Before that, it was time for patrols and eliminating safety hazards. Even if you wanted to find a partner to experience it in advance, there would be no staff in place, at most just a little forest trip that you could jump into whenever you wanted. From Huey's point of view, the two of them should go in after the game officially starts, experience it as players while also doing a final check, and then just wait for the end of the event. The process was fine, there was plenty of time, and the partner was the cute Miss Huey who he had been with for a long time, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Then it's settled, President, don't forget, the silly president nodded slightly. As expected, the president wouldn't refuse her. After that, she just needed to get Xiao AI ready. Yes, it's a deal. After saying goodbye to Si Gonghuai, Xia Chuanzu originally wanted to contact Takiya Hachiman and the others to go to lunch together. But he didn't expect that as soon as he returned to the class, before he could finish packing his things, he was told by a classmate that someone was looking for him. Who is looking for me? Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. It's a blonde girl with a bright little tiger tooth, quite cute. Blonde, little tiger tooth, who else could it be but little Blondie? But what could Eruri want from him suddenly? They had just met this morning. Could it be that she was also affected by the atmosphere and started to care about her partner? Okay, thank you, Xia Chuanzu said to the other party, and then walked towards the agreed location. It was the lakeside he had just visited this morning. And he saw the little Blondie at a glance. She was sitting on a bench not far away, holding a drawing board, and occasionally looking up to observe something, looking like a serious art student. Xia Chuanzu walked over slowly, originally wanting to say hello, but seeing her focused on painting, he didn't make a sound to disturb her, but went behind her and quietly watched her paint. After a long time, when the painting was finished, he said softly, "Why did you suddenly think of painting this kind of painting?" Based on this little Blondie's preferences, she clearly likes to draw character paintings. And they have to be two-dimensional characters. He rarely sees her paint landscape paintings that don't contain any characters, let alone this is the kind of painting that doesn't need to be submitted. Has she changed her personality? Or is the hentai artist preparing to go ashore? Wow! The little Blondie trembled in fright, almost dropping the drawing board in her hand. You idiot! Why are you hiding behind me to scare people? This little Blondie's reaction was too cute, so Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but laugh. You were too engrossed in it yourself, you didn't even hear my footsteps. Then he walked around the chair and sat next to Ing Lily, and teased with a smile, could it be that our doujinshi artist is really preparing to go ashore? Quiet. What if someone hears it? You idiot. Why do you have to mention that in this place? Relax, relax, I already made sure when I came that there is no one around, Xia Chuanzu reassured. He really wanted to tease the little blondie, but he didn't want to expose her identity because of it. And at this time, everyone must have gone to eat, who has the time to wander around? Xia Chuanzu shrugged. He passed by the cafeteria on the way here, and a casual glance found that it was already overcrowded. So what's the reason? Teacher Bomu Erori. There's no reason Jay, just suddenly wanted to draw it. Ing Lily pretended to be calm, but after thinking about it, she felt that this reason was very far-fetched. How could anyone believe it, so she added. After all, I'm also the ace of the art club, I have to contribute some works to the club occasionally. Who praises themselves as the ace, Xia Chuanzu complained. But he could agree with the reason. After all, a serious club like the art club has to submit certain related works as club tasks after each large-scale event held by the school. And as the ace player of their art club, Ing Lily may indeed be given such responsibility. But the look revealed by this little blondie didn't look like she was doing something worth showing off at all, but rather like she was secretly doing something shady and was accidentally discovered. To be precise, it was exactly the same as when he first ran into her drawing doujinshi. But it doesn't matter, after all, everyone has their own little secrets, and he doesn't have any obsessive-compulsive disorder that he has to explore. Leaving each other some space can maintain friendship for a long time. Don't talk about that, what's the matter you're looking for me for? Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. Nothing. Ing Lily hugged the drawing board, her expression a little nervous, and her movements were also twisted and unnatural. Although she had already made up her mind, but when she really saw him, she still found it difficult to open her mouth even though the words were already on the tip of her tongue. Then let me guess, Xia Chuanzu pondered, pretending to think for a while. Could it be because of the test of courage tonight? How is that possible? Ing Lily denied flatly, but muttered for a long time, still unable to say why. Then what is it? It can't be that you just want to talk to me. Pride is indeed one of the cute points of the little blondie, but it is actually a rather troublesome place to get along with. This kind of situation is just a small matter, if you encounter the kind of patiently asking the other party but being met with a disgusted attitude. You will feel a little dissatisfied more or less, and over time, the relationship may deteriorate until one day it completely erupts and ends in discord. It can only be said that Xia Chuanzu is able to continue to get along with her harmoniously because he knows Ing Lily well enough and knows that she is not intentional in many cases. Earlier, it was because he was in a state of love brain so he didn't care, but now it is because he largely regards Ing Lily as a willful sister, and he will patiently treat her even if he occasionally finds it troublesome. It's just that after often seeing her flustered appearance, he can't help but feel the urge to tease her. Actually it's not a big deal, it's just a little concerned about the game partner. After all, I'm a little uncomfortable participating in this kind of game with strangers. Oh, I understand, you want to find someone familiar to partner with, right? Xia Chuanzu understood at once. Judging from Yinglilai's grades, it can't be said that the opportunity is slim. It can only be said that it is completely impossible to get the opportunity to choose independently, so it is likely that she will be assigned to a stranger as a partner according to her student number. And he happens to be a student council president, and he also happens to be able to make some technical adjustments to the list, so Ing Lily came to him. The reason why she is so twisted is entirely because she is too thin-skinned and embarrassed to directly ask for this kind of preferential treatment. He completely understood. Then I'll arrange for you to be with Kato. It just so happens that her situation should be similar to yours, and you can take care of each other. The little blondie was dumbfounded. Ing Lily didn't expect it. She had already said it so bluntly, how could this blockhead not understand at all? If she really wanted to be with Kato, she wouldn't have shown this look, right? Could it be that she looks like the kind of lofty person who is ashamed to enjoy privileged services? Honestly, she almost suspected that this idiot was deliberately pretending to be stupid, just to see her exasperated. Don't bother Kato, maybe she also has someone she wants to invite, we can't disturb her. That makes sense, Xia Chuanzu pondered. Judging from Kato's personality, as long as they bring it up, she will definitely agree, but that would be too unfair to her, right? After all, it was originally a process of enjoying the game, but she was forced to take care of this stupid blondie. Why should Kato do that? Ing Lily on the side naturally didn't know that the person in front of her had already regarded her as a criminal who might ruin Kato. She was still racking her brains to think about how to turn the topic to her own purpose. Yes, there's no need to bother her with such a small matter. But then there would be no other candidates. Xia Chuanzu fell into deep thought. A suitable candidate like Kato is only Kato, the others are either not familiar with Ing Lily, or they are not reliable, or they are like Fujiwara, who is neither familiar nor reliable, there is simply no choice. Idiot. And, not there's another person. So Xia Chuanzu understood, he finally understood what the other party meant. But I regret to tell you, Xia Chuanzu said seriously. The activity locations for the second and third grades are separate, so you definitely won't be able to participate with Senior Kasumigakaka. So the little blondie was about to explode. What does that mean? After saying so much, he didn't understand her thoughts at all. Who wants to be with that black silk fat woman? Does she look like she has such a good relationship with that guy? They are clearly irreconcilable class enemies. Seeing Ing Lily pursing her lips and silent, Xia Chuanzu thought that he had guessed correctly, so he comforted her. There's no need to be so depressed, even if you can't participate with familiar friends, you can try with classmates, maybe you can make a friend because of it later. However, the little blondie still lowered her head in silence, without any intention of paying attention to him. Then why not try asking Kato? Maybe she also. Anyway, you just don't want to be with me, right? Ing Lily suddenly raised her head, her eyes red, looking at him with a very aggrieved expression. Ah. Xia Chuanzu was stunned. What's going on again? Saying so much, you just don't want to participate with me, after all, I'm not cute at all, and I like to be fierce to you, and my personality is not good, I'll only cause you trouble. As she spoke, the more the little blondie thought about it, the angrier she became, but she was not angry with others, but with herself. Angry that she is so stupid, that she listened to the fat woman's slander, also angry that her attitude is not firm enough, that she always does things that are contrary to her original intention even though she likes him so much. And even more angry that she is not frank enough, that if she had more trust in Zhou, she could clearly be in his arms and act coquettishly at will. What are you still doing here? Go invite the person you like, I don't need you. She was unwilling to see the figure of the other party leaving with her own eyes. It's just that things seemed to be different from what she thought, not only did the other party not leave, but instead grabbed her hand, and just as she was about to scold the other party to let go, she was hugged into his arms. Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant, Xia Chuanzu said gently. At this time, right and wrong are no longer important, the top priority is to appease this crying little blondie. I don't hate you, and I don't think you're a burden, it's just that I've already made an appointment with someone, so I didn't consider that direction for a while, Xia Chuanzu explained. Ultimately, this misunderstanding arose from an information gap, though Eri's own personality also played a part. If it were Kato, she would have extended the invitation frankly and openly. Even Senpai could jokingly say something like, I shall bestow upon you, my junior, the opportunity to spend a wonderful evening with me. But this little blonde, due to her personality and thin skin, always speaks ambiguously, making it genuinely difficult for him to grasp the true meaning of her words sometimes. Steamed buns? Or are you tricking me? Muffled words came from his chest. It was then that Snowball Natsukawa realized he was hugging her too tightly. It could only be said that the sensation wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, if it were someone else, if it were Kato or Senpai, he would have realized it immediately. Chapter 83. Of course, it's true, I have no need to lie to you. Pressing her hands on the other's shoulders, Xia Chuanzu gently pushed her away, looking at Ing Lily's slightly moist eyes and said to her seriously. And how could I find you troublesome? If that were the case, I wouldn't have approached you in the first place. From her perspective, it might be because he understood her personality that he chose to leave, but in reality, he had known the nature of this little blonde much earlier. But Ing Lily, I hope you can understand one thing, I'm not very smart, and sometimes I may not be able to understand what you mean, but please remember, I will never dislike you, let alone find you troublesome. So, I hope that in the future, when I'm being silly and don't understand your feelings, you can tell me what you really think, okay? No matter what kind of thoughts they are, I will never say anything about it. Maybe it won't change anything in the short term, but this is one of his attempts. After all, no matter what he wants to see is still that carefree, happy little blonde every day, not like now, a sentimental, insecure Lin Dayu. Even though she does indeed have a particularly endearing feeling, a little blonde who has lost her tsundere attributes is like the West losing Jerusalem, losing her soul. Okay, you said it, the little blonde finally regained her spirits, and she blushed as she made a request. Then come with me to the test of courage tonight. That won't work, Xia Chuanzu refused without hesitation. So the little blonde was dumbfounded again. You said you didn't find me troublesome. You're clearly lying to me. What's wrong with this person, how can he bully people like this? Of course not, Xia Chuanzu explained. Didn't I say? I already made an appointment with someone else, how can I just stand them up like that? After all, there should be a first come, first served basis, right? Since I've already made an appointment with someone else, I definitely can't agree to you. Otherwise wouldn't I be breaking my promise? You don't want me to be a person who doesn't keep his word. Do you? I do hope so, Ing Lily said seriously. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, but soon he thought of a solution. Then the things I promised you before. No regrets. People who don't keep their word are pig heads. So Xia Chuanzu stopped talking, just using his eyes to signal to her. See, he was right, wasn't he? However, Ing Lily wouldn't think so much, what does it have to do with her about breaking promises or first come, first served? She just wants to participate with the person she likes, okay? Especially when she thinks that the person who made an appointment with Zhou must also be a love rival who is eyeing Zhou's body, she can't possibly choose to back down. Because this is not a matter of credibility, but a love war. So what if Zhou said it made sense? After all, what reason is there in the eyes of girls, only who is more important, which side is more concerned about? And Zhou said, whatever you think, just tell him, he will never find her troublesome. I don't care, I just want to participate with you, if you don't agree, you're just finding me troublesome, Ing Lily was already desperate. After all, it's already gotten to this point, what face does she care about, if she drags on any longer, Zhou will really be abducted. Xia Chuanzu naturally couldn't have imagined that one day this little blonde would actually act spoiled to him like this. No, it should be said that she was acting like a shrew. What's this? Even if she's afraid of strangers, she wouldn't go this far. Just as Xia Chuanzu was thinking about what to do, Ing Lily on the side took his silence as in preparing to reject her. Because she really doesn't have any confidence, in fact, if it wasn't for that fat woman at the beginning. She wouldn't even have the courage to come back to find Zhou, let alone have a better relationship with him, so naturally she felt that she couldn't compete with that love rival who didn't know who she was, so she retreated to the next best thing. If it really doesn't work, I don't mind forming a team of 3 people. Looking aggrieved. She really thought so, thinking that it would be better to detour, but after saying it, she suddenly felt that this method seemed very good. After all, she has already said so, Zhou can't possibly be cruel enough to ignore her and go to be affectionate with another woman, right? And as long as he can agree, she will have a way to prevent their relationship from deepening, and it is best to perform in front of that guy that their relationship is very close, so that the other party will retreat in the face of difficulties. Even make a bold guess. Normal girls would definitely not agree to this kind of 3-person decision, right? And if the other party doesn't agree, wouldn't she be able to exclusively enjoy the date with Zhou? She's so smart. And facing Ing Lily's proposal, Xia Chuanzu refused in one breath. What are you thinking? It's definitely impossible for 3 people to participate together, although it's not written in the rules, but the arrangements of previous sessions are all 2 people in a group. But you are the student council president, can't you think of a way to get away with it? What do you think the student council president is? Xia Chuanzu was a little embarrassed, he could at most change the list or something. It's okay to have one, but to openly bring 2 girls with good relationships to participate in the game, what is he going to do? Do you want to be an invincible man? And this will have a bad influence if it is said. Then what should I do? This is not okay, that is not okay. Can't you work hard and participate on both sides? Ing Lily pouted, her face full of unwillingness. It seems that she really has no way to do it, even acting spoiled to Zhou can't change his mind. This is not something that can be improved by working hard. Xia Chuanzu was a little helpless. It is definitely impossible to participate on both sides, I can't be in 2 places at once. Wait, maybe it can. Xia Chuanzu pondered, just about to explain, he saw this stupid little blonde open her mouth wide, with a surprised expression. Ah! You can really be in 2 places at once? Xia Chuanzu really doubts whether the person sitting in front of him is a high school student or something else. Well, from the surface, maybe it's a junior high school student. It's the age of being in the second year of middle school, which is understandable. I mean other methods. After shaking his head, Xia Chuanzu began to explain to this stupid blonde. According to the process, it takes about half an hour to punch in all the levels and take away the reward badges. Including the time consumed by other processes, it can be completed in less than 1 hour from complete play to the end. Xia Chuanzu paused, then said. The event starts at 7 o'clock and ends at 10 o'clock, which means I can completely play twice during this period, once to go to the appointment, and the other to participate with you. The only problem is that I don't know if I can participate repeatedly, because this rule does not appear in the manual, and partners are arranged according to student numbers, so logically speaking, everyone may only have one chance to play. Ing Lily on the side was already stunned. To be honest, the idea is really good, but have you ever considered one thing? In front of her, a girl, discussing that he will have 2 dates with 2 girls before and after, one of whom also includes her. What a scumbag behavior. He's really so promiscuous that she doesn't know how to complain. Seriously, if she didn't clearly know the other party's nature, she should have already started scolding him fiercely. This is simply wishful thinking. Are you serious? Ing Lily's face was complicated. Of course I'm serious, isn't this method good? Xia Chuanzu replied to her with a serious face. Seeing Ing Lily's strange expression, he opened his mouth to comfort him. Don't worry, although I will be more tired in this way, at least I can accompany you to participate, and I can also fulfill the agreement. Isn't it a win-win situation? Ing Lily was silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but think about it, but just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw the other party take out her phone, and signaled her to be quiet and not to speak. Hello, is it Fujiwara? Originally, he was going to send it to Hui Yi to inquire, but suddenly remembered that the other party was the one who made an appointment with him. If he asked Hui Yi about this matter, he would definitely be guessed, and even might offend her because of it, so he chose the unreliable Fujiwara Qianhua. Because of past habits, Xia Chuanzu subconsciously turned on the speakerphone function, so the voice over there also entered Ing Lily's ears. President? What's the matter? I'm eating. I have something to ask you. Xia Chuanzu thought for a while, organized his words. I'll make a long story short. Do you know anything about the test of courage tonight, such as whether people who have already participated can play again? On the other side, Fujiwara Qianhua, who was enjoying the food alone in the cafeteria, showed a surprised expression and began to talk eloquently. Oh! President is amazing. Actually found a loophole in the rules. It's not written in the manual. I was also going to use it. Hello. President. Just as Fujiwara Qianhua was about to share her plan, she found that there was a busy tone from the phone, and when she looked down, she realized that the call had been hung up long ago. Wow. The pink octopus head suddenly became angry, as if treating the fried meat in the plate as Xia Chuanzu, and bit down hard, murmuring in his mouth. Damn president. Actually treats me as a tool, and runs away after asking. That's too much. I'll bite you to death, bite you to death. So delicious. The next moment, a happy smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Xia Chuanzu, who got a definite answer, hung up the phone and said to Ing Lily on the side, it seems there is really no problem. It can even be said that not only is it much more psychologically stable, but even in reality, thanks to Qianhua. If she is really held accountable at that time, she will say that Fujiwara told him that he could participate again, and he even recorded it. In this way, the two of them can share a little bit of the firepower. As for Qianhua, just compensate her with some food, presumably with her broad mind, she won't mind. Ing Lily, who witnessed the whole process, was already stunned. To be honest, she really didn't know what to say, and even felt that her ideas were a bit redundant. After all, the girl on the phone didn't seem angry at all. Even her voice didn't seem to have any fluctuations. It's as if she doesn't care at all that the person she made an appointment with will immediately turn around and throw herself into another person's arms after accompanying her. Who would believe it if it was said? She even began to suspect that the girl named Fujiwara Qianhua might have some terrible hobbies. That's right, this little blonde regarded Fujiwara Qianhua as the person who made an appointment with Xia Chuanzu, and was currently in a strange mood. What's wrong? You have a strange expression. No, it's nothing, just a little surprised. Ing Lily shook her head with a complicated expression. Okay, seeing this, Xia Chuanzu didn't ask much, but looked down at the time, and then sent an invitation to the girl in front of him. You haven't eaten yet, right? Want to go together? Yeah. Because it was past the golden meal time, there were fewer people in the cafeteria. The remaining were small groups of 3 or 5, chatting about the evening activities while eating dessert after dinner. Mahiru-chin, it's about time to ask someone out, right? A girl with pigtails poked at Shina Mahiru next to her. If you don't act, others will take the lead, and you won't be able to cry. That's right, men are all big trotters, they never refuse pretty girls, another girl with twin tails echoed. Yes, yes, even if you're as cute as Mahiru-chin, they won't be satisfied, only by actively attacking and constantly occupying the space around them, and proclaiming your sovereignty to everyone, can you firmly grasp them in your hands. That's right, so just holding hands is definitely not enough, elementary school students aren't doing that anymore, at the very least, you have to get to the point of kissing. That's definitely not okay, the angel's face turned red as she listened. They agreed to just have dinner together and go back to rest, but she was dragged into discussing love again. She originally wanted to listen to her friends' opinions and try to learn something from them, but what she heard were all terrible lines. At least a kiss. What shameful things do you want her to do in public? Okay, stop fooling around, be serious, the steady black-haired girl leading the group suddenly spoke. Chapter 84. It was clear that she had a lot of prestige within the trio. The other 2 girls immediately stopped giggling and put on a "I'm very serious" strategist look. But seriously, if Mahiru keeps dragging her feet, she'll miss out on the courage test event this time. No, maybe she'll even be assigned to some annoying, frivolous guy. Even if you're okay with it, what about him? You don't want to be misunderstood by the person you like, do you? The angel-like Miss Shina, having been hit where it hurts, was finally unable to maintain her peaceful state of mind. Indeed, to eliminate any possibility of causing snowball trouble. She could give up inviting him and endure the loneliness of not being able to participate in a game or go on a date with the person she likes, but she absolutely couldn't stand being misunderstood by Snowball. But I can invite you guys, right? Girls. Sorry, I have my own plans, the girl with long black hair refused directly. So Shina Mahiru looked at the other 2. Then you guys. Sorry, Mahiru-chin, I'm going to be with my boyfriend. The girl with the ponytail put her hands together in apology. But I remember your boyfriend's grades aren't very good either, right? Yeah, so we signed up as staff members so we don't have to be apart, the girl with the ponytail nodded. After all, for us too, where we date and what we do is the same, what's important is being together. The angel-like Miss Shina naturally didn't want to disturb this loving couple, so she turned her gaze to the last twin-tailed girl. Wah, don't look at me, I'm going to be with my boyfriend too, the other party quickly shook her head. But don't you not have a boyfriend? I'll find one now. I can't miss this event, after all, what if the assigned partner happens to be my future boyfriend? After all, this event was attractive because of this point. Those with partners still have partners, and those without partners might get one because of it, and it even creates perfect development space for you, so what's not to be satisfied with? But the angel-like Miss Shina was very dissatisfied. Her best friends all had their own things to do and couldn't accompany her, and she was too hesitant to open her mouth to the person she liked because of too many considerations. If things continued like this, her only option would be to pretend to be sick and choose to give up. I think I'll just give up participating, Shina Mahiru shook her head, a hint of regret on her face. For her, missing this event would indeed mean missing out on many precious memories, but if she wasn't with someone important, she wouldn't find it very interesting even if she participated. Why, Mahiru-chin? Weren't you looking forward to it for a long time? That's right, why give up? With your relationship with the president, you could invite him just by opening your mouth, right? That's right, how could he possibly refuse you? Could it be, is he cheating? That's too much. No, it's not like that, Shina Mahiru quickly explained. Things aren't like what you think, and he and I aren't together in the first place. But with the atmosphere between you two, it's obvious that you have feelings for each other, right? Not to mention the heart-to-heart talk at the swimming pool that day, they had all seen the secret interactions between them on a regular basis. I don't know, Sheena's expression seemed a little dim, dispirited, and this weak appearance made the others even more angry. Ugh. This is so frustrating. I'll do it. Give me your phone, I'll help you ask. I don't believe an invitation is that hard to say. No, Sheena naturally wanted to refuse, but she didn't expect the other person to react faster and stop her. Wait, look over there, isn't that the president? So they all looked in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, they saw Xia Chuanzu and a petite blonde girl. Who's sitting next to the president? Do you guys know her? I seem to have a little impression. I think her name is Sawamura. What's her name, Erori? Huh? What's her name exactly? Oh, it's Sawamura Erori, but there seems to be a family name in the middle. I remember she's a mixed blood, and her father is the British ambassador to Japan. What's the big deal? She's not as cute as our Mahiru. Mahiru-chin, do you know her? Is she the president's friend? Stop talking. The leader of the trio, seeing Sheena's very bad complexion, immediately stopped the two from discussing. Let's go see what's going on. Mahiru, you come too. No. Huh? What did you say? Don't interfere with my affairs. The angel-like lady's face flickered with crystal tears. How could she not know that girl? That day, the other party showed the same kind of look she had, fearing being abandoned. The other party clearly also liked Snowball, and now they were sitting together, talking and laughing, and the other party even showed star-like eyes. Then the answer was obvious, wasn't it? Sorry, I've lost my composure. Sheena rubbed her eyes, but found that she couldn't wipe away the tears on her face. I'll go back first. She stood up in a hurry. She didn't want to stay any longer. Because if she stayed any longer, she would definitely not be able to help but cry. The girl beside her stretched out her hand, as if wanting to stop her, but was stopped by the girl opposite her. So the others could only watch Sheena Mahiru run away covering her face, even forgetting to bring her shoulder bag. What do we do now? I don't know. By the way, was I a little too talkative? It's a little true, but I feel like Mahiru seems to know that girl. Could it really be cheating? Whether it is or not, wouldn't it be fine to ask? As the eldest sister in the trio, the black-haired girl stood up without letting go. But Mahiru didn't want us to go over, did she? Yeah, if she finds out. What does it matter? Do you think that in the current situation, does it matter if she knows or not? Anyway, no matter what you think, I must go over and ask clearly, even if it's for Mahiru. The other two looked at each other for a long time before nodding heavily. Then we'll go too. We'll give you courage. Yes. There are too few kinds of desserts here, although they are delicious. Erori forked a small piece of cake and put it in her mouth, with a fairly satisfied expression on her face. You're asking for too much. This isn't a restaurant, Xia Chuanzu complained. He picked up his coffee and took a light sip, with a satisfied smile on his face. The taste is really good. I heard that the chefs and pastry chefs here were sent from Zayazuyuan. I thought it was fake before. Generally speaking, in order to exercise students' personal abilities, students usually make their own meals during the forest school period. Even if it is to take care of special circumstances, they only provide appropriate help. How could it be like Zayazuyuan, which not only directly provided the cafeteria, but also specially sent a lot of chefs from the main family, for fear that their students would starve themselves due to insufficient ability? This also led to the fact that everyone only made their own lunch and dinner on the first day because they wanted to try something new, and all the other times they came to the cafeteria. It can be said that they exercised a loneliness. Although it's delicious, I want to try something else. I'll get tired of eating the same thing all the time, Erori said meaningfully, her eyes always fixed on the dessert in Xia Chuanzu's plate. How's your share? It's pretty good, not as greasy as I thought. Xia Chuanzu nodded, expressing his approval. Is that all? That's all. Aren't you going to say something else? Xia Chuanzu was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was just a dessert. Did he have to write a review? How should I put it? The inside is delicate, green, and moist, and the surface is very fluffy. After taking a bite, the unique aroma of matcha spreads on my tongue, and the taste is very refreshing, which is intoxicating. Looking at Xia Chuanzu's eloquent appearance, Erori didn't know what to say. She could only sigh in her heart that he had really changed. In the past, even if she didn't hint, he would considerately say to her, "My share is also delicious, do you want to try it?" Even if she was disgusted by her, "I don't want the things you've eaten," his ideas would not be shaken. But now it's completely the opposite, but she doesn't want him to be as conscious and persevering as her. Just thinking about the possibility of being rejected will make her unacceptable, let alone really doing something intimate. She really can't bear the consequences of failure. But this is also very good. Although she can't enjoy more intimate interactions, at least she can walk with him. And even occasionally be held in his arms. It seems that the consequences of making a fuss are not as serious as imagined. It's even good to have Snowball coax her specially. But if you think about it carefully, this is also achieved by venting. Maybe it's okay once or twice, and Snowball can still maintain a patient attitude towards her. But if it happens too many times, he will one day find her annoying, right? And if she develops a habit and can't change it back, wouldn't she be finished? Adolescent girls have a lot of thoughts, especially after having someone they like. Their minds are always thinking about each other, thinking about interacting with each other, and thinking about the future with each other. As for boys. So how is his description? Did it make Eruri feel what he felt? Or is it too abstract and not specific enough? Xia Chuanzu was still thinking about whether the taste he described was correct. He didn't think that the girl opposite him was not thinking about desserts at all. But soon he didn't need to think about these things, because a familiar trio found them. I really admire you for being able to sit here leisurely and eat desserts, President Xia Chuan. Hearing his name, Xia Chuanzu looked towards the person who came, and at a glance he saw the trio with the words, "I'm here to find fault," written on their faces. Is there anything wrong? Although they had a questioning meaning as soon as they came up, Xia Chuanzu didn't show much impatience. After all, as the student council president, he wouldn't think it was appropriate if he didn't have this kind of self-restraint. Of course, the main reason was that he knew these three people Mahiru's few friends. As one of the girls he cared about more, he had always felt that Mahiru was a little too lonely. Although there were actually many people in the school who liked this little angel-like lady, no one could stand by her side, not even listen to her words. Not only that, but she couldn't even tell her family about this kind of loneliness, because even if she did, the only answer she would get would be, "What does it matter to them?" She, who was perfect in dealing with people, had an unfortunate background. Her parents were purely a business marriage. And the reason she was born was entirely because of a momentary impulse of her parents, but the two who had no feelings immediately lived their own lives, and treated this accidentally born child like a worn-out shoe. The only thing they did responsibly was to hire a nanny to take care of her daily life and send her money regularly. Their evaluation of her was even so vicious that it was difficult to call them human. It would have been better if someone like you had not been born. That's why Xia Chuanzu couldn't let go of that girl, but recently he occasionally saw her talking and laughing with a few classmates. So he paid attention to her and investigated the situation of those people. After finding that they were just more conspicuous in their dressing style, but were actually good children, he felt relieved and let them continue to contact her. And seeing Mahiru gradually become cheerful every day, and the smiles on her face from time to time were no longer polite, he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. This was naturally a good thing, and he also hoped that these people would always be her good friends, so whenever they leaned together, he would always not go over to disturb them, and even take the initiative to give them space to communicate. This also led to very little contact between him and them. The only frontal communication was even just the swimming pool sneak shot incident, but today these people took the initiative to find him. Chapter 85. Why? The answer was obvious. It could only be because of Mahiru's matter. After figuring this out, he immediately couldn't sit still, and his expression turned serious. What happened? Did something happen to Mahiru? The girls seemed stunned, looking at each other for a while before the leading girl said to him with a complicated expression. "Since you care so much, why would you be unfaithful and cheat?" Unfaithful and cheat? Natsukawa Suchi was taken aback, then turned to look at the small blonde girl who was still nibbling on her cake, and then understood what they meant. "You've misunderstood, we're not like that. Eruri is a very good friend of mine." Good friend, the leading girl obviously didn't believe it, but what could she do? She was only here as a friend. "Forget it, I won't say much." Then she handed over a shoulder bag. "This is Mahiru's bag, take it to her." "Now." Natsukawa Suchi was a little puzzled. "She was just sitting there with us," the girl replied expressionlessly. Then Natsukawa Suchi understood. Combining what the girls said when they came over, he finally understood what had happened. Mahiru and her friends were eating here, and they saw him and Eruri come here too. So these kind friends suspected him of cheating, and then Mahiru helped explain, but because she couldn't resist them, they still came over here to verify with her. But the problem is, where is Mahiru? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Why wasn't her bag taken when she disappeared? And how did their relationship get mistaken for a couple? He hadn't bothered them at all, except for that time at the pool, when he chatted with Mahiru in the name of comforting her. Are the olfactory senses of high school girls these days so sharp? Honestly, Natsukawa Suchi felt that his brain was not working properly. There were too many things to think about. But there were only a few clues to deduce. He was like a blind man crossing a river by feeling for stones, with no idea what to do next. Fortunately, the girls made a decision for him. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go find Mahiru. She might be in her room. And we are all her roommates, and the room number is 2108. You can go in without knocking. Watching them sing in harmony, Natsukawa Suchi nodded subconsciously. But just as he was about to get up, he suddenly remembered that there was still a girl sitting across from him. Sorry, Erori, because I'm a little concerned. Anyway, I'll have to excuse myself first. I'll contact you later. Erori opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. In fact, because there were 3 gatekeepers standing next to her, this little blonde girl didn't dare to say anything strange. First, she was too embarrassed to act spoiled and keep him in front of outsiders, and second, their spicy girl appearance always had a strange suppressive power on her inherently well-behaved nature. So she could only watch helplessly as the boy she liked was coaxed by several people to find another girl, and in her room, she didn't even dare to think about what would happen after that. How can high school students do such impure things? Lewd things are not allowed. However, Natsukawa Suchi definitely couldn't hear her inner thoughts, and even if she called out to keep him at this moment, it would already be too late, because he had already run to the doorway with his bag. So the little blonde girl could only watch the back of the person she liked disappear with longing eyes, and when she couldn't see him at all, her gaze turned to the 3 spicy girls next to her. On the surface, she had a calm expression, but in her heart, she was screaming madly. Help, help. I don't want to degenerate. The poor little blonde girl could only cower in the corner of the sofa seat, shivering. After receiving a reminder from a kind person, Natsukawa Suchi naturally knew where to find Mahiru at this time, so he went straight to the target location, the girls' dormitory. However, it was more like another accommodation area that was separated. In fact, the boys' side was the same, with accommodations allocated in the configuration of a regular inn. Because it wasn't evening yet, the restrictions were much looser at this time. As long as he reported his itinerary to the health teacher guarding downstairs, he could get the qualification to go upstairs. Perhaps it was also because the other party knew him, so he wasn't too embarrassed. Even if you are the student council president, you can't do things that are too much, at least wait until it's completely dark. As everyone knows, health teachers usually pay the most attention to health and physical education. Disciplinary committee members usually take the lead in maintaining discipline. And as Natsukawa Suchi, the superior of the disciplinary committee members, naturally knows the importance of maintaining discipline. Okay, thank you for the reminder, teacher. After perfunctorily saying a sentence, Natsukawa Suchi was about to bypass this improper teacher, but who would have thought that the other party would suddenly stuff a strange thing into his hand? The teacher only has one here, so I'll give it to you first. Natsukawa Suchi looked down and clearly saw a condom for family planning, and his face immediately became strange. So the other party was serious? So he quickly refused. No, teacher, you misunderstood, I don't need this. That won't do. The health teacher immediately shook her head and put on a serious educational look. The teacher knows you are very popular, but you can't do safety measures well. After all, girls must be cared for with heart. Then don't take this kind of thing out. Or is this your way of caring? Stop it. Don't ruin the hearts of pure children anymore. Natsukawa Suchi was already unable to complain, so he had to accept it and put it in his pocket, preparing to find a trash can to throw it away on the way. Okay, thank you, teacher. Yes, very good. Seeing Natsukawa Suchi accept it, the health teacher finally smiled with satisfaction, even muttering to herself. Very good, today I saved another pair of lost young men and women. Whatever makes you happy. After saying goodbye to this improper health teacher, Natsukawa Suchi walked straight towards his destination. He met many girls along the way, but they didn't hold any hostility towards him. A man who appeared rashly, but occasionally cast curious glances, which made Natsukawa Suchi feel a little more relaxed. After all, he was still in the girl's residence, and the key was that he didn't come in for any official business. If he was asked about it, he would feel a little embarrassed. Well, maybe it's time for him to exercise his thick skin. Just like just now, if he had been thicker-skinned, he wouldn't have been led by the nose by that teacher. Not only that, when facing Kasumigakaka-senpai, maybe he wouldn't always need to use a tough attitude to hide his embarrassment. But how should this kind of thing be exercised? He has no experience at all. Although his mind was constantly thinking about this and that, his feet kept taking him to the door of the target room. Looking at the door number 2108 on it, Natsukawa Tsuchi suddenly remembered what the trio had said to him: "You can go in without knocking." He nodded to himself, thinking that he understood. So he knocked on the door very politely. What a joke! Even if there was really only Mahiru in there, could he just push the door in regardless? Let alone the lucky pervert incident that was likely to happen, just this behavior alone could be called very impolite, and if there were other people in the corridor, they might misunderstand that he was going to do something terrible. Did he still want his reputation? Is anyone there? He controlled his voice to a level that the people inside could hear, but he didn't dare to shout too loudly, otherwise it would easily wake up other people in the rooms who were taking a nap. Although there were indeed some slight movements coming from inside the room, it was not a voice responding to him at all, but rather a continuous sound from the people inside focusing on doing something. There was no way. Natsukawa Tsuchi had to wait a little longer, and then knocked on the door again. "Mahiru, are you inside?" The voice was slightly raised, and this time a response finally came from inside. "Come in." Although the voice was very small, Natsukawa Tsuchi did hear it, so he opened the door and walked in. The layout of this room was basically the same as the layout of the boys' dormitory, and it was also very simple. With only a few basic facilities placed around it, and some sundries were lined up in the corners, such as everyone's suitcases and backpacks. As for the angel Sama, she was currently nestling in a ball with the quilt, facing the window, and said to herself, "I'm sorry." So Natsukawa Tsuchi was stunned, thinking that this was not right. Why did Mahiru apologize to him as soon as she came up? Just as he was about to ask what happened, he saw her speak again. "I'm sorry, I said those things to you before. I'm really not blaming you. I also know that you are thinking of me, but I'm just useless. I don't dare to tell him." Natsukawa Tsuchi understood this time. Mahiru regarded him as her roommates. Seeing that there was still no movement behind her, Shina Mahiru thought that the other party was not going to forgive her. It's okay, even if you don't forgive me, it doesn't matter. After all, I did something wrong, no, but I'm very glad that I can have you as friends. Even if I can't be friends anymore, I will remember the memories of this time." The voice was intermittent, and the tone was so low that it seemed lifeless, and the choked appearance made Natsukawa Tsuchi think that she would cry in the next second. So he couldn't help but speak out. "It's me, Mahiru." The angel-san was naturally familiar with such a voice, so she immediately turned her head. So? Why are you here?" In addition to being surprised, her heart suddenly became cheerful, but the next moment she became uneasy, and even turned around and forced herself not to look at the person behind her. What are you doing here? Go back quickly." But she still felt unsafe after turning around, so she put the quilt over her head again, until her whole body was wrapped in it. "Doesn't Mahiru want to see me?" Natsukawa Tsuchi said softly. He was not a fool, so naturally he knew that he must not leave at this time, and he had to stay no matter what. "No, it's not like that," but the voice from the quilt was buzzing and unclear. Seeing that the other party had no intention of turning around, and combining it with the previous situation, Natsukawa Tsuchi seemed to understand something. So he slowly walked over, and when he was facing the other party, he stretched out his hands. But when he stretched out halfway, he suddenly remembered something. Mahiru should be wearing clothes or something, right? This time the angel-san finally couldn't help but poke her head out. What are you talking about?" It was clearly the time to comfort her, and her heart would keep pounding when she heard his slow approaching footsteps, but now he said such a thing to her. Idiot! Moron! Fool! She finished saying in one breath the words that she would never say normally, and this was not only because of his strange remarks just now, but also to retaliate against his usual slowness, but he wasn't like this before. Natsukawa Tsuchi wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he still thought that he should just be scolded, at least that way he could let Mahiru vent her emotions a little.
The angel-san on the opposite side naturally didn't know what the person in front of her was thinking, but after saying many unpleasant words to herself, she suddenly found that he was staring at her intently, and she couldn't help but want to hide again. But this time her hands couldn't pull up the quilt again, but were held in the hands of this guy in front of her. No, don't look, she lowered her head, unwilling to look at him directly. What's wrong? Why don't you let me see? Chapter 86. Mahiru. Because. Because your eyes are red, the angel was looking down, so she could always see her little hands being held tightly by him, refusing to let go, and she was blaming him in her heart for holding her so tightly, as if she would run away. After she said the reason, he made no sound, but from her perspective, she saw him release her hands, slowly raise them, and then place them on her cheeks, forcing her to look up. I was wondering why Mahiru is so cute today. It turns out she put on makeup, looking directly into the angel's eyes, Amain said seriously. But I think, even if Mahiru doesn't wear makeup, she is very cute, especially when she smiles. It has a kind of intoxicating, mesmerizing feeling. Seeing his serious look, the angel couldn't help but laugh. What, such a clumsy way of speaking, these adjectives are already outdated, there's no originality at all. Although her face showed a slightly disgusted look, her heart had already begun to cheer. How could she hate him complimenting her? She only wanted him to say more, until she was tired of listening, until he said he liked her. As for Amain, his purpose had already been achieved, because at this moment, the angel not only didn't avoid his gaze, but also recovered enough energy to be able to tease him. It is said that girls who have been coaxed are the easiest to deceive, but Amain didn't want to deceive her in any way. It's just that Mahiru has become easier to communicate and connect with. The proof is that the angel is curled up, sitting obediently in his arms, and he is gently combing her beautiful hair with a comb. Her hair was quite messy because it had been covered by the blanket all the time, so he was taking the opportunity to comb it for her. And for the angel, this was also a very relaxing moment, because she could rely on him wholeheartedly, without thinking about anything, just enjoying this simple warmth. Can you tell me what happened? I'm worried about you. Shina Mahiru hesitated for a moment, and finally told him the truth, but the part about him was omitted by her. Because it's not the right time yet, she thought, that kind of thing should be in a more suitable setting, when they are only looking at each other. Thinking about it, her heart suddenly became soft. Amain, do you think I'm very stupid? A little, Amain nodded gently. But stupidly cute, that is. After all, who would not invite him because they were worried that it might embarrass the other party who already had plans? And even have conflicts with friends because of this sounds even more outrageous. It can only be said that she deserves to be the angel, such a thing can only happen to her. Wow, you actually said I'm stupid. The angel immediately got angry, puffing out her cheeks and thinking of giving him some revenge. So she gently bumped his chest with the back of her head. Of course, she didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of hurting him. Do you dare to say it again? Amain didn't answer her, just chuckled softly. But Mahiru, you're not allowed to do such stupid things in the future, do you hear? Okay. Seeing that she didn't seem to care much, Amain continued. I'm indeed very happy that you can think of me, but it doesn't mean you can't come and find me because of that, right? Gently patting the angel's head, Amain said seriously. You know, I have never felt that you have embarrassed me, and it can even be said that it's the opposite. I would be very honored to be invited by the angel. Ugh, I told you not to use that title, Shina Mahiru pretended to be dissatisfied. However, to this day, such a title can be called a little flirtation between them, because she knows very well that Amain has always regarded her as an ordinary girl, otherwise he would definitely not dare to approach her like others. In short, Mahiru, don't think about these unnecessary things in the future, and rely on me as much as possible. After combing all the angel's hair, Amain nodded with satisfaction. Of course, in return, please continue to get along with me like this in the future. However, this time the angel didn't respond to him immediately, but fell silent. Because she knew that just such simple interactions were not enough, and she couldn't possibly be satisfied forever. Until one day, she would uncontrollably tell him her feelings, and usher in the final judgment. And before that, all she could do was try her best to make Amain like her, adapt to, or even get used to, having her in his life, until he couldn't live without her.
Okay, our matter is resolved, now it's time to discuss your matter, Mahiru, Amain reminded. Because he was too used to her company, when getting along with the angel, if he didn't do something with his hands, he always felt like he couldn't stay idle, so he put his hand on her head and gently stroked it. The angel didn't feel anything wrong with such a move, just tilted her head slightly, as if asking him. My matter? Of course, could it be that you forgot about the conflict with friends? Amain was a little surprised. In his opinion, this was the focus of the incident, and the matter between them was just a small episode, at most it was just a fuse that led to the conflict between her friends. Shina Mahiru didn't know what to say. Indeed, since he appeared, her mind had not been on that at all. Not only that. When she ran back by herself, what she was thinking about was not the quarrel with her friends at all, but the scene of Amain appearing in the cafeteria with that cute girl. So she was the one who valued love over friendship. The angel suddenly felt a little ashamed. Then, Amain, what should I do? If it was just her, the only thing she could do was to muster up the courage to apologize to them like she did just now, but not to mention whether they would accept it. She herself had no confidence whether they would be willing to listen to her. But now that she had someone to rely on, she placed all her hopes on him. What does Mahiru think? Is it not possible to apologize to them directly like you did just now? But I'm a little scared, what if they don't want to listen to me anymore? Amain thought this worry was a bit unnecessary. After all, he was able to appear here entirely because those three people had approached him. If they didn't care, how could they still meddle in other people's business? Then does Mahiru trust me? Yes, the angel nodded as a matter of course. Then leave it to me, I will create an opportunity for you to meet, but after that, it's up to you. Of course, he could represent Mahiru to negotiate with the three people. And even beg them to forgive her clumsy self, but the friendship gained in that way would not be their own after all. The only thing he could help with was to act as a bridge, but he must not interfere. Okay, the angel nodded, and her mood became more relaxed. As expected, she couldn't live without Amain. Only by staying by his side could she be carefree and not have to think about anything. Thank you, Amain. No, I should be thanking you. Thank you for appearing in his life, Amain thought. If he hadn't seen her for the first time on that rainy night, he might still be spending his youth like a robot, in a daze. But with her, with them, his life was different. Although what was ushered in was not a perfect ending, he was very satisfied with the current situation, and it could even be said that it was far more satisfying than what he had pursued before. Because this was real, an emotion that did not contain any falsehood, only the exchange and touch between different souls. Shina Mahiru turned around in confusion, just wanting to ask him what he meant, but saw that he had already stood up. It's about time, I have to leave, Amain said goodbye to her. After all, this was still a girls' dormitory, so he naturally couldn't stay for too long, but the most important thing was that he would be very busy later, and couldn't waste time like this. This was not a lie, because as the student council president, he had to coordinate everything during the conference, and also direct the manpower of various departments. He had a lot of affairs in himself. In addition, he had previously accepted Kagaya and Erori's invitations, well. Now he had to add Mahiru, so he not only had to participate in 3 games, but also had to pay attention to every process as the person in charge to ensure that the conference could be held and ended smoothly. This workload was naturally not small. In order to ensure that they didn't feel disappointed, he could only try to solve all the possible problems in advance, so he had to make a plan now. So the first thing was, Mahiru, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, the angel nodded, although she didn't know what he wanted to do, but she definitely had no problem. So Amain skillfully opened the contact list, found the name of the leader of the trio in the few contacts, opened it and quickly edited a message and sent it. Then he turned to Shina Mahiru next to him and said, It's done, I've made an appointment for them to meet, the location is in your room, you just have to wait for them here. Eh? The angel was stunned, thinking, is this what you said about creating an opportunity? But this even used her phone. As if seeing the doubts in her heart, Amain didn't forget to turn his head and say before going out. There's no way, I don't have their contact information after all, maybe I won't even meet them later, but you are roommates, it's impossible not to contact them later. In short, I'll go first, I'll contact you after the conference starts at night, don't worry, oh right, because there are a lot of things to do, I might contact you a little later, but don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise. After giving the angel a reassuring look, Amain gently closed the door and left. After coming out of the girls' dormitory, Amain went straight to the temporary student council office, but rather than a student council office, it was actually just a small classroom that was found and set up as a temporary team. Fortunately, they didn't need a very large place, just a desk to put files on. In the end, they still had to rely on manpower to run around. President. Some students have reported that the partner distribution method is unreasonable. If members are assigned according to student numbers, it may lead to a large number of same-sex members teaming up. So they will not be able to be with girls. Tell them if you care about the process. Then pay more attention to your studies and strive to obtain the right to choose independently in the third-year test of courage. If you care about the result, then go and ask your favorite girl out yourself. The school is not a matchmaker and is not responsible for helping you connect. But there are many students who have proposed it, and several of them are the president and vice president of the sports department. Then tell them that the total funding for the club next month is limited and may not be able to take care of the needs of all the clubs in the school. Yes. President, here is a document that needs your review. Let me see, purchase list. Amain frowned. He remembered very clearly that he had sent someone to complete things like costumes for cosplaying ghosts on the first day of the forest school. Why is there another copy now? Who sent this over? It seems to be Secretary Fujiwara. She instructed me to personally deliver it to the president. Where is she herself? She said she was going to check the equipment along the checkpoints to avoid malfunctions when it officially starts. This is clearly an excuse to escape business, right? Amain thought. He didn't remember that she was so dutiful and responsible, and maybe she wasn't even going to check any equipment, but to add her own private work along the way. But it doesn't matter. Compared with the affairs to be handled at ordinary times, the things to be handled during the conference are basically child's play, and the amount is not much. It's completely the same whether Fujiwara is there or not. Amain raised his head slightly and glanced at Kaguya Shinomiya not far away without a trace. She was helping to process the documents that did not need his personal approval. Okay, I see, put it here. Chapter 87. It's just a purchase list, not a big deal. I might as well help her fulfill this wish. After all, that idiot Fujiwara did help him. I'll allow her to mess around this time. But I can't let Kaguya find out, otherwise she will definitely lecture him again. So, Xia Chuanzu stuffed the purchase list to the bottom of the processed files, but when he looked up, he found that the other party was not ready to leave. Is there anything else? That's right, Secretary Fujiwara also asked me to tell you, that idiot president actually dared to hang up on me. This is the price. By the way, I've already bought everything, it's too late to stop me. The girl in front of him seems to know Fujiwara Chika quite well. Except for the voice. The tone is almost exactly the same. Even the scissor hands at the end are like they were carved out of the same mold, as if that idiot octopus head was really mocking him in front of him. Okay, let's just put this bill on their game department's budget first, and note in the reply that Fujiwara Chika voluntarily accepted it. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, the student who delivered the message didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away immediately. Xia Chuanzu certainly wouldn't make things difficult for her, because he knew who should be punished. After spending almost an afternoon dealing with all the pending matters and adjusting all the lists, Xia Chuanzu ordered a few people to take the completed lists and post them in the corresponding classes. As for those students who use their independent choice rights, the student council will leave their numbers in advance and inform them of their entry time after arranging other personnel. But the most important thing is that these people, including their partner objects, combination methods, and itinerary times, are kept secret and will not be announced to the public. This is also to protect them to some extent. Because he had an appointment with Si Gong Hui to participate in a game, and nominally to check the equipment along the way. Xia Chuanzu simply adjusted the entry time of the two to the front, and after mentioning this to the other party, Si Gong Hui also thought it was a good decision. It's just that what Si Chuanzu thought was different. Si Gong Hui felt that this is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show her presence. Just like Xiao Ai said, as long as they go in and out in pairs in front of everyone, those people will subconsciously regard them as a match made in heaven. What is this called? Right, Group CP. It is to let others agree to their combination, so that even if the president is slow to respond, he should react to this atmosphere, right? Maybe he will confess to her in public, goo hee hee. So, the more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and the more she thought it was a good idea, and a very sunny smile appeared on her face. Xia Chuanzu, who was on the side, originally wanted to invite the other party to dinner. After all, after dinner they would almost be able to gather and go to the venue, so it would be better to act together now. But when he saw the other party fall into inexplicably high emotions, he felt that maybe he shouldn't disturb her at this time. After all, based on his understanding of Si Gong Hui, this smile from the heart is quite rare. It seems that it only appeared once when he invited the other party to continue serving as his vice president under the locust tree on the edge of the playground last time. Most of the time, what I see are business-style smiles. Although it's also very beautiful, Hui at that time was indeed more beautiful and moving. In short, don't disturb her, Xia Chuanzu thought. After all, he is not a poor little person who will fall into loneliness if he doesn't have someone to accompany him for dinner. So, Xia Chuanzu slowly stood up, put away his things, then slowly walked to the door, and gently closed the door, leaving this best good deputy of his a perfect private space. He is so considerate. Not long after Xia Chuanzu left, Si Gong Hui had already woken up from her brainstorming. After all, her thinking is actually very fast, so fast that she even planned the arrangements for later. The first is to invite the president to dinner together, then go to the venue together to hold the opening ceremony. Then participate in the game together and win medals, and finally win the title of best partner together at tonight's award ceremony. Then President, do you want to, where are you? Si Gong Hui was stunned. This is truly a cultural identity. JPG. After dinner, Xia Chuanzu strolled by the lake for a while, but unexpectedly met an acquaintance again, sage classmate. It's already late April. The cherry blossoms that originally filled the city have quietly fallen, leaving only the verdant trees. The evening breeze gently brushed past, shaking off the shadows on the ground, and also rolled up the girl's erratic skirt and hair, so the girl slightly covered her skirt and hair in distress, and asked him, "Did you see it? It should have been like this." It's just that the object is the sage classmate who sits on the frost, so she just tilted her head slightly and greeted him in a calm tone. "Good evening, Xia Chuanjun." "Good evening, Jiadeng." Xia Chuanzu also nodded slightly to the other party. "Have you had dinner yet?" Then would you like to take a walk together?" "Okay." So the two walked together. "Has Jiadeng found his partner?" I've already seen the name on the list on the blackboard." Jiadeng Hui nodded slightly, and then added. "I remember it's a very beautiful girl, a bit envious." But Jiadeng is also very cute, completely not inferior to anyone, there is no need to envy others," Xia Chuanzu comforted. "Although she is the passerby heroine. But as everyone knows, there are no ugly girls in the second dimension. Even if it is really a passerby girl, it is the kind that looks very good. As for Jiadeng Hui, it goes without saying that she can beat several Ing Lily to some extent." But facing such naked praise, sage classmate did not show much joy, but just used her usual clear voice and said softly. "As expected of Xia Chuanjun, although we haven't chatted for a long time, I can still say such things casually." I'm just telling the truth," Xia Chuanzu said awkwardly. "I always feel that today's Jiadeng seems to be in a bad mood. Is it his illusion?" "It's a line from the game, Xia Chuanjun doesn't need to be so nervous." Okay," Xia Chuanzu relaxed a little. But in fact, he himself didn't quite understand why he actually felt nervous for a moment after hearing what the other party said. "But I'm actually quite happy to hear Xia Chuanjun praise me like that." Jiadeng Hui shook her head, then took a step and turned around to look at him. "But is it okay to accompany me like this? Xia Chuanjun is the student council president, you should be very busy, right?" The girl just stood still in the afterglow of the setting sun, tilting her head slightly, and asked him as if she was chatting about everyday life. "It's okay, after all, the things that need to be dealt with have been dealt with, and then just wait until the time comes and rush to the venue." Xia Chuanzu shook his head. However, the fact is that he invited the other party first, but this is the same for them, because the relationship between them is so deep that they will not care about these things. But who would have thought that he and Jiadeng have not had very close contact all the time? Even when they were in the club. There was not much interaction between him and her, and it can even be said that it was far less than the interaction between him and an Iluni. The only time that can be called a good relationship was when they invited each other in the rain after school that day. It was also at that time that she made him understand the importance of paying attention to himself. And then there were other stories. And from then on, whenever the two met occasionally, they would naturally walk together, chatting about what happened in the school, chatting about everyday life, just like ordinary good friends. But after all, it was just an occasional encounter. The degree of communication between them in different classes must be less than that of Huey who worked with him or Jinzhou who was in the same class as him. But despite this, Jiating relied on her neighbor-like affinity to occupy a piece of land in his heart, and became a relationship that could be called a close friend even if he did not actively establish diplomatic relations. It can even be said that she is the person Xia Chuanzu feels most comfortable dating. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two began to stroll along the lake shoulder to shoulder. It was not until the opening ceremony was approaching that Xia Chuanzu raised the doubts in his heart. Maybe it's my illusion, I always feel that every time I see Jiating, the feeling you give me is not quite the same. Xia Chuanzu said seriously. Can you tell me specifically what kind of feeling it is? Sage classmate's expression was calm, her brown eyes blinked, and her gaze toward Xia Chuanzu revealed a hint of curiosity. For example, when school first started, the feeling Jiating gave me was like, an adult who can be relied on, no matter what you say to you, you can get a good response. Xia Chuanzu organized his words, and then said. After that, when I met you in the supermarket, I felt that we suddenly became the kind of good friends who can talk about everything. Then there was the scene when I met you and Jinzhou in the mall, I always felt that you seemed to have become, a love military advisor. Xia Chuanzu said uncertainly. But in fact, that's how he felt. When he saw her and Jinzhou whispering to each other, and then the angel adult went to change into a stunning and moving Lolita dress, and even came to ask him for his thoughts afterwards, such thoughts appeared in his mind. It's just that he didn't think much about it at the time because of various reasons, but now that he thinks about it, wouldn't the opportunity for Jiating and Jinzhou to become friends be that she gave her advice as a love military advisor? How should I put it, it feels like a backfire. After all, Jiating's image in his heart has always been that of a mature and elegant girl. He really can't associate her with love, but thinks that the other party is the kind of person who can skip love and directly reach couple. It's a bit wrong to let her teach Jinzhou, right? What's more, the relationship between him and Jinzhou is not as Jiating thought. Finally, there's today. Xia Chuanzu paused, not knowing whether he should continue to open his mouth. What's wrong? Why don't you continue to finish it? Don't be angry when I say it, he paused, and then continued. There's a kind of friend who is dissatisfied after being neglected for a long time. What he originally wanted to refer to was girlfriend. But it was obviously a bit inappropriate to put it between the two of them. After all, even if the other party was a good-tempered person like Jiating, she would definitely care about this kind of sexually harassing statement. Then he carefully observed the other party's expression, but he couldn't see any reaction after staring at it for a long time, but was frightened by Jiating's silence. So, wouldn't it be better if he didn't mention it? Xia Chuanjun shouldn't actually have some superpowers, right? After being silent for a long time, I finally heard such words from Jiating. Of course not, how do you think I'm just an ordinary person? Seeing that Jiating didn't seem to be angry, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, and then shook his head. But ordinary people wouldn't have such thoughts, and even be able to describe each time they feel it. The girl gently twirled her hair around her fingers, glanced at him lightly, and then took elegant cat steps and walked slowly along the lake. I didn't know that Xia Chuanjun was also actively paying attention to the things between us. But aren't you angry? I obviously said that. Why should I be angry? The girl turned her head and looked at him calmly. Because, saying that you were neglected by me is like saying narcissistically, actually, you care about my things, it has a very arrogant look, Xia Chuanzu explained. But this is the truth. Xia Chuanzu was stunned. I do feel like I've been neglected, the girl nodded, still looking calm. Because I obviously helped Xia Chuanjun find Ying Lily, but I didn't even get a thank you. So that's what you're referring to, Xia Chuanzu finally reacted. It hasn't been long since then, but he almost forgot about it. He still found Ying Lily by the lake under Jiating's reminder and eliminated the conflict with her. Even if the matter was indeed urgent at the time, it has been so long, he should have thanked Jiating or something, but because of various things, he dragged it on and completely forgot about it. So, is Jiating feeling dissatisfied because of this? Xia Chuanzu thought. Looking at the girl in front of him, watching her brush the hair that was blown by the wind behind her ear, watching her gently cover her skirt and squat down, then pick a small flower that can be seen everywhere, and gently fiddle with it. Snowball Natsukawa felt like he had grasped something, but what he caught was very vague, so vague that he could only vaguely see an unclear outline. Chapter 88. Superpowers, Ordinary People, Attention. He crammed all the fragments into his mind, and finally deduced a somewhat credible possibility. Given Kadu's personality, she definitely wouldn't care too much about this. The only thing she probably cares about is one thing: she wants to be valued. Or rather, even if she isn't favored, she hopes to at least be treated equally. He naturally hadn't forgotten, this was, after all, a world within an anime, and Kadu had a very special setting, inconspicuous. Moreover, it was to the extent of an aura concealment EX level. He had witnessed this before. As long as she wasn't within his observation range, where she would appear next was anyone's guess. The former Kadu seemed to have always lived alone, which is why she so easily agreed to join a club she wasn't interested in at all, simply because that might have been the first time she had received a formal invitation from someone. And for Kadu, perhaps these people could be considered her few friends, so she naturally cherished them immensely. But precisely because she was regarded as a friend. Upon discovering that others, namely Irira, were being so valued by him, also Kadu's friends, she couldn't help but feel a sense of jealousy, which she inadvertently expressed when interacting with him alone. Because she's also a girl, no matter how mature and steady she usually appears, she also wants to be valued and cared for by her friends like an ordinary girl. Natsukawa Snowball understood. He finally understood why Kadu would take the initiative to contact him, why she could become friends with him so easily, and why she had so easily drawn closer to him. Because those were her wishes. She wanted friends, the kind who wouldn't ignore her but would value her, and for that, she was even willing to actively cater to others, to actively please others. The so-called comfortable interaction wasn't because their personalities matched, but entirely because of Kadu's active catering. It was just that her skills were so superb that he had never noticed it. In other words, Katush's probably what you'd call a people-pleasing personality. It's just that her usual calm demeanor makes it very unnoticeable. Natsukawa-kun. Natsukawa-kun. Ah. I'm here. Although it doesn't matter to me, it's still better not to ignore girls like that when chatting with them, you know, Kadu Megumi said softly. It's not that it doesn't matter. Natsukawa Snowball immediately retorted. Just like what he had thought earlier, now that he knew why Kadu showed a different side of herself each time, he naturally couldn't accept her concessions with peace of mind anymore. Because that wasn't a healthy friendship at all, it was clearly using the word friend to restrain the other person, putting a collar on them that was difficult to break free from. Because I ignored you just now, I must apologize for that. I am sorry. Natsukawa Snowball bowed deeply. Then, without waiting for the girl to react, he continued to pour out his thoughts like a machine gun. But one thing is one thing, I completely disagree with your way of thinking, Kadu. What do you mean it's okay because it's you? Kadu is clearly also a girl, why should she endure so many concessions? Just like you said to me before, since I can act more selfishly, why can't you yourself do that? Haven't we already become friends? Since we're friends, it's perfectly understandable to have conflicts and complaints with each other. Katu. You can feel free to tell me all your thoughts, even if they're all complaints, it doesn't matter, in fact. It's just right. Because that's what friends are for, supporting each other, giving attention, and lending a hand when the other needs it. So what if there are disagreements? That's perfectly normal, because each of us is a unique individual, we all have our own thoughts and considerations. So even if we don't reach a consensus, it doesn't matter, but the fact that we're friends will never be destroyed by mere differences in opinion. Natsukawa-kun. Katu looked very shaken, probably inspired by his words. Yeah, I'm here, Natsukawa Snowball replied earnestly. He was ready to accept everything. Even if Katu wasn't that mature, steady, and easygoing girl next door, it didn't matter, even if she was the kind of two-faced girl who liked to use superficial gestures to hide her inner annoyance, it didn't matter. Because she's Kadu Megumi. She was the girl who lent a hand when he was lost in the past, and taught him to value himself. So now it's his turn. Let him teach her that friends don't need so much accommodation and catering, there's only the touch and exchange between two mutually recognized souls. Natsukawa-kun, you really have a talent for public speaking, you know. Ah. Natsukawa Snowball was dumbfounded. He was ready for the two of them to have an in-depth soul-searching exchange, but the other person's first sentence was just that. No, Katu, don't you have anything else to say? Is it almost time for the opening ceremony to start? The saint girl raised her phone and shook it at him as a reminder. That's not important, no, it's also quite important, no, you. Natsukawa Snowball didn't know what to say anymore, he was in a very depressed mood right now. It was like receiving a date invitation from the girl you have a crush on, happily preparing a whole day's plan. And even being so excited that you can't sleep all night, only to be told early the next morning that you're not free today, so the date is cancelled. At level of depression. Because he was clearly mentally prepared to become a trash can, and even thought of several ways to comfort the other person, but the other person looked completely unaffected, as if the words he had just said hadn't entered her mind at all. What kind of cock-block challenge is this? Anyway, things shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't you say something, at least ask me why I said so much? Natsukawa-kun is really selfish. Well, then why did Natsukawa-kun say those things to me just now? She clearly did as he asked, and even showed a very cooperative look of confusion on her face, but it made Natsukawa Snowball even more frustrated. Don't just do the at least part. Natsukawa Snowball felt like he was about to become a Tsukomi character. The thoughts that usually only occasionally flashed through his mind were now popping up one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. It was probably because the current Katu gave him too much trouble. She was completely different from the gentle her before. Wait. Perhaps, this is Katu's true face, maybe. Natsukawa Snowball felt like he had discovered a new continent. Although Katu didn't explicitly show anything, just those few words completely lowered his interest to the extreme. Even if she was called a mood killer, it wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. And thinking carefully, it seemed like she occasionally showed such characteristics when she was in the club, but at that time he didn't pay enough attention to her, so he always subconsciously ignored the other person. I feel like you're thinking about something rude, Natsukawa-kun. Katu frowned slightly. No, how could I be? Natsukawa Snowball shook his head with a smile. But you're right, it's really getting late, it's time to go to the venue. Want to go together? I'll pass. If I go with Natsukawa-kun, I feel like I'll become too noticeable. Katu shook her head gently, rejecting his invitation. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Natsukawa Snowball shrugged, not particularly concerned. I think it would be nice if Katu became a little more conspicuous, maybe you'll make more friends because of it. If it's the kind of friend who forcibly invites you to join a club and asks you to finish 3 gallons games in one night, I think it's better not to have any more. Katu looked slightly troubled. Cough cough, not everyone is that kind of fanatic, Natsukawa Snowball comforted. The other person's words also reminded him of the memories of being in the club together in the past. At that time, he was the same, being forced to promote all kinds of works with Katu, such as light novels, comics, gal games, etc. It could be said that at that time, his daily schedule, in addition to the learning tasks given by the school, was a lot of ACG elements. Although he himself was indeed quite interested in it, he would definitely feel tired if he had to brush it every day like completing a task. It can only be said that he was lucky to be a pure love brain at that time, so he could persevere for the person he liked, otherwise he simply couldn't bear that kind of life. That's it, I'll go to the venue first, see you tonight. Natsukawa Snowball waved goodbye to the other person. Yeah, good luck with tonight's event, Natsukawa-kun. Yeah, I will. Natsukawa Snowball nodded. Although he didn't quite understand why the other person wanted him to do his best, he definitely accepted this blessing. He was silent all the way. When Natsukawa Snowball arrived at the venue, there was about a quarter of an hour before the opening ceremony. He opened his phone to contact Kagaya, but found that the other person had already sent him several messages, basically asking him where he was at the time, but there were also a few reminders not to forget tonight's event. To this, Natsukawa Snowball could only say his vice president is still too worried. Even if he is forgetful, he wouldn't forget tonight's event. Not to mention that the surrounding atmosphere is constantly reminding him, the fact that he has an appointment with Eruri and Mahiru has been lingering in his mind, so he will never miss this event. Just as Natsukawa Snowball was thinking about how to reply to Kagaya's message, he didn't expect the person in question to suddenly appear beside him. President? Accompanied by a clear voice, Shinomiya Kagaya stood in front of him with a businesslike smile on her face. I thought the president had been kidnapped. No matter how many messages I sent, you didn't reply. I was almost worried enough to ask someone to look for you. No one would want to kidnap me, no matter what, they wouldn't get any benefits, Natsukawa Snowball said with a sweat. Should I say that she is worthy of being Shinomiya Kagaya? Even her jokes are so unique. I'm sorry, I kept you waiting. Sensing that Kagaya's mood seemed not very good, Natsukawa Snowball decisively apologized. I met a friend on the way here, so I chatted with her for a while. I didn't expect to almost forget the time. Hitting should stand upright. Natsukawa Snowball deeply understood this principle, so he never stubbornly denied his mistakes. After all, no matter how you look at it, his behavior of throwing all the work of holding the field to Kagaya this time is like that pink octopus head escaping business for personal desires. Which is a very hateful measure. Even if these are accidental events of force majeure, he really did it. No wonder Kagaya is a little unhappy. If it's just like this, why didn't the president reply to the message? Could it be because the person you were chatting with? I guess it's probably because I didn't receive a notification, Natsukawa Snowball explained. Ah. The idiot young lady was stunned, not quite understanding what he was talking about. Because I still had class in the morning. So I turned on my phone's do not disturb mode, but I forgot to turn it off after class, so the messages you sent before didn't have a notification sound. Isn't it because you deliberately didn't reply to the message? Ah. How is that possible? I have no reason to deliberately not reply to your message. Strange, shouldn't your side show that I have unread messages? Could it be because my phone was in my pocket and I accidentally touched it? Natsukawa Snowball was still thinking about whether he accidentally pressed some key that caused it, but the idiot young lady on the other side was already dumbfounded. What does it mean that unread messages will be displayed? Why has no one ever told her this? Doesn't this mean that her electronic idiot thing is going to be exposed in the president's eyes? I don't want that to happen. It's possible. What? I mean, the idiot young lady looked serious. Because the president accidentally clicked on it when his phone was in his pocket, so I misunderstood that the president had read the message but deliberately didn't reply. It's completely possible. Perhaps, Natsukawa Snowball nodded, not caring much. His mind was still on the subsequent activities, and he didn't pay much attention to these trivial things, but he only replied to the other person because the idiot young lady happened to ask. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, she was a little unhappy. Although it seems she managed to gloss over the whole being electronically challenged thing, the matter she actually cares about clearly hasn't been resolved at all. Just who could it be? Right before the courage test is about to start, instead of looking for their partner, they're hanging around with the president. That's clearly scheming. And the worst part is, the president actually abandoned her to go meet them. That's right, she doesn't believe in Natsukawa Snowball's so-called chance encounter at all. But that's not to say she doesn't trust his words, but rather that she simply believes the so-called chance encounter was clearly deliberately manufactured by that girl, with the aim of creating a space for a private conversation with the president. Maybe she'll even use her lewd body to seduce the president, stealing the time that originally belonged to her, Shinomiya Kagaya. Chapter 89. Damn it, what a cunning woman. She actually made a move when she wasn't paying attention, and didn't even leave a trace. She didn't even know there was such a dangerous enemy before this. Compared to her, that Fujiwara is indeed insignificant. People who only have a superior, lewd body really can't compare with those cunning, potential rivals. Kagaya Shinomiya gritted her teeth, feeling like she might have made a mistake. Clearly, she had been restraining her impulses all this time to consider the president's feelings, not constantly going to him for affection, and giving him plenty of personal space. She didn't expect that this would give those guys an opportunity. No. From today onwards, she must increase the frequency with which she stays by the president's side. Even if he gets angry, she. Or should she change her approach? Kagaya Shinomiya hesitated. After all, the president is such a strong-willed person. He must value his personal space a lot. There's no good reason for her to always run over and bother him, just for the sake of being by his side, right? But what if she actively invited him? Just find a few plausible reasons, but wouldn't that possibly make the president misunderstand that she likes him a lot? Then how would she be able to win him over? He would definitely be on guard. The airhead young lady thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't come up with a good method. But she absolutely didn't want to watch the president get seduced by some wild woman from who knows where. That's right. Ask AI. The almighty Dory AI will definitely have a solution. After figuring this out, the airhead young lady stopped worrying. She decided to leave all the annoying things to her personal maid, and she just needed to happily enjoy her private date with the president. President, your tie seems to be crooked, let me fix it for you, the airhead young lady said. Then, without waiting for Kanade Natsukawa to refuse, she stepped forward and began to fix it for him with both hands. Thank you. Seeing this, Kanade Natsukawa could only lower his head and look at her meticulous appearance, and earnestly thanked her. To be honest, he did feel that this action was a bit intimate. As if it were a newlywed wife tidying up her husband's clothes before he left. But actually, the two of them had done even more intimate things before, like holding hands, and even interlocking fingers once. Although that was done unconsciously by Kaguya in a dazed state, he would definitely not forget it, because Kaguya like that was really very cute. The unusual contrast made him feel an impulse to cherish her for life in an instant. He just didn't know what Kaguya was thinking, to be able to do this so easily. Was she also lacking the necessary common sense for interacting with friends? Kanade Natsukawa pondered. He thought a lot and guessed a lot about the girl's thoughts in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't guess a single one correctly. After all, what the airhead young lady was thinking at the moment was, although that girl is a bit tricky, she still didn't succeed. The evidence is that she couldn't find any stray hairs on the president's collar, and the scent on his body was the same as always. This shows that there was no intimate interaction between the two of them at all. As expected of her president, he is indeed self-disciplined. Speaking of which, the president's chest is so broad, and it feels hard when I touch it. It feels like it will be very explosive. Kaguya? Are you done? At this moment, he was looking up slightly, so he couldn't see Kaguya Shinomiya's movements, but he instinctively felt that the other party's small hands seemed to be a little restless, climbing around non-stop for some reason. So, does fixing a tie require hooking to the stomach? Is his tie that long? Kanade Natsukawa was a little puzzled. It's just that because the other party was too close, he didn't keep staring at Kaguya after thanking her, for fear that she was too cute and kept looking at her would make him have bad thoughts and strange reactions. Fortunately, he has always been very self-disciplined in this regard, has always been restraining himself, and has even developed good habits, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself when communicating with them usually. Okay, it's all done, the airhead young lady nodded with satisfaction. Not only did she confirm that the president didn't go out to fool around, but she also took the opportunity to replenish a lot of president elements. She is now completely full of energy. After all, the president is the face of the student council, and his appearance must be so perfect. That's true, Kanade Natsukawa nodded, thinking that as expected of Kaguya, she pursues perfection even in this kind of place. As for himself, he would slack off if he wasn't careful, and he wouldn't pay attention to these things usually, but with Kaguya's help, he was much more relaxed. It's just that he has received so many favors from her, but he can't always find a good way to repay her. Over time, even if the other party doesn't say it, he himself will feel guilty. Thank you, Kaguya, I'm really sorry for always making you worry so much. It's nothing, it's an honor to be able to help the president. You're exaggerating, but seriously, if there's anything I can help with in the future, just tell me, I'll feel better that way. In that case, the airhead young lady tilted her head slightly, feeling that this seemed like a good opportunity. Then, will the president invite me to participate in the competition in a gentlemanly way? While saying that, she also stretched out her hand, her eyes full of expectation. Is that all? Kanade Natsukawa certainly thought this was very simple, and even thought that Kaguya hadn't thought of what wish to make. Don't you have any other requests? Is the president unwilling? Of course not. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head decisively, and seeing that the other party seemed to be serious, he took a deep breath, and then put on a proper face. Then Vice President, are you interested in going to the upcoming opening ceremony together? Kanade Natsukawa stretched out his hand to invite her. Of course, with pleasure, Kaguya Shinomiya handed her hand over. Her palm is so warm. His hand is so big. Did you see that, AI? This is a conquest she completed with her own strength. The president took the initiative to reach out and invite her. Yay! A great victory. Also being a student, Kanasada Natsukawa understood very well what he should say at this solemn opening moment. Everyone, pay attention. Holding a small megaphone in his hand, Kanasada Natsukawa tested the sound, then raised it to his mouth. Next, the customary trial of courage will be held. Is everyone ready? Without superfluous words, he directly announced it, which was exactly what this group of energetic students wanted to hear at this moment. The so-called mobilization moment was not necessary at all, because the guys under the stage had already been impatient to rush in. Ready. Haven't you eaten enough? Shout louder. Ready. Very good. Then I announce today's trial of courage officially begins. As Kanasada Natsukawa's right hand waved down, the atmosphere at the scene had reached its highest point. Even without the decoration of ribbons and balloons, this was undoubtedly the most lively place. Oh! Accompanied by a burst of powerful shouts, the students at the scene began to spontaneously line up in the predetermined order. In order to maximize the enjoyment of the entire process, each team had to be at least 3 minutes apart before entering to ensure that they would not interfere with each other while playing. And in order to prevent uncivilized phenomena such as cutting in line and pushing, Kanasada Natsukawa had already issued an announcement, warning the students that if the above uncivilized phenomena were found, their qualification to play would be cancelled. Therefore, although everyone at the scene looked impatient, they still obediently lined up. Then let's go too. Kanasada Natsukawa turned his head and said to Kaguya Shinomiya, who had always been by his side. As students who had the right to choose independently because of their outstanding grades, they had another channel to enter the venue. This was not only a privilege given to them, but also for concealment, so as to avoid them being asked a lot of questions by others after the event. And the agreement with Kaguya was based on the premise of participating in the experience while inspecting the equipment along the way, so it was natural that the sooner they set off, the better. Yes, President, Kaguya Shinomiya nodded, but she felt a little regretful in her heart. She had gone to the other side to see it just now, and it could be said that almost no one was preparing in advance. It was estimated that they were a little embarrassed to be the eye-catching ones. Thinking about secretly finding an opportunity to go in later, but in this way, her desire to show off the right to occupy the president was in vain. I don't know if there is anyone over there now, even if it's just a group of gossip partners, it's enough. After the event, they can vigorously publicize her date with the president. In this way, wouldn't all the love rivals be her defeated opponents? Kanasada Natsukawa didn't feel anything. For him, it was the same to go through any channel. But considering that there were still 2 scenes to participate in later, it seemed good to be more secretive, at least the people next to him wouldn't keep asking him this and that. The 2 chatted all the way, and soon arrived. Someone was already waiting at the entrance here. When they saw Kanasada Natsukawa and Kaguya Shinomiya, they didn't think about coming up to say hello, but just nodded to each other from a distance. After all, at this moment, their minds were still on their partners. What love-hate relationship between the student council president and vice president, isn't that kind of thing heard every day? They were already tired of it. Speaking of which, President, do you know? People participating in the trial of courage have to hold hands throughout the whole process. I also heard it from others just now, I didn't expect it to go to this extent. After all, it's a long-standing traditional event. Kanasada Natsukawa nodded, not paying attention. What does Kaguya think? If you mind. No, I don't mind, the airhead young lady quickly shook her head. What are you kidding about, how could she mind? She could even say that she not only wanted to hold hands throughout the whole process, but it would be best to keep holding hands even after the event so that other participating players could see it. See who is the most suitable partner for the president. The reason why she brought this up was just to see the president's reaction, and also hope that he could invite her again, so that she could experience the feeling of being held in his palm like just now. Then I'll hold your hand. Kanasada Natsukawa hesitated. Yeah, Kaguya nodded, blushing. It was clearly the same action as before, but in the atmosphere of the people around her being so lovey-dovey, she actually became embarrassed again like the first time. So, doing this kind of thing in front of others is so shameful. Fortunately, no one is paying attention to them here at this moment. Although she was uneasy in her heart, her body still obediently leaned over. This time, she not only handed her hand to him, but also completely revealed her emotions. Be more proactive in other aspects too, you idiot president. A gust of evening wind blew, and the airhead young lady raised her eyes, looked at the slow-witted guy in front of her, and couldn't help but utter such a sigh. What did you say? Kanade Natsukawa didn't hear clearly, so he turned back to look at her. It's nothing, let's go. Although he was the student council president, Kanade Natsukawa actually didn't understand the design of the levels. These things were basically handed over to the game club to be responsible for. And in order to prevent them from messing around, he also sent some student council members to be responsible for supervision. That's right, it's Chika Fujiwara and the girl who brought her the message. But after the previous incident, he is now a little worried. Worried about what the levels inside will become like. Originally, he was going to use the past trial of courage model. But Chika Fujiwara volunteered to say that he would hand this matter over to the game club, and they would definitely create a greater response than the past trial of courage, so he believed her nonsense. He had actually carefully looked at some of the previous procurement list. It said some clothes, fabrics, balloons, etc. Looking at it this way, it was actually quite normal, but the style of the second half was very wrong. It was all about blowers, wolf tooth sticks, gas masks, etc. Logically speaking, are they really going to make a haunted house? Are you sure they're not doing something else? Although these also have certain horror elements in them, wouldn't it be a bit too hardcore for them who are just high school students? Especially the wolf tooth stick, it can really hurt people if you're not careful. And just as Kanade Natsukawa was thinking wildly, it was finally their turn to enter. Next is to face the first level. The location of the venue was placed in the deep forest. Some mechanisms and ambushes of ghosts were placed along a man-made path. Participants only need to follow this path to complete all the processes and punch in at the end of each level to obtain a medal symbolizing courage. During the process of participating in the game, you can choose to give up and withdraw, but the corresponding partner will not be affected, and you can also choose to continue participating alone. However, since it was a team-based mode, it wasn't enough for only one person to successfully complete the challenge. Even if all the checkpoints were marked, the badge of courage couldn't be obtained. Given that teams were formed based on student ID numbers, there was a great deal of randomness involved. If you were paired with a timid person who was afraid of the dark and ghosts, it basically meant that their partner would have no chance of getting through and receiving the rewards. Chapter 90. So it seems that the so-called right to choose is actually a very useful thing. It can perfectly help you eliminate the possibility of being randomly matched with weak teammates, giving you a chance to make your own decisions. This is clearly an excellent opportunity to latch on to a strong player. As long as you find someone brave and daring, reaching an agreement with them can ensure your chances of winning a prize. The only downside is, surely no one participates in such activities for the completion reward, right? Inviting your favorite girl, watching her clutch your sleeve in fear, trembling and hiding in your arms after being startled, isn't that wonderful? Even if she can't handle it and chooses to quit, you can gently comfort her, rest with her backstage, warm her heart with your words, and bring each other closer. Isn't that better than teaming up with some muscle man or a big guy for an adventure? This isn't Dungeons U0026 Dragons, shows some atmosphere. President, I think I just saw 2 boys holding hands go by. Kaguya Shinomiya said hesitantly. After entering the forest, the surrounding light sources basically disappeared. At this moment, they only had a prop flashlight emitting a faint warm light in their hands, and nothing else to provide illumination. I saw it too, Natsuki Kagawa nodded with a complicated expression. Despite the limited brightness and narrow field of vision, Natsuki Kagawa clearly recognized those 2 broad backs and identical crew cuts. They seemed to be from the weightlifting club. I remember their hairstyles. So the 2 of them fell silent. They just held each other's hands more tightly, thinking how great it was that the person next to them was Kaguya President. As the 2 of them went deeper, the noisy sounds from the venue had completely disappeared. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the caw of crows coming from who knows where, adding a touch of life to this secluded forest. Of course, this wasn't scary. What was scary was that they had been walking this path for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. They hadn't seen a single person the entire time, nor had they heard any sound other than their own. There was only a rugged path, and signposts that appeared only once or twice. Go this way, don't let them catch you. The enclosed environment, the unknown road ahead, and the vaguely discernible crisis events, some of humanity's greatest fears were all crammed together and presented before their eyes. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know what was happening, they could only keep walking along this seemingly endless path. "Kagaya, are you okay?" Natsuki Kagawa turned around and asked the girl who was following closely behind him, with some concern. "Yes, I'm fine," Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head, her face not looking too bad. But she really hated this kind of environment, because it reminded her of the times she was locked up. When she was younger, whenever she failed to complete her assigned learning tasks, the main family would unceremoniously lock her in a room, preventing anyone from communicating with her, and even the person who provided her meals wasn't allowed to say a word to her. So later she learned to study, and became the all-around genius that people talked about. That's why she didn't want the president to see, didn't want the president to know how she was feeling now. "Okay, it's good that you're okay," Natsuki Kagawa nodded, feeling a little relieved. "The road ahead may still be like this, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me, don't push yourself, I'm always here." He had actually made all sorts of preparations along the way, such as sudden scares or staff chasing them, but the actual experience was this more profound fear that went straight to the heart, which caught him a little off guard. Fortunately, after a period of adaptation, his mood wasn't as uneasy as it was at the beginning. What's more, the girl behind him kept giving him strength, so as a boy, he naturally had to take the right action. "Okay," Kagaya Shinomiya nodded lightly, responding almost inaudibly. "The president is really showing off, isn't he? He was holding my hand so tightly until just now. So nervous as if he was afraid I would suddenly disappear. Now he can turn around and say such cool things to me. Does he want to rescue me from the closed room? How cute, silly president." The mood of the idiot young lady suddenly became much lighter, her steps also became lighter, and her body involuntarily moved closer, her pace changing from the original following closely to now only lagging behind by a shoulder. Just like usual, she followed the respected president, patrolling every place on campus, her eyes only on the excellent and reliable him. After who knows how long, the rugged path became narrower and narrower. And the signposts pointing the way hadn't appeared for a long time. Just when Natsuki Kagawa thought he had taken the wrong path, a particularly conspicuous light suddenly appeared in front of him. It flickered on and off, as if attracting passing travelers. "We should be at the checkpoint, let's go take a look," Natsuki Kagawa said. He turned around, just wanting to check on his female companion, but found that she had already moved to his side at some point. So close. So close that he only needed to tilt his head slightly to smell her breath, smell her hair, smell her in the darkness, as she lightly teased with her crystal clear lips. "President, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? My heart is beating so fast. As if it's trying to muster all its strength to break through the shackles of my body. It's the suspension bridge effect, right?" Natsuki Kagawa thought. Because he had been maintaining a state of high tension all the way, the sudden relaxation after seeing the light allowed his tense body to relax. Of course, he couldn't misunderstand, couldn't mistake this for being moved by Kagaya. So he took a small step back before answering her. "It's nothing, I just wanted to see how you were doing," Natsuki Kagawa shook his head, explaining to her softly. "I don't know who designed this checkpoint, it's quite well done," Natsuki Kagawa continued, his face full of approval. "Actually, I've been worried that someone would suddenly jump out and scare us, but we've reached the checkpoint and haven't seen a single person, but I have to say, this road has put a lot of pressure on me." He was talking so eloquently, occasionally commenting, and the female companion beside him didn't interrupt him, just looking at him expressing his feelings with a smiling expression. So sweating, is also a normal reaction. Sorry, I think it's better not to hold hands all the time later. That won't do, Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head. The rules say we have to hold hands all the time, president can't give up halfway. Ugh, Natsuki Kagawa opened his mouth. He wanted to remind her that it was okay as long as no one saw them. But the words came out like this in the end. If you don't mind my sweaty hands. It's okay. If it's the president, it's okay, Kagaya Shinomiya thought. Rather, this situation is just right. Her hand will be covered with the president's scent, and this way he won't notice even if she accidentally sweats a little. But more importantly, such a cute side of the president is rare. She must use her eyes to carefully preserve this scene. Well, let's go check in first, Natsuki Kagawa suggested. Okay. So the two of them walked towards the direction of the light source. The road wasn't very long, and they arrived in a few steps, but what surprised them was that there was no one there, only wooden tables and chairs placed by the roadside and a flashlight lying alone on the table. Where are the people here? Natsuki Kagawa frowned. Did they go to the bathroom? People have to relieve themselves, which is unavoidable, but considering the normal operation of the activity, there should be a second person to fill in, right? But the two of them had no other choice but to wait patiently in place, but they waited and waited and waited, but no one came back. Instead, they heard a few faint sobs. Did you hear that? Natsuki Kagawa turned his head and said softly to Kagaya Shinomiya. Yes, it's coming from over there. Kagaya Shinomiya pointed in a direction, also lowering her voice. Let's go see what's going on over there first. If it's just a game, that's fine. If it's something else, you go back and call for help, Natsuki Kagawa instructed, his eyes becoming serious. He couldn't help but think too much. Even though he knew that this was still part of the test of courage event, what if? In the dark forest at night, an empty checkpoint, and the occasional low sobs. If the scene he saw was some kind of ghost or monster, Natsuki Kagawa's mood wouldn't fluctuate in the slightest, because at least he would be sure that this was just part of the play. But what if he encountered a man-made crisis? Then, as the student council president, he must stand up and not disregard the safety of other students. After making a decision, the two of them lightened their steps and slowly moved towards the direction of the sound. So the original low sobbing sound became louder and louder, until the two of them confirmed after approaching that the source of the sound was behind this row of bushes. I'll go take a look first. If anything is wrong, you run back immediately, Natsuki Kagawa gestured, handing the flashlight in his hand to the other party. Then, in Kagaya's silent gaze, he got up and stood up, crossed the bushes, and came to the other side, and then the next moment he secretly thought something was wrong. Several students wearing Shuchian Academy uniforms were sitting on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs, leaning against a large tree. Kidnapping? Or were they tied up because they ran into something they shouldn't have seen? But in any case, what happened here had exceeded his expectations, and he could be sure that this was not part of the game at all, but that a sudden crisis event had really occurred. After carefully observing the surroundings and not finding any trace of the culprit, Natsuki Kagawa stepped forward to untie the people. Unexpectedly, Kagaya's voice suddenly rang out behind him. President. The girl's voice seemed a little hurried. Natsuki Kagawa subconsciously turned his head to look, but found that Kagaya Shinomiya had been controlled by someone at some point. Several burly men wearing strange masks surrounded a slender figure and slowly appeared from behind Kagaya Shinomiya. Natsuki Kagawa was a little annoyed. If he had acted with Kagaya just now, at least she wouldn't have been caught by the other party now. Who are you? What are you going to do by kidnapping our academy's students? Natsuki Kagawa was still thinking about trying to negotiate. After all, the other party had only kidnapped a few of them, and they didn't seem to be inflicting abuse or anything, so they must have some kind of plan. Considering the background of their academy, this group of people probably planned it long ago, and perhaps the purpose was to obtain a huge ransom. That's what he originally thought, until the slender figure at the head of the opposite side spoke. Humph, you don't need to know who we are, just know that we're going to kidnap you. The purpose is of course for ransom. It just so happens that there are two of you here, so just choose one person to stay, and the rest will go back to report the news. Okay, I've finished speaking, you decide for yourselves. I understand, Natsuki Kagawa nodded expressionlessly, and then said to Kagaya Shinomiya to the side. Kagaya, you understand the situation, right? Yes, it's okay, President, you go back, they shouldn't hurt us before they get the ransom, Kagaya Shinomiya pursed her lips. Compared to hearing the president apologize to her, she would rather take the initiative to sacrifice herself and stay. This is not only because she is from the Shinomiya family and has more value in staying, but also because this way she can have a fantasy. Perhaps the president is also prepared to sacrifice himself and stay. It's just that she took the initiative to say that she wanted to stay first. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Although Kagaya looked very interested, he couldn't help it himself, so he said to the slender leader on the opposite side. I said that's enough, right? Let Kagaya go now. Oh. So your choice is to stay as a hostage yourself? I didn't expect you to be so brave. Chapter 91. After Shinomiya Kagaya walked up to him, Xia Chuanzu continued. So. Is that the end? Where should we go to check in? What check in? I don't know what you're talking about, quickly tell your female companion to leave. You're still not giving up. Do I have to say your name for it to be over? Secretary Fujiwara Chika. The other side was silent for a while, then stubbornly said. I don't know anyone called Fujiwara Chika, you stop changing the subject and quickly call someone to send the ransom. Xia Chuanzu shrugged, not caring about her stubbornness, and slowly said, it seems that the next term's club funds for the game club will be reduced again. What do you mean by reduced again? President, explain yourself clearly. She took off the pig head mask on her head and shouted at Xia Chuanzu. This is abuse of power. I want to report it, I want to report it. Heh, Xia Chuanzu didn't say anything, just sneered. The silly young lady on the side was already dumbfounded. Ah. How could it be Fujiwara Chika? President is so mean, since you already found out, you should have said it earlier, making me continue to perform so seriously. Fujiwara Chika puffed out her cheeks, angrily. So didn't I bring it up? Who was it just now who refused to admit it? Goo, no. I'm not reconciled. Why could you recognize me so quickly? We clearly disguised ourselves so well. We even used real props. President, honestly confess, how did you see through it? Wouldn't it be a problem if you couldn't see through it? Xia Chuanzu retorted, then explained. When I untied them just now, I found that the rope was tied very loosely. It could be untied with a gentle pull. Would a normal robber do such a thing? Afraid that people wouldn't be able to escape. The key is that they didn't even gag their mouths, completely giving people a chance to escape. Also, there's the timing of your appearance. It would be one thing if you were all there from the beginning, but we just appeared and you came out right after us. This must have been planned, or you were hiding in the dark observing us in advance. That's not even the worst part. What's even more outrageous is you, the leading boss. The first thing you did when you found us wasn't to control us, but to pretend to ask us to play a game with you. I'm afraid even middle school students wouldn't believe this is a real kidnapping. Right? Kagaya, you must think so too, right? Ah. Yes. She was, yes, her head. If Fujiwara Chika hadn't taken off her mask, she would have really thought she had encountered a sudden incident. As for Xia Chuanzu, he certainly didn't know what his female companion was thinking. He was still frantically outputting his views. Of course, I think the biggest flaw is because of you, Fujiwara Chika. Me? Yes, not only in terms of lines, but also the tone and everything else doesn't sound like a serious kidnapper at all, Xia Chuanzu added. After all, which serious kidnapper would let such a delicate girl who would cry for a long time after being punched be the boss? It was more like a rich young lady putting on a farce with her bodyguards. Damn it. This is a blatant insult to me, the acting master Fujiwara Chika. I demand you to retract such inappropriate remarks. I clearly performed so well. The players who came before also didn't find any flaws at all. President, you're clearly talking nonsense. Is it possible that it's just because everyone is too kind? Even if they saw through your disguise, they deliberately didn't reveal it, but continued to cooperate with your performance? So Fujiwara Chika was stunned. She didn't speak for a long time. Just when Xia Chuanzu thought she had finally admitted defeat, she suddenly made a face at him, shouting in her mouth, I'm not listening, President is a little turtle, bleh. Resorting to nonsense when you can't win an argument? How is she like a child, this idiot? So Xia Chuanzu looked at the big guys who had been following Fujiwara Chika as thugs before, and found that they were all looking like it was none of their business, some even picking up dumbbells and starting to practice on the spot. Good. As expected of the talents of the sports club, you must seize every opportunity to exercise your body and practice hard. I just don't know what Fujiwara Chika used to bribe them to make them willing to mess around with her like this. It's useless for you to pretend to be stupid, after all, everything I said is the truth, Xia Chuanzu continued relentlessly. And have you thought about another question? Even if your acting is really good enough to fool everyone, what will be the consequences? What if many people have conflicts because of the either-or event you proposed? Have you thought about how to resolve the grudges of those partners who have conflicts? What if they can't resolve them, causing them to harbor resentment and finally run to the student council to complain. After all, almost the entire grade has participated, there will always be some people who are angry because they were deceived or something else and run to complain, right? But this performance is specially prepared for those who choose their own partners. How can there be so many people? Fujiwara Chika said weakly, looking aggrieved. This was something Xia Chuanzu didn't expect, so he turned to look at Shinomiya Kagaya, but saw the other party gently shaking her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Even so, there will always be some who slip through the net, right? Can you be sure that none of these people will complain about you? He always considers things in the worst possible direction to be prepared for anything. Before, he handed over the design of the event levels to the game club, essentially wanting to seek some innovation. It just so happened that Fujiwara Chika agreed, so he handed it over to her, but such game content was definitely not what he wanted to see. Because compared to the fun and playability of the content, he cares more about the feelings of the participants. Only after completing the basic point of not making them feel embarrassed, will there be the later heightened content of. The event is very interesting and novel. But looking at such a game link, if the two partners not only didn't see that this was a farce, but instead followed their own hearts and chose the cowardly measures, it would inevitably cause a conflict between the two, and such a conflict may be transferred to resentment towards Fujiwara Chika when everything is revealed. Because she organized this test, the source of the conflict between the partners. People are unreasonable. Although it was indeed their own cowardly behavior that caused it, as long as there is an object to transfer the conflict to, they will not hesitate to raise the sharp thorns in their hands. He certainly didn't want that object to be Fujiwara Chika. For this reason, even at the cost of using a rough tone, he must remind the other party. Can you understand what I mean? Fujiwara Chika didn't reply. Xia Chuanzu thought she was reflecting on herself, but the next second he heard a faint sob coming from her. Woo-woo, clearly people worked so hard to think about the event, woo, but they were criticized like this by the president, people won't do it anymore, woo-woo. It was just an objective analysis, there's no need to be so sad, right? Xia Chuanzu had a headache. He certainly didn't want to blame the other party, just hoped she would realize the seriousness of the matter. But when he saw the people next to him looking at him with an expression of, the student council president is actually bullying a fool, he couldn't hold himself back at all. Cough cough, I was too harsh, actually I think, it's not that bad. My requirements were too high. Woo-woo, you're lying, you're definitely still laughing at me in your heart, right, woo-woo. No, how could I? Xia Chuanzu quickly shook his head to deny it. At most I just think, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Wah! She seemed to be crying even louder. Even Kagaya on the side seemed to be unable to stand it anymore, using a silent lip shape to remind him, just go along with her. Okay. Xia Chuanzu really had no choice, and didn't want to bear the name of liking to bully fools, so he had to wrong himself and say some insincere words. Actually, I really think your acting is very good. Your ideas are also very good. It's just, I said that to you just now because I wanted to come up with a more complete idea. What complete idea? Fujiwara Chika immediately asked him. She was so fast that it was as if the her who was still sobbing just now didn't exist at all. Xia Chuanzu was a little embarrassed, after all, this was just a saying he came up with on the spur of the moment, how could he come up with an improved idea so quickly? Wah, you're still lying to me. President is a big idiot. Woo-woo. No, I didn't lie to you, I'm just organizing my words. Yes, I'm organizing my words. Seeing that the other party's emotions seemed to have stabilized, Xia Chuanzu continued. The game content definitely can't be changed. After all, this is something you're responsible for. Ideas that are thought up temporarily can't be put into use immediately, and props and the like are also a problem, so you can only change it from the performance itself. Fujiwara Chika listened carefully. First of all, about the realism point, I think you don't need to make the performance so realistic. Just like I said just now, those flaws can be completely retained, and you can even take off all the masks on your faces and just change them to sunglasses. Oh no, it's getting dark and you can't see anything. You can't wear sunglasses, Xia Chuanzu coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Cough cough, anyway, that's pretty much what I mean, you don't need to be so realistic, the more flaws the better, the purpose is to let the participants discover the clues and then see through the truth of the performance. But if we are discovered, our purpose will not be achieved, and our plan to break up, to test their courage will not be completed? Fujiwara Chika asked. That's what I'm going to remind you next, Xia Chuanzi nodded, and then said. If the participants you encounter are like me, who suddenly expose you as soon as they come up or during the performance, just ignore them. Ignore? Yes, Xia Chuanzi nodded. The so-called ignoring means that you continue to perform your performance, continue to proceed according to your performance process, ignore whatever the other party says, just throw him a question, choose who stays. To put it bluntly, anyone with a little emotional intelligence would not continue to expose you at this time, and would probably follow your performance rhythm. Then the other things between the two participants are not related to you. You just need to complete your job. But that would be too boring, wouldn't it? It feels like it's completely faking it. She could accept being recognized, but she would never accept deliberately exposing the flaws herself. Xia Chuanzi glanced at her, thinking that this was originally fake, wasn't it? Then this plan can be put on hold first, let's talk about other things. President, tell me quickly. Since you want to pursue a realistic performance, you're acting, anyway, let's change your image first. Ignoring Fujiwara Chika's angry eyes, Xia Chuanzi continued. Although the hardware aspects such as appearance and figure are fixed and cannot be changed, you can change your temperament. For example, in the situation just now, you don't need to come out to speak. Just find a chair to sit down with your legs crossed, and then find a subordinate to speak for you. You just need to sit next to you and examine a few people in a boss posture. Go, but then I wouldn't have any lines. If you want to say lines, it's very simple. If you don't care about the realism, just sit on the chair and use your original voice. After all, not everyone is familiar with your voice. If you are afraid of being exposed, you can also try using a voice changer. Xia Chuanzi suggested. This way, not only can you cover up your original voice and prevent people who are familiar with you from hearing it, but you can also give others a more real sense of crime. Speaking in a fake voice, it will be less easy to be caught later. Even if you don't take off the mask, the other party may not even be able to recognize Fujiwara Chika. Xia Chuanzi also saw it. Anyway, he had already brought it up, and it wouldn't be a big problem to come up with some bad ideas, as long as the other party didn't blabber to reveal the "he is an accomplice" thing, then she could do whatever she wanted. But the best way, of course, is to seal her mouth, just like the silent big boss setting he proposed. Fortunately, voice changers are not easy to find, they are not common at ordinary times, and now they are even in the venue. It is almost impossible to get them, so she can only obediently choose to be a silent big boss or simply fake it. Oh, right. There's that method too. That means the voice changers we bought earlier will actually be useful. As expected of the president. You can occasionally come up with a useful suggestion. Well, even though it's a bit annoying not being able to use my own voice, it's a sacrifice for the sake of the event. All right. Fujiwara Chika, move out. I said, why don't we consider it again? I think the first method is more suitable. Oh my, President, don't get in the way here, the next wave of challengers should be arriving soon. President and Kagaya-chan, quickly sign in and leave, don't hinder us from breaking up, testing the player's courage. Chapter 92. Chika Fujiwara waved her hand, looking at Snowball Natsukawa with a disgusted expression, then hopped over to Kagaya Shinomiya to snuggle with her. Kagaya-chan, I'll come play with you after I finish work. Seeing Chika Fujiwara's determined look, Snowball Natsukawa had no choice but to give up trying to persuade her. In that case, he had no choice but to try to find a way to eliminate the negative impact that this performance segment might bring. Kagaya Shinomiya was still being held by Chika Fujiwara, so Snowball Natsukawa simply approached the staff member who was helping people check in and instructed. If anyone asks who designed the content of this activity when they come to check in later, just tell them it was the student council, and if they ask who specifically, tell them President Natsukawa proposed it. After successfully passing the stage, Snowball Natsukawa and Kagaya approached the check-in staff, but to their surprise, the staff didn't stamp their cards. Instead, they were given a pair of small bracelets with some words engraved on them, something like "Sincere feelings." The airhead lady, of course, happily accepted it. Although Snowball Natsukawa was a bit puzzled, he certainly wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm and accepted it as well. When they asked why they weren't given a stamp, they received this answer. Because this project was actually added as an extra, Secretary Fujiwara said that it wouldn't be part of the game's trials, but there would be an extra reward for passing it. Okay, thank you for letting us know, Snowball Natsukawa nodded, indicating that he understood. The content of the game aside, Fujiwara did a good job of removing it from the trials. After all, traditionally, the so-called trials should be things like ghosts, specters, or monsters, using these non-existent fantasy creatures to test people's courage in dark environments. But if it were like the stage designed by Fujiwara, then the things being tested would be completely different. It wouldn't be courage at all, but rather so-called human nature. And as everyone knows, human nature is the thing that can withstand the least amount of testing, so Snowball Natsukawa suggested that they expose more flaws during the performance. This wasn't to help connect other people's relationships, but simply to change the essence of the game, turning it from a test of human nature into a rather interesting performance. Just like he said before, anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence and IQ would never fail to see through the truth in that situation. And when he learned that this was specifically for the group of people who voluntarily chose partners, he realized that his worries were likely unnecessary. You can get the right to choose, can you really be so stupid as to think this is really happening? But he was relieved about this segment. What about the other content? The entire venue has more than just this one module, and he entrusted all the design to the game club. And the supervision was handled by Chika Fujiwara. This gave him such a big surprise right off the bat, he didn't even dare to think about the content that would follow. He even regretted entrusting the matter to the game club. After all, those guys have a history of designing terrible games to harm people. Kagaya, we probably need to speed up, Snowball Natsukawa said seriously. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? The two bracelets, clearly presented as a pair, constantly reminded her of one thing: the bracelets are a pair, and she and the president are also a pair. This is a perfect match. But the next second, she heard the president tell her that they had to speed up. What does that mean? Doesn't the president want to enjoy this alone time with her a little longer? To be honest, I'm a little worried about what the game content will be like later, Snowball Natsukawa said truthfully. Then he explained his concerns to her. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Kagaya Shinomiya looked a little hesitant. Although Fujiwara is indeed a bit unreliable, she forgets to bring her wallet when going out, gets lost alone during school trips, and all kinds of plans she painstakingly arranges are messed up by this idiot. No, President, you're right, we really should review the game content they designed carefully, Kagaya Shinomiya said seriously. Although the bracelet is very beautiful, and she really likes receiving a pair, one thing is another, she must not let that idiot Fujiwara ruin her long-awaited date. She also doesn't want that idiot's weird participation mixed into her precious memories with the president. So the two reached a consensus, and their pace quickened in unison. They were silent all the way. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the next project point, where a house that was obviously designed as a stage appeared. In addition to Snowball Natsukawa and Kagaya, there were also several other teams of members here. When they saw the two of them arrive, they greeted him in a low voice. Do we have to queue here? Why aren't any of you going in? Actually, one of the boys clearly knew something, but just as he was about to explain it to him, they heard a series of terrifying screams coming from the house. Eek! Yamit! Mom, I want to go home, wah! Don't come over here. So Snowball Natsukawa fell silent. It wasn't that he was frightened by the shrill screams inside. On the contrary, hearing such sounds made him feel that everything was normal, because this was the normal development of a test of courage. But was it necessary to make it so horrifying? It felt like the people participating in it weren't just afraid to an ordinary extent, but more like they came home one day and found that their long-cherished collection of erotic books had all been dug out and stacked together. And their parents and friends were all looking at him with serious faces on the sofa. Although the emotions were not quite the same, the severity was clearly the same, both of which made people want to start over. Where's the person in charge here? Snowball Natsukawa asked with a complicated expression. It seems to be inside a certain room in this house, the kind student explained, then asked him with a cautious expression. President, are you going in? Could he say no? Snowball Natsukawa thought. So many eyes on the scene were looking at him with an expectant look, he couldn't say a word of wanting to back down. After all, I'm also a participant, of course I have to experience it, Snowball Natsukawa replied with a serious face. Then there was warm applause on the scene. Great, as expected of the president. Good luck, President. We support you. Even the kind student in front of him said to him with a tearful expression, "Wah, President is so great, wah, I'm counting on you, President." He was really a little scared by you guys, okay? What exactly is inside? Why is it like a farewell to life and death now? Snowball Natsukawa was almost unable to hold on, but he couldn't possibly go back on what he had promised in public, so he looked at Kagaya Shinomiya and winked at her, hoping she could find a reason to ease the situation. Kagaya Shinomiya looked at him and found that he was blinking frantically, as if he was conveying a signal, and she immediately understood his thoughts. Of course, I will also participate with the president and will never give up halfway. Kagaya Shinomiya said firmly. This is the determination of a woman from the Shinomiya family. She will never retreat in the face of battle, she will definitely advance and retreat with the president, and be his solid backing. Okay, he's really done for now. Bearing everyone's expectant gazes, with his staunch supporter expressing her feelings beside him, there was no way Snowball Natsukawa could escape the fate of entering the tiger's den. Since that was the case, he could only resign himself to standing on the steps leading to the haunted house with Kagaya Shinomiya. It was definitely right to call it a haunted house, but it wasn't the usual kind. But in the literal sense a substitute for the door, there was an upper face of a demon on the eaves of the house. The originally rugged path had now completely disappeared, and the last traces were clearly imprinted on the throat leading to the demon's abdomen. The wide-open bloody mouth could cause physiological discomfort with just one glance. However, even though the entrance of the house was decorated in such a creepy way, Snowball Natsukawa still didn't feel anything. Nothing else, only familiarity. Whether it was when he was pursuing them before, or when he was in the club to respond to everyone's call, he had experienced amusement park projects like this haunted house, and he had experienced it quite a few times. Naturally, he was frightened quite a few times at the beginning, but as the number of experiences increased, he gradually felt that it was just like that. Until the end, he got used to it, and there would be no more excessive reactions or lingering thoughts about the content of the experience after it was over. But even so, he still maintained a full vigilance against this type of facility, because he knew very well that this type of amusement project was all about sudden surprises. When you are unprepared, when you think you have reached a safe area, when you think you are so scared that the staff shouldn't take special care of you, suddenly, some inexplicable things will pop out to scare you. Some even not only want to scare you but also chase you, and the more you run, the happier they are, chasing you even more happily, highlighting an S-attribute explosion, it can only be said. Of course, Snowball Natsukawa would definitely not run. At most, others would suddenly appear and cause him to have an stress reaction, but afterwards he would calm down. But the girls he brought with him would not be so calm. Each of them would be so frightened that they would tremble, and some would even be so scared that they would squat on the spot and hug their heads and shiver. But this was still good, after all, if they had a reaction. They would know how to comfort them. What he feared was that the other party was the type who wanted to save face and suffer, and they were clearly so scared that they couldn't move, but they insisted on not saying it. As a result, just bringing the teammates could make him feel mentally exhausted. So compared to those girls who would run away, he felt a little more at ease. At least she would run. And running around like this would allow them to end this bad trip sooner. I wonder what type Kagaya is, Snowball Natsukawa thought. We're going in, Kagaya, be prepared. Okay, I'm ready, President. So the two walked in together and accepted this test. Although they were all scenes in the dark, compared to the outside of the house, which had a few people and was full of flashlight light, the inner room could really be called dark, where you couldn't see your fingers. After his eyes had adapted a little, Snowball Natsukawa could see the things around him, but compared to the scenes he saw, the unhurried footsteps that had been coming from not far away attracted his attention even more. Is this a show of strength? They didn't give me any time to react. Snowball Natsukawa frowned, then pulled Kagaya Shinomiya behind him, his eyes fixed on the direction the sound was coming from. The footsteps came from inside the house, and they didn't stop from the moment they entered the door, until its owner appeared in front of them, limping with an old crutch. Another pair of challengers who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The person who spoke was a hunched old woman with black spots all over her face and skin that was frighteningly dark. Her face was full of wrinkles that were so heavy that they could crush flies. She just gave the two of them a contemptuous look. Then shook her head and prepared to leave without saying anything. Seeing this, Snowball Natsukawa quickly asked, "This fellow old woman, how can we leave this place?" He originally thought that they were going to scare them right away. But he didn't expect that it would still be like an RPG game. Then he certainly couldn't let this character who was obviously an NPC leave like this, at least he had to ask for information first. "Want to leave?" "Heh, you can't do it. Unless you can find the wrong soul who died here. As long as you can find her, you can escape this place." Excuse me." After finding her, Snowball Natsukawa still wanted to ask something, but suddenly heard an unusually heavy footstep coming from behind him. Step by step, like a heavy hammer, it directly hit his heart. "I seem to smell the scent of living people." Accompanied by a series of heavy gasps, a toothacheing creaking sound also rang out, as if the floor of the house was collapsing piece by piece. But on closer listening, it clearly felt like it was chewing something, creaking, and the sound was getting closer and closer. "I'm so hungry." Snowball Natsukawa looked at Kaguya Shinomiya, who happened to look over as well, so the two looked at each other and said in unison, "Run." Although they hadn't seen what the thing behind them that was making heavy footsteps was, just hearing those strange sounds and speeches. And referring to the old woman's professional dress, it was not difficult to guess that it was definitely not something worth their attention. Fortunately, neither of them were fools. They quickly understood that the challenge was to find a wandering soul hidden somewhere in the large house while being chased by the ghostly figure behind them. They would then need to use the soul's help to escape the haunted house, and this help likely involved getting their card stamped. "President, what should we do now?" Kaguya Shinomiya asked. It was her first time experiencing such a game, and she felt a considerable amount of interest, completely forgetting why she had initially participated. "Should we split up? If we're looking for someone, that might be more efficient." "No, we'll stick together," Snowball Natsukawa said, shaking his head. "The rules don't specify a time limit, we can simply search the rooms here one by one, the only thing we need to watch out for is that thing, and avoid getting caught," Snowball Natsukawa analyzed. "So, rather than splitting up, it's better to stay together, at least we'll have each other's backs." Chapter 93. And the key point is, weren't we supposed to be holding hands the whole time? Shikawa Snowball raised his right hand. He was still holding onto her tightly, not letting go. The airhead young lady was stunned. "Oh, right. She almost forgot about that setting. That was close, she almost let the president discover the truth." Very worried about the mental state of netizens. JPG. After getting away from the thing making the huge footsteps, Shikawa Snowball and the other person searched all the rooms they came across along the way. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything that seemed to be the soul the NPC was talking about, so the two became even more convinced that it was referring to another student playing an NPC, rather than some other kind of guiding condition. But even confirming this wasn't enough. Because they still hadn't found anything that could guide them towards clearing the game, but their actions along the way weren't without any gains. They found a lot of props with special effects in the various rooms. Bell of Deterrence. As long as you take out the bell and ring it in the face of the butcher once, you can seal his movements for 5 seconds. But it will lose its effect after being used once. Hint, please shake the bell hard until he can hear it. If the sound is too small, he may not hear it. Cloak of Invisibility. As long as you stick it on your forehead, you can become invisible for 20 seconds, and it will lose its effect when the time is up. Hint, when using it, be careful not to make too loud of a noise, otherwise it will still attract the butcher's attention and arouse his vigilance. Token of Love. A token of love given to her sweetheart by a certain girl, with very important commemorative significance. Hint, don't think it's useless and throw it away, this thing is the most important, remember it clearly. Taunt Doll. A doll with a very hateful appearance. As long as you take it out and shake it at the butcher, you can attract his attention. But at the same time, the holder of the item will be chased by the butcher all the time. Even if you throw the doll away, it will not have any effect. Hint, if you don't want to have nightmares at night, please use it with caution. The best way to use it is of course with a self-defense item. Be brave. Young men and women. As someone with some game experience, Shikawa Snowball immediately understood the current situation. With props, chase battles, and slight puzzle-solving elements, the feeling of a horror RPG game immediately hit him, and this was even a first-person real-life version. He was afraid that his heart rate would become uncontrollably active later. I roughly understand how to clear the game, Shikawa Snowball pondered, and then began to explain it to Shinomiya Kagaya, who looked puzzled. In situations like this, we generally call it a horror role-playing game. You don't need to think too much about the extra content. Just remember its essence: have to use the props in our hands to avoid the boss's pursuit and find a way to survive, that is, to clear the game, in the process. The so-called butcher mentioned on these hint notes should refer to the owner of the footsteps we heard earlier. I originally thought that we only needed to avoid his pursuit and find the soul, but now that I see these props, I understand that we probably have to face him directly. Isn't it just getting a stamp from the staff? It shouldn't be that simple. Shikawa Snowball shook his head and continued. We've searched all the rooms on this floor, and the only things we've found are these props, which means our goal should be in a room on the first floor, but that place must be guarded by the butcher. According to the general flow of this type of game, this butcher should also have his own mode of action. For example, when we arrive on the first floor and are caught by him, he may come to chase us, but when we come to the second floor, he will not appear. The evidence is that we've been on this second floor for almost 5 minutes, but we haven't encountered him once, and we haven't even heard his footsteps once. This shows that he is also restricted and can only move on the first floor. As for more information, we may have to go to the first floor to see the situation before making a judgment. Shikawa Snowball hesitated. After all, going downstairs meant that Kagaya had to go with him. Otherwise the two of them wouldn't be able to keep holding hands. And he didn't know if there were any cameras in this house. Although it was so dark that it would be difficult to observe what they were doing on the camera screen, it should still be possible to determine whether the two of them were close together. Of course, if Kagaya, you mind, we can also choose to give up. This is nothing more than giving up getting the Medal of Courage, but it's still okay to experience the other game projects. Mind? What do I mind? Of course, it refers to observing that butcher. Although we haven't encountered him yet, his appearance shouldn't be something that can be calmly ignored after seeing it, Shikawa Snowball tried to explain euphemistically. Shinomiya Kagaya still felt that she was being looked down upon. President, please rest assured, the Shinomiya family has nothing to fear, only situations where others fear us, so please act according to your ideas, and of course I will always support you. Okay, since you've said so. So Shikawa Snowball took Shinomiya Kagaya's hand and led her carefully to the first floor, then peeked out a small head while holding onto the handrail, carefully observing the situation in the central corridor. As he had guessed, there was a huge figure within sight, estimated to be more than 2 meters tall, and its thick volume was even comparable to some heavyweight sumo wrestlers. The entire person completely blocked the road to the end, standing motionless in the corridor, blocking the only way out. Because he was afraid of alerting the enemy, Shikawa Snowball didn't turn on the flashlight. At this moment, in the surrounding dark environment, the appearance of the huge figure was not very clear, and he could only see a general outline. However, it was precisely because of this that Shikawa Snowball breathed a sigh of relief. Because he didn't need to think carefully to guess that the other party must have also put on that very realistic horror makeup. Not being able to see the other party's appearance at this moment allowed them to avoid extra visual pressure. After looking around again and finding that there was only this one passage, Shikawa Snowball retracted his gaze and began to discuss with Shinomiya Kagaya in a low voice. I've confirmed that the so-called soul should be in a room behind this butcher. Of course, it's also possible that they're doing the opposite and hiding the target in the rooms in front. But no matter what, if we want to search these rooms, we definitely can't get around that guy. He definitely won't just watch us walk over. At this time, we should need to use the props we just got, Shikawa Snowball continued to analyze. For example, using this cloak of invisibility should help us explore the rooms in front, and then we'll use this taunt doll to lure the other party out, and then use the bell of deterrence to hold him in place for a while. While we have this time, we'll go and open all the rooms behind one by one to take a look. When we find the target, we'll quickly go in and give this token of love to the other party, and that should complete the clearance conditions. Shinomiya Kagaya was a little confused. She couldn't understand why the other party could find a way to use all these props in such a short period of time, and it even sounded very credible. Although she also understood the uses of these props. She only thought about using them to protect herself in the situation of being about to be caught. But it didn't matter if she didn't understand, because she was full of trust in her president, believing that he would definitely lead her to perfectly pass this game test. So with Shinomiya Kagaya's consent, Shikawa Snowball very simply took out the cloak of invisibility and stuck it on his forehead, then swaggered in front of the other party with Shinomiya Kagaya. Even because he was afraid that the other party wouldn't see the talisman on his head, Shikawa Snowball specially took out a flashlight and shined it on his head to show that he was using the prop properly. The huge figure was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he still took heavy steps and walked towards them step by step. Shikawa Snowball was dumbfounded, but he quickly thought of the reason. It might be because their movements were too loud, or his flashlight behavior aroused the other party's vigilance. Just like it was written on the hint note, so next they needed to pause and not move, wait for the other party to return to their original position, and then lighten their movements. Logically speaking, things should have developed like this. As a result, the other party not only didn't turn back, but even took faster steps towards them, faintly showing signs of running. Ah! Shikawa Snowball widened his eyes, thinking how this NPC didn't play by the rules. What happened to not being able to see them after using the prop? Could it be that he forgot about this rule? Just as he was about to break away from his identity in the game and remind the other party with words, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly tugged on his sleeve. "President, let's run first, we'll be caught if we don't run." Okay, Shikawa Snowball reluctantly agreed, but in his heart, he had already decided to find the old woman NPC just now to ask clearly what was going on. After figuring this out, Shikawa Snowball simply took Shinomiya Kagaya and ran back. But the other party still chased after them relentlessly. It wasn't until the two of them ran upstairs in front of the other party that the latter stopped and turned around, walking back step by step. As expected, the first floor is the other party's activity range. Shikawa Snowball nodded, thinking that he hadn't judged wrong, but what was going on with this prop? Could it be that this thing had been used by someone before, and the other party thought that this thing could only be used once in the whole game? Just as Shikawa Snowball was racking his brains, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly spoke. "President, could it be because this prop can only be used by one person?" Shinomiya Kagaya reminded. Just now, she clearly felt that the other party's gaze, after initially appearing on the president, immediately and without hesitation turned to her, and even their footsteps did as well. Although the direction seemed to be the same, she had a feeling that only she had become the target the other party was chasing, and the president was just standing next to her by chance. Impossible, right? If that's the case, then this prop would be completely useless. After all, we have to hold hands all the time, right? So the airhead young lady was silent. Now that things had come to this, she was afraid that she had to tell the truth, but if that was the case, would the president misunderstand her because of this? For example, misunderstand that she super likes him or something. Goo. So the airhead young lady hesitated again, not knowing whether to open her mouth or not. But soon she didn't need to make any more multiple choice questions, because someone had made a decision for her. "Why are you still here? Leave this place quickly, otherwise in 3 minutes, you will never be able to escape from here." Shikawa Snowball secretly said that she came at the right time, and then immediately repeated what happened just now to this NPC, and also asked if it was because other people had used this talisman. The old woman didn't answer, but raised her eyebrows, and then gave Shinomiya Kagaya a deep look with a very strange gaze, which made the latter feel panicked. "Maybe it's just like you said, but you don't need to care about these things anymore, since this thing is useless, then make good use of your remaining exorcism items to escape from here." Then, without waiting for Shikawa Snowball to reply, the old woman left again, limping on her crutches. Shikawa Snowball was speechless, thinking how these students were all like this, not being professional at all. And even their attitude towards him, the student council president, was so bad, he must find out who played the role later and remember them harshly. But the most important thing right now was to figure out how to clear the game. Just like the other party said, there wasn't much time left. This was also normal. After all, it was just a game project and not a real thing. They couldn't keep wasting time like this. After all, there were so many people waiting in line to play outside. In that case, we can only use this taunt doll to attract the other party to a farther place, and then we'll ring this bell of deterrence to hold him in place, and use this time to quickly check each room, Shikawa Snowball suggested. Shinomiya Kagaya certainly wouldn't refute him. In fact, she was still wondering why the old woman had looked at her with that kind of gaze just now, especially when combined with that makeup. It was really creepy. After finalizing the plan, the two of them no longer delayed and once again swaggered in front of the butcher, and used the taunt doll on him. "Big fool, come over here." The doll made a cheap voice. So the butcher charged towards the two of them in a fit of rage, even chasing after them relentlessly as they ran up the stairs. It really works. The two exchanged a glance, both inwardly relieved. Thankfully, the other items were useful, or they really wouldn't know what to do. With this thought in mind, Natsuki and Kagaya kept the butcher at a distance, always within sight but just out of reach, until they retreated to the end of the corridor, reaching a dead end. Watching the figure drawing closer and closer, Natsuki frowned, carefully gauging the safe distance. Closer and closer, now. Feeling like they had dragged it out to the last moment, Natsuki finally pulled out the bell of deterrence that he had prepared in advance, and began shaking it frantically at the butcher. As expected, the opponent was frozen in place. Natsuki whispered, "Look down at your feet, don't look up," then immediately ran with Kagaya. He had to buy time, otherwise all their previous efforts would be completely wasted. The airhead lady, of course, obediently listened. Although she was indeed curious about what the butcher looked like, she didn't even glance at it as she ran past, obediently following Natsuki's lead with her head down. However, it was precisely because of this that she didn't notice they were almost at the staircase, and she was about to rush down like an arrow released from a bow. "Careful!" Natsuki reacted quickly, pulling her back and preventing Kagaya from falling down the stairs. "Ugh!" the airhead lady cried out in pain, but then felt a warm embrace. A hug, they're hugging. "Kagaya, are you okay?" But Natsuki didn't care about any of that, he was just very worried about her condition. After all, that muffled groan couldn't have been faked, he was really worried if she had hurt herself anywhere. I am fine, thank you, President," the airhead lady shook her head, her face red. Luckily, the surrounding environment was very dim, the president wouldn't notice her condition, otherwise she would really die of embarrassment. Hearing her say that, Natsuki was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he heard the heavy footsteps behind him again. It was the butcher starting up again. So the heavy sense of oppression continued to bear down on them, and Natsuki didn't bother with any more pleasantries, grabbing Kagaya and preparing to run again, but as soon as he moved, he heard the airhead lady's soft cry again. "Ugh!" Natsuki couldn't ignore it, of course, so he turned to look at her. Although she seemed to be trying to disguise it, her slightly trembling foot betrayed her true condition. "You sprained your ankle." Kagaya didn't want to lie to him, so she could only nod in silence. Natsuki thought to himself that this was bad. If that was the case, wouldn't they be completely helpless? Not to mention that there might not be enough time, they might not even be able to escape the butcher chasing after them. If that's the case. "It's okay, President, you can just run, it's just a little pain, I won't, Kagaya was still thinking about comforting him, and then preparing to force herself, but the next moment she was suddenly picked up. "Sorry, you can scold me however you want later, but we need to hurry now," Natsuki said in a low voice, and then didn't bother to comfort Kagaya any further. He had already made up his mind to do everything he could to get through this trial. Because this was the dignity of a qualified game player. Never give up until the last second. Chapter 94. Kagaya's figure is very slender, and her weight is also very light. Although she is known as the Ice Queen, the feeling of holding her is still soft and even the breath she exhales is warm, and seems to carry a unique fragrance. "Sorry, it's an emergency," Xia Chuanzu said awkwardly. He was a little ashamed. There was a ghost thing chasing them frantically behind him. And the atmosphere was so tense, but he still had the mind to pay attention to other places. It was like a 2-bit who was already in the promotion match but paid attention to the peach message sent by his girlfriend. Pay more attention to the state of your teammates. Don't just think about your own second brother. But he couldn't control himself. He had already tried to hold Kagaya as far away as possible, but his arms were so long that he couldn't use his strength if he stretched them any further. Alas, it can only be said that he is still not calm enough. Just now, he shouldn't have been so anxious to pick up Kaguya. It would have been better to carry her on his back. As a result, not only did Kaguya get angry and stare at him fiercely with cold eyes, but he didn't even know how to push open the doors of other rooms later. Kaguya, the door. Seeing that he was about to reach the door of the first room, Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to remind the girl in his arms. Preparing to put her down first, and by the way, he had already thought about peeking in and then carrying Kaguya on his back and running away. But the result was that before he could finish speaking, the girl very proactively stretched out her hand and forcefully pushed open the door after he approached the door. "No one, next room," the girl urged, then turned her face and stared at him again with an icy gaze, as if saying, "I'm watching you, be careful not to make small movements. Then you should just come down and let him change to carrying you on his back." Xia Chuanzu was very embarrassed. But he didn't dare to bring it up himself, similar things had happened before. Because he was worried that it would be too intimate. He suggested changing the way of holding people to carrying them on his back, but he was ridiculed by Senior Xia Jiqiu. Not only did she mock him for being weak, but she also said plausibly that she was too heavy and wanted to throw a tantrum. Speaking of which, don't you know in your heart whether it's heavy or not? If he hadn't already started exercising at that time, he might not have been able to lift you. Although Kaguya and Senior Xia Jiqiu's personalities are completely different, and with their current relationship, she shouldn't use that kind of choking tone to him, but just a slight glance at Kaguya's expression at this moment made him feel that it was entirely possible for her to push him to the ground and humiliate him severely in the next moment. Maybe she was only tolerating his rude behavior for the sake of past feelings, but in reality, her heart had already been blown up by his actions. "I trust you so much, but you actually do such a thing to me? Too bad." In this case, would he dare to take the initiative to suggest changing positions? He was afraid that he would be scolded as a frivolous scumbag on the spot. So he could only keep holding her like this, and even if the other party didn't speak, he would maintain this posture. Fortunately, this agonizing process didn't last long. When they turned to the seventh room, which happened to be the room on the right-hand side of the original position of the butcher, they found the target hiding inside, a girl dressed as a ghost with a black halo on her head. The other party was sitting on a chair, yawning in her phone boredly. When she saw the two of them, she was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately reacted, put away her phone, put on a serious face, and was about to speak. "I used to be." "Skip the plot," Xia Chuanzu interrupted her immediately, and then handed the card paper to her. "Stamp it." That was what he had prepared long ago and was holding in his hand, but because of the running all the way, it was now crumpled a lot. The girl seemed a little embarrassed. Of course, it wasn't about her skipping the plot, okay, not letting her satisfy her desire to confide was also a little unpleasant, but the most important thing was that she recognized these two people in front of her. One was the student council president and the other was the vice president. They were now suspected of doing a very advanced play. Logically speaking, she should obediently listen to them, say nothing, and stamp it, and even pretend that she had never seen them, but she was also a very professional person who didn't like to gossip or go through the back door. "Oh right, I have to give you that," Xia Chuanzu thought for a while, he seemed to have a key prop that he hadn't taken out yet. But the current posture. Kaguya, please help me get the prop, it's in my upper pocket." He said this to Si Gong Hui. Maybe it was because there were outsiders present, although Kaguya obviously looked very unwilling, and even paused for a long time because of this. And finally stared at him with eyes like she was looking at maggots for a while, but she still gave him enough face, and finally slowly stretched out her right hand to touch his pocket. It's just that I don't know if it was because of her bad posture, it seemed that she couldn't find the prop called Token of Love for a long time, and Xia Chuanzu reminded her to come down a little more before she finally stopped ravaging his pectoral muscles. "Is it this?" Xia Chuanzu gestured. Si Gong Hui also very appropriately handed over the prop she had just obtained. The ghost girl stiffly nodded, suppressing her impulse. She really didn't dare to say another word, for fear that she would ask strange questions because she couldn't stop her curiosity. "Like what, President, what new play are you playing? Can I take a photo as a souvenir?" She didn't even dare to think about similar words. "Thank you, Brave." After taking back the prop, the ghost girl wanted to show her presence again, but she was interrupted again. Let's skip the plot for now, we don't have much time, Xia Chuanzu quickly interrupted. Stamp it for us first, I'm afraid it won't count if the time is up. The ghost girl had no choice but to do as she was told. But she had already thought about it. After stamping it, she would tell the background story again so that she wouldn't be bored to the point of mildew here. As a result, as soon as she finished stamping, a beautiful little hand stretched over and took away the card paper at the speed of light. And she was just stunned for a moment, but when she looked up again, she found that the two of them were almost at the door. So she eventually became part of the two people's play. But she was so angry. She obviously didn't have any sense of participation. Almost as soon as they walked out of the room, they heard a clear bell sound throughout the room, indicating the end of the game time. Then the person playing the old woman appeared in front of them and stretched out her hand to them and said, "Props, need to be recycled." The voice that came was no longer as hoarse as before, but very clear and sweet, and even faintly gave Xia Chuanzu a very familiar feeling. But he didn't think much about it, after all, now was not the time to reminisce about the past. And he was still holding another girl in his arms, oh right. He should put her down. The game was over, there was no need to run away, why was he still holding her so tightly? After figuring this out, Xia Chuanzu very simply put Si Gong Hui down, but when he wanted to stand up again, he suddenly found that Hui's hand was grabbing his collar tightly and not letting go. "Hui, hand," Xia Chuanzu reminded her softly. The other party seemed to be in a daze, ignoring him for a long time, until he couldn't help but remind her a second time, then she suddenly came back to her senses. Ah. Oh. Xia Chuanzu felt that she was acting strangely. Being in a daze was fine, he could explain that she was thinking about something, but the injured part was on her foot, but Hui kept gently covering her right face with her left hand, as if that was the injured part that needed to be covered. He really didn't understand, but he could only respect her thoughts. And now the important thing was the other side. "Here you go." Xia Chuanzu turned his head to look at the staff member, and then handed over all the props he had obtained. "These are all of them, oh right, the prop called Token of Love, I didn't take it back after giving it to the person in the room, you have to ask her for it," Xia Chuanzu added. I know, you don't have to worry about this," the voice from the girl was very cold, but the feeling she gave when she was playing the role just now was much gentler. So did he offend her somewhere? "Congratulations on successfully clearing the level, congratulations, this is the extra reward you get for clearing the level, please accept it." The tone was obviously like reading aloud, feeling very perfunctory. Xia Chuanzu took it over and took a look, and found that it was a pair of very exquisite doll pendants, which seemed to be the rabbit head style that was very popular in the emoji packs recently. He remembered that the name seemed to be Usagi. Xia Chuanzu had seen it, and even saw a heaven-defying emoji pack based on it, which was sent to him by Shishang, and his evaluation of this was only one sentence, Shishang. Even if you really don't have any girls who like you, you don't have to be so thirsty that you think boys are okay, right? Although he later listened to his explanation carefully, from then on, his impression of this rabbit head was fixed on, it's estimated that it's not a serious rabbit. As a result, he didn't expect to see it again today, and even received the peripheral products of this rabbit as a prize from the girl's hand. Could it be that the other party is actually a who likes to his CP? Because she saw that his partner was a girl like Hui, she felt disappointed. The more Xia Chuanzu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, there were really people who did this kind of thing, and even drew books about him and other male members of the student council. He only glanced at it at the time and was so troubled that he avoided Shishang and the others for the next few days. Otherwise, there would be no other reason to explain why the other party's attitude towards him was so bad, right? Maybe, she was the mastermind who drew his book before. After all, it was dark now, and the other party had put on such heavy makeup, so it was normal that he couldn't see it for a while. Thinking of this, Xia Chuanzu subconsciously took 2 steps back, staring at the other party as if facing a formidable enemy, for fear that she would give him another good show. "Thank you, we'll leave now." Although he maintained a sufficient safe distance, Xia Chuanzu still felt that it was not safe enough, so he simply pulled up Si Gong Hui, who was still standing there in a daze, and was about to leave. It's not that he was so afraid of the other party, it's just that whenever he thought about this, his brain would involuntarily recall the glance he accidentally caught at the beginning, and he had a headache. What's more, there was still a Hui beside him who was as white as paper in this regard. He really didn't want such a pure girl to be polluted by this kind of guy. The classmate obviously raised her eyebrows, but she didn't do anything else afterwards. She just seemed to glance at Huey and then turned and left. Seeing this, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Si Gong Huey beside him. I forgot to ask just now, Huey, is your foot better? Yes, thank you for your concern, President, it seems to have gotten a little better because of the rest just now, Si Gong Huey replied to him expressionlessly. Xia Chuanzu felt that the other party was indeed angry, and even the tone began to become distant. But he thought for a long time and didn't know how to make up for the other party, so he had to say to her softly again, sorry. Why does President have to apologize? Xia Chuanzu was stunned, completely unexpected that she would ask this. Because just now, I picked you up without your consent. That's not something to apologize for, right? Si Gong Huey tilted her head at him, looking a little puzzled. Rather, the president made the most correct decision. If it weren't for this, we probably wouldn't have been able to clear the level within the specified time. After all, it's impossible for me to drag my injured foot and accompany the president to walk the rest of the way. That's what I'm saying, Xia Chuanzu was confused. He originally really thought that the other party was angry about this, but how could Huey now turn around and explain it for him? He hadn't said anything himself. Could it be that because she was too concerned, she subconsciously found an acceptable reason for herself? Xia Chuanzu felt that he had discovered the truth. After all, Huey was essentially a very arrogant person. Usually, let alone any close interaction with others, it was extremely difficult to get close to her and say a few words. Faced with his transgressing behavior, she had never had any experience, and coupled with the relationship between the two, it should be a friend relationship, right? This led to her reaction. She was obviously very angry with his frivolous behavior, but because it was indeed a good way to solve the problem, and because the object was a friend, she couldn't criticize him too much. So she could only secretly sulk, and even after the matter, she had to comfort him, the culprit who made the frivolous behavior. Huey is too gentle, right? He was about to cry with emotion himself. The wound is a little red, but if you don't feel any pain, it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course you can walk, but you definitely can't do strenuous exercise, Xia Chuanzu analyzed. Chapter 95. After helping Kaguya onto a protruding pile of rocks, he took off her shoe to check the injury. Kaguya cooperated fully, showing no resistance. Instead, she proactively raised her jade foot, though it seemed a bit too high, almost touching his forehead. President, wouldn't you like to examine it more carefully? I don't think a few seconds of observation can yield a specific report, it's better to observe for a while longer. You're right, so, Xia Chuanzu repeated the action just now. It hurts here, he gently touched the injured area, only intending to go through the motions, but unexpectedly, she reacted this time. It hurts. Huh. But just now it was. It might be delayed pain from the injury, I didn't feel anything just now, but it suddenly became very painful after the president touched it, Kaguya Shinomiya analyzed calmly. I see, Xia Chuanzu nodded, acknowledging her explanation. After all, the adrenaline secreted due to the tense atmosphere might have contributed to some pain relief earlier, but the pain returned as her mind relaxed. But after confirming this, there was nothing he could do. Not only did he not have any medical tools, but the people who could help were also quite a distance away. The key was that he couldn't just leave Kaguya alone here unless she was willing to sacrifice a bit and let him carry her on his back. Sorry, it was because I was too impatient that your foot got injured, Xia Chuanzu said guiltily. Although Kaguya seemed to like the reward he got, her physical condition was definitely more important to him than such trivial things, especially since he thought he had caused the situation. The next checkpoint seems quite far from us, and we don't know if we can go directly out from the side later. Why don't we go back now and ask the person in charge of the previous checkpoint where the exit of the venue is? Xia Chuanzu suggested. Exit? Kaguya Shinomiya frowned. Does the president want to give up? Yeah, Xia Chuanzu nodded. After all, with your current condition, it's not suitable to continue participating. Although they hadn't seen the checkpoints behind, they probably weren't something that could be passed by just taking a walk. This would be interesting at other times, but now there was a special situation with an injured person. Kaguya was silent. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Originally, she lied about not feeling pain during the first check because she didn't want Xia Chuanzu to worry, thinking of enduring and completing the entire process. Later, she came up with an idea: if she cried out in pain, would the president simply carry her like just now? But unexpectedly, he wanted to give up. Where was the courage from before? Stand up, President. I don't seem to be in pain anymore, Kagaya Shinomiya said in a deep voice. Ah. Xia Chuanzu didn't react for a moment. I mean, my foot, it doesn't seem to hurt anymore, so there's no problem participating in the whole process. But you clearly said just now. It's all an illusion. I was just too concerned just now, so I regarded the president's touch as the pain coming from the injury. Xia Chuanzu was silent. He wasn't a fool. How could he believe her sudden explanation? It would have been fine if she had brought it up earlier, but she refuted her previous statement when he suggested giving up. Wasn't the reason obvious? Kagaya would rather endure the constant pain than give up continuing to participate in the game. But was this necessary? Although this year's test of courage was indeed more interesting than usual, it really wasn't worth enduring physical pain to experience the whole process. Yes, indeed, this should be a very precious experience for Kagaya. He certainly understood her thoughts. Because for someone from her family background, let alone such complex entertainment projects, even very simple pretend play was probably something she hadn't experienced as a child. That was why she cherished such opportunities so much. So, he couldn't persuade her. Even if he insisted on giving up, Kagaya would desperately try to experience it alone because she was such a competitive girl. Let me confirm one more time, even if you're injured, you don't want to give up the test of courage, right? President is so verbose, it's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt. Are you trying to deceive me? Xia Chuanzu stared at her. Kagaya Shinomiya turned her face away and whispered after a long while. At most, it's just a little bit of pain, a little bit. Then there's no choice, Xia Chuanzu sighed, then squatted down with his back to her. You wouldn't mind if I carry you on my back, right? Kagaya Shinomiya was almost stunned. How did her wish suddenly come true? But why wasn't he carrying her in his arms? Although being carried on his back was also good, she could feel the president's broad back. The silly young lady began to agonize over some strange things again. Seeing that there was no movement behind him, Xia Chuanzu thought she was a little embarrassed. There's no other way, is there? I can't just watch you force yourself, can I? President, Kagaya Shinomiya murmured, her eyes flickering. So the president knew everything. Even though her little thoughts were seen through, Kagaya Shinomiya was still unwilling to admit defeat, otherwise, it would seem as if she had taken the initiative to hint at him doing this. No, there's no way, since the president has said so. After showing a helpless look, Kagaya Shinomiya slowly leaned onto Xia Chuanzu's back, still not forgetting to remind him. President, don't misunderstand anything, it's just because you took the initiative to bring it up, plus the situation is special, that I didn't refuse you. I definitely won't agree so easily next time. Yes, of course, I know, Xia Chuanzu shrugged, not caring. After all, what she said was true. He wouldn't be so naive as to think that just because they had a few intimate encounters, Kagaya Shinomiya would start to like him. That was no longer something he should fantasize about. Kagaya's weight was very light, feeling like she was only about 100 pounds. But even so, with Xia Chuanzu's physical strength, it was impossible to carry her through all the checkpoint challenges in one go. He would definitely need to rest for a while in the middle. President, are you okay? If you can't do it, I think we should give up. After carrying her and completing another test of courage challenge, Xia Chuanzu fell into a long period of fatigue, sitting on a pile of rocks to rest for a long time before recovering. Hearing Kagaya Shinomiya's worried words, Xia Chuanzu was silent for a while before shaking his head. I think I can still do it. Now it was his turn to force himself. Especially when he heard the innocent Kagaya say, if you can't do it, he felt like there was no turning back. Not only that, but a constant stream of power surged from the bottom of his heart. Do you understand the gold content of a boy's self-esteem? In short, he must be resurrected with full health. Besides, the person in charge of the checkpoint just now revealed that the next one should be the last item. It doesn't contain any content that requires physical activity. It's just walking along the Pathoff course, even if there's another chase that fills the whole venue, I can handle it. Kagaya Shinomiya didn't speak, just nodded at him with a smile. Although the president is the most handsome when he's serious, the president who's trying to be cool like this isn't bad either. Even more cute than she imagined. Kagaya Shinomiya felt a little regretful. If she had brought a camera, she would have taken a good picture of the president in this state. Seeing that there was still a trace of sweat on Xia Chuanzu's forehead, Kagaya Shinomiya handed over a handkerchief. President, please use this. Xia Chuanzu just glanced at it and shook his head, refusing. No need, I can just wipe it with my hand. Although he had lived here for so many years, there were some things he still couldn't get used to, such as carrying a handkerchief with him. In his opinion, that was a bit too unmanly. So, he usually cleaned his hands and face directly at the sink when they got dirty. If there wasn't such a condition, he would usually just wipe them with his hand. Is the president disliking me? Kagaya Shinomiya said in a low voice, her tone soft and weak, as if she was hurt. No, I definitely don't mean that, Xia Chuanzu quickly waved his hand, denying it. Rather, I'm worried that I'll get your handkerchief dirty. But isn't a handkerchief always going to get dirty? Kagaya Shinomiya tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. If you never use it, won't it lose its meaning? That's too pitiful for it. So, is that the point? Xia Chuanzu was confused. It seems like boys and girls really focus on different things. But is it reversed between the two of them? Logically speaking, Kagaya should be the one who needs to care about sharing a handkerchief, right? How come he seems to be the female who cares about this kind of thing? Okay, I'll accept it. Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to take it. It would be too pretentious to refuse any further. Since she didn't care, he should be generous. He wiped the sweat that was about to drip onto his face with the handkerchief, and also cleaned the parts of his forehead and neck. The sticky feeling gradually disappeared. But that wasn't all the effect, probably because it was well kept on Kagaya. Not only did a fragrance similar to Kagaya's emanate from its surface when he used it. But even after using it, this fragrance lingered around him. He could feel endless fragrance with just a light sniff of his nose. It was as if Kagaya was still on his back, lightly breathing into his ear. President. I'm here. I'm thinking about the next checkpoint. In short. I've rested enough, let's challenge it in one breath. After saying that, he didn't wait for Kagaya Shinomiya to refuse, and squatted down again, inviting. Come on, Kagaya, let's make a quick decision. The silly young lady nodded blankly. Originally, she was thinking of taking the handkerchief back and enshrining it, but she didn't expect the president to directly stuff it into his pocket. Does he like the things she gives him that much? Kagaya Shinomiya was secretly delighted. It seems that the day the president is captured by her is near. But the closer she gets to success, the more she needs to calm down and not be too hasty, lest she reveal flaws and let the president see through her. Well, anyway, good luck, Kagaya Shinomiya, you're the best. With a cheerful mood, the silly young lady leaned on Xia Chuanzu's back again, but this time she had experience. She wouldn't have deer crashing wildly in her heart like before, relying on a safe posture to maintain her rationality. But the most important thing was that even though she kept feeling the good smell from the president, she didn't indulge in it anymore, but was able to fully utilize her useful brain and think. This was probably because her sensitivity had decreased due to the continuous stimulation. In other words, she was already able to treat intimate contact with the president with a normal heart. Now she was no longer afraid of losing her mind. Oh, what is it? What hugs, backs, holding hands, it feels like it's just this level. Except for the initial panic, it feels just like that, almost tired of it. Even now, even if the president asked her gently if she could go out with him for the rest of their lives, she wouldn't be a little panic-stricken, but would very domineeringly tease him back. Oh, so the president likes me so much? It's really unexpected. In that case, the president should tell me how much he likes me. I'll only believe it if you're sincere. But then again, should she hesitate before agreeing? After all, everyone says that girls who go out too easily are often not loved. And what if the president dislikes her for being too uninteresting after they go out? It's useless to ask Xiao AI about this kind of thing. After all, no one likes her. President, let me ask you a question. Say it. How many children do you want to have? Chapter 96. Speak. How many children do you want? Natsukawa Snowball was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine why the topic suddenly turned into this, even if he racked his brains. No, he should say, how did such a topic suddenly come up? Could it be because she didn't have to walk herself and was bored enough on his back to start a life consultation? But he was actually very tired and not in the mood at all. I haven't even thought about this question, and I don't know how to answer you, Natsukawa Snowball said honestly. After all, he considered himself just a kid and not mature enough to worry about that kind of thing in advance. Just say whatever, President, just answer according to your heart. So Natsukawa Snowball thought carefully for a moment, then slowly said. Maybe, 2 would be better. Why? I can't really say, maybe because having both a son and a daughter would give you both kinds of parenting experiences. Natsukawa Snowball said uncertainly. After all, he hadn't raised any before, but he knew that raising a daughter and raising a son were definitely different. But he really didn't have any ideas, and he should even say that when it really came time to discuss that kind of thing, he would choose to respect his wife's wishes. I see, Shinomiya Kagaya responded and then didn't say anything else, as if she had fallen into her own thoughts. Natsukawa Snowball was still very dumbfounded, not only when he was asked but also when he realized the topic had suddenly stopped. He thought she was going to talk about her own ideas, but instead, she immediately ended the topic after getting his words out. If the person wasn't Shinomiya Kagaya, he would have suspected that his personal information was being collected in a premeditated manner. Compared to Natsukawa Snowball's wild thoughts, what the idiotic young lady was thinking was very clear. Wouldn't just 2 children be a little too few? Like her family, they have at least 4 children, not to mention there might be other illegitimate children outside, well. Never mind, of course, this kind of thing should follow the president's wishes. Even if he just wants to spend a happy life with her forever, that's completely fine. So, the 2 young men and women, each with their own thoughts, arrived in silence at the final challenge location of the test of courage. Welcome, you 2. You are the best members of this batch and the first team to reach the final level. Are you ready to face your challenge now? The person in charge of this level was very professional. Even though he saw Natsukawa Snowball carrying Shinomiya Kagaya on his back, he didn't make any extra expressions or movements. He just greeted the 2 with a smile and handed over 2 exquisitely crafted collars. The rules are very simple. I will hang a volume detector around each of your necks. When it detects that you emit a volume exceeding a certain decibel during the challenge, it will declare the challenge a failure. Do you understand? Natsukawa Snowball took it and was silent for a while. He was just about to say something when he was interrupted by the other party. I don't care if you understand or not, just go for it. Good luck. He waved his hand and then disappeared from the spot at light speed, not giving the 2 any time to react. No, Natsukawa Snowball stretched out his hand, wanting to stop him, but he couldn't catch up with his escape speed at all. Didn't you say anything yet? Natsukawa Snowball was speechless. He thought the person in charge of this level would be a reliable guy, but he didn't expect him to be even more outrageous than the previous ones. Is this the quality of the Shuchian Academy Game Club? Are you only hiring weirdos? Natsukawa Snowball had no choice but to ask Shinomiya Kagaya on his back, hoping she would know something. Kagaya, what do you think? What is there to think about? Just go for it. Let's clear it in one go, President. Okay, he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Natsukawa Snowball understood that the reason why Shinomiya Kagaya had been asking him strange things along the way was that she was occupied by another personality. It was even the little Kagaya who was the least suitable to appear now. Although her silly and cute appearance was very adorable, she couldn't be of any use at all when she lost her mind. To put it bluntly, he was now like Zhao Zilong, who charged in and out of Changban slopes 7 times carrying a dough on his back, having to worry about the idiot on his back and break through the difficulties alone. But the key was that this ado wasn't light, hanging on him and crazily reducing his combat power. This wave was a high-end game with its own weight. Kagaya, remember, if you encounter anything particularly strange later, don't shout loudly, just remind me softly, and if you're scared, close your eyes, and it will be fine in a while. Natsukawa Snowball's tone became gentle. After having several experiences dealing with her other personalities, Natsukawa Snowball understood what to do in each situation. But having said that, he had only seen her little Kagaya personality so far. He hadn't seen any others yet. Of course, it was also possible that they had already appeared but he hadn't noticed. Be sure to remember, don't shout loudly, don't forget, otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain, Natsukawa Snowball reminded again, a little worried. I know, President is so long-winded, the idiotic young lady pouted and reached out to poke Natsukawa Snowball's face. Frowning all the time is bad for your skin, President, smile quickly. Natsukawa Snowball twitched his mouth and ignored her. The idiotic young lady was relentless. Smile quickly, you idiot President. I won't talk to you anymore if you don't listen. He had no choice but to show a very forced smile. Yes, that's right, President is so good. The idiotic young lady said excitedly, then reached out and touched his head. So good, be good and listen in the future. Just be happy, Natsukawa Snowball had given up resisting. If he had a camera or something, he really wanted to record this scene and show it to Kagaya when she returned to her main personality to see what kind of expression she would make. Who would pet someone's hair like petting a dog? Don't go too far. In order to appease the childish idiot behind him, Natsukawa Snowball handed her one of the collars in his hand. Put it on quickly, we're about to set off, remember not to shout later. Okay, President, leave it to me. The idiotic young lady was excited, but instead of putting it on, she held it up high. Look, the gift the President gave her. She couldn't be happier. As they entered the last level facility, the entire environment became dark again. Although the previous levels were also carried out in a dark environment, there were still many faint lights to illuminate the way, but this last level deprived them of even this little bit of courtesy. This also led to Natsukawa Snowball and his partner now only being able to rely on the flashlight in their hands, which could only emit a faint light, to illuminate the way forward. Fortunately, as their eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, the two could barely see things around them. At the end of the steps was a spacious hall. As the two entered the hall, subtle lights lit up around them. A closer look revealed that the lights were caused by old-fashioned light bars hanging on the walls. Although faint, the flickering light still brought a lot of security. In the center of the hall was an old-fashioned wooden table. In the very center of the wooden table was a recessed metal compass. There were 4 differently shaped gaps on the compass, and there was a bead-like protrusion in the middle. Natsukawa Snowball reached out and waved it casually, but it didn't produce any reaction, so he turned his attention to the surroundings. There were 5 passages in the hall. Except for the one directly in front of him, which had a tightly closed door, the other 4 passages had no obstacles. All that could be seen was deep darkness, seemingly without end. After thinking for a while, Natsukawa Snowball understood the process of this level. It should be similar to before. He needed to go to the other 4 roads besides the one in the center to find things that matched what was missing on the compass, and then bring them all back and place them in the gaps so they could pass through. So Natsukawa Snowball first put Shinomiya Kagaya down, helped her sit on the table, and then began to discuss it with her. I roughly understand how to pass through. After telling Shinomiya Kagaya his reasoning, Natsukawa Snowball began to ask her for her opinion. According to the rules, this should be the so-called safe point or safe house. I also asked the person in charge of the previous level. There are no surveillance cameras in each facility, so even if we act separately, we won't be judged to have failed the challenge because we were seen not holding hands, but the most important thing is that even if you stay here alone, you won't be attacked. Natsukawa Snowball paused, originally wanting to add, this way it would be easier for him to act, but he felt that this sentence seemed to imply that he disliked her, and it would be bad if he was misunderstood, so he forcibly took it back. He knew that Kagaya especially wanted to experience the whole process and was unwilling to withdraw from the battlefield even if she was injured, but he estimated that she was also very concerned about being held or carried by him. Which even led to other personalities, causing him to become concerned now. Although logically speaking, Kagaya shouldn't remember the other personalities' affairs later, just like before. But what if? If she accidentally recalled this experience, then their working life after that would be a lot of trouble, and maybe even the friendship they had cultivated before would be completely wiped out. So he confirmed one last time so that he could have room to maneuver if he was blamed by the other party. Kagaya, what do you think? Are you staying here waiting for me to come back? Or, together? Of course, together. The idiotic young lady responded to him at light speed. What is President worried about? Didn't we come this way before? Of course, I'm fine, so quickly carry me and clear it in one go. Okay, Natsukawa Snowball nodded helplessly. As expected, he was still thinking too much. It was impossible to communicate ideas with little Kaguya. She would only tell him to go, 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 and didn't care about anything else. But the good news was that he had successfully obtained a free pass. So Natsukawa Snowball carried the idiotic young lady again and then leaned towards the nearest intersection. As the road extended, the surrounding environment gradually began to change. Some strange graffiti gradually appeared on the originally empty walls, accompanied by splashes of what appeared to be dried bloodstains or other liquids. Not only had the walls changed, but a faint mist also permeated the air. Although it was not thick, it was immediately noticeable because it was mixed with a pungent smell. In addition, a gust of wind occasionally blew, bringing endless coldness. If your nose can't stand it, lower your head a little, or cover it with your hands and sleeves, Natsukawa Snowball reminded. The idiotic young lady nodded, then lowered her head even more. The warm breath made Natsukawa Snowball feel itchy on his neck, and he couldn't help but shrink a little. But Natsukawa Snowball had no time to care about these things anymore, because there was a slight movement ahead. So he slowed down and gently felt his way over. He breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that it was just an unmanned wheelchair gently bumping against the corner of the wall. Fortunately, it wasn't a chase, Natsukawa Snowball thought. It didn't matter how many of these scary tricks came, but if there were a few more chases, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. After observing casually with the light of the flashlight, he found a tightly closed door in the direction closer to the right. Various scary medical records were pasted on the wall next to the door. And not far from the outside of that room, many skeletons wearing hospital gowns were piled up. Natsukawa Snowball frowned and slowly approached the door, cautiously looking inside, and was immediately stunned. In the very center of the room was a swaying chandelier. Below was a dissection table. A person wearing a white coat, holding a blood-stained scalpel, and wearing a crow mask was doing something with his back to them. Not far from him, a cold corpse was lying on a surgical table, the corpse's head facing them, its motionless eyes seeming to be watching them at all times. Natsukawa Snowball's expression changed. He thought he had triggered a plot and was about to do something when Shinomiya Kaguya behind him suddenly said to him, "President, what do you see?" "Let me see too." Because she had been told in advance, the idiotic young lady was of course speaking softly, but even a very subtle sound seemed so abrupt in this dark and quiet atmosphere, so it naturally attracted the attention of the person inside. Natsukawa Snowball felt bad and quickly signaled Shinomiya Kaguya to be quiet. But it was too late to remind her now. The person in the room was already walking towards the door step by step with a bloodstained scalpel. Edo Tensei. JPG. A plague doctor wearing a bird-like mask emerged from the doorway. Chapter 97. He looked around for a while, as if searching for something, but the next moment he was drawn to the flashlight left on the ground. "Ran away, huh?" he murmured, then slowly walked over to pick up the flashlight. After turning it off, he slowly walked back to the original room and closed the door behind him. After he closed the door, there was no sound from the surroundings. After a while, the door was opened again. The plague doctor slowly walked out, but this time he had a skeleton frame in his hand. While walking, he muttered, "There aren't enough corpses again, I need to find a fresh one." After saying this, he walked to the corner and threw the skeleton in his hand into the mountain of skeletons. Then, without looking at it again, he walked straight in another direction without even closing the door. After a while, making sure that the other party would not return, Xia Chuanzu carefully helped Si Gonghui up. Before this, they had been hiding behind the door. In order to divert the other party's attention, they deliberately rolled the flashlight to the other side to disguise the scene where they accidentally dropped something while escaping. This idea was certainly good, but it was obvious that the other party didn't care about this kind of thing. He didn't even think about chasing them, but went back to continue his work. But they still didn't dare to make any noise, and only moved after the other party went out again and left the corpse. "We have to hurry, this should be the only chance for us to get the mission props," Xia Chuanzu said. If he guessed correctly, the challenge of this level should be like before, requiring them to understand the mechanism to seize the opportunity. What the other party said when he went out was undoubtedly a reminder, probably telling them. Take the props now, and if they dragged on, they would only have to wait for the next round of mechanism, but in that case, their challenge time would be as urgent as before. Si Gong Hui nodded, indicating that she understood. So Xia Chuanzu helped her into the door, letting her lean against the door while observing when the plague doctor would return, while he ran to search for the mission props. Probably to take care of the challenger's mood, the mission props were placed in a particularly conspicuous position, so Xia Chuanzu didn't spend much effort to find the mission props on the operating table he had seen before. A heart-shaped gel. After putting it away, Xia Chuanzu took the gauze from the side, wiped his hands, and turned back to look for Si Gong Hui. Although she was still in the state of young Hui, the sand sculpture lady was obviously very obedient. If she was asked to watch the direction where people might come, she would never turn her head to look around. So Xia Chuanzu stepped forward and patted her shoulder gently, indicating that she had completed the task. Unexpectedly, he met the sand sculpture lady's confused eyes. "What are you doing?" "I didn't think about anything else, I'm doing my job properly." Xia Chuanzu almost laughed out loud. He felt that this might be because he spent very little time completing the task, making the other party mistakenly think that he was here to remind her not to be distracted, but in fact, he really found what he needed very quickly. "You misunderstood, I mean the things have been found, we can go," Xia Chuanzu explained, then squatted down with his back to her. "Come on, let's run before the person comes back." "Ah, so fast?" The sand sculpture lady was a little surprised. But in fact, she was just sighing casually. She wouldn't care about this kind of thing at all, and immediately climbed onto his back. After settling Hui, Xia Chuanzu hurried to the next passage, without even having time to admire the surrounding scenery. This is not to say that he is a speed runner, but he has been carrying people on his back until now, and his stamina bar is visibly running out. Saving time is of course very beneficial to him. Not long after he left, the plague doctor also strolled back at a leisurely pace, humming a song while carrying a skeleton frame in his hand. He was in a good mood after so long. A group of challengers finally came. The movement he heard just now should have been made by them, so he found a reason to go out for a while. And then secretly came back according to the estimated time. This not only gave them enough space to react and think, but also happened to come back to block the door when they were looking for something, adding a little surprise to their challenge journey. Of course, he was also very dedicated. After walking to the door, he put away his nonchalant appearance and continued to maintain the appearance of a perverted doctor. He had already thought about how to torture this pair of partners first, pretend that he didn't know anything and go back to do his own thing, and then occasionally pretend to have heard some movement and check the places where they might be hiding. Of course, he couldn't really find them, because the feeling he got that way would be different. What he wanted to do was to make them feel the fear of being discovered at all times, instead of the anxiety and panic after being discovered, or simply giving up. He didn't find that situation interesting at all, and it violated his original intention of choosing to be the scary one. Let's start the cat and mouse game. Where are the people? And where are my props? He was dumbfounded. He had only been gone for less than 2 minutes. Brothers, there's a cheat, there's a cheat. On the other side, Xia Chuanzu, who had quickly passed a side quest, rushed to the second classic horror scene, the slaughterhouse. After the previous experience and lessons, Xia Chuanzu told Si Gong Hui in advance to cover her mouth and not make any noise, because they were going to take the kingly stealth route. Although the sand sculpture lady didn't understand what the kingly stealth route was, she was obedient, so she agreed and even made a gesture of zipping her mouth shut to show her determination. Although she looked like a child, she was cute, so she was also very pleasing to the eye. Xia Chuanzu gave her a thumbs up to show his affirmation, and didn't forget to touch her head to encourage her. The latter was even more cooperative, showing a cute expression like a cat. Looking at it this way, young Hui is actually quite cute. Even more approachable than the original. Xia Chuanzu's eyes flickered. Looking at another butcher not far away who was standing next to the cutting board and chopping something non-stop, Xia Chuanzu quietly made a plan for the sand sculpture lady beside him. "I'll make some noise to attract that guy later, and then Hui, you take the opportunity to look for any strange-looking small objects on the table. You don't need to be picky, just take away any that you think are strange. I'll try to hold him back all the time. When you find something, come back here and hide, and then I'll come over to find you." After a pause, Xia Chuanzu added as compensation. "But I'm not sure what the mechanism of this level is. I don't know if you will chase me out of the room. If you hear any loud footsteps going back while you're searching, give up searching and hide first." He had been here for several minutes, and the butcher had been repeating the chopping work on his hands like a robot. Xia Chuanzu guessed that he might also need to hear some movement to react, so he felt that he couldn't waste time any longer. "Do you understand?" Si Gong Hui nodded repeatedly with confidence. She could be useful now, instead of being a good-looking vase behind the president who could only encourage him. After confirming the plan, Xia Chuanzu slowly moved to the door on the right side. As if deliberately designed to make it easier for challengers to run away, the facilities of this slaughterhouse have several exits, connected all around. The tables are also the kind of large wooden tables that are more than 1 meter high. Although they squeak and shake as if they are about to fall, they are completely fine for shielding figures. After determining the escape route, Xia Chuanzu took out a few small glass balls that he had picked up from his pocket, aimed them, and threw them out of the door in the opposite direction from Si Gong Hui, while he hid aside to observe the situation. "What's that sound?" The butcher turned around. With the help of the dim light, Xia Chuanzu was finally able to see the other party's appearance clearly: a face full of horizontal flesh, a fierce look and blood stains. He didn't know if it was makeup or if he was born like this. Wearing an apron that kept lying with blood, and his height was about the same as the one he had seen before. Just by looking at the tonnage, he knew that it was definitely not low, and every step he took left a deep footprint, and he even felt that the wooden table next to him was shaking faintly. But fortunately, it was just this level of appearance. At most, it would give the first-time visitor a little shock, but it wouldn't scare others. The only thing Xia Chuanzu was worried about was that if the collar on his neck detected a high volume due to the sound of running or the other parties shouting and he was judged to have failed, it would be too bad. He had worked so hard to get to the last level, so he should be more careful no matter what. So he silently observed the other party's movements. Seeing that the other party was swaying around and rummaging around to find something, but didn't find anything suspicious, Xia Chuanzu threw a glass ball in the same direction but farther away. Then the butcher, like an NPC, after detecting that someone, command, once again put on an angry expression and approached the direction where the movement was made, muttering, "Damn little mouse, if I catch you, I'll cut you into pieces." Of course, Xia Chuanzu didn't react to this kind of formulaic words. He just silently watched him walk a little farther before turning a corner and quietly touching the original position, raising his head slightly to observe Hui's situation. She was very dutifully rummaging on the wooden table, but she didn't seem to find anything after searching for a long time, which made Xia Chuanzu very anxious and wanted to go over and help her find it. But this was obviously impossible, because there was a butcher behind him who didn't know when he would come back, so he could only be vigilant about the surroundings while trying to divert the other party's attention. Fortunately, the guy's behavior pattern was also very consistent with his temperament. He was a veritable big fool. After being attracted by Xia Chuanzu's attention many times, he still didn't go back to his post to do his own thing, but started searching around the house while venting his anger. Of course, he couldn't find the two of them. Not to mention that they were both in the house, there were also some curtains blocking the view at the several entrances. And it was impossible to find them with any eagle eyes. After all, this was not a real game scene. After this lasted for a while, the other party seemed to have no strength and moved back with heavy steps, panting every step. Xia Chuanzu quickly repeated his old trick, but this time the other party just glanced back and didn't chase out again. Xia Chuanzu immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly stood up and leaned towards Si Gong Hui. "Humph, want to trick me again?" The butcher's face was still hanging with a disdainful smile, but he immediately realized the trick. No, this sound is in the house. So he immediately rushed into the house with the dripping bone knife in his hand, but he couldn't find anyone no matter how he looked. He had even opened the cabinets that might hide people, but there was still no trace. "Strange, did I hear it wrong?" he murmured. His not-so-smart little head was now buzzing uncomfortably, and coupled with the fact that it was too difficult to move in this outfit, he was now not only sweating but also so tired that he didn't want to move at all. "Let's sit down for a while." After murmuring this, he began to look around for a chair with heavy steps. And just as he was a little farther away, Xia Chuanzu and Si Gong Hui crawled out from under the big wooden table. With their hands on the table, watching the butcher walk away step by step, Xia Chuanzu quickly turned back to signal to Si Gong Hui. "Let's go this way." He pointed to the direction opposite the butcher, where there happened to be a door, which was very suitable for them to escape. "But I haven't found the props yet," Si Gong Hui signaled to him with her mouth. "It's okay, I'll move you out first, and then I'll come in and look for it," Xia Chuanzu responded. "This place is too dangerous. If they keep hiding under the table, but the butcher doesn't leave, Hui will definitely be caught up with her current state. Even if he has time to carry her out, he might cause the volume to exceed the standard due to excessive movement, so the best way is to send Hui out first and then risk coming back to see if there is a chance." "Okay," the sand sculpture lady nodded, looking a little guilty. She didn't expect that she still couldn't be of any use, which was really annoying. But just as she thought this, she raised her head and found that a black metal object was actually attached to a piece of rotten meat hanging on the ceiling, so her eyes lit up and she quickly patted Xia Chuanzu to remind him. "President, look at that." Xia Chuanzu looked in the direction she pointed and found something shaped like the grooves he had seen before, so he quickly went over and took it down. "This should be it, let's go," Xia Chuanzu said with delight. He first helped Si Gonghui up, and then squatted down to carry her on his back. As a result, he accidentally kicked the leg of the wooden table, making a loud noise. Xia Chuanzu's face changed, and he quickly checked the situation of his necklacite was still motionless, as if the switch had never been turned on. However, just confirming this was not enough. Now was not the time for them to relax. The butcher behind them must have heard the noise here. His ears were very good, and he would not let go of any slight movements. That's how it should be. But even when Xia Chuanzu carried Si Gonghui out of the slaughterhouse, he still didn't hear the sound of the other party running after them, as if he had completely given up searching for them. "Well, that's good too," Xia Chuanzu murmured. "At least it didn't take too long, and the key mission was completed." The sand sculpture young lady on his back was also very well behaved, quietly lying on his back without making any noise, but she liked to play with his hair, which made him feel itchy. But considering that she had helped a lot this time, he would indulge her, Xia Chuanzu thought, and then continue to the next small level with steps that were not easy. Similar to the configuration mode of the previous two small levels, the latter two challenges are also equipped with a classic horror game character plus the corresponding scene, and they are also chase battles triggered by sound. However, under Xia Chuanzu's operation, the style of the game gradually became a stealth mode, making several people think it was haunted although they were the ones playing the ghost. After escaping from the cosplayer who was acting as Chainsaw Man again, Xia Chuanzu went around in a big circle and returned to the place where Si Gonghui was originally staying. This time, the sand sculpture young lady was very competitive and found the mission props by herself. She was not discovered or caught by the boss of the level, which can be called a very qualified partner. Originally, he was a little worried that separating would affect their clearance evaluation. But it seems that it doesn't matter if they don't hold hands all the time during the clearance process after all, as long as they are not witnessed, they can't say that they are not holding hands. First of all, you have to show evidence. In short, after clarifying this point, the clearance became much easier. After all, sometimes conjoined people are definitely not as good as two people who are equally capable, intelligent, and able to act independently. Chapter 98. In short, after successfully obtaining all the required items, I placed them one by one on the metal compass in the central hall. The door directly opposite us then slowly opened. Although I don't know how it works, it's really cool, giving you the feeling of being inside a game. Following that, Xia Chuanzu once again carried Si Gonghui, who still seemed to have some leg problems, and slowly walked through the door. Originally, he thought that the person in charge of the level would be waiting for him, ready to comment on their challenge or give them a prize, but unexpectedly, another boss suddenly appeared. I hate it so much. A slender, pure white phantom floated out while wailing. Her face was covered by a head of black hair, but from her voluptuous figure, it shouldn't be difficult to guess that her face is probably pretty good too. However, Xia Chuanzu was in no mood to explore these things. He was really so tired that he wanted to die, unable to withstand another round of carrying and chasing. So what's the test? It can't be that you want me to compete with you in speed on this corridor of death, right? After entering the door, there was only a long corridor left, surrounded by walls with no way out. Although the corridor was quite spacious, it was obviously not realistic to run past her directly. Moreover, looking at the way she appeared, he understood that there must be some mechanism under her feet, perhaps a balance car or a skateboard or something. Asking him to compete with her in speed while carrying someone was purely suicide. However, although he seemed anxious, the other party was obviously still immersed in the role-playing and was not in a hurry to explain the conditions to him, still diligently saying her lines. Aren't you afraid of me? There's nothing to be afraid of, you won't do anything to me anyway, Xia Chuanzu shrugged. Although she didn't crawl out of a TV or a well, it was obvious that she was dressed up like Miss Sadako. But the key point was that her floating appearance was not shocking enough, and her figure was really full of sex appeal, which made Xia Chuanzu think of other things. For example, like in Warmth of the Moonlit Day. She couldn't get out of the TV frame because her breasts were too big, so she could only act like a spoiled child. There were also various urban legend series, such as Miss Sadako having to go to sea to shoot movies in order to maintain her sense of existence. She had long since transformed from a horror legend into a welfare girl. He wasn't afraid at all, or rather, only his little brother might have a little reaction. Not only him, but even the silly lady on his back also popped her head out in time, looking curiously at Miss Sadako floating in front of her. No trace of fear could be felt on her face. I'm a ghost. Miss Sadako seemed a little exasperated, but she only let out a soft howl to scare them. The lethality wasn't even as good as a husky's tantrum, but instead was full of cuteness. So, what kind of method does this lovely ghost lady need to let us pass through here? Could it be that you have some unfulfilled wish that you need our help with? Xia Chuanzu really couldn't force himself to look scared, so he could only use his face fruit on her. Feel free to make any requests, and if we can do it, we will definitely agree, Xia Chuanzu suggested. According to urban legends, a ghost who cannot be reincarnated must have some unfinished wish in this world, and perhaps they can start from this aspect. See cute, Miss Sadako looked very shy. It seemed that she usually wasn't praised like this, but after all, she was still very dutiful and immediately came back to her senses to continue her lines with Xia Chuanzu. And no, that's not right. Did you just say that you can help me fulfill my wish? Are you not lying to me? Of course I'm not lying to you, I guarantee it with my student council president's personality. Xia Chuanzu patted his chest. Student council president? Miss Sadako tilted her head, looking a little puzzled. Xia Chuanzu thought that she didn't recognize him, so he simply gave his name. My name is Xia Chuanzu, from Class A of the second year. I don't know if you've heard of me, but that's not the point, anyway, just tell me your wish and we'll fulfill it for you. Miss Sadako did seem to be wavering. Her originally floating movements also stopped, and her eyes under her black hair seemed to be staring straight at them. After a long time, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "What you said is right, I actually have a wish that I've wanted to fulfill for a long time." Tell us, we're listening, Xia Chuanzu nodded, thinking that they were finally getting to the point. He didn't hate the plot development, he was just afraid that it would take too much time and he wouldn't be able to clear the level. Of course. The key was that he was worried that after spending too much time overall, he wouldn't be able to keep his appointments with other people. Actually, I have a fiancé who was betrothed to me since childhood. Oh right, it was before I died. At that time, my parents made me do a lot of bride training. Just so that I wouldn't disgrace the family after I married over one day, but I didn't expect that I would suddenly be rejected by the other party, after that. My father went on a long journey to find them to reason with them, but he never returned, and my mother also fell ill and died because of lovesickness. Although it was impossible to see Miss Sadako's expression, it was not difficult to tell from her tone that she was really immersed in the role, and her voice was trembling with a hint of crying. I don't know what to do. After burying my mother with the help of the villagers, I embarked on the road to find my father, and then I unknowingly walked here. When I walked here. Miss Sadako really had a lot of empathy, and she was really putting herself into the story even though she was just simply explaining the plot. Please accept my condolences, Xia Chuanzu silently comforted her for a while. He had already foreseen what would happen next. After all, the setting was in an era when betrothal since childhood still existed, and a girl like her would definitely encounter misfortune when she went out. Maybe it was the most heartbreaking kind of tragedy. Just starved to death. Huh. Xia Chuanzu thought he had heard wrong. And when Miss Sadako saw Xia Chuanzu's confused look, she explained to him, I was afraid that my father wouldn't be able to find his way home after he came back, so I didn't sell all the things in the house. I just brought some dry food with me and set off, but maybe I miscalculated. I didn't bring enough dry food, and the food ran out before I even reached half the way. And then I starved to death. Xia Chuanzu didn't know if it was his illusion, but even though her face was completely covered by black hair, he could still see the flushed face under her hair. So you know you're embarrassed, but you still have the courage to say it. But what Xia Chuanzu wanted to complain about at this moment was another sentence: isn't it a bit too far-fetched to starve to death? Your script is too outrageous. Let me reiterate, are you saying that because you didn't bring enough food, you accidentally starved to death on the way to find your father? Is that right? Xia Chuanzu summarized. Yes, Miss Sadako weakly nodded, and when she saw the subtle look in Xia Chuanzu's eyes, she hurriedly waved her hands and explained. No, it's not what you think. Actually, the food I brought was enough, but after I met some beggars on the road, I gave them some. It's because I gave them some that I didn't have enough to eat. So you didn't think about finding some food yourself? Xia Chuanzu was very puzzled. But I'm not homeless, I can't beg like them, right? Okay, since you've said so, what else can he say? Her ignorance of the world has far exceeded his imagination. To put it bluntly, even if he threw the silly lady in the young Huey state on his back into that kind of environment, she wouldn't starve to death, right? The most important thing is that he was prepared to listen to a very tragic and moving story, but this is it. Give him back his feelings. So your wish can't be that you want to have a good meal, right? Xia Chuanzu asked doubtfully. After all, she was a hungry ghost, so it was normal to want to eat more. Her wish might be to have another good meal. What? That's so rude. How could I be the kind of guy who likes to be gluttonous? My wish is just to see my fiancé who I've never met before. At most, I just want to ask why he suddenly wanted to break off the engagement. Miss Sadako was really dedicated, and the way she performed was also very pure. Xia Chuanzu seemed to be able to glimpse the rich emotions on her face under the black hair from her tone. It's just that this script is really terrible, making people really want to complain about it. Oh, I get it, so you just need me to find your fiancé who is somewhere, right? Xia Chuanzu slowly said. Of course that's no problem, we agree. He originally thought that this last level would be difficult for a while, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple task. It's just finding someone, and they can definitely find him by searching carefully along the way. Then you follow us, but remember not to make too much noise. I don't want to fail the challenge because of that, Xia Chuanzu reminded. Miss Sadako looked a little puzzled, but she still nodded gently. Okay, Miss Sadako responded, and then handed over a small bracelet. Please accept this bracelet, so that I can always follow by the benefactor's side. Okay, Xia Chuanzu nodded and took it. He carefully looked at it and found that it was quite exquisitely made. Although it was a wooden bracelet, it seemed to be well maintained and looked as good as new. Of course, it was possible that it was just something he had just bought, but he didn't recognize the goods and couldn't really tell. Be benefactor, please don't touch me like that, I can't take it. Huh? Xia Chuanzu looked over in horror, thinking, what kind of lewd words are you saying? He still had a girl on his back. What are you trying to do by insulting his innocence? He could even feel the silly lady on his back looking at him with a very kind gaze, and it was entirely possible that she would say, scumbag, in the next second. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't even touch you. He quickly stuffed the bracelet into his pocket, and then quickly raised his hands to show his innocence. It's okay, President, it's dark, so it's normal to accidentally touch her, right? Si Gong Hui puffed out her cheeks, looking very unhappy. From her perspective, she couldn't tell whether the president had taken the opportunity to touch the girl's hand just now, but the other party said that, she was really conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to trust the president and thought it might just be a misunderstanding, but on the other hand, she really cared about whether he had really reached out his salty pig hand. She was still here. If you're going to touch someone, touch her more. Her hand feels better. In short, she was so angry. So the silly lady hardened her heart, and the hand that was originally on Xia Chuanzu's right shoulder reached out, grabbed the other party's right hand, and refused to let go. In order to prevent the president from losing the student council's reputation, I, the vice president, will have to manage the president's hand on his behalf. Xia Chuanzu opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Okay, whatever you want. After thinking about it, he still felt that he couldn't communicate with Si Gong Hui in this state. Anyway, she was just a child, very imaginative, and he wouldn't get any sense of accomplishment even if he won against her. So he turned his gaze to the mastermind beside him, who he didn't know whether they had deliberately caused their misunderstanding. Just as he was about to remind them to follow, he found that they had already disappeared without a trace. Where's the person? Xia Chuanzu asked doubtfully. He looked around, but didn't find any trace of them. After waiting for a while, he still didn't see anyone, so the two gave up the idea of continuing to wait. After all, they had the bracelet, so it should be considered a quest item. They just needed to interact with the target object when the time came. With this in mind, the two continued their journey. Nothing unexpected happened on the road ahead, but the passage became narrower and narrower, barely able to accommodate one person. However, it was not a problem for Xia Chuanzu and the two. After all, he had always been acting as a mount, so he didn't care. After walking along this small road for a while, they finally saw a glimmer of light shining through the cracks in the wooden door, so he strode forward and pushed the door open. What came into view was a group of ghosts wearing strange clothes and playing cards in an open space. With Xia Chuanzu's arrival, the two sides looked at each other for a long time. So, what's next? Just as he was about to make a quick decision, several people suddenly stood up, patted the dust off their bodies, and came over to greet the two. As expected of the president, he was the first to complete the challenge. You're really amazing. President, please sit here and rest for a while, I'll go find the person in charge right away. Please wait a moment. Ah. Xia Chuanzu was taken aback. So, you're saying the challenge is over? Just as Xia Chuanzu was wondering if he didn't still have a task to do, a voice suddenly rang out, a voice that clearly indicated its owner was very silly. Yes, that's right, it's all over. A pink octopus head suddenly popped out. The strange pig head mask on her face had long been taken off, replaced by two cat ears hanging on a headband that seemed to be able to shake on their own. Great, a cat girl. Suppressing the urge to rub them, Xia Chuanzu frowned and said, Are you sure it's all over? Yes, it's considered a complete clearance if two people can come out from here together. Fujiwara Chika tugged at the pom-pom hanging beside her ear, and the cat ears on her head moved a few times, very cute. But you still have to submit the stamped card later. If you haven't stamped every level, it doesn't count even if you, the president, come out. I'm not asking about that. Xia Chuanzu wanted to say something, but Fujiwara Chika waved her hand and interrupted him. Oh dear, President, don't always be so suspicious, you'll get wrinkles if you keep doing that. Hurry up and move away, don't block the way, it wouldn't be good if you bothered other challengers. Fujiwara Chika reprimanded him with confidence. Alright. Since she said so, Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to follow her arrangement and was taken to the prize exchange area by another staff member. President, could they be mistaken? Wasn't there still a girl's task that hadn't been completed just now? There's still an empty space on the card. Xia Chuanzu was also very puzzled, but since they said so, he could only attribute it to a side quest, like the level hosted by Fujiwara Chika when he first came in. But speaking of which, why did she come here again? Isn't she running that other project? Could it be that his suggestions really enlightened this headstrong idiot? Chapter 99. Why are you here? What about the checkpoint you're supposed to be in charge of? Are you just abandoning it? It's all the president's fault. He gave so many suggestions that I became timid and couldn't even say my lines properly. It wasn't fun at all, so I had someone else play my role. But that doesn't mean you should just follow us, right? Don't you have anything else to do? This idiot's mind is truly impossible to read. I can't just chase her away, she's really doing whatever she wants. I don't have anything to do, so I'm just wandering around, seeing if there's anything fun. Then go find something. Why are you following us? You idiot president, I'm not following you. I'm following Kagaya-chan. Isn't that the same thing? Don't tell me you're trying to cause trouble. What trouble would I cause? Besides, aren't you done with your challenge? It's time to switch people. What are you talking about, switch people? Natsukawa Snowball felt confused. He couldn't understand what she was saying. Anyway, President, don't be so long-winded, I'm just here to watch, I don't have any ulterior motives. Oh really? But what you're really thinking is to see if the idiot president will threaten my employees and use his power to achieve evil, self-serving goals. Fujiwara Chika put her hands on her hips, striking a righteous pose. Natsukawa Snowball couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Do I look like the kind of person who would abuse his power for personal gain? It's just a courage badge, it's not a big deal if I don't get it, the challenge itself is what I care about. Liar, liar, pants on fire. The president is just saying nice things, but deep down he really wants it, right? Humph, I've seen right through you. Natsukawa Snowball. So annoying. Natsukawa Snowball simply ignored her, otherwise, he'd just get angry. Kagaya-chan, come down here, I'll show you something good. Seeing that Natsukawa Snowball didn't want to pay attention to her, Fujiwara Chika wasn't annoyed and went behind him to whisper to Shinomiya Kagaya. Something the president can't see. If you don't want him to see it, then don't say it here, you're just piquing his curiosity. So Natsukawa Snowball said disdainfully, it's probably just some prank toy, I won't fall for it. Looking around and not finding anything to lean on, Natsukawa Snowball simply ordered Fujiwara Chika to do some work. Stop standing there like an idiot, come over and lend a hand, help Kagaya, her leg is injured and it's hard for her to walk. Kagaya-chan is injured. It was obvious that she and Kagaya were really good friends, this anxious look couldn't be faked. On the other hand, Kagaya-sama seemed to dislike her closeness. Don't get too close, it's too hot, after being silent for so long, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately rejected her. Wah, Kagaya-chan must be in a lot of pain, right? It's all my fault for not being by your side, for not protecting you. Probably because the frontal buffer armor was too heavy, the airhead lady clearly couldn't resist. I told you it's too hot, don't get close. Shinomiya Kagaya struggled to push her away, but she really couldn't compare in weight and couldn't stop Fujiwara Chika from charging in. It sounded like a poof sound, and then Kagaya-sama completely stopped moving, as if she had been captured. Natsukawa Snowball's expression was very subtle as he watched. Girls sticking together is definitely a good thing, but for Shinomiya Kagaya, who was directly involved, it didn't seem so good. Anyway, he hoped she wouldn't have any psychological trauma because of this. After silently praying for Kagaya-sama in his heart, Natsukawa Snowball stopped paying attention to the two of them and turned his attention to the staff member who had led them here. Is just looking at this enough? Don't you need anything else? Yes, President, as long as you get all the stamps on the card during the test of courage, it doesn't matter what order you challenge them in. The staff member didn't even look up, just casually took the card, glanced at it, and stamped the last empty space, his movements smooth and seamless. Okay, thank you, Natsukawa Snowball could only nod. The other party's movements were too fast. They didn't even need to show any proof. He even suspected that if they had used the student council's seal in advance and tried to trick them, would the other party simply ignore it and count them as having passed? It wasn't that they were blind, this was clearly a matter of human relations. But these were all small matters. In reality, something more important had taken his mind even though this journey could be considered to have overcome many obstacles. He still had a sense of unreality at the final confirmation, as if he had done something less. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an answer. After all, reality isn't a game, where you can always refer to your taskbar. But if he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it for now. He didn't need to force himself. Although he always liked to think about all problems thoroughly, he couldn't do anything about roads that didn't lead anywhere. After thanking him again, he took the 2 courage badges that the other party had given him, and then put away the useless card as a souvenir. He walked towards Shinomiya Kagaya and the others. After some time alone, Fujiwara Chika seemed to have calmed down and wasn't as crazy as she had been just now, but even so, she was still hugging Shinomiya Kagaya and wouldn't let go. She was even saying some aggrieved words, while Shinomiya Kagaya was constantly comforting her in a soft voice. Natsukawa Snowball thought this was very normal. These two good friends had always been like this. Sometimes, he even wondered if it was because Kagaya had always been too nice to this idiot that she had gradually developed this carefree personality. He had originally worried that the young Kagaya state might cause some misunderstandings with Fujiwara Chika, but now it seemed that Shinomiya Kagaya had returned to her normal personality. She no longer felt dazed, and her face had her usual smile. "I'm back," Natsukawa Snowball reminded them. "President, did you get the prize?" Shinomiya Kagaya looked up at him. "Yes, I got it," Natsukawa Snowball nodded and handed the badge and the card over together. "Do you want this card? Can I have it?" Shinomiya Kagaya looked a little happy. "Aren't you going to keep it for yourself, President?" Natsukawa Snowball shook his head. "Of course not, this experience is enough for me." After all, he could be said to have participated in the whole process with weights. It was quite a challenge for him, and it was impossible to forget tonight's experience in a short time. "Besides, I have this too." Then Natsukawa Snowball shook the courage badge in his hand, indicating that he also had a souvenir. "It's a pair with mine." Shinomiya Kagaya was even happier. This was proof of their sincere feelings. Even in that situation, the president never thought about giving up on her. It was clearly true love. Not only that, but they also received a bracelet from Fujiwara Chika that also symbolized a pyra blessing from a close friend. Wasn't this a match made in heaven? Just as Shinomiya Kagaya was happily thinking about what to do alone with him next, Fujiwara Chika suddenly interjected. "I have this too. And there are so many different styles." This idiot didn't know what the atmosphere was and took out several different styles of courage badges in front of them to show off. Look, there's this kind too." It wasn't enough for her to enjoy them alone, she also wanted to drag Kagaya and Natsukawa Snowball to admire them together. "But I still like this one the most, because it's so funny," Fujiwara Chika pointed, and Kagaya and the others looked over. It was a rather unique style. The front of the badge had a monster mask painted on it. He remembered it was called a hanya. Natsukawa Snowball didn't think anything of it. After all, Fujiwara Chika's hobbies had always been quite unique. However, Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned after just one glance. The style that Fujiwara Chika was pointing at was exactly the one she had in her hand. "This isn't a blessing." Shinomiya Kagaya was a little dazed. "Humph, I did my homework this time." Fujiwara Chika began to talk eloquently. "This monster is called a hanya. It symbolizes jealous and vicious female monsters, because it looks very cunning when it smiles. It looks really funny. I really like this one." Then she wanted to drag the two of them to start popularizing it, causing Natsukawa Snowball to roll his eyes. Okay, I know you did your homework." After perfunctorily saying that to her, Natsukawa Snowball said to Shinomiya Kagaya, who was silent for some reason. "Kagaya, I have something to do, I have to leave for a while. If there's anything important in the student council, just decide." After saying that, Natsukawa Snowball didn't forget to tell Fujiwara Chika, "Don't mess around, take care of Kagaya, don't let her leg injury get worse." I know, President, you're so long-winded, I'll definitely take good care of Kagaya-chan." Fujiwara Chika waved her hand dismissively, pushing Natsukawa Snowball away. "Okay, then I'll go first," Natsukawa Snowball nodded. After saying goodbye to Kagaya, Natsukawa Snowball turned and left. The time spent clearing the game earlier was too long. The test of courage was only halfway over, and time didn't allow him to waste any more time. In order to fulfill his promise with Erori and the others, he had to hurry over even if he was tired. After hearing Natsukawa Snowball's farewell, Shinomiya Kagaya belatedly came back to her senses. She just wanted to ask him where he was going, but Fujiwara Chika grabbed her. "Kagaya-chan, let's go too, don't pay attention to that idiot president, he's probably going somewhere to mess around." "Then shouldn't I stop him even more?" Shinomiya Kagaya was frantic. However, it was too late. Natsukawa Snowball's figure had completely disappeared from her sight. Even if she shouted loudly now, he probably wouldn't hear her. "You Earth Cancer, let go! Let go! Let me go find the president! Let me go, wah! He seems like a scumbag." Natsukawa Snowball suddenly realized something. He really didn't think anything of it when he agreed earlier, but now that he was actually doing it, he felt a little unnatural. Of course, this wasn't referring to his feelings about participating in the game, but rather that he was going to quickly abandon Kagaya after participating in the game and getting the badge and run to meet Erori. This looked like a time management master, right? Not to mention whether others would misunderstand him like this when he was clearing the game later, he himself was starting to doubt whether his approach was really appropriate.
Indeed, he had initially agreed to form a team as a friend and had never considered whether there would be any other meanings involved. But after being influenced by the atmosphere just now, he felt that this might be more than just a friendly invitation. Not to mention anything else, just Kagaya's attitude towards him made him feel a little abnormal. Because that was Shinomiya Kagaya, after all. The aloof, proud, ice queen whom no one could get close to. Unlike Yukino Shida Yukino's half-baked high-altitude flower, Shinomiya Kagaya was truly difficult to approach. Whether from the way she usually treated people or from her social circle, Yukino Shida was still too inexperienced. She didn't have that truly cold feeling at all. Her so-called aloofness was just a disguise she used to protect herself. Not to mention anything else, just from the perspective of looking at others, they were completely different levels. Yukino would at most think whether this person was an idiot and whether she could get along with him, but for Kagaya, who had received a true imperial education, whether they were idiots or even human beings made no difference to her. There was only one option when looking at them, whether they could be used. And he didn't know if it was Natsukawa Snowball's illusion, but he even felt that Kagaya's situation in this regard had become more and more serious recently. In the past, she at least looked coldly at them. But recently, she would even look at Chika with a look of livestock sometimes. Logically speaking, weren't they good friends who had been together since elementary school? Natsukawa Snowball was very puzzled. Chapter 100. But he could only attribute it to Kagaya being annoyed by Chika in some way. After all, she's ditzy, clumsy, acts impulsively, and doesn't consider the consequences, so this situation is normal. But Kagaya is essentially very fond of her childhood friend. So, the question is, what about him? Would a proud girl like Kagaya really compromise to the point of accepting such intimate contact with him just because the rules require holding hands? Moreover, they weren't just maintaining that level of closeness, they were even more intimate. Yes, he could attribute it to the emergence of her other, more affectionate, child Kagaya personality, but that's just a different personality. The fundamental emotions towards people shouldn't change drastically because of that, right? Furthermore, he could glimpse hints of it in their everyday interactions. At first, it was fine. He often felt Kagaya giving him that business-like fake smile. And even those malicious glares. He could feel the naked chill even without her saying anything. But he wasn't bothered. In fact, he thought that was how Kagaya Shinomiya should be. Then, with his persistent efforts, she gradually started showing him genuine smiles during their interactions, and her tone wasn't as sharp as it initially was. At the time, he felt that his efforts had paid off. Kagaya had elevated him from the level of someone who can be used to someone who can be around, and even treated him like a friend, like Chika. But now that he thinks about it, is that really how it was? Would someone with Kagaya's personality show such kind, gentle smiles just because she considered him a friend? Would she accept holding hands with him, a guy? Or even more intimate actions? Not to mention, she's been showing him a spoiled, willful, and charming side lately. Although it was indeed because her other personality emerged a few times, he clearly saw that adorable side of her even at other times. It can't all be because of the other personality, right? He doesn't believe that. So, he felt that maybe it's because she actually has feelings for him. Because her affection is strong enough, she's willing to be close to him and accept some slightly more intimate little interactions. Just like him and Mahiru. Even though their relationship hasn't reached the point where they can date, interactions below that level are perfectly fine. Of course, it could also be because of Chika. As Kagaya's only friend. And having spent many years together, Chika's behavior patterns must have influenced Kagaya to some extent. That's why she sometimes unconsciously shows him Chika-like behavior, like being spoiled and playful. Both scenarios are possible. It's something he can't determine through deduction alone. Only by asking Kagaya in person can he know if she really has feelings for him that are more than friends, but not quite lovers, or if it's something else. But can he go and ask her directly? Obviously, that's impossible. Because if he did that, he would seem like a narcissistic egomaniac who even runs to girls to ask, "Do you like me?" What decent guy would dare to do that? His skin would have to be thicker than a city wall. And although the two seem a little different, they are essentially the same. Not only Kagaya, but even if he asked Mahiru, who he's closest to, he would only get this answer from her. Snowball is too narcissistic. Although you're a good person, you're not nearly good enough to be a boyfriend.
Because she had rejected him before, rejected his confession, and even looked very angry because of it, so he later chose to let go instead of clinging to her. It was because he was worried that his presence might continue to bother her. He just didn't expect that Mahiru would be willing to continue interacting with him, even if not as a lover. But would still be very considerate of his feelings as a friend, and even be willing to take the trouble to take care of him. Does it feel like she feels guilty towards him again? Natsukawa Snowball quickly shook his head, feeling that he shouldn't overthink things. He shouldn't doubt Mahiru's sincerity, or rather, no matter what the truth is, they are still good friends, and he shouldn't let other unnecessary things affect their relationship again. As for Kagaya, forget it, thinking so much is useless, it will only continue to make him worry. Natsukawa Snowball sighed, feeling that he shouldn't dwell on these things too much. After all, the current way of getting along is very good. He still has so many familiar good friends around him, so he won't feel lonely anymore. And he also believes that as long as he calls out to them, he will definitely get a response, and these can also become the motivation for him to continue working hard. When he found Erori, the little blonde was sitting alone on a stone stool, propping her chin with her hands, seemingly in a daze. Natsukawa Snowball approached her and said apologetically, "Sorry, Erori, did you wait long?" He estimated the time based on past experience, but he didn't expect that this time, the game content would change so much due to the intervention of Fujiwara Chika and the others, plus Kagaya's foot injury delayed a lot of time. So, it caused the current situation. The time for the test of courage has passed halfway, but he has just fulfilled his promise with Kagaya. Fortunately, he has now found Erori, and it should be no problem to accompany her through the whole process, but in this way, Mahiru will be in trouble, and maybe there won't be enough time. After hearing Natsukawa Snowball's voice, Erori immediately came back to her senses, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. "No, I didn't wait long." She originally wanted to say that, but when the words came to her mouth, they turned into a complaining tone. "Really, Snowball, you're too slow." Sorry, I really couldn't get away." Natsukawa Snowball lowered his head and apologized again. "No, it's okay, I understand. After all, Snowball is the student council president, so you must be very busy at this time and—" "Actually, I didn't wait long." Haha. Erori quickly waved her hand to explain. She accidentally reverted to her old self again. She had made up her mind to correct her awkward personality, but fortunately, Snowball didn't care about it. What if he got angry and left? Erori thought secretly in her heart. If it were in the past, she would never have been so easy to talk to, not to mention waiting until now, but she would have been impatient and wanted to go back to her room and not come out if the other party was even a little late. But as her mood gradually became clear, after understanding that she couldn't help but fall in love with this guy, this situation completely changed. Even she, who likes to stay at home, can muster the courage to take the initiative to invite the other party to participate in this kind of activity that only popular people would participate in. I can only like that. This kind of feeling is really amazing. She didn't even think she could do this. Natsukawa Snowball hesitated. Actually, he wasn't busy with work, it was completely a private matter. This statement made him feel ashamed. For a moment, he wanted to tell Erori the truth and explain, but after thinking about it, it's not right to explain to a girl that, actually, I was with another girl just now, not busy with student council work, right? It feels like he doesn't understand the atmosphere and seems like a scumbag. In short, let's just default to it first. Let's not talk about these, let's go to the test of courage quickly. The content of this event is still good, even if Erori, you are more afraid of these, it is still worth it to experience. I'm not afraid, okay? The last time was just scared by Kasumigakaka, that guy. She didn't want to be called a coward by the other party. Obviously Kasumigakaka, that stinky woman, was the really scared one. When that guy came out of the haunted house, her face was pale, and she just had a slightly louder voice in the middle. Isn't it obvious who is the coward? That's not right. Why does Snowball know the content of the game? Natsukawa Snowball thought it was bad. His casual words actually aroused the suspicion of this blonde. Obviously she used to be stupid, so simple that she would never consider such things. Actually. Oh, I know. Erori suddenly raised her head, with a look of sudden realization on her face. I'm so stupid. I almost forgot. Snowball, you're the student council president. For such large-scale activities, your student council will definitely be involved, right? Even if you think about it carefully, maybe the whole test of courage was completed by your student council. Erori nodded frequently, and then commented. I also know that, not only this test of courage, but also other large-scale activities such as cultural festivals, seem to be the responsibility of the student council. Thinking about it this way, our school's student council has really great power, Erori said with emotion. Don't look at her as if she understands, but in reality, whether in the past or now, she is not the kind of person who would care about these things. The reason why she can say things is entirely because someone is working in the student council, and even the student council president. And in order to create some topics when getting along with the other party, she deliberately learned about it, but she didn't expect to find out about the rumors between the other party and a certain girl. The key is that this is all true. Because at that time, he really became the kind of state of pursuing someone, so he was so unresponsive that even the line replies were particularly perfunctory. She was particularly scared at the time, scared that his pursuit would succeed that time. If that was the case, with his personality, she was afraid that she would really have no chance at all. But fortunately, everything is not too late now. As long as she works hard enough, even such a stupid guy can be liked again. After explaining her thoughts in one breath, the little blonde raised her little nose, with a cute expression like asking for praise. Of course, Erori would definitely not admit it, even if Natsukawa Snowball really reached out and touched her head and praised her directly. As expected of Erori, you know a lot. She would push his hand away with disgust, and then say to him with a shy and angry expression. Why, you, what are you doing, who allowed you to touch my head? In short, this guy is such an awkward tsundere, but because she is very cute, even the way she dislikes people can be called a lovable point. But at this moment, Natsukawa Snowball has more important things to care about now. He can't completely say that he was with another girl before. He originally thought that Erori had found out that he had already participated in the game, and then she would question him who he went with before, and of course he would not lie to her, but he didn't expect her to help him explain. The key is that her explanation is indeed correct. This event was indeed planned by their student council, but he outsourced the game content to Fujiwara Chika and her game club. But Erori definitely doesn't know this, so her understanding is not wrong at all. You're right, Natsukawa Snowball nodded stiffly. He always felt a sense of guilt for deceiving a fool. But these are not important, let's go to the test of courage quickly. I'm afraid it may be too late if we delay any longer. Putting his hand on his heart, Natsukawa Snowball frantically comforted himself in his ear that didn't deceive Erori, just changed the way of saying it. Yeah, then let's go quickly. The little blonde nodded, then took the initiative to lean over, approaching Natsukawa Snowball's side, and walking side by side with him. So, the latter naturally took her hand. What's going on? The little blonde's heart began to vibrate wildly. How could he suddenly hold her hand? Of course, it's not that she can't. It's just that she hasn't made any preparation. Speaking of which, her hands are not dirty, right? Will it be too cold? Wait. What if she sweats later? She will definitely be disliked. Erori's heart was shaking wildly. But she doesn't want to let go for a reason, because maybe she won't have the courage to bring it up again later, but more importantly, what if Snowball misunderstands that she rejects contact with him like this? She really doesn't hate it. In short, let's take it one step at a time. Erori simply gave up thinking, her face was red and she lowered her head slightly, her eyes still glanced at the place where the two were connected from time to time. And then slowly raised them, until she clearly saw the side face of the person next to her, and then her eyes couldn't move away, and she was almost fascinated. Snowball is so handsome. Xia Chuanzu, who was beside him, didn't know that the little blondie beside him had so many wild thoughts. He just wanted to abide by the rules of the game. The people at the courage test meeting had to hold hands throughout the entire process. This was told to him personally by Vice President Si Gong, so how could it be wrong? Anyway, he definitely believed it. However, from personal experience, this rule actually has loopholes. That is, breaking up that is not witnessed by staff does not count as a violation of the rules. It's like separating from Huey to act before, with one person going to lure monsters and the other looking for props. It would be fine once, but they have repeated the same trick so many times. The staff must have noticed that they were going their separate ways, right? But since they, and even the person in charge who came out later, didn't mention this, it naturally shows that there is nothing wrong with this method. Their stealth gameplay is considered within the rules of the game. And this has to praise Fujiwara Chika again. Although this guy has always given him the image of being unreliable and a pure happy star. Whether it was the previous election campaign or the game's segment of this courage test meeting, she completed it very well and gave him a high-score answer far beyond his imagination. Of course, the game design that tested human nature at the beginning did scare him a bit, but the content of some other segments was still very solid and good, novel and interesting. And much more interesting than the simple haunted house walking experience of previous years. He could even predict how explosive the reputation of this year's courage test meeting would be, and for him, this could also become a good achievement in his student council president career. Of course, what he cares more about is because he has to participate 3 times in a row. If the content of the game itself is very boring and uninteresting, it would really be a torture for him. Because he is not participating alone, he can't choose to slack off. Originally, he had planned that even if the content of the game was boring and uninteresting, in order to take care of the feelings of his partners, he would definitely try his best to show that he was involved and strive to give them a perfect haunted house tour experience. As a result, he found that reality was completely different from what he thought. This courage test meeting was not only not boring, but it really made him interested and involved. The only drawback is that his first experience seems to be the extremely difficult mode, completing most of the challenges while carrying Huey. It can only be said that fortunately, he consciously started exercising a long time ago. And his physical fitness has been cultivated well, otherwise he would have been exhausted long ago, let alone come over to fulfill his promise with Ying Lily and the others. Holding Yinglali's hand, Xia Chuanzu led her all the way to the entrance square on the special passage side. Chapter 101. Nearly half of the haunted house event has passed. Those who wanted to participate must have already entered the venue. And those who remain on the periphery undoubtedly have their own plans and won't gather here. Therefore, the two haven't encountered anyone along the way. For Xia Chuanzu, this is naturally a good thing. After all, as long as he doesn't run into anyone who has witnessed him participating in the game with Hui Yi, he won't cause any unnecessary misunderstandings by being seen with Ying Lily, like being mistaken for having two timing or being a master of time management. So, he really did accept the invitation as a friend. Furthermore, he already has many scandals. He really doesn't want to add any more strange rumors because of this. Of course, Xia Chuanzu himself is also clear that these things can't be blamed on others, because a large part of those scandals were caused by his own actions. This is the entrance to the special venue, Xia Chuanzu said gently, explaining to Ying Lily, who was curiously looking around. If it's a team arranged according to the list, they will enter from the entrance of another square. This side is specially provided for those students who use the independent choice right. Oh, so that's how it is, Ying Lily nodded thoughtfully. Xia Chuanzu blinked, looking at the obedient golden hair in front of him, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in his heart. Why does Ying Lily look a little disappointed? Did something happen? What's wrong? Nothing, Ying Lily shook her head, then suddenly grabbed Xia Chuanzu's hand and urged. In any case, let's go in quickly. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her current thoughts. Because she hadn't seen anyone along the way, coupled with being in a state of easily overthinking. And with the added bonus of her long-standing doujin artist identity, she accidentally began to suspect that the other party wasn't taking her to participate in the haunted house event, but was preparing to run to a small forest for a secret rendezvous. Of course, she would definitely refuse righteously. How could they skip so many steps and directly do that kind of thing? At least they should start with confessing their feelings to each other, right? As a result, she completely misunderstood. That's right, Zhou wasn't that kind of person in the first place. She trusts him very much. Xia Chuanzu was still a little confused. He felt that Ying Lily seemed even more anxious than him. No need to be so hasty, we'll definitely make it in time. Xia Chuanzu wanted to hold back this reckless golden hair, but the previous experience had almost exhausted his physical strength, and now he couldn't even control a weak Ying Lily. He was even pulled along by her strength. Xia Chuanzu felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second he didn't step steadily and lunged forward. And Ying Lily, who heard the strange movement behind her, had just turned her head to say something when she discovered a face gradually approaching, one that she couldn't take her eyes off of, crashing towards her. She couldn't react at all. she didn't even have time to exclaim before she was knocked down on the grass by Xia Chuanzu. Ouch, 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 the little golden hair cried out in pain, frowning, feeling like her entire butt was about to bloom. The fall was terrible. However, despite the constant stimulation from the part of her body that made intimate contact with the ground, she still couldn't forget the culprit that brought her this impact. Zhou, just as Lily wanted to ask what happened, she saw Xia Chuanzu struggling to support himself above her, his hands trembling non-stop, and fine beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Zhou, are you okay? Are you injured somewhere? She knew a lot about this guy's affairs. In this kind of situation, he should have already started showing off and caring about her, but the weak appearance he was showing now clearly indicated that it was the one who needed to be cared for now. So, the little golden hair endured the constant pain coming from behind her, helped the other party lie flat, and then struggled to get up, and then helped Xia Chuanzu stand up. The idea was naturally good, but unfortunately, she overestimated her strength. Without the other party's cooperation, let alone helping Xia Chuanzu up, she was even dragged down again by the whole person. Ouch! So, it never rains but it pours. Xia Chuanzu, who was originally prepared to simply lie on the grass and rest for a while, suddenly suffered a rocket headbutt to his stomach. The impact was so great that he almost vomited out the grilled meat rice he had eaten at noon. The little golden hair was also startled, then quickly supported herself on the grass with both hands and got up. Although her own head also suffered an impact, it wasn't painful at all because Xia Chuanzu served as a buffer. At most she was just dizzy for a moment. Now that she reacted, she kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. She clearly wanted to help, but why did Zhou look more painful the more she helped? Just as she began to blame herself, not knowing what to do, Xia Chuanzu seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly said, I don't blame you, I'm just a little exhausted and didn't cooperate with you to stand up. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything, just let me lie down and rest for a while, Xia Chuanzu comforted. He still overestimated himself a bit. He originally thought that if ordinary walking was no problem, he could continue to persevere, but the current situation clearly showed that he couldn't even compare to Lily's strength. Roughly estimated he probably only has 0.5 Lily's combat power now. The key is that this is still counting the data after he rests for a while, and the real situation may be even worse. Still too weak, he needs more training. Xia Chuanzu thought. The little golden hair on the side naturally didn't know what Xia Chuanzu was thinking. She was still in a state of self-blame. If she was more competitive, that would be great. Why is her strength so small? She's not even as good as a hamster. But self-blame is useless. She still wants to do something to make up for her mistakes. But Zhou also said that he doesn't need her to do anything, he just needs to lie down and rest for a while, and she better not disturb him. No. She can't just stay there blankly doing nothing. At least she can do this. After making up her mind, the little golden hair cheered up. She stood up and patted the dust off her skirt, and then, with 3 points of firmness, 3 points of guilt and 96 points of shyness, she swayed and sat down next to Xia Chuanzu's head. Lily. Xia Chuanzu looked puzzled. Ignoring the other party's probing words, the little golden hair, with an expression as if facing death, resolutely lifted the other party's head onto her legs. She did it. Lily shouted in her heart. What's so difficult about a lap pillow? Look at her, didn't she complete it easily? Now, even if that smug woman Xia Zhiqiu says something like, I've already done very intimate things with my junior, in front of her again, she won't waver because she has done even more intimate things. This is a lap pillow. You definitely haven't done it, right? Gihi. Lily's figure is the slender type, you could even say she looks thin, but in reality, the feeling from her thighs isn't the bony kind. On the contrary, you could say that the part where you put your head feels very warm and soft, like you're lying on a soft pile of cotton. In short, it feels good. So, Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but move slightly, finding the most comfortable position to pillow. It's my first time will it be uncomfortable? Lily was caught a little off guard. She was the one who brought it up, but now she couldn't let go. Not only were her movements very stiff, but she also didn't know where to put her hands, and her face was filled with unease. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. She did it on a whim. She didn't even think about whether Zoe was willing. But in reality, she doesn't even know what to do after this. Should she massage Zoe's eyes? Or would it be more comfortable to rub his shoulders? But she's not very good at either, so can she only simply maintain this position? Goo. Lily suddenly began to feel that she had too few skills. If she had known there would be such a day, she should have learned more household skills from her mother. Of course, it's too late to regret it now. Instead, she should focus on thinking about what to do next. If she treats Zoe so forcefully, will he be angry because of it? Or even won't he think she's a frivolous girl? But she really is doing this kind of thing for the first time. She hasn't even heard the other party's feedback yet, and this little golden hair has already begun to feel sorry for herself. But there's really no way, because she's just such an unconfident person now. Especially after she found out that she actually has so many powerful rivals in love, the little psychological comfort that remained in her heart because she had been liked by the other party suddenly disappeared without a trace. After all, those rivals in love have good figures, are very cute and beautiful, and even their personalities, except for that fat woman, are much easier to get along with than her. How can she compare? She can't win at all. So, she must take the initiative, and even take more risks, and also hope to convey her feelings to the other party through such and such actions. Do you need me to give you a massage, Zoe? Then I'll leave it to you, Lily. Xie Chuanzu instinctively wanted to nod in response, but suddenly remembered that he was still pillowing on her thighs, so he stopped moving. Oh, okay, then I'll start, Lily nodded, blushing. Who said that providing a lap pillow would greatly narrow the distance between you and the person you like? It's clearly a lie. Zoe doesn't seem to be moved at all. On the contrary, her heart is shaking terribly. Clearly Zoe only moved a little bit, but she felt that the places where they were in contact were starting to gradually heat up. Not only that, but her heart was also itchy and restless, and a terrible thought gradually began to emerge in her mind. Can she kiss him a little bit? Of course, she knows this is a crazy move, but once the thought arises, she can't suppress it anymore. Even more coincidentally, she doesn't know if it's because she's gifted. But just relying on the massage techniques she stole by glancing at them casually, Zoe actually squinted his eyes comfortably. Isn't it completely impossible for him to notice her little movements? It's simply a godsend. Lily suddenly realized that this might be his only good opportunity, so her heart was pounding wildly, as if a wild boar was banging against her in her heart, signaling her to hurry up. Lily, what's the use of face? Of course, men are the most important. Charge forward, you idiot. She couldn't stand being disturbed, so she chose to listen to it. So with Zoe's gentle personality, he will definitely be able to understand her difficulties, right? Oh, in short, she's already impatient, but she can't just directly stick to him like this. It makes her look like a pervert. Of course, she has to take it slowly. But it's best to turn it into this. Let Zoe mistakenly think it happened accidentally, but in reality, she's doing it on purpose, and then she'll show that kind of particularly shy but not resistant look, and it's even best if it makes Zoe take the initiative. Will it really develop into that kind of situation? Lily suddenly remembered the various gossip she had heard these days, saying that similar things had happened before, where two couples went to a secluded place during the haunted house event and accidentally met a lost passerby. So, they should find a more secluded place. Then, as she thought about it, Lily's head began to heat up, and she felt terribly stuffy all over, feeling like she had transformed into a steam princess commonly seen in manga. What is she thinking? Too shameless. No matter what, this kind of thing should happen after they become a couple first, right? Please follow the steps. After all, this is not the world of her doujinshi. Is it over, Lily? Seeing that the other party was no longer moving, Xie Chuanzu assumed that she was feeling a little tired, so he took the initiative to defuse the situation. After all, Lily is a weak otaku, he understands. However, the truth is not what he thought, and the truth is far beyond his comprehension. And, no, I didn't think about anything. No. I didn't think about anything. Guilty people are always like this, because they are afraid of being discovered their little thoughts, so they want to cover them up with a loud voice. Ah. Xia Chuanzu was a little confused, saying that he couldn't understand. No. Ah. It's nothing, I didn't say anything. I'll massage your eyes again, okay? You must have really dry eyes after working for so long. Anyway, hurry up and close your eyes. Okay, Natsukawa Snowball didn't understand, but seeing her so eager, he had no choice but to obediently listen. Chapter 102. But a still welled up in his heart. Could she be planning to do something to him? It wasn't that his senses were particularly sharp, but her flustered state was too easy to read, right? Clearly, she was hiding something from him, and he even suspected that he was the target of her prank. But oh well, there's no point in thinking so much. After all, judging by Irie's capabilities, what kind of bad ideas could she possibly come up with? Judging by Irie's capabilities, Xia Chuanzhou wasn't worried about her doing anything to him. It's not like he had done anything to provoke her, and even if being late for a date counted, then she might indeed have some small emotions because of it, and he would of course calmly accept her punishment. But given their current situation, it wasn't suitable for her to use her trademark twin-tail whirlwind slash. At most, she would tease his cheek with the ends of her hair, or, if she got a little more aggressive, take out a paintbrush and draw a little turtle on his face. Like a child. However, even this kind of childish prank was probably beyond Irie's capabilities given her personality. Because she simply wasn't the type of person who could let loose in front of others, and even when facing friends she was already very familiar with, she would still subconsciously maintain her image. Even though she herself might be clear that her elegant young lady persona simply couldn't hold up at all, and that her friends had long since become intimately familiar with her perverted doujin artist whose head is full of erotic things persona. So Xia Chuanzhou closed his eyes with peace of mind and agreed, "Then I'll have to ask you to massage me, Irie." He was indeed a little tired, and now that he not only had a cute girl giving him a lap pillow but also providing extra massage services, how could he possibly refuse? Leave it to me, Irie couldn't help but nod. Honestly, she was already starting to regret it, wondering if she had been too hasty and if such a purposeful seduction could possibly succeed, but Zhou had still agreed now she had no choice but to go for it, right? But. Acting rashly definitely wouldn't work. This kind of thing should be gradual, right? Irie swallowed. Goo. Watching Xia Chuanzhou really close his eyes in peace, Irie became conflicted instead. It wasn't that she was timid, she was indeed not very brave. But originally, she had just suddenly had a moment of brain freeze and came up with that bold idea, but she hadn't thought it could really be realized. But now, the timing, location, and people were all perfect. This was simply seducing her to commit a crime, Irie thought. In short, she was very conflicted, wanting to go for it but not daring to, very cowardly. And Xia Chuanzhou, who hadn't received any feedback for a long time, began to suspect, wondering why the massage hadn't started yet, thinking that even if this was really a prank, there should be some action, right? So he couldn't help but ask, "Irie, can't you start yet?" Irie, who was still in a state of entanglement, finally came back to her senses and quickly responded, right away, Key. Huh? Start what? Realizing that she had let something slip, the little blonde immediately reacted and quickly explained. Key kindly massage you. Yes. I'll kindly massage you right away. But Xia Chuanzhou hesitated, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Irie. Shut up. Don't say anything anymore. And don't move. Listening to the obviously exasperated tone coming from above, Xia Chuanzhou opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time, and finally chose to remain silent. There was definitely something wrong here. He was already sure of it. However, knowing it didn't help, all he could do was pray that Irie would quickly give him a quick one, whether she wanted to play a prank on him or whatever, just bring it on quickly, so he wouldn't keep overthinking things. Seeing that the other party really didn't ask any more questions and obediently closed his eyes, Irie breathed a sigh of relief, but after what had just happened, she was so nervous that even her voice began to tremble. Don't open your eyes, okay? Absolutely don't open them. Because my technique isn't very good, I might hurt you, you never know. Only this, please don't. Xia Chuanzhou said in a timely manner. Please have mercy, Lady Irie, I don't deserve this. It wasn't that he was really worried about her blinding him or anything, he just wanted to tease her and liven up the atmosphere a bit. After all, the atmosphere just now was really strange. Well, it all depends on your performance, Irie pouted. She was indeed a little more relaxed, but her mood was still in a very delicate state. It was like being away for a long time and suddenly wanting to have some traditional non-handicraft fun after returning home, only to find that the private items that were originally hidden very well had obvious signs of being moved by someone. But despite this, no one else brought up any related topics. It was really too embarrassing. But she couldn't show it, because perhaps Zoe had only noticed that she had some bad intentions. But didn't necessarily guess what she wanted to do, but it was also possible that Zoe had really completely noticed what she wanted to do, and was avoiding talking about it just to see what she would do next. What to do? Of course, go for it. Humph. Now that things had come to this, how could she possibly back down? Otherwise, wouldn't the embarrassment and nervousness she had just experienced be for nothing? Don't even mention that Zoe might not have guessed it, even if he had really guessed it or even exposed her thoughts she was going to go for it today. After all, as long as his eyes were covered, no matter what happened next, she could explain it however she wanted. With this in mind, the little blonde took action. She slightly arched her body, then slowly bent down, and her head also slowly leaned over. Her movements were very gentle, so even if the other party suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her, she could explain that she wanted to see the acupoints more clearly, so she leaned over. But the fact proved that she seemed to be overthinking things, because the other party had no intention of opening his eyes at all, and even seemed to show a very enjoyable expression under her massage. Was it really that comfortable? Irie wondered curiously. This was really the first time she had massaged someone else, and she never thought that it could actually yield positive results. She felt a small surge of joy in her heart. What did this mean? Did it mean she had a high aptitude? Wrong. It meant she deserved it. Because she provided Zoe with a comfortable massage service, so she deserved the reward afterwards. Although this reward was taken by herself rather than given by the other party, but that didn't matter. The important thing was that it made everything reasonable. So the original tangled mood was swept away, and even became justifiable. What do you call a despicable cat stealing fish? She was clearly a reasonable equivalent exchange. As everyone knows, thinking can exceed the speed of light. Although Irie did so much mental preparation for herself, in reality, only a few minutes had passed. In fact, if it weren't for this, Xia Chuanzhou would have been unable to lie down any longer and would have asked Irie to move, because he still had an appointment with Mahiru to fulfill later. Absolutely don't open your eyes, okay, Irie repeated again. Sometimes the trust between people is so fragile. Like when watching TV with a friend and you can't find the remote control, so you question him, did you sit on the remote control? Even though the other party firmly answers no, afterwards, you will still say. Then get up for a second. It's not that you don't want to believe you, but seeing is believing. Of course, there was also the reason why the little blonde had a guilty conscience. After all, she was going to do bad things. If she was really discovered face to face, how could she continue to be a person? Although they were both blondes, she certainly couldn't shout like a certain villain savior, what? I'm not going to be human. And then have a gorgeous transformation or something. She was just an ordinary beautiful girl, so she had to save face. So, after making sufficient mental preparations, looking at the handsome face of the guy she had been thinking about day and night, the little blonde tremblingly leaned over. While praying that she would never be discovered, she secretly looked forward to it if Zoe really discovered her plot, what would be done to her next? Would he remind her with a helpless face? Don't do things that will make him misunderstand again. Or would he suddenly get enlightened and understand her intentions from then on anyway? It certainly wouldn't unfold like in her dojin, saying something and then pushing her down, right? Although her mind was still thinking about this and that, her movements didn't stop, so gradually. The distance between the two became closer and closer, so close that Xia Chuanzhou clearly felt a scorching breath constantly hitting his face, bringing a ticklish sensation. Irie? Don't talk. And don't open your eyes. He had heard this several times. Xia Chuanzhou was very helpless. There were many times, at that moment, he wanted to open his eyes and see, but it wasn't because he was curious about what Irie wanted to do, he simply wanted to catch her in a flustered and bewildered state. Really, tsundere girls are the easiest to bully. He didn't have to wait too long, the expected prank came as promised. A soft object with a hint of coolness suddenly imprinted on his forehead, and then separated as soon as it touched. However, although the contact time was very short, the remaining tactile sensation was still vivid in his mind, constantly reminding him that something had indeed happened. But what exactly happened? What exactly did Irie do to him? Could it be that she used some kind of stamp to engrave something like, "I'm an idiot," on his forehead? He was very curious. At the same time, his eyebrows twitched, and the idea of wanting to find out kept popping up in his mind, but under Irie's repeated reminders before, he finally endured it, and didn't even say a word. But after waiting for a long time, there was no more movement from Irie, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Let's just ask, Xia Chuanzhou thought. But just as he was about to put it into action, he heard Irie's voice at the right time. "Aren't you going to open your eyes?" Right away, so Xia Chuanzhou opened his eyes and looked up at this little blonde. Perhaps because he had been closing his eyes for a long time, or perhaps because the sky had completely darkened, Irie's face looked so unreal in his eyes at this moment. She had clearly just played a prank on him, but at this moment, she didn't seem to have any sense of guilt or fear at all, but was very calm. No, it should be said that she even had a hint of relief after being relieved of a burden. Perhaps he was really too tired, so he was hallucinating. After hesitating for a while, Xia Chuanzhou thought that the other party would say something, but she just looked at him up and down like this, and remained silent for a long time. "So you don't have anything you want to say?" Irie finally couldn't help but ask. Xia Chuanzhou was silent for a while, then slowly probed. "Is that the end?" In his eyes, his forehead probably still had strange patterns such as qualified and "I'm an idiot" printed on it, but these things were indeed not worth paying attention to for him now. He needed to pay more attention to Irie's emotions, to the reasons behind her doing this prank. Chapter 103. But before that, he definitely had to appease her, which is why he said that, "Can this level of punishment make you feel better?" That's what he meant to express. But in Irie's eyes, this sentence even had a hint of mockery. Is that it? Is it just this much? In other words, the other party has already experienced more intimate behaviors with who knows which guy, perhaps just like she initially expected, a real kiss, mouth to mouth, or even more intimate, like the kind that appears in her doujinshi. So, in reality, the action she mustered her courage and painstakingly took the initiative to do was just like children playing around in his eyes, and couldn't even shake his heart at all. She's really going to make a scene. Irie is very angry. Irie wants to curse. Irie is taking action. Then what can I do? I can't do anything else. Irie is very aggrieved. Anyway, she's just a coward, so cowardly that she had already made up her mind and was even just a step away, but ended up considering. As expected, this kind of thing should be done when both parties are aware. A surprise attack doesn't count as pure love. For some inexplicable reason, and finally chose to kiss Snowball on the forehead. In the end, she was mocked for it. How annoying. Although she knew in her heart that this might just be an unintentional remark from him, she was just aggrieved and angry. If it were in the past, she would definitely be so angry that no matter how he coaxed her, it wouldn't work, because this was the first time she had taken the initiative to do something like this, and he didn't appreciate it. Guilty. Commit seppuku. However, the past is the past, and now is now. Without even thinking much, her grievance at this moment completely turned into guilt, because in the past, Snowball had done so many more proactive things, but her attitude had not been very friendly all along, and the key was that she had always chosen that way, not out of unintentional actions. And now it was just a complete reversal of the two people's situations. Then what can I do? Anyway, that's just how I am, I'm just timid, okay? As a result, the other person involved fell into confusion. Then what can I do? Anyway, I'm just this kind of timid person, okay? She really didn't expect it. She had mustered up the courage to do this kind of thing, and not only did she not get the feedback she wanted, but she was even told, "Is it just this much?" What do you mean, this much? Does she have to push him to the ground and give him a few fierce muas to arouse his heart? Her threshold is too high, she can't do it. But even though her mind was going crazy, she still had a hint of wanting to hear his explanation in her heart. After all, after so long of getting along, she certainly knew something about him, knowing that he was definitely not the kind of guy who would trample on a girl's feelings. And no matter what, he couldn't possibly say such frivolous things, so she turned her head again and looked at him seriously. hoping he could say something. The result was a long silence. Then Erori became even more angry and aggrieved, thinking in her heart that he really didn't like her anymore, and didn't even bother to explain to her, so she suppressed the urge to shed tears and said sarcastically. "Then what are you doing lying here? Go find someone who is willing to give you kisses and hugs. Don't bother with my affairs anymore." She really guessed right. He obviously had more intimate actions with other girls, and it wasn't just once or twice, otherwise he would never be desensitized to the point of being able to blurt out such words. As a result, now that she found out, he didn't even want to find a reason to coax her. Really, she really hoped that he could lie to her, so that it would show that she also had a place in his heart, not just treating her as an ordinary friend. But now she finally realized that they could no longer go back to the past. "Wait, Erori, calm down and listen to me." Erori didn't want to listen, and even wanted to block her ears. Because she already understood what the other party wanted to say, wanted to make everything clear, tell her everything, tell her that they were over. That he had fallen in love with another girl, and that the other party also liked him, so they were now living a life of affection every day. So she couldn't intervene. That's why she didn't want to listen, because she felt that as long as she didn't hear it, they wouldn't be over, and wouldn't forever become friends. "I think there's some misunderstanding between us," he said seriously. Erori pursed her lips slightly and silently looked at the bad guy who was still lying on her lap. He was clearly about to tell her the cruel truth, but he was still using such euphemistic words. "What do you mean misunderstanding? Are you referring to the fact that she shouldn't have misunderstood his intentions in the past, taking his politeness as a signal that he was willing to be close to her?" But she didn't understand, because if that was really the case, why would he agree to her various capricious requests again and again? Could it be that he was just pitying her? Wanting to give her, this fool who was destined not to get what she wanted, that bubble-like warmth? But she was clearly already addicted, and it was simply impossible to extract herself from it. But she absolutely couldn't blame him for this, because she herself had rejected the other party with the reason of, "Let's just be friends," which was why he had become like this today. Yes, she couldn't blame him, it was her own lack of courage to admit it in the past, and it was her own lack of courage to make things clear now, which was why everything had become unchangeable. Then let it all end today, Erori thought. She was already prepared to accept being dumped. "I'm listening, say it." Erori looked at him with a tense face and a blank expression. She didn't dare to move too much, for fear that she would cry if she wasn't careful. "Well, then I'll make a long story short." Xia Chuanzu paused, and then said. "Actually, what I just said, what I meant by, is that it. Was it okay to just put a stamp on my forehead? Do you want to do some other pranks?" "Prank?" "Yes, because I was afraid that you would be embarrassed if I said it directly. Or even, fly into a rage out of humiliation, so I used more euphemistic words. But it seems like I made you misunderstand something." Xia Chuanzu carefully recalled the scene just now. Originally, everything was fine, and he was still enjoying the relaxing feeling brought by the lap pillow, but suddenly he heard Erori's exasperated voice, saying something like, "She's just timid." At first, he was very puzzled, but after thinking about it a little, he understood that Erori probably misunderstood that he was mocking her, so he was just about to explain, but then he heard her say something like, "Then go kiss and hug someone else." At this time, he immediately understood that this little tsundere was obviously misunderstanding something again. Probably like that day before, she was thinking wildly there, and then immediately said something terrible after thinking about something. But it was also thanks to her for saying it, otherwise he would have really been kept in the dark. "Anyway, that's the way things are. I really didn't mean to mock you for being timid, I just thought you could do some other pranks," Xia Chuanzu said, while looking at Erori's expression. Although looking up from below, and even an upside-down face, it was indeed a bit difficult to distinguish the expression, he could still keenly notice that Erori's face twitched slightly a few times, so he quickly changed his words. "I mean punishment, because I was late, so you can punish me with something else, don't care about my feelings." Xia Chuanzu made a well-behaved appearance. "By the way, I didn't open my eyes at all during the period, I just guessed that you punished me based on feeling," Xia Chuanzu added. In fact, he was a little guilty. When Erori said the last sentence, he once thought that Erori knew that he had gone to meet Si Gong Hui first, which led the girl to throw a tantrum. As a result, now he found out that it was not the case at all, it was just that the doujinshi artist with a brain full of erotic things had enriched her imagination. Of course, it was impossible for him to actively bring up relevant things again. After all, if he accidentally let something slip during the period, then it would be really terrible. And after hearing the other party say the above words, Eruri was completely unable to hold back, and her mind was full of thoughts: who am I? What am I doing? But after recovering, she immediately transitioned from a dazed state to a state of exploding shame. Oh my God! How can there be someone with so many inner dramas? Help! She even wished she could give herself a punch and fall asleep, so she wouldn't have to endure this shame that was about to make her head explode. Xia Chuanzu's current feeling is like sitting on pins and needles. Although he had tried his best to explain things clearly, looking at Eruri's appearance, she didn't seem to be relieved. It wasn't like she was silently expressionless, but on the contrary, the expression on Eruri's face seemed too rich. Sometimes her eyes widened with disbelief, and then she suddenly put on a tangled face, and during the period, a look of seeming frantic and annoyed flashed past. He thought this was the end, but after she finally calmed down, she still performed a superb facial local micro-operation technique for him. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and then she spit out a few sounds from her mouth word by word: is that so, ahahaha. Oops. Eruri is broken. Xia Chuanzu secretly said that it was not good. Not to mention the highlights in her eyes. After all, it was indeed very dark, but with his meticulous observation without blinking his eyes, he could still detect that Eruri was on the verge of emotional explosion at this moment. So Xia Chuanzu silently got up and stood up, and then pretended to be fine, changing the subject and said, "It's really much easier to rest for a while, thank you for your massage, Eruri." He didn't even dare to mention the lap pillow. After all, in his opinion, the reason why Eruri suddenly performed the art of face-changing in front of him must be because her doujinshi artist status played a role, causing her brain to be filled with that kind of strange erotic plot. And after he revealed that this was not the case, her shallow skin began to dance because she couldn't bear the huge impact of shame. Therefore, mentioning lap pillow now may give her another layer of buff, and maybe she will explode with him at that time. So he didn't think in vain, and he even roughly figured out the situation. Nothing more than Eruri was looked down upon for only this level. Kashiwagi Eri-sensei began to brainwash. Tsundere complained of grievance. Maybe there are other catalysts at work, but those are not important, so he is too lazy to care. Anyway, now is the time to return to the topic. Can you stand up? Let me help you. A mere support, it should not be more intimate than a lap pillow. Especially after experiencing the way of getting along with Jinzhou and Hui for a long time, he has become less and less concerned about the subtle contact and interaction between ordinary times, and he will subconsciously think in his heart, "Isn't this very sparse and ordinary? As long as you don't have love between men and women." Although because of age, both the body and the mind will occasionally have some of their own ideas, he can still control himself well, and he has not let his brain retreat to the second position. Anyway, that's the way things are. He is no longer the innocent boy who would be excited to touch a small hand and ask people if he could. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he grabbed the other party's arm and started. "Ah, thank you." After being actively helped up, Eruri subconsciously responded to him. In fact, at this moment, her emotions were still in a very complicated state, but the next second, when she found that Xia Chuanzu's hand was holding hers tightly and there was no sign of letting go, her cheeks quietly began to heat up. Guo! The Tsundere subconsciously turned her head away, only feeling her heart beating faster unnaturally. Of course, this may also be because she suspected that she was going to be dumped just now, and her heart was so sad that her heartbeat slowed down, and now it has just returned to normal. Oh. Anyway, that's how it is. She is not the kind of guy who can be easily dealt with by holding hands. At least she has to interlock her fingers, right? Zhaili quietly glanced at the place where the two were connected, and secretly looked at the other party, and found that he seemed to be seriously looking for the direction. So she moved her fingers slightly, and while the other party was not paying attention, she grabbed it. Cough cough, interlocking fingers is definitely impossible. After all, Zoe is holding it so tightly. What if he misunderstands that she doesn't want to hold hands if she moves randomly? Ah! Of course, this does not mean that she must hold hands. Don't misunderstand. She just thinks that since Zoe is so proactive, she must give a little response, right? After all, holding hands is also a matter for two people. If only one side holds it tightly, it will loosen sooner or later. Heh heh heh. The little blonde, once again lost in strange emotions, had completely forgotten that Natsukawa Snowball had already taken her hand proactively when they first met. Of course, he wasn't trying to express his feelings or take advantage of her at that time, but simply hadn't forgotten the rule the pair in the test of courage had to hold hands throughout. Having no time to pay attention to Erori's mental state, Natsukawa Snowball, after confirming that she had initially calmed down, focused his attention on planning the rest of their activities, hoping to help the little blonde completely calm down during the outing. The reason he was rushing so much was because there wasn't much time left in the test of courage. Previously, in order to fulfill Kagaya's wish to participate in all the games, he had carried the injured girl through the entire event, which took up nearly half of their time. Now, he not only had to play through it again with Erori, but also had to keep his appointment with the angel. Time was naturally very tight. The key Isevan, though he really thought Mahiru was like an angel who was always willing to tolerate him, showing up to their date near the end of the event, no matter how he thought about it, she wouldn't be happy. Right? So, of course, he wanted to save some time, saving time while ensuring Erori's experience, so that Mahiru could wait for him as early as possible. Chapter 104.